Lin Chen, a student from the National University of Defense Technology, unexpectedly acquires the cosmic level 9 Haotian civilization inheritance seed upon graduating from his master's program that he promptly presents it to the state. The nation rallies its resources to support Lin Chen's technological legacy, initiating the development of a 1-nanometer quantum chip that disrupts the entire chip industry. Breaking through embargoes and countering sanctions, the quantum chip is merely the beginning. Electromagnetic rifles, electromagnetic railguns, super-energy laser cannons, and anti-gravity magnetic storm tanks propel the nation to new heights. The anti-gravity plasma engine, Xian new aerospace fighter, Haotian Mech, and Luan bird aerospace carrier establish air superiority for the Great Xia nation. The Southgate project is launched, declaring near-Earth space a forbidden zone for foreign entities. The moon landing project is completed, proclaiming the moon as the sovereign territory of the Great Xia nation. Basic genetic medicines are developed, liberating the populace from ailments, allowing everyone to thrive. With the advent of the Star Destroyer, the entire blue planet is left astounded. Japan, we didn't even see it coming. How did we get annihilated by quantum technology? Nations of the blue planet. We're still on blue planet, and Great Xia has begun interstellar competition. Chapter 1. The Level 9 Haotian Civilization Inheritance Seed. International Headlines Report. Eagle Sauce launches the 5th round of chip sanctions, completely banning high-end chip exports to the Great Xia nation and multiple Western nations follow suit, prohibiting the export of high-end chip manufacturing equipment to the Great Xia nation. Meanwhile, a once-in-a-century meteor shower is predicted to grace the skies tonight. These first two news items cast a shadow over the chip technology sector in the Great Xia nation. The internet is filled with voices of anger, curses, and helplessness. Yet, a faction quietly applauds the developments in a parallel universe. Within the Great Xia nation, at the National University of Defense Technology, in the male dormitory 211, at 8 in the evening. Damn, Eagle Sauce has resorted to such shameless sanctions again. Old Lin, look at this. How many times is this now? Roommate Wang Fatty, seething with rage, thrusts his tablet in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen glances at the content, maintaining a calm facade as he states, Fatty, the more they do this, the more we must strive to win this technological war. I've made my decision. After graduation, I will work in a research institute related to chips, a patriotic youth born under the red flag and raised in the warmth of the spring breeze. His love for his country is deeply ingrained within him. Moreover, being an orphan who grew up on state support, he is acutely aware of the sacrifices made for him. His tuition was even waived by the state. Without his homeland, he would not be who he is today. During the college entrance examination, he rejected offers from prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Maiden, choosing instead the National University of Defense Technology. Eager to dedicate his life to his country upon graduation, Old Lin, with your scholarly prowess, those research institutes will be clamoring for you. However, are you sure about the Chip Research Institute and not the Weapons Equipment Institute? Wang Fatty feels it somewhat a pity for Lin Chen to pursue chip research given his talents. Lin Chen smiles, steadfast in his resolve. As long as I can contribute to the country's technological advancement, it matters not where I go. Furthermore, the country is currently engaged in a technological war with Western nations. I hope my modest contributions can aid the nation. This decision is not a fleeting whim, but one born of careful contemplation. He has no regrets about this choice now, nor will he in the future. Contributing to the rejuvenation of his nation has been his lifelong aspiration. Well said. I feel the same. Wang Fatty exclaims passionately, raising his fist. I'm off to work on my thesis. Sure, go ahead. Lin Chen nods. I'll check the balcony to see if the meteor shower is indeed happening tonight. What's so great about a meteor shower? Wang Fatty scoffs, returning to his thesis work. Having spent years together in university, he knows Lin Chen's temperament well. Once he makes a decision, it is rarely changed. Following Lin Chen will surely lead to a promising future. Lin Chen walks alone to the dormitory balcony. The open-air balcony offers a view of the vast starry sky. Perhaps luck is on his side, as he arrives just in time to witness the meteor shower. Brilliant streaks of light slice through the night sky, trailing long tails, evoking a dreamlike quality. Lin Chen hastily closes his eyes to make a wish. I wish to exchange my roommate's 50 years of singlehood for a breakthrough in the Great Xia nation's chip sector. At the moment he makes his wish, suddenly, an imperceptible beam of light shoots from the direction of the meteor shower, striking Lin Chen's head. Boom. A mechanical voice resonates in Lin Chen's mind. Host matching criteria found. Cosmic level 9 Haotian civilization inheritance seed successfully bound. What is this? Get out of my head. Lin Chen, bewildered, suspects he has encountered a supernatural event. Inheritance seed has been bound. Unbinding is not possible. Filled with questions, Lin Chen strives to calm himself and comprehend. Level 9 Haotian Civilization Inheritance Seed? What is that? The Haotian Civilization Inheritance Seed was developed by the cosmic Level 9 Haotian Civilization to cultivate exemplary citizens. Its sole aim is to expedite citizen growth. The inheritance seed comes equipped with an inheritance space, allowing the host to consciously enter and explore this space. Cosmic top-tier Haotian Civilization. Expedited citizen cultivation, inheritance space. Could this be the fabled Golden Finger? Lin Chen is instantly elated. Despite being a top student at the National University of Defense Technology, he often indulges in sci-fi literature for inspiration, naturally familiar with the concept of a golden fingered. He never imagined that such a legendary boon would one day come to him. It must be said that wishing for Wang Fatty's 50 years of singlehood has proven somewhat beneficial. First, I should return and gradually understand this. Lin Chen senses the outside world is not safe and turns to head back to the dormitory. Wang Fatty, puzzled, asks, "Old Lin, didn't you say you wanted to watch the meteor shower?" "I've seen it." Lin Chen climbs into bed, stating, "I'll rest now. Keep it down." With that, he lies down and closes his eyes. Then, in his mind, he murmurs, "Enter inheritance space." Instantly, Lin Chen's consciousness is pulled into a vast expanse. This space is so immense. Lin Chen is awestruck by the boundless nature of the inheritance space. He had expected it to be a small area, but it stretches endlessly before him. After calming his excitement, Lin Chen begins to explore the functionalities of the inheritance space. Its primary purpose is to allow him to receive various technological inheritances, from level 1 civilization to level 9 civilization. Currently, only technologies below level 1 civilization are unlocked. Given that the current technological level of the blue planet is barely at 0.8, he is already dazzled by the level 1 civilization technology list. From gunpowder production to aerospace carriers, it encompasses a vast array of technologies. However, there is a catch. He can only accept one technological inheritance at a time, and each inheritance requires him to create a prototype in the laboratory within the inheritance space, passing the certification process to unlock the next technological inheritance. Even so, this is undeniably extraordinary, remarkable. Lin Chen, having absorbed all this information, feels profoundly shaken. If he can complete the technological inheritances and submit them to the state, the Great Xia nation could soar to new heights. At this moment, he is even more resolute in his previous choice. Please select the first technology to inherit. Complete technology for quantum chips, including quantum lithography machines, quantum chip design, etc. Complete technology for super solid-state magnetic field batteries. Complete technology for high-energy laser weapons. Complete technology for electromagnetic railguns. Lin Chen gazes at the array of cutting-edge technologies, unable to suppress his anticipation. Each technology within holds the potential to revolutionize contemporary industries. However, at present, only one option can be selected, and it must be a technology capable of resolving the current technological predicament of the Great Xia nation. Undoubtedly, the most pressing challenge faced by the Great Xia is the realm of chip technology. Hence, there is no room for doubt. Select the comprehensive technological solution for quantum chips. The chip sector of the Great Xia has perpetually been constrained by external forces, with the Eagle Nation wielding significant control. As artificial intelligence continues to advance, high-end AI chips will inevitably become an indispensable component. Should the AI computational chips falter in the age of artificial intelligence, the Great Xia would find itself lagging behind Western nations once more. Having made his choice, Lin Chen commenced the process of inheritance. Begin the inheritance. As the thought resonated, a torrent of vast information surged into his mind. The entire suite of quantum chip technology unfolded like a relentless stream of data, continuously washing over and rehearsing within Lin Chen's consciousness. From the most fundamental theoretical knowledge to the intricate principles of chip design, and finally to the production techniques of quantum chip lithography, he transitioned. From initial confusion to understanding, culminating in complete mastery, all within a mere 2 hours. Wow. This is extraordinarily advanced. Lin Chen found himself profoundly astonished by the comprehensive technology of quantum chips. In comparison, the 5-nanometer and 3-nanometer silicon-based chips appeared utterly inferior. With quantum chips, the Great Xia will undoubtedly be able to overtake the competition. Eagle Nation, prepare to face counter-sanctions. A fervent light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Next comes the practical application. I must construct a quantum lithography machine in the inheritance space laboratory, design the quantum chip, and ultimately produce it. It is also essential to optimize and refine it according to the current technological level of the Great Xia. Ensuring rapid mass production in reality is imperative. Let's go. Lin Chen felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was increasingly invigorated. He began to immerse himself in the bustling activities of the Inheritance Space Laboratory, which was equipped with all manner of materials and tools. If a failure occurred, he could easily start anew. As Lin Chen engaged in practical operations, he continuously optimized his approach. Outside, he had entered a profound state of slumber, while simultaneously, his body seemed to undergo some transformation. Lin Chen, a student at the National University of Defense Technology, unexpectedly acquired the seed of the Level 9 Haotian civilization heritage upon graduating from his postgraduate studies. He promptly submitted it to the state, which rallied national resources to support Lin Chen's technological inheritance. He commenced the development of a 1-nanometer quantum chip, poised to revolutionize the entire chip industry, breaking through blockades and countering sanctions. The quantum chip was merely the beginning. Electromagnetic rifles, electromagnetic railguns, ultra-energy laser cannons, and anti-gravity magnetic storm tanks would propel the land forces to new heights. The anti-gravity plasma engine, Xian Nu aerospace fighter, Haotian Mech, and Luan Bird aerospace aircraft carrier would establish the Air Force as the dominator of Blue Star. He envisioned the South Heavenly Gate project, declaring that near-Earth space would become a forbidden zone for the Daxia nation. The completion of the moon landing project would see the moon declared as the sovereign territory of Daxia. He aimed to develop basic gene medicines that would free all citizens from ailments, allowing everyone to thrive. Technology would be democratized, making affordable technological products accessible to the common populace. When Lin Chen developed the Star Destroyer, the entire Blue Star was left utterly bewildered. The Sakura nation exclaimed, "We were not even involved. How could we be annihilated by quantum technology?" Meanwhile, nations across Blue Star wondered, "We are still on Blue Star. Has Daxia begun interstellar warfare?" Chapter 1, Level 9 Haotian Civilization Heritage Seed. In significant international news, Eagle Sauce initiates the 5th round of chip sanctions, comprehensively banning the export of high-end chips to Daxia. Several Western nations follow suit, prohibiting the export of high-end chip manufacturing equipment to Daxia. A once-in-a-century meteor shower will occur in Daxia tonight at 8 o'clock. The first two headlines cast a shadow over Daxia's chip technology sector once more. The internet was rife with voices filled with anger, curses, and helplessness. Yet, there were also some who applauded in secret. In a parallel dimension, at the National University of Defense Technology in Daxia, in the boys' dormitory 211, at 8 o'clock in the evening, a student exclaimed, "Damn! Eagle Sauce is at it again with such shameless sanctions. Old Lin, look at this. How many times has it been already?" His roommate, Fat Wong, seethed with rage as he thrust his tablet in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the content, maintaining a calm demeanor, and replied, "Fatty, the more they do this, the more determined we must be to win this technological war. I've made up my mind. I will work in a chip research institute after graduation." A patriotic youth raised under the red flag. Lin Chen's love for his country was deeply ingrained in his bones. Moreover, as an orphan, he had relied on government assistance throughout his upbringing. Even his tuition fees were subsidized by the state. Without his homeland, there would be no Lin Chen today. During the college entrance examination, he had rejected offers from prestigious institutions to choose the National University of Defense Technology, aspiring to dedicate his life to the service of his country after achieving academic success. Old Lin, with your academic prowess, those research institutes will surely be eager to recruit you. Fat Wong pondered aloud, "But are you certain you want to go to the Chip Research Institute instead of the Weapons and Equipment Research Institute?" He felt that Lin Chen's talents would be somewhat wasted in chip research. Lin Chen smiled and remained resolute. "As long as I can contribute to the country's technological advancement, it matters not where I go. Moreover, our nation is currently engaged in a technological war with the West. I only hope my modest efforts can assist the country." This decision was not a spur-of-the-moment impulse, but a well-considered choice he would never regret. Contributing to the rejuvenation of the nation had been his lifelong aspiration. "Well said. I feel the same," Fat Wong exclaimed passionately, raising his fist. "I'm off to write my thesis." "Sure, go ahead." Lin Chen nodded. "I'm going to the balcony to see if the meteor shower is really happening tonight." "What's so great about a meteor shower?" Fat Wong scoffed, continuing to work on his thesis. Having spent several years in college together, he understood Lin Chen's temperament. Once he made a decision, it was unlikely to change. After all, Lin Chen was a person of strong opinions, and following him would surely lead to a bright future. Lin Chen walked alone to the dormitory balcony. The open space provided a perfect view of the vast night sky. Perhaps it was his fortune, for as he stepped onto the balcony, he coincidentally witnessed the meteor shower's arrival. Brilliant streaks of light tore through the night, trailing long tails like a dream. He quickly closed his eyes and made a wish. I would trade my roommate's singlehood for 50 years in exchange for breakthroughs in Daxia's chip industry. At the moment he made his wish, suddenly, an invisible beam of light shot from the direction of the meteor shower directly into Lin Chen's mind. Boom! A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Host matching conditions found. Binding of the level 9 Huaxia civilization heritage seed successful. What is this? Get out of my head. Lin Chen was momentarily flabbergasted, believing he had encountered a supernatural event. Heritage seed has been bound and cannot be undone. Filled with confusion, Lin Chen attempted to calm himself and comprehend the situation. Level 9 Huaxia civilization heritage seed? What is that? The Huaxia civilization heritage seed was developed by the level 9 Huaxia civilization of the universe to cultivate outstanding citizens. Its sole purpose is to expedite the growth of citizens. The heritage seed comes with an inheritance space, where the host can enter at will to learn. Top-tier Huaxia civilization of the universe. Expedited citizen cultivation, inheritance space. Could this be the legendary Golden Finger? Lin Chen was instantly elated. Despite being a top student at the National University of Defense Technology, he often indulged in science fiction for inspiration, so he was well aware of the concept of a golden finger. Little did he expect that such a legendary boon would one day fall upon him. It must be said that wishing for Fat Wong's singlehood for 50 years proved to be somewhat effective. Let me return and understand this further. Lin Chen sensed the outside environment was unsafe and quickly turned back to the dormitory. Fat Wong, puzzled, asked, "Old Lin, didn't you say you were going to watch the meteor shower?" "I've seen it." Lin Chen climbed into bed. "I'm going to rest. Keep it down." With that, he lay down and closed his eyes. Then he silently thought, "Enter the inheritance space." In an instant, Lin Chen's consciousness was drawn into a vast expanse. Such a vast space. Lin Chen was awestruck by the boundless nature of the inheritance space. He had expected a small area, but it turned out to be limitless. After calming himself, Lin Chen began to explore the functions of the inheritance space. The primary purpose of the inheritance space was to allow him to receive various technological inheritances, from level 1 civilization to level 9 civilization. Currently, only technologies below level 1 civilization had been unlocked. At present, Blue Star's technological level was even below level 1, sitting at a mere 0.8. Just the list of technologies from level 1 civilization had Lin Chen's eyes gleaming with excitement. From gunpowder production to aerospace carriers, it encompassed everything. Alas, he could only accept one technological inheritance at a time. Furthermore, each technological inheritance required him to progress from theoretical design to finished product manufacturing in the inheritance space's laboratory to receive certification before he could unlock the next technological inheritance. Even so, this was extraordinarily remarkable, amazing. After absorbing this information, Lin Chen was profoundly shaken. If he could successfully complete the inheritance of the technologies within and submit them to the state, Daxia would soar to new heights. At this moment, he felt even more resolute in his previous choice. Please select the first technology to inherit. Complete technology of quantum chips, including quantum lithography machines, quantum chip design, etc. Complete technology of super solid-state magnetic field batteries. Complete technology of high-energy laser weapons. Complete technology of electromagnetic railguns. Lin Chen gazed at the various cutting-edge technologies, unable to suppress his salivation. Each technology, if brought to reality, would undoubtedly disrupt the current industries. However, at present, only one choice can be made, and it must be a technology capable of resolving the current technological predicaments faced by the Great Xian nation. Undoubtedly, the most pressing issue for the Great Xian nation lies in chip technology. Thus, there is no room for doubt. Select the complete suite of quantum chip technology. The realm of chips within the Great Xian nation has long been constrained by external forces, with Eagle Sauce wielding considerable influence. With the advancement of artificial intelligence, high-end AI chips are destined to become an essential component. Should the AI computational power chips lag behind in this age of artificial intelligence, the Great Xian nation would find itself once again trailing behind Western nations. Having made his decision, Lin Chen commenced the process of inheritance. Initiate inheritance. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a torrent of vast information surged into his consciousness. The complete suite of quantum chip technology flowed through Lin Chen's mind like a continuous stream of data, repeatedly washing over and training him. From the most fundamental theoretical knowledge to the intricate principles of chip design, and finally to the production technology of quantum chip lithography machines. From initial bewilderment to gradual comprehension, culminating in complete mastery, Lin Chen achieved a firm grasp of the theoretical concepts in merely 2 hours. Wow, this is incredibly advanced. Lin Chen was profoundly astounded by the quantum chip technology. In comparison to quantum chips, the 5-nanometer and 3-nanometer silicon-based chips appeared utterly trivial. With quantum chips, the Great Xia nation will undoubtedly surpass its competitors. Eagle sauce. Prepare to face counter-sanctions. A fiery brilliance flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Next comes the practical application. I must construct a quantum lithography machine in the Inheritance Space Laboratory, design the quantum chips, and ultimately produce them. It is imperative to optimize and improve according to the current technological capabilities of the Great Xia nation. Ensuring rapid mass production in reality is crucial. Let's go. Lin Chen felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, his excitement continued to mount as he began to immerse himself in the bustling activities of the Inheritance Space Laboratory, which was replete with materials and tools. If he encountered failure, he could easily start over as he engaged in hands-on practice. He continuously refined his work. Outside, he had already entered a profound state of slumber. Meanwhile, it seemed that his body was undergoing some form of transformation. Chapter 2, Graduation Project, Quantum Chip Lithography Machine. The next day, Dormitory 211. Sunlight streamed through the curtains that had never been drawn, casting a slanted glow upon Lin Chen's bed. Wang, the portly figure, groggily rose from his slumber, rubbing his eyes as he sat up and glanced across at the opposite bed. How could old Lin still be sleeping later than I am? He has been asleep for over 10 hours and still shows no sign of waking. Be careful not to sleep through the day, Wang muttered to himself in a daze. Typically, Lin Chen was the first to rise each morning to exercise and have breakfast. Yet today was an exception. Noticing Lin Chen's lack of response, Wang suddenly jolted awake, his flesh quivering slightly as he became fully alert. He approached Lin Chen's bed and nudged him with his elbow. Old Lin, rise and shine, or else there will be no breakfast left. Still no response. He lay there like a corpse. A pang of anxiety struck Wang's heart. Had Lin Chen really slept for over 10 hours since watching the meteor shower last night? Surely he hasn't slipped into a deep slumber? He extended his plump hand, trembling, and placed it near Lin Chen's nostrils, relieved to feel a breath. Thank goodness, I thought I was going to lose you. Wang patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Could it be that watching the meteor shower caused some sort of mishap? No, I must call an ambulance for an examination. With that thought, Wang hastily took out his phone, preparing to dial 120. Don't call. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, staring intently at Wang. Goodness. Wang nearly dropped his phone in shock. Are you trying to scare me to death, so you can inherit my bulk? I've been calling you for ages. What a fuss. Lin Chen sat up, stretching lazily and giving him a sidelong glance. I was in a deep sleep, you know? What kind of deep sleep lasts for 12 hours? Wang scoffed. Come clean. Did you wish for something you shouldn't have while watching the meteor shower last night? Ahem. Lin Chen coughed lightly, choosing not to respond directly. All right. Hurry up and wash up for breakfast, or you might truly miss it. He had no intention of revealing to Wang that he had wished for a golden opportunity after being single for 50 years. After exchanging a few playful jabs, Lin Chen got up to freshen up. After breakfast, he returned to his computer. This was a second-hand laptop he had purchased with his scholarship. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. His mind felt extraordinarily clear. The parameters of the quantum lithography machine he had recorded in the inheritance space seemed etched into his memory, easily recalled with a mere thought. The knowledge he had previously learned was vividly retrievable. Even the information from his high school days was crystal clear. Could it be the changes brought about by the inheritance seed? Lin Chen felt a surge of joy within. Next, he needed to compile the feasibility study of quantum lithography machine as his graduation project. He was confident that his advisor would take it seriously upon seeing it. Naturally, he would keep the core technology under wraps. All he needed was to capture the attention of those above him. Submitting the inheritance technology in this manner was the most prudent approach. Lin Chen's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard as the feasibility study of quantum lithography machine began to take shape. Moments later, Wang returned after finishing his breakfast. Noticing Lin Chen's intense focus, he leaned in for a closer look. Upon seeing the title of the document, my squinting eyes suddenly widened a centimeter. Goodness, old Lin, were you struck by a meteor last night? How could you possibly choose this for your thesis? A quantum lithography machine? Absurd. It has always been merely a concept, and no nation has ever truly brought it out of the laboratory. Moreover, Lin Chen, a mere graduate student, aspires to tackle this. Even if one wishes to enter the chip industry, it must align with reality. You don't understand. Lin Chen paused his actions, earnestly explaining. Isn't it the case that the United States is currently stifling our high-end chip manufacturing? They control a vast number of patents for silicon-based chips, and finding a way around that is exceedingly challenging. Thus, we must seek alternative solutions. Quantum chips represent the most feasible path. With that, Lin Chen resumed typing. Seeing this, Wang, often referred to as Fatty, realized Lin Chen was resolute in his pursuit, determined to tread a singular path. Yet, witnessing Lin Chen's serious demeanor, perhaps there truly was a viable solution? The realm of genius was beyond his comprehension. Though both were graduate students at the National University of Defense Technology, the disparity was unmistakable. Old Lin, take your time writing. I look forward to your results. Unable to deter him, Fatty could only offer his best wishes. Lin Chen did not respond, his entire focus consumed by the computer. For the next 10 days, Lin Chen entered a state of seclusion. By day, he worked on the proposal at his computer, and by night, he rested in the inheritance space to construct the lithography machine. In the experimental laboratory of the inheritance space, Lin Chen continually optimized and rebuilt. The intensity of the light source needed adjustment to suit our existing materials, and the packaging technology for the quantum chip had to be simplified for mass production. By the evening of the 9th day, Lin Chen finally completed the quantum lithography machine within the inheritance space, successfully validating it through the same medium. Accomplished at last, it had been an arduous journey. Although it spanned merely 9 days, he had lost count of how many materials he had squandered in the inheritance space. If it had been in the real world, one could scarcely imagine the consequences. Fortunately, having optimized the process in the inheritance space, he would not have to navigate so many detours in reality. Next, he needed to finalize the chip design and produce it to unlock the next technological inheritance. Filled with determination, Lin Chen began designing the chip. On the following day, he rose early, for it was the final day to submit his thesis. He needed to conduct a final review of the feasibility proposal for the quantum lithography machine to ensure its accuracy. For an entire day, Lin Chen fixated on the computer screen, scrutinizing it repeatedly, eliminating any core technologies. Even if leaked, it would be of no consequence. By 7 in the evening, he completed the review. Surely, there should be no issues now. Taking a deep breath, he located his advisor Roddy's email and opted for blind carbon copy. Upon seeing the email successfully sent, Lin Chen exhaled in relief. Done. Subsequently, he returned to the inheritance space, continuing his grand endeavor of designing quantum chips. Meanwhile, in the faculty apartment of the National University of Defense Technology, Lin Chen's advisor Roddy sat at his computer, massaging his throbbing temples. Approaching 60, his hair was already half gray, and his thick black-framed glasses had slipped to the tip of his nose, his eyes reflecting profound fatigue. On the desk sits a large tea jar, the goji berry water within now lukewarm. Alas, this year's graduation projects seem inferior to those of previous years. Glancing at the myriad of student projects on his computer, Roddy lets out a sigh. After reviewing several submissions, disappointment ensues. Finally, only one remains in his inbox. A recent arrival. As Roddy lifts the tea jar to quench his thirst, he notices the email's subject line and frowns, setting the jar down. Sender, Lin Chen. Subject, feasibility study on quantum lithography machines. Lin Chen. Why is this child dabbling in such abstract concepts? Roddy holds Lin Chen in high regard, an exemplary student. The top scorer in the National College entrance examination, who turned down offers from prestigious institutions to attend the National University of Defense Technology, consistently ranking first in his major. Grounded and patriotic. Yet, a quantum lithography machine? Such a subject is far beyond the scope of a student project. The United States, along with Western allies, has tightly restricted access to lithography machines, particularly EUV lithography machines, which only ASML can manufacture. A graduate student like Lin Chen tackling this, it seems overly ambitious. Roddy feels a pang of frustration, concerned that Lin Chen is straying from a promising path. Such a remarkable student should not veer off course. Tomorrow, he must engage Lin Chen in earnest conversation to steer him back on track. However, Roddy is also curious to see if Lin Chen's brilliance would manifest in his project differently. He clicks to open the email's content. Chapter 3. The Professor's Shock. Stirring the Institute of Advanced Technology. Upon opening the email, Roddy's previously indifferent gaze transforms instantaneously. After merely finishing the first page, his expression shifts from surprise to sheer astonishment. This is utterly inconceivable. It can indeed be approached this way. The more he reads, the deeper his amazement grows. From the theoretical foundation of the quantum lithography machine to the elaborate parameters of every component, each step is meticulously detailed, supported by comprehensive data. He even perceives this as the production process parameters of a mature product. With the provided specifications, one could directly manufacture the product. 3 hours later, at 11 o'clock at night, Roddy finally completes the entire proposal. His excitement lingers, refusing to subside. The astonished expression on his face and his trembling hands reveal the profound impact Lin Chen's project has had on him. Lin Chen, I misjudged you. You are truly a genius. No, you are a prodigy. Roddy internally apologizes for his earlier doubts regarding Lin Chen. He had presumed Lin Chen was merely going through the motions like others. To his astonishment, this proposal genuinely holds the potential for realization. Moreover, it is laden with intricate parameters. How did Lin Chen accomplish this? The National University of Defense Technology lacks the resources to conduct such experiments. It baffles him. Truly, it baffles him. Regardless, the feasibility of this proposal is too high to ignore. He must present it to Old Lee at the Institute of Advanced Technology. Roddy shakes his head, choosing not to dwell on his confusion any longer. He is not yet a top expert in the semiconductor industry and is unable to ascertain whether this proposal can truly be realized. It is imperative to consult the esteemed authority in the field at the Summer Institute. With this thought in mind, Professor Luo approached Lee Aguo at the Institute and discreetly sent an email. He then picked up the phone and dialed the number of Director Lee, the head of the Summer Institute. The phone rang for nearly 40 seconds before being answered. A hoarse and weary voice came through. Lao Luo? What is the matter at this hour? I am still in a meeting. What a tremendous opportunity. Luo D's voice was filled with excitement. Old Lee, quickly check your email. I have sent you a lithography machine proposal that could revolutionize the entire semiconductor industry. Revolutionize the semiconductor industry? Have you lost your mind? Are you calling me in a dream? Li Jiangguo's tone was tinged with impatience. We have been struggling for 6 months with the EUV light source and cannot resolve it. And you speak of revolutionary changes? It's not about EUV. It's a quantum lithography machine. Luo D hurriedly clarified. It's my student Lin Chen's graduation project. I have reviewed it, and it is feasible. I have already sent it to you. You must take a look. There will undoubtedly be a surprise. There was a brief silence on the other end. Then, Li Jiangguo's voice, now laced with irritation, responded, Old Lee, I am genuinely busy. A graduate student working on a quantum lithography machine? Are you joking with me? Who is joking? Quickly check your email. But before Luo D could finish, Li Jiangguo hung up the phone. Why doesn't he believe me? Luo D exclaimed in frustration, attempting to call back only to be met with a shutdown notification. Resigned, he sent a text urging Li Jiangguo to take a look at the email. Meanwhile, in the lithography machine research lab at the Summer Institute, several elderly scholars sat with furrowed brows, their faces etched with concern. The atmosphere was heavy with anxiety. Another failure. Academician Zhang lamented, his eyes filled with discontent as he scrutinized the newly released experimental data. Old Zhang, the Eagle Nation has added 5 more items to the embargo list. Without materials, our lithography machine cannot achieve stability even at 5 layers. Another scholar, Academician Zhao, expressed his helplessness and frustration. Sigh. The alternative products we sought have proven to be too unstable. It will be challenging to make breakthroughs in the short term. Echoed Academician Zhou, who also sighed deeply. Having dedicated their lives to research, when had they ever felt so constrained? The Eagle Nation's sanctions had escalated. Not only were high-end lithography machines unobtainable, but even critical materials were directly embargoed. After much effort, they had managed to acquire a few items from the black market, yet they were all substandard. The development of alternative materials seemed impossible in the near future. The domestic high-end lithography machines were stalled at the light source stage, leaving the academicians feeling a mix of helplessness, frustration, discontent, and anger. After a moment, Academician Zhang broke the silence. Let us continue. As long as we persevere, we will eventually achieve a breakthrough. His eyes sparkled with determination. Indeed, the foreign powers wish for us to surrender, but we shall not. Academician Zhao slammed the table, his gaze resolute. The more challenges they faced, the more resolute they became. In the past, they had achieved remarkable feats under far more arduous conditions. With today's advanced technology, if they could not succeed in a day, they would strive for a year. If a year proved unfruitful, they would extend their efforts to 5 or even 10 years. Eventually, they would attain their breakthrough. They have feared many things, but never hardship. Does Eagle Sauce think they will compromise in this manner? Impossible. Just then, Li Jiangguo returned from outside. Noticing the displeasure on his face, Academician Zhang inquired with concern. Old Li, is something the matter? Nothing. Li Jiangguo shook his head. It's old Luo from the University of Science and Technology. He mentioned a student named Lin Chen who has developed a feasibility plan for a quantum chip lithography machine and asked me to take a look at it. Isn't that absurd? Academician Zhang sighed, alas. Today's students have no sense of grounding, always aiming too high. Enough about that. What were the results of the recent experiment? Li Jiangguo wished to change the subject, inquiring about the experiment's status. Have the data come in? Any signs of improvement? Academician Zhang shook his head. It has failed again. Another failure? Disappointment filled Li Jiangguo's eyes. Suddenly, Academician Zhao interjected, Old Li, we are at a loss as well. Why not take a look at old Luo's proposal? All right, Li Jiangguo conceded. The repeated failures had indeed left him somewhat perturbed. It might be beneficial to examine this so-called feasibility plan for a quantum lithography machine as a means of relaxation. Li Jianguo returned to his computer and opened his email. At the top was Roddy's message, sent via blind carbon copy. Typically, confidential documents are sent this way. Li Jianguo opened the email. A student working on a quantum lithography machine? Is that truly feasible? He shook his head while flipping through the pages. However, upon reaching the first page, his laughter abruptly ceased. His fingers froze over the mouse, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he forgot to breathe. Oldly, what's wrong? Academician Zhang nudged him. Li Jianguo remained silent, merely shifting the computer into view, his voice trembling. You all come and take a look. What could possibly astonish you so? Academician Zhang and the others curiously gathered around, initially skeptical. But as they scrutinized the contents, their expressions transformed dramatically. Is this truly a proposal authored by a student? Academician Zhang exclaimed in disbelief. Hurry, next page. Academician Zhou urged impatiently. Oldly, steady your hands. Proceed to the next page. Academician Zhao was growing anxious. Li Jianguo composed himself and clicked to the next page. Instantly, their expressions shifted once more. Eyes widened. They appeared as though they had witnessed a miraculous spectacle. Mouths agape, yet unable to utter a sound. The laboratory fell silent again, but unlike the previous oppressive atmosphere, this time it was filled with shock and delight. What had once been a lifeless laboratory was now infused with vibrant energy. Subsequently, Li Jianguo and his colleagues began to peruse the proposal while engaging in discussion. Their astonishment evolved into sheer amazement, and ultimately, a sense of numbness. The intricacies of the proposal left them profoundly shaken. Each detail, every piece of data exuded rigor and innovation, entirely beyond what one might expect from a student. After 2 hours had passed, they finally concluded their review of the proposal. At this moment, the eyes of several academicians were not only filled with astonishment, but also tinged with a glimmer of hope. The fact that such esteemed scholars were rendered somewhat uncomposed speaks volumes about the extraordinary value of this proposal. Could it truly be the work of a mere student? Academician Zhang found it hard to believe. The knowledge contained within was so profound that even he struggled to grasp it fully. Oldly, should we run it through a supercomputer? Suggested Academician Zhao. Indeed, let us do it, exclaimed Li Jianguo, slapping his thigh and springing into action. With the parameters inputted, they awaited the results. 3 minutes passed, and they hoped not to be disappointed. Li Jianguo and his colleagues fixated their gazes on the supercomputer screen, brimming with anticipation. Those fleeting 3 minutes felt like an eternity. Soon enough, the results emerged. Feasible. But immediately after, another line of red text appeared. Core technical parameters missing. Unable to conduct a complete simulation. It is genuinely feasible. Fantastic. This time, we have hope in the realm of chips. The absence of core technology seemed intentional on the part of that genius. Missing core technology. Li Jianguo suddenly stood up. Let us go. We must find someone at the National University of Science and Technology. It was already 1 a.m., but Li Jianguo could no longer wait. He could not sleep without seeing the final data. Chapter 4. Special Appointment at Xia Institute. Just as Li Jianguo was about to dash out, Academician Zhang caught his arm. Old Li, calm down. Look at the time. Who will be able to let you into the university at this hour? Academician Zhao joined in the persuasion. Yes, Old Li. If you rush to the National University of Science and Technology now, and someone with ulterior motives notices, it could spell trouble. Academician Zhou also spoke earnestly. Old Li, don't act impulsively. Many countries are undoubtedly monitoring our advancements in chip development. If spies detect anything amiss, it could endanger that student named Lin Chen. Hearing this, Li Jianguo returned to his seat, yet his eyes brimmed with frustration. What do we do then? I can't rest easy without the data. He was acutely aware of the proposal's potential for feasibility. The sooner they obtained the final plan, the sooner he could find peace of mind. He felt as though he was being driven to madness by the sanctions imposed by the Eagle Nation. To overcome the chip embargo, Li Jianguo had not returned home in 6 months, living solely between the laboratory and his dormitory, 2 points on a line. He yearned to break free from this blockade and liberate the great Xia nation from external constraints. This war, devoid of gunpowder, must be won by great Xia. It could be said that their generation was one of the most resilient, willing to endure hardship for the sake of their country, even at the cost of their lives. Just as they seemed to be approaching a stalemate, Academician Zhou proposed, we can take a two-pronged approach. First, promptly contact the Security Bureau and have them dispatch personnel to secure Professor Roddy's computer overnight, and have him sign a non-disclosure agreement. This information must not leak. Second, we should apply for a special appointment overnight to bring Lin Chen into our institute. If the project is viable, We can directly appoint Lin Chen to oversee the quantum lithography machine project. Meanwhile, let us conduct a brief background check on Lin Chen's information so we can prepare for our discussions. Li Jiangguo nodded, recognizing the wisdom in the two-pronged strategy. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will contact the Security Bureau. He promptly dialed the number of Director Zhang Junfei of the Security Bureau. After a brief wait of several seconds, the call was connected. Director Zhang, here's the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhang's voice turned grave. Academicianly, rest assured. I will arrange for personnel to be dispatched immediately. 5 minutes later, Li Jiangguo received all pertinent information regarding Lin Chen. Lin Chen, male, 23 years old, an orphan. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination that year and a graduate student from the National University of Science and Technology, possessing a fervent patriotic spirit. An orphan, indeed. As Li Jiangguo perused the details, he felt a deep sense of admiration. Academician Zhang also expressed his astonishment, remarking that he had not anticipated Lin Chen to be such a prodigy, which explained the excellence of his thesis proposal. Academician Zhao interjected, stating, "Such a patriotic genius must be recruited." Li Jiangguo nodded emphatically, affirming, "Indeed, we cannot allow talent to go unnoticed." At 1:40 a.m., outside the faculty dormitory of the National University of Defense Technology, 2 black sedans came to a silent halt. 3 men in black suits emerged and displayed their credentials. "We are from the Security Bureau, seeking Professor Roddy." Once the guards verified the authenticity of the credentials, they hastily granted them access. The Security Bureau personnel ascended to the dormitory, knocking on Roddy's door. Having just finished his evening routine and laid down, Roddy was puzzled by the late-night visitors. Rising to open the door, he was startled to find 3 men in suits. "Comrades, what brings you here?" The leader wasted no time, presenting his identification. "Professor Roddy, we are from the Security Bureau. We are here regarding your student Lin Chen's thesis proposal and require your cooperation." Lin Chen, thesis proposal? Roddy was initially taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that Li Jiangguo had reviewed the proposal and deemed it of significant potential, leading to this unexpected development. He had not anticipated that it would attract the attention of the Security Bureau. Clearly, the proposal was even more consequential than he had imagined. As for the identity of the 3 personnel, he had no doubts. Their ability to enter the faculty dormitory at this hour confirmed their legitimacy, especially since the entrance was manned by military personnel. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to infiltrate. Without hesitation, Roddy welcomed the Security Bureau personnel inside. "Please, come in." Once inside, the officials headed straight for the computer. "Is this your work computer? Is the thesis email stored within?" "Indeed," Roddy candidly replied. "We will seal the computer," the suited man stated, swiftly placing it into a bag and affixing a seal. He then produced a confidentiality agreement. "Additionally, this is a confidentiality agreement that requires your signature." Roddy, observing the word "top secret" emblazoned on the cover, was profoundly astonished. Throughout his scientific career, he had signed numerous confidentiality agreements, but never one classified as top secret. This underscored the immense importance of Lin Chen's proposal. Roddy, feeling the weight of the moment, promptly signed the agreement. The Security Bureau personnel then departed with the computer and the confidentiality agreement. Fortunately, Roddy resided in the university dormitory. Had he been at home, it would have surely alarmed his family. Subsequently, Roddy sent a message to Lin Chen, providing a brief explanation of the situation. To prevent any unsettling encounters with personnel from the Summer Science Institute or the Security Bureau that might alarm Lin Chen, the following day at 7 a.m. Outside the gates of the National Defense University, President Chen Hanking awaited alongside Professor Roddy. The guards at the gate, witnessing this unusual scene, were filled with curiosity. What esteemed leader could possibly be visiting that warranted the president's presence at the entrance? President Chen, intrigued, inquired of Professor Roddy. "Might I ask why several academicians are visiting our institution today?" He had received early notification regarding the visit, which was said to involve significant matters requiring his and Professor Roddy's hospitality. Thus, this peculiar scenario of their early wait unfolded. However, President Chen remained oblivious to the specifics of the occasion. Professor Roddy, adopting an air of mystery, replied, "You will soon find out. I assure you it will be a delightful surprise." He had signed a top-secret confidentiality agreement, forbidding any disclosure without authorization, even from the president. Just as President Chen was about to press further, 3 vehicles with license plates beginning with Jing AV glided to a halt at the entrance. The doors swung open, and Li Jiangguo was the first to emerge, clutching a briefcase. Following him were academicians Zhang and Zhao. From another vehicle, 4 personnel from the Security Bureau disembarked, including Director Zhang Junfei, exuding a commanding presence. Upon witnessing this, President Chen swiftly approached. Greeting, Academician Li, Academician Zhang, Academician Zhao, greetings. Good morning, President Chen. Li Jiangguo responded politely, then turned to the side to address Roddy with palpable excitement. Old Roddy, shall we proceed to meet Lin Chen's student? The president, taken aback, glanced at Roddy in surprise. They are here to find Lin Chen. He certainly recognized Lin Chen, the National College Entrance Examination top scorer, consistently the best in his grade at school. Could it be that Lin Chen had developed some groundbreaking technology that had captured the attention of the Summer Science Institute? Roddy nodded and replied to Li Jiangguo, let us go. I will lead you there. Before long, the group arrived at dormitory 211. Roddy approached the door and knocked. Lin Chen, open up. The door swung open, revealing Wang Pengzi. He was utterly astonished to see the distinguished guests at his doorstep. Except for the personnel from the security bureau, whom he did not recognize, he was familiar with everyone else. Academicians Zhang, Li, and Zhao were eminent figures from the Summer Science Institute. The prospect of their visit, particularly to seek Lin Chen, sparked thoughts of whether they had discovered his potential and intended to extend a special invitation. With this realization, Wang Pengzi did not hesitate, exclaiming, please, come in. He stepped aside and called back into the dormitory, Old Lin, hurry out. Important figures have come to see you. Having just finished his morning routine, Lin Chen emerged to find Li Jiangguo and the others entering the dormitory. Immediately, he grasped the situation, recalling the message from Roddy the previous night. Lin Chen, these three are academicians Li, Zhao, and Zhang from the Summer Science Institute. Roddy introduced them promptly. Greetings, esteemed academicians. Good morning, President. Good day, Mentor. Lin Chen responded courteously. As for the four individuals at the entrance, he was unfamiliar with them. Li Jiangguo scrutinized Lin Chen from head to toe. He noted Lin Chen's politeness, intelligence, and calm demeanor devoid of arrogance, a promising young talent indeed. He nodded with satisfaction and then took out a red appointment letter from his briefcase, presenting it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I represent the Summer Science Institute in appointing you as a special researcher. Here is your appointment letter. Lin Chen's eyes brightened instantly. He had finally awaited the special recruitment from the Summer Science Institute. Once he entered the institute, he could continuously submit the technological advancements from the inheritance space to the nation, thereby accelerating the technological development of Great Xia. This would usher Great Xia into a period of rapid technological growth. Do not question why he chose not to collaborate with external capitalists. It is simply a matter of unthinking patriotism. Moreover, the capitalists outside are ruthless and merciless. As someone without any background, collaborating with them would likely leave him with nothing but bones. Thus, submitting technology to the state allows for the rapid realization of the inheritance space's advancements through the power of the nation. This would lead to an explosive growth in national technology, enabling the populace to live a happy and prosperous life due to technological advancements. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Chen solemnly accepted the appointment letter with both hands, expressing his gratitude. Thank you all for your kindness. I accept the appointment. Excellent. Li Jiangguo noted Lin Chen's unwavering determination with admiration. Are you able to accompany us now? Yes, I just need to tidy up briefly, Lin Chen replied without hesitation. 2 minutes later, he departed with academician Li and the others. Before leaving, he reminded Wang Fadi to wait for him at the Summer Science Institute. Chapter 5, The Candle Dragon Project. The youngest chief engineer of the Summer Science Institute. Moments later, Wang Fadi snapped back to reality from his daze and noticed that 2 men in suits had not left the dormitory, one of whom was Zhang Junfei. What is happening? Wang Fadi thought, bewildered. He watched as one of the suited men closed the dormitory door. A wave of unease washed over him. What do you want? Director Zhang Junfei, visibly exasperated, quickly explained, Student, we are from the Security Bureau, and we merely wish for you to sign a confidentiality agreement. The Security Bureau? A confidentiality agreement? Wang Fadi was momentarily taken aback before quickly responding, I'll sign. Zhang Junfei retrieved a document and a pen from his briefcase and handed them to Wang Fadi. Without even glancing at it, Wang Fadi signed his name. All done. I should be fine now, right? You're fine, Zhang Junfei replied, shaking his head in disbelief. He continued with patience, Wang, please remember, you must not disclose anything about Lin Chen to anyone, not even to your parents or family. You have signed a confidentiality agreement of the highest level. If there is any leak, you will face severe consequences, and it could even implicate your family. What? Wang Fadi swallowed nervously. Is it that serious? Yes. Zhang Junfei nodded solemnly. So, please ensure confidentiality. I will. I absolutely won't tell anyone. Wang Fadi nodded vigorously. Remember to keep it confidential. Zhang Junfei reiterated before departing with his staff. Even after Zhang Junfei and his companion disappeared from view, Wang Fadi remained in a daze. filled with a mixture of excitement and disbelief. He never imagined that Lin Chen would be involved in such significant matters, requiring him to sign a top-secret confidentiality agreement. Old Lin, sharing the same dormitory, how did you become so extraordinary? Wang Fatty murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with admiration and astonishment. At that moment, a group of students peered through the entrance. One student inquired, Fatty, what happened to Lin Chen? Why was he taken away? Wang Fatty instinctively prepared to respond, but suddenly jolted, recalling the confidentiality agreement he had just signed, and quickly amended his reply. I don't know. Really don't know? How could an academician take him away? Is he perhaps a long-lost son of some esteemed scholar? Another student pressed. Wang Fatty shook his head vehemently, wishing he could confront that student with a sharp retort. Recognizing kin? You're the one who needs to recognize kin. Others are specially appointed, all right. Yet, he could not voice this frustration, feeling a deep sense of indignation within. At that moment, the hallway erupted in chatter. Lin Chen, the top scorer in the college entrance examination every year? Isn't he still a student? How could he possibly attract the attention of an academician? Could it be that he is the long-lost son of a certain scholar? Numerous students speculated. To be taken away personally by an academician from the summer academy was undoubtedly extraordinary. Lin Chen quickly became the focal point of discussion among all students, with some even posting about the incident online. However, any information regarding Lin Chen was swiftly removed. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Chen Hanking was fixated on Luadai. Now you can speak, right? Luadai adjusted his black-framed glasses and offered a wry smile. Principal, it's not that I don't want to talk, but having signed a top-secret agreement, I would be held accountable for even a single word. Chen Hanking inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. The implications of a top-secret agreement were abundantly clear to him, indicating that Lin Chen might indeed have developed significant technology. Subsequently, Chen Hanking hurriedly arranged for the school to secure all information regarding Lin Chen. On their way back to the summer academy, Director Li, Academician Zhang, and Academician Zhao repeatedly inquired about the technical challenges Lin Chen had left unresolved the previous night. Lin Chen patiently elucidated the issues. Initially, Li Jiangguo and the others harbored some doubts and concerns due to Lin Chen's youth. However, as Lin Chen continued to clarify the complexities, they began to recognize his extraordinary talent. What had seemed perplexing to them became remarkably straightforward under Lin Chen's explanation. The admiration and astonishment in Li Jiangguo's gaze reflected a burgeoning awareness of a rising star in the realm of scientific research. Time passed gradually, and as they approached the summer academy, Li Jiangguo suddenly asked with gravity, Little Lin, are you certain this plan can truly be implemented? Absolutely. Lin Chen asserted with unwavering confidence. I guarantee 100% success. This was the optimal plan he had refined multiple times within the realm of legacy. Given the current technological capabilities of the Great Xia nation, mass production posed no issues whatsoever. Excellent. Li Aguo's eyes sparkled with fervor. If this can indeed be expedited, we will have a chance to break through the sanctions imposed by the Eagle Nation. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with determination. It will happen, it absolutely will. His entrance into the summer academy was driven by this very purpose, to contribute all of his inherited technologies to assist the Great Xia nation in competing on the grand stage of the cosmos. Simultaneously, he hoped to leverage technology to bring greater convenience and welfare to the common people, transforming lives and bestowing happiness through scientific advancement. Soon, they arrived at the summer academy. After Academician Li arranged accommodations for Lin Chen, he led him directly to a conference room. Upon opening the door, Lin Chen was taken aback. The spacious conference room was filled with people, elderly individuals with graying hair, as well as numerous middle-aged scientists. Yet, they all shared a common trait. Their eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Shaolin, this is Academician Zhang from the field of chips, Academician Zhou from materials science, and Academician Zhao from optoelectronics. Li Jiangguo patiently introduced the esteemed academicians to Lin Chen. Lin Chen hurriedly bowed and greeted them, saying, Greetings, esteemed academicians. My name is Lin Chen. Observing the wrinkles at the corners of the elders' eyes, he felt a deep sense of respect. These individuals had dedicated their lives to the advancement of technology in Great Xia. Their hair turned white through years of relentless effort. It was precisely because of their contributions that Great Xia could enjoy its current technological prosperity. They were indeed worthy of Lin Chen's admiration and reverence. Suddenly, a voice of skepticism emerged from the corner. Old Li, is this the genius you spoke of? He looks barely in his 20s. Can he truly comprehend any technology? The speaker was Academician's son from the field of optoelectronics. Adjusting his glasses, skepticism etched across his face. Soon, several other academicians who had not encountered Lin Chen before voiced their doubts. Lin Chen, however, did not take offense. Instead, he found their skepticism entirely reasonable. Had he been in their position, he might have reacted even more strongly. Li Jiangguo smiled and reassured them, "Old son, do not rush. The technical validation meeting will begin shortly, and you will soon understand." Before commencing, he instructed everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement. The request for a confidentiality agreement surprised the assemblage of academicians. Their astonishment deepened when they realized it was a top-secret level agreement. The association with such a high level of confidentiality indicated that the forthcoming technological discussions would pertain to the rise and fall of a certain national field. No one hesitated. All signed with alacrity, recognizing the honor of participating in a top-secret technical discussion. Soon, after confirming that all had signed without omission, Li Aiguo declared the discussion meeting officially commenced. On the large screen, Lin Chen's feasibility proposal for a quantum lithography machine was displayed. A quantum lithography machine? This is absurd. We have yet to resolve the issues with EUV lithography, and now we are venturing into quantum lithography? The voices of skepticism grew louder. Yet, Lin Chen remained composed. Gradually, the cacophony of doubt in the conference room diminished to silence, and the expressions of the academicians became increasingly intricate, even more so than the astonishment shown by Li Jiangguo and his colleagues the previous night. The once skeptical room was now so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Is this truly a proposal authored by a student? Academician Sun, upon seeing the signature on the proposal, could scarcely believe it. Ironically, he had just questioned Lin Chen moments ago. After an extended period, the entire proposal was presented, and the academicians and scientists appeared to be left wanting more. Some furrowed their brows in contemplation, while others gently shook their heads, seemingly savoring the intricacies of the proposal. Many gazed at Lin Chen with awe, as if they were beholding a marvel. Li Jiangguo observed their reactions, his heart blossoming with joy. He had anticipated this outcome. Moments later, Li Aiguo slowly spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, having reviewed the proposal, I invite you to share your thoughts. Please feel free to raise any questions." Academician Sun was the first to speak. "Lin Chen, I have a technical inquiry." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and replied, "The essence of this technology lies in." After Lin Chen's explanation, Academician Sun experienced a moment of enlightenment. "Comrade Lin Chen, I appreciate your clarification, and I apologize for my earlier doubts." Academician Sun stood up, bowing respectfully to Lin Chen in gratitude. Alarmed, Lin Chen quickly rose and hurried to support him, exclaiming, "Academician, you honor me excessively. It is my privilege to assist you. Please, do not be so modest. I feel unworthy." He held a deep respect for these esteemed academicians, and even if it meant enduring some grievances, he wished for their well-being. Observing Lin Chen's humility, Academician Sun's admiration grew, and he patted Lin Chen's shoulder, exclaiming, "Good lad, not only are you exceptionally talented, but your character is equally commendable. May the heavens bless our great Xia." Laughter followed. The surrounding academicians were deeply moved by this scene. Indeed, whenever the nation faced challenges, remarkable individuals would emerge. Perhaps Lin Chen was the prodigy of this era. With Lin Chen's intervention, the atmosphere in the conference room became much more amicable. Lin Chen continued to joyfully clarify doubts for the other academicians and scientists. Soon, everyone was profoundly impressed by Lin Chen's insights. Finally, Li Aiguo solemnly declared, "We shall now officially establish the Zilong project to dedicate ourselves to the development of quantum lithography machines." Concurrently, Lin Chen was appointed as the chief engineer of the project, responsible for all technical guidance. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Zilong project was officially launched, and Lin Chen became the youngest chief engineer in the Xia Academy of Sciences. Chapter 6. Unlocking New Technological Heritage. The initiation meeting of the Zilong project concluded. The following day, the project officially commenced. In the days that followed, Lin Chen's life revolved around a linear routine. During the day, he immersed himself in the laboratory, resolving any technical issues that arose, effectively becoming the Xia Academy's technical troubleshooter. In the evenings, he returned to his apartment promptly at 8, then entered the inheritance space to engage in quantum chip design. Although the issues with the lithography machine had been resolved, the design of the quantum chip had to start from scratch, completely distinct from the silicon-based chip designs currently available on the market. Furthermore, Lin Chen aimed to optimize the design to perfection. He was responsible for enhancing every aspect, from performance to production process parameters. The workload far exceeded that of the earlier lithography machine project. However, once he completed the quantum chip design and produced it in the inheritance space laboratory, he could proceed to the next phase of inheritance. Thus, Lin Chen became increasingly diligent. The Xia Academy even assigned him a bodyguard to ensure his personal safety. One day, in the laboratory, Academician Sun approached Lin Chen, saying, "Chief Engineer, I still find the concept of optoelectronic conversion somewhat unclear. Could you help elucidate it for me? Academician's son appeared genuinely eager to learn. Having developed a rapport over the past few days, Academician's son has been profoundly impressed by Lin Chen's talent and dedication. It is not just Academician's son. The entirety of the project team, including engineers and academicians, share the same sentiment. From initial skepticism to a current state of deep admiration and respect for Lin Chen, he has completely won them over with the knowledge acquired through the heritage of space. When faced with inquiries from Academician's son, Lin Chen responded with a smile, indicating, "Academician's son, observe here." After Lin Chen's elucidation, Academician's son appeared enlightened and praised him profusely. "Chief Lin, you are truly remarkable. How did I not think of this?" Lin Chen chuckled lightly. "Academician's son, please continue. I have another inquiry awaiting my attention." "Very well, attend to your matters. Should any questions arise, I will call for you." Academician's son replied before resuming his experiments. Lin Chen then approached the next engineer with a query. He offered no reservations in addressing their questions, ensuring that every inquiry was met with thorough explanations. His sole objective was to cultivate more elite research and development talents for the Great Xia nation throughout the project's progression. This intention was part of his vision since joining the Xia Science Academy, and once his position is firmly established, he plans to advocate for the recruitment of more exceptional graduates to nurture them into the nation's top talents. As the days turned into weeks, half a month later, under Lin Chen's unwavering technical support, the quantum chip lithography project progressed by leaps and bounds. Numerous components had already begun processing and returned to the laboratory. An assembly of the first quantum lithography machine was underway. On that day, Li Aiguo and Lin Chen arrived at the laboratory, reflecting on the industrious engineers with a sense of nostalgia. "Shaolin, at this pace, our quantum lithography machine will be completed in a month." "No." Lin Chen gently shook his head, his eyes brimming with confidence. "It will be completed in no more than half a month." "So soon?" Li Aiguo exclaimed in astonishment. "Does that mean we can soon enter mass production?" "Precisely," Lin Chen affirmed. "Once the assembly process for the first unit runs smoothly, we can directly commence mass production." Pausing for a moment, he inquired, "What about the manufacturers? Are they prepared?" "Not yet," Li Aiguo replied, shaking his head. "I did not anticipate such rapid progress and have yet to secure a manufacturer." Previously, all research outcomes at the Xia Science Academy were the result of collective efforts from numerous engineers, and the achievements belonged to the state. The production responsibilities were managed by designated departments. However, this situation is different. The entire quantum lithography project is spearheaded by Lin Chen, who provides comprehensive technical support. It can be said that this project is Lin Chen's personal undertaking, with others merely as participants. Continuing to follow previous methods would be evidently inappropriate. Moreover, the benefits derived from the quantum lithography machine will be extraordinarily significant, as it promises to revolutionize the entire semiconductor industry. The selection of manufacturing partners must be approached with utmost caution. Lin Chen's personal interests must also be safeguarded. His efforts should not go unrewarded. With this in mind, Li Aiguo continued, "Shaolin, rest assured, I will resolve the production manufacturer issue within half a month, ensuring your personal interests." Lin Chen waved his hand, questioning what personal interests he had. The successful mass production of the quantum lithography machine was the greatest validation for him. What a splendid individual. His heart wholly devoted to the nation. Li Jiangguo was filled with emotion. The more Lin Chen exhibited such dedication, the more Li Jiangguo felt compelled to ensure that Lin Chen was duly rewarded. Lin Chen might forego personal gain, but the nation could not afford to do so. "Shaolin, you need not worry about the mass production. We will handle it." Lin Chen nodded, and then immersed himself in the intense work, meticulously scrutinizing every step of the assembly process. The assembly of the lithography machine progressed remarkably smoothly. Within just a few days, tangible results began to manifest, even ahead of the anticipated timeline. Indeed, the allure of the Summer Institute was formidable. All components requested by the Institute were promptly processed around the clock, adhering strictly to the requirements. Progress was swift. Completion of the assembly was imminent. Coincidentally, my chip design was also nearing completion, soon to unlock the next technological inheritance. Now, I must contemplate which technology to pursue next. After days of effort, Lin Chen's optimization of the quantum chip design parameters was reaching its conclusion. He would soon be able to fabricate quantum chips within the inheritance space. At that time, new technological inheritances could be unlocked. As for which technology to select, Lin Chen had yet to decide. Simultaneously, he began to notice a phenomenon. As he continuously absorbed knowledge in the inheritance space, his physical fitness gradually improved. In less than a month, his physical capabilities rivaled those of athletic students. Even his cognitive faculties were simultaneously developing, enhancing his agility in tackling complex problems and executing high-precision designs. This was undoubtedly a delightful surprise for him. Thus, concerns regarding his health were alleviated. One evening, upon returning from the laboratory, Lin Chen passed by the entrance and overheard someone on the phone. He could not be blamed for eavesdropping. It seemed that after his physical enhancements, even his hearing and vision had improved. Now, he could hear the faintest sounds from afar. The voice on the phone was subdued, yet it still resonated in Lin Chen's ears. What? The Eagle Nation is obstructing our energy again? How infuriating. We are also facing challenges in our transition to new energy. Automobile users are filled with anxiety over the range of new energy electric vehicles. It is difficult to change in the short term. Unless we can develop a new energy battery with an exceptionally long range, it will be challenging. Lin Chen paused momentarily. The Eagle Nation was up to its antics again? The transition to new energy? The issue of range? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with realization, recalling that a technology from the previous inheritance list included super solid-state magnetic field battery. This technology should be capable of addressing the current challenges in the nation's transition to new energy. Lin Chen silently nodded, simultaneously deciding that the next technological inheritance would be the super solid-state magnetic field battery to resolve the nation's energy transition issues. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Chen completed his evening routine and lay on the bed, allowing his consciousness to enter the inheritance space. Let us commence. Tonight, the fabrication of the quantum chip shall be completed, unlocking the next legacy of technological advancement. Lin Chen's consciousness began its endeavor within the confines of the Legacy Space Laboratory. He approached the quantum lithography machine, deftly manipulating the controls on the panel. He imported the design schematics and process parameters of the quantum chip into the manufacturing system. After the automatic addition of the requisite materials, a gentle hum resonated through the air as the quantum chip lithography machine officially powered on. It commenced. Lin Chen remained wholly focused, attentively monitoring the entire manufacturing process. The creation of the quantum chip proceeded remarkably smoothly, with each step executed with impeccable precision. At long last, as the progress bar reached 100, a luminescent 1 nanometer quantum chip materialized before him. Success! It was finally complete. Lin Chen's excitement surged as he clenched his fist. Shortly thereafter, the notification from the Legacy Space resonated. Congratulations, host, on completing the quantum chip fabrication, unlocking the next technological legacy. Please make your selection. Chapter 7. The quantum lithography machine assembly is complete. Lin Chen did not hasten to select the next technological legacy. Instead, he continued to test the final performance of the chip to ensure it aligned with his design. Upon testing, this 1 nanometer quantum chip exhibited performance levels 100 times superior to the most advanced Haotian and Apple chips currently available on the market. Lin Chen meticulously scrutinized each test result, from the CPU's single-core and multi-core performance to the GPU's graphic rendering capabilities, and finally to the NPU's AI computational efficiency. Each parameter was 100-fold greater than the flagship products available today. Even under intense usage scenarios, the heat generation was merely 1% of what is typically expected. This signifies that once integrated into smartphones, users would no longer need to fret over overheating or battery life issues. Perhaps during winter, one might even find their hands cold. Indeed, once mass production occurs in the real world, it will undoubtedly shatter the constraints imposed by the Eagle Nation. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with confidence. Oh, Eagle Nation, do you intend to impose sanctions? When domestic smartphones employ quantum chips, how can you compete? Apple and Haotian prepare for decline. As for the other nations imposing sales bans, that is an issue for the present moment. However, once the technological dilemmas of the Great Xia Nation are resolved, he will opt to embrace military technology as the next legacy. At that time, should any nation dare to impose a ban, they shall witness the true meaning of a technological assault from a lower dimension. Let them experience firsthand what it means to be bombarded at their national gates. Having confirmed that the quantum chip met the design specifications, Lin Chen proceeded to select the next technological legacy. I choose the super solid-state magnetic field battery. As soon as the words left his lips, the technical data stream of the super solid-state magnetic field battery surged into his mind. Lin Chen closed his eyes to absorb and deeply comprehend the intricacies of the technology. The more he understood, the more astounded he became. The parameters of the super solid-state battery were simply astonishing. Its volume was merely 1/10 that of current new energy batteries on the market, yet its endurance capacity exceeded 10 times that of existing batteries. With just a 5-minute charge, it could achieve a range of over 5,000 kilometers. This was a 10-fold increase over the best electric vehicle batteries available today. Moreover, its stability in harsh working environments was extraordinarily remarkable, operating at a chilling -70 degrees with zero degradation. This is indeed a blessing for northern cities. In the frigid winter months, electric vehicles will no longer suffer a drastic reduction in range due to low temperatures. Furthermore, the safety of the batteries is astonishing. Concerns over punctures, high temperatures, and short circuits? With the supermagnetic field battery, absolute safety can be achieved. No matter the method employed, the risk of battery combustion is entirely eliminated, effectively resolving the danger of spontaneous ignition. Even if the vehicle were to catch fire, at most, only the chassis would be consumed, while the battery remains unscathed. The cycle life is even more remarkable, capable of lasting 1 million cycles. A single vehicle can serve a lifetime without requiring a battery replacement. It is entirely feasible for one vehicle to be passed down through 3 generations, enduring long after its owner has departed. A moment later, Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes. With this technology, the Daxia nation's new energy sector will undoubtedly take the lead on the global stage. The long-standing issue of the Daxia nation relying on energy imports can be swiftly resolved. The Eagle Sauce will find it impossible to manipulate international energy dynamics concerning Daxia. Moreover, Daxia's electricity generation capacity ranks first in the world, leaving it far ahead in terms of electrical power. There is no need to worry about electricity issues. Additionally, this technology is accompanied by advanced charging capabilities, allowing for the rapid proliferation of charging stations, alleviating any concerns for citizens considering the purchase of new energy vehicles. As for the cost, it will only be discerned through practical mass production, but it is certain to be more economical than current battery options. One can only imagine the seismic shifts that will occur across multiple industries once this battery is released. The ensuing profits will be extraordinarily substantial. Subsequently, Lin Chen began practical operations in the Inheritance Space Laboratory, finding the super solid-state battery to be significantly simpler than the complete quantum chip solution. The next day, Lin Chen rose promptly at 7 o'clock. After a brief morning routine and a quick breakfast, he made his way to the laboratory. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Dozens of engineers surrounded the photolithography machine, their eyes bloodshot but none resting. Academician's son, donning reading glasses, was crouched beside the machine, his hands trembling as he tightened the final screw. Li Jiangguo stood nearby, his expression grave. Shaolin, you arrived just in time. We are at the final assembly stage. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Li Jiangguo eagerly approached, his exhaustion replaced by excitement. So soon? Lin Chen exclaimed, quickly realizing the implication. You all stayed up last night. He recalled that there had still been a small portion yet to be assembled when he left the previous evening. Indeed, Li Jiangguo nodded, explaining, we worked through the night to expedite completion. Lin Chen, observing the fatigue evident in their eyes, felt a swell of emotion within him. They continued to strive with unwavering dedication. Lin Chen stepped forward, gently suggesting, Academician's son, may I take on the final step? Sun raised his gaze, his eyes bloodshot, hesitating momentarily before conceding. Very well. Let Chief Engineer Lin proceed with the final task. Lin Chen took the tools and meticulously secured the last few screws, checking and rechecking multiple times. Once he was certain everything was in order, he approached the main control panel of the photolithography machine, his fingers trembling slightly before the power switch. He turned to confirm, is the power stable? Stable, came the reply. Excellent. Lin Chen took a deep breath and pressed the start button. At that moment, everyone in the laboratory held their breath, their hearts racing. The silence was so profound that one could hear the sound of their own heartbeat. Suddenly, the indicator light of the quantum chip lithography machine blazed to life. The self-check progress bar on the screen began to pulse. Self-check initiated. 10, 20, 30, 100. Self-check complete. Machine status is normal, ready to enter operational mode. With the appearance of this message, the tension in the room dissipated. Exclamations of joy erupted, filling the laboratory with exuberance. Hooray, we have finally succeeded. Thank you, Chief Engineer Lin. Indeed, without Chief Engineer Lin, our achievements today would have been unattainable. Chief Engineer Lin. Chief Engineer Lin. In a spontaneous gesture of celebration, a few individuals lifted Lin Chen off the ground and tossed him into the air, catching him securely as he descended. Their hearts were brimming with excitement and joy. The admiration in their gazes towards Lin Chen grew fervent. They understood that without him, the creation of a quantum lithography machine in a mere month would have been impossible. Moreover, throughout this month, every participant in the project had gained invaluable insights, leading to significant advancements in their respective fields. This, indeed, was the greatest triumph of the endeavor. Laughter and cheer resonated throughout the laboratory, with everyone exuding the innocent joy of children. Meanwhile, the elder academicians stood to the side, discreetly wiping away tears. They alone understood the significance of the quantum chip lithography machine's success for the technological landscape of the Great Xia nation, having endured the dark times of sanctions. Moments later, Lin Chen was set down. Observing the jubilant scene around him, he felt a pang of emotion, his eyes inexplicably moist. At that instant, a staff member rushed in with a tablet, his expression grim. Academician Li, Chief Engineer Lin, look at this. The screen displayed a news article. In a fortnight, a global semiconductor exhibition would be held in the bustling metropolis. If it were merely a standard exhibition, it would not warrant concern. However, the comments from foreign media were particularly scathing. The Great Xia nation cannot even produce EUV machines, yet dares to host a semiconductor exhibition, even if given the blueprints. They couldn't manufacture a lithography machine. The embarrassment will fall upon them. The comments from Great Xia's netizens were filled with indignation. This is outrageous. These foreigners are so arrogant. It infuriates me. How dare they mock us? It's not our fault that the Eagle Nation has orchestrated sanctions, plunging us into this predicament. In 10 years, at most, our Great Xia nation will surely produce advanced lithography machines. Almost all netizens from Great Xia were seething with righteous anger, wishing they could reach through the internet and retaliate against those foreigners. Frustration and rage permeated the online discourse. Yet, there were also those who, in the shadows, engaged in sarcastic ridicule. Lin Chen gazed at the foreign journalist's remarks, his expression icy. Let them mock. Soon, laughter will fade from their faces. He turned to Li Jiangguo and inquired, Old Li, can we participate in this exhibition? Absolutely. Li Jiangguo responded emphatically. Excellent. Lin Chen nodded earnestly, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the engineers around him. Within 15 days, we shall produce the first batch of chips to attend the exhibition. Understood. The engineers chorused in unison, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. This exhibition is destined to reshape the landscape of the global semiconductor industry, leaving the nations allied with the Eagle in a state of alarm. Chapter 8. The successful trial of the 1-nanometer quantum chip. The jubilant cheers in the laboratory had yet to subside when Li Jiangguo pulled out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen as he dialed the president of the Summer Research Institute. President, we are set to attend the semiconductor exhibition in the Magic City. Indeed, Chief Engineer Lin has promised to deliver the first batch of quantum chips within 15 days. There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by an excited response. Wonderful. I will arrange an official announcement immediately. We will provide full support. The following morning, the Summer Research Institute's official website unveiled a brief news item. The Summer Research Institute will showcase its independently developed quantum chip lithography machine and 1-nanometer quantum chip at the Global Semiconductor Exhibition in the Magic City. Once the news broke, the internet erupted. Wow, is this for real? If the Summer Research Institute is making the announcement, it must be true. I hope it is. But can a 1-nanometer quantum chip truly be realized? Although it seems challenging, I am willing to wait. It is far better than being stifled by the Eagle. Let us go. If we truly have quantum chips, we will no longer need to purchase foreign chip phones. Forget what others say. Let us just do it. No way. I must buy a ticket right now. I have to see it that day. The average netizens were filled with astonishment, albeit with a hint of skepticism. However, upon witnessing the official announcement from the Summer Research Institute, they believed it to be genuine. Naturally, citizens would hope for technological breakthroughs in their nation, as such advancements would prevent them from suffering indignities. Yet, there are always those shadowy figures who cannot bear to see the domestic scene thrive. The naysayers and detractors promptly began to sow discord. Is this just another scheme to secure funding? Haven't they boasted enough before? Don't let them present a mere model and embarrass the people of Greater Xia. I bet 5 cents, they will surely back out on the day of the exhibition. In response to these remarks, reasonable netizens retorted with indignation. However, those dissenters offered no replies, continuing to spread their negativity. Simultaneously, foreign media began their criticisms. The Eagle Technology Report published an article stating, the Great Xia cannot even produce an EUV lithography machine. Quantum chips? Merely a self-deceiving joke. The Sakura Nation Semiconductor Weekly followed suit with ridicule. How long has it been? They aspire to fabricate quantum chips from scratch, unless the sun rises from the west. The comments from foreign netizens were even less courteous. This is hilarious. They even mastered 7-nanometer silicon-based chips, and now they claim to have 1-nanometer quantum chips? This is surely for appearances, just cobbling together some model. They probably even printed a 3D shell for it. How embarrassing. Just wait for the day of the exhibition and see how they humiliate themselves. The world's semiconductor giants scoffed in disdain. In a recent interview, the executives of Haotian expressed their skepticism with biting sarcasm, declaring, if the Great Xia can produce a 1-nanometer quantum chip, I will promptly announce the closure of Haotian. The technical director of Apple dismissed their claims with a wave of his hand, asserting, "We do not concern ourselves with them. They possess no technology that poses a threat to us." An executive from ASML scoffed, "The great Xia producing quantum chip lithography machines? That is utterly absurd. Even if we provided them with the blueprints, they would be incapable of manufacturing high-end lithography machines." International media, netizens, and semiconductor companies alike are united in their disbelief that the great Xia could produce quantum lithography machines, considering it merely a ruse to deceive the general populace. Lin Chen and his team of scientists remained unfazed by the online uproar, dedicating themselves fully to the design and production of quantum chips. Lin Chen promptly presented the quantum chip design software and relevant parameters to the engineers. He had already provided a comprehensive list of chip materials, which they were diligently procuring. Although Lin Chen could have directly input the parameters into the quantum lithography machine and commence trial production, he opted for the latter approach to allow the engineers to learn the intricacies of quantum chip design. After all, time was on their side. For the next 15 days, the laboratory of the Xia Academy of Sciences was illuminated around the clock, with all engineers tirelessly working on the trial production of quantum chips. Some even brought military-style cots into the lab, nibbling on bread when hungry and stealing brief moments of rest when fatigue set in. Li Jiangguo kept a vigilant eye on the supply of raw materials, contacting suppliers to expedite deliveries at the slightest delay. On the 14th morning, with only one day remaining before the exhibition, the laboratory was shrouded in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of breathing. Clad in sterile suits, everyone encircled the quantum lithography machine, their gazes fixed intently upon it. An engineer was diligently operating the machine's panel, completing self-diagnostics and confirming the equipment was functioning properly. The chip design parameters and processing specifications were successfully imported, and the raw materials were loaded. "Shall we commence production?" The engineer turned anxiously to Lin Chen, his figure trembling with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen commanded, "Start." As his words echoed, the collective breath of the room was held in suspense. The operating engineer pressed the start button. Instantly, the indicator lights of the lithography machine illuminated, and it began its formal operation. The raw material area commenced automated feeding, and the progress bar on the screen began to fluctuate. 10, 30, 50. All eyes were glued to the screen, holding their breaths, afraid to blink lest they miss the moment of success. Suddenly, the production progress halted at 90. Li Jiangguo anxiously inquired, "Shaolin, what is happening?" The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the others' expressions turned tense. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. He swiftly approached the control screen and began to operate it with urgency. The issue was resolved quickly, and Lin Chen exhaled in relief. There was no cause for alarm. With Lin Chen's intervention, the progress bar resumed its movement. 91, 95, 100. Ding. Production was complete. Following the alert, the product retrieval slot of the lithography machine opened, revealing 1,000 minuscule chips, each smaller than a fingernail and shimmering with a delicate blue glow, resting in the product tray. They had succeeded. "Haha, we did it. How splendid. We have triumphed." The laboratory erupted in an exuberant cheer, a cacophony that seemed poised to shatter the ceiling. Some were moved to tears, while others embraced one another in joyous celebration. The successful trial of the quantum chip signifies liberation from the sanctions imposed by the Eagle Nation in the realm of semiconductor technology. Lin Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. The trial had been completed smoothly and remarkably on the first attempt. Despite a few minor hiccups along the way, they were of little consequence. "Thank you, Shaolin," Li Jiangguo said, his eyes glistening with gratitude as he gazed at Lin Chen. "Li Lao, you are too kind," Lin Chen replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. This achievement was the result of everyone's collective efforts. "Next, we must first test the chip's performance and yield." "Yes, indeed," Li Jiangguo, regaining his composure, instructed the engineers to commence testing. The testing phase commenced with the chip being placed into the testing apparatus. Data immediately emerged. Chip process, 1 nanometer. CPU performance, 102 times that of the latest Haotian model. GPU rendering, 110 times that of the flagship Apple model. Heat generation, 1100 of traditional chips. Yield rate, 99. A collective gasp filled the room as everyone absorbed the astonishing results. Such performance and yield were simply extraordinary. Let us see how the Eagle Nation reacts now. They wish to sanction us. This time, we shall retaliate. The laboratory was once again engulfed in jubilant cheers. Academician Sun gazed at the chip, his voice thick with emotion. "In my lifetime, I have never encountered such an exceptional chip. Our great Xia has finally developed its own high-end semiconductor." Li Jiangguo approached Lin Chen, patting him on the shoulder. "Shaolin, You have achieved the impossible. It is time for our great Xia to strike back. Lin Chen smiled modestly. This was merely the beginning. After the initial excitement, they proceeded to trial 10 additional batches, each yielding identical and remarkably stable results. Furthermore, they recorded the production process in preparation for the exhibition the following day, of course, omitting the critical stages. The next day, the global semiconductor exhibition opened in the bustling metropolis. The exhibition hall was teeming with visitors, both foreign journalists and representatives from semiconductor companies, who flocked to the booth of a domestic semiconductor firm that had just launched a 7-nanometer chip. Before the staff could even begin their presentation, a reporter from the Eagle Nation interjected sarcastically, "Isn't your chip inferior to Haotian's 5-nanometer model? Where is the quantum chip that the Xia Academy spoke of? I do not see it." The staff felt their faces flush with embarrassment, poised to explain when a Haotian executive scoffed derisively, "Don't hold your breath. They are incapable of presenting anything. They are merely here to fill space and may well vanish shortly." Another foreign journalist raised his camera. "If the Xia Academy dares to show up, I would ask them if their quantum chip was merely a model adaptation." Laughter erupted among the surrounding foreigners. Domestic attendees clenched their fists, wondering why representatives from the Xia Academy had yet to appear. Was this yet another instance of deception? Alas, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Many who had come specifically to witness the quantum chip were now engulfed in disillusionment. Chapter 9. The Whirlwind of the Exhibition. A transformation in the semiconductor industry. Just when everyone believed that the Summer Science Institute would disappoint, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. "Make way! Make way!" Everyone turned abruptly. Leading the charge was Li Jiangguo, clad in a deep blue Zhongshan suit. Despite a hasty grooming, the bloodshot eyes unmistakably attested to his recent overexertion. Nevertheless, Li Jiangguo's strides remained resolute, each step radiating an unwavering sense of stability, akin to an unshakable mountain. Accompanying him were 2 other experts from the Summer Science Institute. Behind the trio, staff members donned in black suits, each gripping a silver briefcase. The words Summer Science Institute, embossed in gold, shimmered under the lights, blindingly bright. These 4 were no ordinary personnel. They were agents assigned by the Security Bureau to ensure Li Jiangguo's protection. The moment Li Jiangguo arrived, the entire venue fell into an instant hush. Half a second later, the atmosphere erupted in fervor. "Wonderful. The Summer Science Institute has finally arrived. I knew they wouldn't let us down. Thank goodness. If they hadn't shown up, I would have been at my wit's end." Those who had felt stifled moments before could now exhale in relief. The Summer Science Institute's presence, regardless of the final outcome, fulfilled their promise and provided the audience with reassurance. Conversely, among the crowd, several naysayers continued to mock. "So what if they're here? They're just here to embarrass themselves. If they really could produce quantum chips, they wouldn't have taken this long. They're merely going through the motions." In response to the derision from the skeptics, others in the vicinity were nearly driven to confront them. Yet, they ultimately refrained from physical confrontation, retorting with insults aimed at the critics. At this juncture, foreign media outlets surged toward Lin Chen and his team. Had it not been for the security personnel, microphones and cameras would have already thrust into Li Jiangguo's face. "Academicianly, may I ask why you were delayed?" inquired a BBC reporter. "Is your case filled with models?" queried a journalist from the New Beijing News. "Do you genuinely possess the technology for quantum chips, or is this merely a publicity stunt?" The semiconductor executives nearby observed with disdain. An executive from Gaotong scoffed, "Quantum chips? If the great Xia country could truly manufacture a 1-nanometer quantum chip, I would crawl back to the Eagle Land." An ASML executive added, "How absurd. Our sanctions wouldn't lead them to such a hollow victory." An executive from Dongjing Electronics remarked, "Without our photolithography materials and metal masks, the great Xia country would never be able to produce high-end chips." Neither the foreign media nor the corporate executives believed in the Summer Science Institute's capability to create a 1-nanometer quantum chip. In response to their scornful jibes, Li Jiangguo and Lin Chen remained unfazed. The more arrogant they became, the more painful the inevitable rebuttal would be. "Step aside." Li Jiangguo's voice, steady yet resonant, reached every corner. "Once we reach the exhibition stand, you shall know the truth." With that, he signaled his staff to clear the way, advancing toward the display. Upon arriving at the Summer Science Institute's booth, the 4 staff members stepped forward simultaneously, placing the briefcase onto the central display table. Click. The sound of the password lock turning drew the attention of everyone present. All held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the box, scarcely daring to blink. Domestic spectators eagerly awaited, their hearts racing. International journalists raised their cameras, lenses trained on the box, ready to capture images of any potential failure in the model for their mocking reports. As the box was opened, A transparent container revealed dozens of chips emitting a faint blue glow, neatly arranged within. Each chip, smaller than a fingernail, exuded an air of mystery under the lights. Could this be the quantum chip? It certainly appeared to be the minuscule 3-nanometer silicon-based chips they had spoken of. Truly remarkable. My nation has indeed produced a 1-nanometer quantum chip. Excitement and exhilaration filled the eyes of the domestic audience. While foreign media and company executives maintained their skeptical and haughty expressions, Ichiro Yamamoto, an executive from Dongjing Electronics, scoffed, It seems that the level of fabrication in the Great Xia nation has ascended once more. If this is true, I'll eat my words. Other executives nodded in agreement, suggesting that if a 1-nanometer quantum chip were so easily fabricated, then their coalition of nations would be rendered obsolete. Faced with their derision, Li Jianguo refrained from rebuttal and began to explain. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 1-nanometer quantum chip independently developed and designed by our Great Xia nation. Chip process, 1 nanometer. GPU rendering, 110 times superior to the flagship of the Apple brand. CPU performance, 102 times that of the latest model from Haotian. Heat generation, merely 1/1100 of traditional chips. Yield rate, 99. Each parameter announced elicited gasps of astonishment throughout the audience. By the end, even the sound of breathing was nearly inaudible. The domestic spectators erupted in fervor, chanting wildly, Great Xia Nation is amazing. The Xia Academy is exceptional. Voices raised in excitement. This is incredible. We have truly created a 1-nanometer quantum chip. Let the Eagle Nation face our counter-sanctions. It is finally our turn to break through this technological blockade. It has been an arduous journey. Many discreetly wiped tears from the corners of their eyes. The frustrations and anger accumulated during this time transformed into ecstatic shouts and cheers in that moment. The earlier skepticism and derision were utterly overwhelmed by the overwhelming roar of applause. After a long while, the cheers of the domestic audience gradually subsided. At this point, foreign media began to loudly express their doubts. Impossible. How could 1 nanometer be achieved? The parameters must be fabricated. It is false. Absolutely false. You do not possess a quantum lithography machine. How can you produce chips? All parameters exceeding current chips by 100-fold? Clearly a fabrication. The Great Xia Nation has truly lost its mind. To fabricate, they will stop at nothing. Just hearing about the chips process made them believe it was impossible. And the absurdity of the chips parameters was beyond comprehension. It was sheer madness. An executive from ASML rushed forward, pointing at the chip and shouting, "This is a model. A 3D printed model. I do not believe it." Li Jianguo looked at him, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Doubt. No matter. He nodded at the staff. The grand screen in the center of the exhibition hall instantly illuminated. The video commenced its playback, showcasing the scenes from the laboratory of the Summer Academy of Sciences. It depicted the entire process, from initial production to the final chip completion, precisely as reported by Li Jianguo moments ago. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted with fervor, even more intense than the earlier announcement of the chip parameters by Li Jianguo. Who dares to question now? Who was it that spoke of crawling back to the eagle sauce? Come, prove it now. That fellow named Yamamoto Ichiro. When will he livestream his humiliation? The national sentiment surged to a peak, emotions flooding forth like a breached dam. The frustrations of the past were now transformed into exuberance. Foreign journalists relentlessly clicked their shutters, the camera flashes illuminating the room like thunder. No, this cannot be real. The executives from Haotian were utterly incredulous. Stumbling back a step, one lost his balance and fell to the ground in a most undignified manner, murmuring, "This must be a fabrication, surely an AI-generated illusion." The technical director from Pingguo also widened his eyes, fixated on the screen with a look of utter dismay, as if he had ingested a dead fly. The representatives from ASML stood aghast, their faces as pale as if they had just received devastating news. They had previously claimed that even with blueprints, they could not produce a lithography machine. Yet now, the Great Xia Nation not only succeeded but had directly manufactured chips. He realized that ASML's days were numbered. Yamamoto Ichiro from Dongjing Electronics wore a grim expression, suddenly shouting in a frenzy, "Baka! This must be false. Surely a video synthesized by the Great Xia Nation's technology." His demeanor resembled that of a rabid dog, prompting those around him to distance themselves in fear of his outburst. Chapter 10. Aftermath of the exhibition. The frenzy of domestic mobile manufacturers. Yamamoto Ichiro continued to scream, "It's fake. It must be AI synthesized. The people of Great Xia only know how to play these deceitful tricks." Yet, no one paid him any heed. Even foreign executives and media outlets kept their distance from him. Although they harbored doubts, they did not wish to be associated with his derangement. They hurried to relay the news back to their headquarters to confirm its authenticity and formulate a response. Ultimately, Yamamoto Taro was escorted away by his colleagues from Dongjing Electronics. Onlookers whispered and pointed. This time, the Cherry Blossom Nation had suffered a considerable embarrassment. Li Jiangguo could hardly spare them a glance. Academician Li, our objective has been achieved. Shall we prepare to depart? Inquired an expert quietly. Li Jiangguo glanced at the audience still waiting to enter and replied, let us wait a moment. It won't hurt to let our fellow countrymen see our chip a little longer. All right, as you wish. The expert nodded. A sense of pride blossomed within them. Their relentless pursuit of scientific research was driven by the desire to empower their nation, to foster national rejuvenation, and to bolster their country's presence on the global stage. At this moment, witnessing the enthusiastic and proud expressions of the populace, they felt that all their sacrifices and efforts were indeed worthwhile. Meanwhile, a group of executives from domestic semiconductor companies gathered around. Academician Li, I am Zhang from SMAC. We seek collaboration. Could you allow us to undertake the manufacturing? Li Lao, we, at Changyan, are fully prepared to collaborate with you. Any modifications to the production line are feasible. Furthermore, Huaheng is equally willing to cooperate wholeheartedly. The urgency among domestic semiconductor companies is palpable, each one more anxious than the last. The emergence of a 1-nanometer quantum chip from the Summer Institute represents both an opportunity and a potential crisis. If they can seize this chance, their companies will undoubtedly soar. However, should they be outpaced by competitors, they risk obsolescence. The market is indeed merciless. These individuals have been stifled on the sidelines for too long. With foreign manufacturers now departing, it is finally their turn to voice their concerns. Li Jiangguo observed the fervent manufacturers and mused, Shaolin see? There's no need to worry about a lack of production partners. Turning to the eager manufacturers, he reassured them, there's no need to rush. Our Summer Institute will have a dedicated department for liaison, which will engage with you in due course. All you need to do is cooperate diligently. Collaborating with manufacturers is a certainty. However, their backgrounds will undergo scrutiny by the relevant national departments. We must ensure that foreign capital does not infiltrate through indirect means. Upon hearing this, the executives of domestic firms nodded in understanding and promptly departed, eager to prepare their companies for engagement with the Summer Institute and to facilitate the review process. As the exhibition attracted an increasing number of visitors, the quantum chip booth became a focal point, surrounded by throngs of onlookers, necessitating the presence of security personnel to maintain order and regulate the flow of people, preventing any unforeseen incidents. At this moment, at the University of Science and Technology, in the 211 dormitory, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, wow, old Lin has truly developed the quantum chip? After watching the live stream, he felt as if his mind was about to explode. Damn it. It seems Lin Chen was taken by the Summer Institute merely a month and a half ago. In just a month and a half, he has successfully turned a theoretical concept into a practical technology? This is madness. This world must be insane. Wang Pengzi, overwhelmed with excitement, felt his flesh quiver. Who could have imagined that a mere month and a half ago, his classmate and good friend would achieve such a monumental technological breakthrough, while he himself had just submitted his resume to the Summer Institute, uncertain of even landing an interview? The disparity is indeed staggering. It appears I must exert myself as well. Otherwise, I won't even be able to catch up to old Lin. Wang Pengzi silently vowed. Meanwhile, in the president's office at the University of Science and Technology, President Chen Hanking was filled with astonishment, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Lao Luo, is this the surprise you mentioned? It should be, replied Luo Di, equally incredulous. He had considered various outcomes, but never imagined that Lin Chen, after joining the Summer Institute, would produce a quantum lithography machine and develop a 1-nanometer quantum chip in just over a month. It was simply outrageous. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Our University of Science and Technology has finally birthed a prodigious talent. Haha, Chen Hanking exclaimed, exhilarated as he slapped his thigh. Following the declassification by the Summer Institute, it would surely be imperative to publicize this achievement extensively. This is a matter of honor for our University of Science and Technology. At the same time, in Pengsheng, at the headquarters of Huawei Terminal, in a secluded conference room, a video showcasing the exhibition was playing on the screen. As the video concluded, the atmosphere within the room was charged with astonishment and exhilaration among the technical experts present. CEO Yu Qingdong, striving to regain his composure, inquired, let's discuss whether our new smartphone model can be compatible with this chip. Previously, the sanctions imposed by the United States had severely impacted Huawei's mobile division, nearly having its operations. Now, a glimmer of hope had emerged. Are you suggesting we directly integrate the new smartphone with this quantum chip? One expert asked. Indeed. Let's proceed without hesitation. Yu Qingdong affirmed decisively. As long as we can obtain a sample, we can ensure compatibility, declared a senior expert with 8 years of experience. Excellent, Yu Qingdong exclaimed, slapping the table. He immediately instructed his team to contact the Shanghai Institute of Microsystems and collaborate on acquiring chip samples. At the same time, he sought to explore partnerships for the production of quantum lithography machines and quantum chips. Yu Qingdong was genuinely terrified by the supply chain disruptions. His previous over-reliance on the global supply chain had nearly cost him dearly after the sanctions were enforced. He was determined to prevent a recurrence of such a predicament. Rest assured, we will lend our full support. Regardless of the challenges, we must integrate this quantum chip into our smartphones. All the technical experts affirmed. Although the quantum chip had been successfully developed, it required a product for mass production and promotion opportunities. The decision to proceed without a clear understanding of the chip's specific capabilities showcased Yu Qingdong's audacity and resolve. Not only Huawei convened a meeting regarding the quantum chip, but several other top 5 domestic smartphone manufacturers also held discussions, equally attentive to the developments surrounding the 1-nanometer quantum chip. In their respective conference rooms, the atmosphere was both fervent and tense. The emergence of this chip presents us with both a challenge and an opportunity, stated a serious representative from one smartphone company. We must acquire samples for testing as soon as possible to determine compatibility with our devices. Indeed, if we succeed in this endeavor, our smartphone's performance could see a significant enhancement, potentially positioning us as market leaders, another executive concurred. Let us act swiftly. We should dispatch representatives to the Shanghai Institute to secure samples promptly, the leader decisively commanded. Simultaneously, other smartphone manufacturers made similar resolutions, dispatching representatives to engage in negotiations with the Shanghai Institute, all striving to seize the advantage in this technological race. Chapter 11. The Blue Planet in Turmoil. Escalation of sanctions. As time progressed, Li Jianguo and his team had already departed from the exhibition. However, the quantum chip and the video were retained at the exhibition to further showcase the birth of the domestic quantum chip to a wider audience. The unveiling of the quantum chip generated a surge in attendance, drawing individuals from across the nation to Shanghai, eager to witness the quantum chip in person. This influx exceeded the venue's capacity, necessitating crowd control measures. Evidently, the advent of quantum chips has ignited immense enthusiasm among the populace. The online fervor is even more pronounced. Videos from the exhibition have dominated trending searches across all platforms. Among the top 10 trending topics, 8 are related to quantum chips. The comments section is filled with impassioned messages. My grandfather is a veteran semiconductor engineer, and he wept while watching the video, saying his life was not in vain. Finally, we have witnessed a breakthrough in semiconductors despite the sanctions from the Eagle Nation. How splendid. When will quantum chip smartphones be released? I shall immediately replace my current device. And to that executive who claimed to crawl back to the Eagle Nation, come out and crawl. Don't play dead. And what of Yamamoto Ichiro? Weren't you supposed to eat crow while upside down? Share the live stream link. I'll send rockets your way. On a certain platform, even clips of chips casually edited by some users have surpassed 1 billion views. The comments are rife with fervent enthusiasm. At such a moment, even the naysayers must retreat from the spotlight. However, the international scene tells a different story. On Twitter, foreign netizens are in an uproar. Oh my God, is this real? Without EUV lithography machines, how can one produce a 1-nanometer chip? The Daxia must have stolen ASML's technology. The video has been doctored. I have analyzed it with software. The light reflections are incorrect. The Eagle Nation must impose sanctions quickly. If they continue, our semiconductor industry will be doomed. Additionally, some dissenters in domestic forums are stirring the pot. Perhaps it's just a one-off sample. It cannot be mass-produced. Yet, as soon as this comment was posted, it was met with scorn from netizens who had circumvented the firewall. How much did your master pay you? Open your eyes and see. The Xia Academy has even released production videos. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Nation's White House, chaos reigns. President Al-Bai sits in the Oval Office, his face a mask of fury. A bunch of incompetence. Weren't we told that following sanctions, Daxia could not even produce 7-nanometer chips? How is it that they have now developed 1-nanometer quantum chips? You owe me an explanation. The Secretary of State quickly interjects, Mr. President, currently, no one can ascertain the authenticity of that chip. However, we have dispatched agents to investigate, and results will be forthcoming. By the time you have results, it will be too late. The President slams his hand on the table, immediately intensifies sanctions. No materials related to chips, not even a single screw, are to be sold to Daxia. Inform all allied nations to prohibit any imports of products related to quantum chips, regardless of their authenticity. As long as there are no buyers, Even if Daxia's quantum chips are indeed manufactured, they will simply languish in obscurity. Products that fail to gain traction pose no threat. The individuals in the office lower their heads, fearful of speaking. They understand that Daxia's recent breakthrough has already shaken the technological hegemony of the Eagle Nation. Should the Xia Academy unveil another technological marvel, the consequences would be dire. Soon, all nations allied with the Eagle Nation received notifications, promptly issuing announcements, declaring a ban on the influx of products utilizing Daxia's quantum chips into their territories. With the announcement, the already fervent online discourse became even more frenzied. What the heck? Has the Eagle Nation lost its mind? Could it be that Daxia's quantum chips are genuine? Oh no. The sanctions imposed are noteworthy. We shall observe how the great Xia nation endeavors to manufacture quantum chips. The notion that the Chinese can transcend these restrictions is mere folly. Netizens from the Eagle Alliance nations uniformly contend that the great Xia nation will undoubtedly struggle to achieve mass production of quantum chips. Under such intense sanctions, no nation on Blue Planet can independently produce chips, and neither can the great Xia. Meanwhile, netizens from allied nations express their condemnation of the Eagles' banditry. Cursed Eagles. Their technological bullying will ultimately be upended by the great Xia nation. We support the great Xia. They must succeed in producing quantum chips. If their nation refrains from purchasing, we, the affluent from the desert, will. The Eagles are nothing but brigands. Yet, the great Xia shall surely break through these barriers. In the face of Eagle sanctions, netizens from the great Xia remain undaunted, igniting waves of patriotic fervor online. Do the Eagles think they can halt us? Such naivete. Our great Xia is brimming with talent. Without them, we can still create superior chips. We advocate for domestic production and quantum chips. Let those who look down upon us witness the strength of the great Xia. Simultaneously, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs convenes a press conference. Standing at the podium, the spokesperson exudes calm determination, scanning the room filled with reporters, and states, the unwarranted sanctions imposed by the Eagles and other nations, in a futile attempt to impede our advancement in quantum chip technology, are utterly unjustified and emblematic of hegemonic behavior. Our breakthroughs in quantum chip technology are the result of years of dedication and independent innovation by our researchers, a legitimate and honorable accomplishment. We have never pilfered technology from any nation. The so-called doubts and smear campaigns are merely manifestations of envy and insecurity from certain countries. The Eagles and their allies will undoubtedly face repercussions. We shall await the outcome. Witnessing the spokesperson's powerful address further solidifies the citizens' resolve to support domestic production. Many eagerly anticipate the launch of the first product utilizing quantum chips. Meanwhile, the emergence of quantum chips has caused the stock prices of international semiconductor companies to plummet, with some falling as low as 10, triggering trading halts. In mere hours, trillions in market value evaporated. The acumen of capitalists far exceeds that of the average individual. They are acutely aware that the advent of quantum chips heralds a seismic shift in the semiconductor industry. Consequently, many foreign investors lament their losses, with some tragically choosing to leap from heights. And this is merely the beginning. Once the first quantum chip-equipped smartphone hits the market, they will comprehend the true meaning of ruthlessness. At the Xia Academy, upon his return, Li Jiangguo immediately set about arranging the quantum lithography machine and the mass production of quantum chips. Once everything was in place, he proceeded to Lin Chen's office. Upon entering, he eagerly inquired, "Xiao Lin, what was that groundbreaking technology you mentioned regarding the new project?" Lin Chen smiled and replied, "It is the super solid-state magnetic field battery." Li Jiangguo was left with a multitude of questions. He was familiar with solid-state batteries, but what precisely was this super solid-state magnetic field battery? Is it truly more formidable than solid-state batteries? Lin Chen discerned Li Jiangguo's perplexity and proceeded to elucidate briefly. Upon hearing this, Li Jiangguo swallowed hard, utterly astonished. "Xiao Lin, are you certain such battery technology exists?" "Indeed," Lin Chen affirmed with a decisive nod. "Really? Splendid," Li Jiangguo exclaimed, enthusiastically slapping his thigh. 5 minutes of charging. A range of 5,000 kilometers. Operational at -70 degrees without any degradation? Preposterous, utterly outrageous. Contemplating such astonishing capabilities, Li Jiangguo found himself wishing for applications beyond this realm. "Xiao Lin, I believe this battery could be an extravagant replacement for new energy vehicles. If the product truly achieves such performance, it could be utilized in military applications. For instance, our laser weaponry." Chapter 12. The establishment of the Sunmu battery project. Military laser weaponry? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Perhaps it truly could be feasible. The more Li Jiangguo spoke, the more animated he became. "Xiao Lin, if we could amplify the capacity of this battery, our laser weaponry would no longer face energy supply concerns, enabling all-weather combat. At that point, we could deploy on a grand scale, rather than being restricted to specific scenarios as we are now. The laser weapon technology of the Great Xia nation is, without a doubt, among the world's finest, even surpassing that of Western nations like the United States. There are no issues concerning the technology itself. The sole drawback lies in energy supply. Currently, mobile laser weapons can only operate for 10 minutes before requiring a power source replacement, a critical flaw. Presently, the Great Xia nation plans to mount laser weapons on naval vessels or use them in fixed land positions. As for vehicle-mounted laser weapons, only a limited number are produced for testing, with no large-scale deployment. Now, Lin Chen's proposed super solid-state magnetic field battery solution could entirely remedy this critical flaw. Coupled with new quantum chips to optimize the control modules of the laser beams, it would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative leap in laser weaponry. The more Li Jiangguo contemplated, the more enthused he became. Shaolin, let us convene a technical seminar immediately and launch the project. Lin Chen sighed, recognizing that Li Jiangguo's impulsive nature had not changed in the slightest. Through their time together, he had come to understand Li Jiangguo well, an impetuous individual. Ironically, it was this very impulsiveness that had contributed to his current achievements. Yet, Lin Chen could not indulge him entirely. The quantum chip matter needed to be addressed first. Observing Li Jiangguo's impatience, Lin Chen gestured for calm. Li Lao, remain composed. The technology is in my hands. It won't escape. However, we must prioritize resolving the quantum chip issue. Shaolin, there's no need to worry about the quantum chip. Li Jiangguo suppressed his excitement, explaining. Several mobile phone manufacturers are already applying for chip samples to adapt to their new models. Oh, Lin Chen chuckled. It seems these manufacturers are quite swift in their response. Li Jiangguo smiled slightly. Indeed, those manufacturers are eager to obtain our samples for adaptation. Lin Chen nodded, acknowledging the foresight of these mobile phone manufacturers. Li Jiangguo agreed, noting their belief that quantum chips would usher in a revolution within the mobile industry, prompting their eagerness to experiment. Lin Chen concurred, stating that they should provide the chips. Since the manufacturers were willing to cooperate fully, it was imperative to support them. He then articulated his own perspective. Oldly, I hope that once these mobile companies implement our quantum chips, they will at the very least release a model priced affordably for the average citizen, ideally under 1,000 yuan. While other specifications may be somewhat compromised, the inclusion of quantum technology is essential. We must ensure that even those in remote mountainous areas can afford it. Our technological advancements should benefit every citizen of our nation. Having experienced the realities of life, Lin Chen understood the audience for budget smartphones. Many individuals in remote regions earn only a few thousand yuan annually. Expecting them to spend 1 or 2,000, or even several thousand, on a mobile phone is nearly impossible. Yet, phones priced in the hundreds often utilize outdated chips, resulting in subpar performance. With the development of the quantum chip, which costs merely a tenth of current market options, it was crucial that the average person could enjoy the benefits of technological innovation. As for the pricing of high-end smartphones, he felt no need to intervene. Upon hearing this, Li Jiangguo's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Shaolin, you are absolutely right. I will ensure our demands are communicated, and I believe they will acquiesce. Lin Chen's concern for the welfare of the nation and its people was indeed commendable. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Oldly, I have another proposal. Do share. Li Jiangguo's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Lin Chen, his eyes alight with excitement, continued. We should utilize a new battery solution and urgently design a smartphone battery that is compatible with the quantum chip. In fact, he had already devised various plans during his time in the inheritance space, including designs for mobile phone batteries, electric vehicle batteries, and batteries for electric bicycles. Excellent. Let's proceed. Li Jiangguo readily agreed, though he insisted on ensuring technical protection. Lin Chen smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, the battery I design will be impenetrable. Anyone attempting reverse engineering will be left dreaming. I will incorporate an anti-tamper mechanism within the cells. If anyone tries to dismantle it violently, it will self-destruct. That is splendid. I will contact the mobile manufacturers immediately and convene an urgent technical discussion, forming a new public relations task force. Li Jiangguo could hardly contain his excitement and left in haste. Lin Chen shook his head, preparing the technical discussion materials for the upcoming meeting. In Pengcheng, at Huawei's terminal company, Yu Qingdong was exhilarated after receiving a response from the Summer Institute of Science and Technology. Fantastic. The Summer Institute has agreed to supply us with quantum chips, and there's news of a new battery emerging. He promptly initiated the establishment of a public relations task force to first adapt the chip, and, once the battery was ready, to ensure compatibility. Yu Chengdong quickly made urgent arrangements, aligning with the Summer Institute's request to develop a budget-friendly model. The entire terminal department rallied to support the operations of the Public Relations Task Force. I earnestly hope for a swift adaptation. It is not solely Huawei that is in urgent need of this adjustment. Several other mobile phone manufacturers are similarly engaged. Henceforth, we shall observe which company possesses superior research and development capabilities and who will be the first to adapt and bring their product to market. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, within the grand conference room of the Summer Institute, the space was filled with seasoned engineers from the battery sector. Their hair a testament to their years of experience. They were transfixed by the battery parameter display on the screen, each one resembling a performer in a Sichuan opera, executing a dramatic face-changing act, charging for 5 minutes to achieve a range of 5,000 kilometers? Is this even feasible? Spoke Zhou Ming, a venerable expert in the battery field. Were it not for his awareness of Lin Chen's remarkable achievements, he would undoubtedly have stood up to voice his skepticism. However, knowing the extraordinary capabilities of Lin Chen, he could only respond with astonishment rather than doubt. Indeed, functioning normally at -70 degrees Celsius with zero degradation? This defies the laws of physics. Other engineers were equally awestruck. Such performance exceeded their wildest imaginations. Lin Chen, perceiving their incredulity, began his explanation. I am pleased to introduce this groundbreaking super solid-state magnetic field battery. It employs an entirely novel magnetic energy storage technology, fundamentally distinct from conventional battery principles. He paused, surveying the audience. Currently, our nation requires the successful implementation of this technology, not only for mobile phones, but also for new energy vehicles, military applications, and aerospace endeavors. Upon hearing Lin Chen's presentation, all the academicians and experts in attendance experienced a profound sense of enlightenment. Prodigy. Genius. This was their internal assessment of Lin Chen. How could a young individual, fresh from academia, conceive such a flawless solution? It was utterly incomprehensible. Perhaps they truly had aged. Li Jiangguo, seated nearby, quietly observed Lin Chen's performance, increasingly convinced that his decision to recruit Lin Chen had been the most astute choice he had ever made. Subsequently, the meeting transitioned into a question-and-answer session, where Lin Chen continuously addressed the inquiries of the experts and academicians. The conference only began to draw to a close in the evening. At this juncture, Lin Chen proposed the establishment of a dedicated project, aptly named Suyu. Suyu symbolizes stability, security, and longevity, much like our battery, which can provide the nation and its citizens with the most reliable assurance. Zhou Ming was the first to rise, applauding vigorously. Excellent. I concur. Count me in. The entire assembly of engineers stood, their applause resonating so powerfully that the windows trembled. Li Jiangguo rose to declare, the Sunyu battery project is hereby established, with Lin Chen appointed as the chief engineer, and all resources will be prioritized for allocation. Chapter 13. The Powerful Solid-State Battery. The Sunyu battery project is officially underway. Lin Chen resumed his routine of alternating between the laboratory during the day and returning to the inheritance space at night to absorb knowledge. The transmission of the super solid-state magnetic field battery was nearing completion. Once the final models of the battery were successfully constructed in the laboratory and met the required standards, the next technological inheritance could be unlocked. In reality, Lin Chen urged all engineers to prioritize their efforts on mobile phone batteries, striving to produce a prototype within 5 days. This time, Lin Chen directly provided the relevant technical parameters, facilitating the swift production of the sample. For subsequent battery models, the engineers would take their time to conduct thorough research. The associated suppliers were also notified to cooperate fully. All materials listed must be delivered within 5 hours. As time passed, the laboratory of the Sunyu battery project team at Ziyech Institute remained perpetually illuminated. Were it not for the cramped quarters, it is likely that all engineers would have moved their bedding into the lab. Even so, they managed no more than 6 hours of rest each day. 4 days later, the first mobile phone battery finally reached its final stage. Academician Zhou Ming, peering through his reading glasses, focused intently on the battery sample laid before him, his voice trembling with excitement. Chief Engineer Lin, the magnetic energy storage module has been assembled according to your design. We are now ready for testing. Excellent work, everyone. Lin Chen nodded. Let us commence the testing. Understood. Academician Zhou replied, brimming with enthusiasm. He carefully placed the battery onto the testing apparatus as all engineers gathered around, holding their breath in anticipation. The data on the testing device's screen began to fluctuate. Charging progress, 10, 50, 100. Charging time, 5 minutes. Standby duration test, simulated daily use. Estimated 7 days. Dual 85 simulation test. performance unaffected at extreme temperatures of -85 degrees and 85 degrees, safety testing, puncture, short circuit, no ignition, no explosion. With each test result unveiled, excitement surged among the engineers. As the final simulation test concluded, the atmosphere in the laboratory reached an unprecedented climax. We did it. We succeeded. In just 4 days, we have created a miracle. This performance, these parameters, are simply extraordinary. 5 minutes of charging for 7 days of use. Who could surpass this? Cheers erupted amongst the engineers as they embraced each other in celebration, some overwhelmed with tears of joy. Academician Zhou, equally exhilarated, patted his thigh in disbelief. This is groundbreaking. If this battery is incorporated into mobile phones, the public will no longer need to carry power banks daily. Indeed, Li Jiangguo remarked, gazing at Lin Chen with a complex expression. This is merely a mobile phone battery. Once the automotive batteries are developed, it will herald a new energy revolution for our nation. He never anticipated that under Lin Chen's leadership, the mobile phone battery sample could be produced in such a short time with such mature technical parameters. It could easily transition to manufacturers for line modifications and large-scale production. The raw materials were also commonly available domestically, eliminating concerns about shortages. Moreover, he had calculated the costs, revealing that the expense for the mobile phone battery was merely 1/10 that of current market options, astoundingly economical. He found himself at a loss for words to praise Lin Chen. Utterly speechless. Oldly, I hope the mobile phone battery can enter mass production soon, Lin Chen declared, his gaze resolute as he looked at Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo nodded emphatically, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Rest assured, Xiao Lin, the manufacturing partner has already been secured. We are just waiting for you to finalize the technical parameters for the production line. There is a matter that he did not disclose to Lin Chen. The state has established a new company specifically tasked with the technological transformation related to Lin Chen. Among other provisions, the state granted Lin Chen 20 non-dilutable shares, which can only yield dividends. Given Lin Chen's prowess in technological research and development, his wealth is destined to make him the richest individual on Blue Star. This is the surprise that the state has prepared for Lin Chen. That is wonderful. Lin Chen nodded. Now let us continue our efforts on the automotive battery. All right. I will contact the manufacturers right away. After Li Jiangguo finished speaking, he departed. Lin Chen turned to the engineers around him, who, despite their fatigue, could not hide their excitement, and proclaimed loudly, everyone, take a day to rest. We will resume our work on the automotive battery tomorrow. No, we don't need to rest. Let us keep working. All the engineers expressed their unwillingness to leave. However, Lin Chen insisted firmly, you must return to rest for a day, otherwise, I would rather halt the project. He did not wish to exhaust the health of these engineers, for they are the treasures of the great Xi'an nation. As the technology he inherited accelerated, he knew he could not continue to be involved in every detail. Henceforth, he would provide the technical parameters, and the remaining tasks would depend on the engineer's efforts. Otherwise, even if he were to divide himself into dozens of parts, it would not suffice. Hearing Lin Chen's resolute stance, the engineers dared not refuse any longer. Should Lin Chen truly suspend the project, the losses they would incur would be substantial. Soon, the engineers returned to rest, while Lin Chen prepared for the upcoming technological breakthroughs. In Pengcheng, at the Huawei Terminal Laboratory, several engineers gathered around a computer, their eyes red-rimmed. This is unacceptable. We are still facing compatibility errors. The driving protocol of the quantum chip simply does not interface with our current mobile system. If this continues, not only will we fail to meet deadlines, but even the testing of samples will be delayed. The Huawei engineers were on the brink of madness. Ever since obtaining the quantum chip, they had been attempting to adapt it, yet they were stuck at the crucial point of system compatibility. Yu Qingdong stood nearby, his expression one of deep concern. He had received news from the Summer Academy yesterday that the new battery might soon be developed successfully. He had anticipated that adapting the quantum chip would be completed swiftly. The engineers at Huawei had endured the dire straits during the Eagle Saw sanctions. How could they be daunted by this minor issue? Yet reality dealt a harsh blow. The technological logic of the quantum chip diverged completely from that of traditional silicon-based chips. They had spent days and nights exploring, yet had failed to even achieve basic driver compatibility. Mr. Yu, this approach is unsustainable. A senior engineer raised his head, his voice hoarse. We are far too unfamiliar with the underlying architecture of the quantum chip. Even if we try for another 10 days or half a month, success is not guaranteed. Yu Qingdong took a deep breath and replied gravely, it seems we have no choice but to contact the Summer Academy. With that, he exited the laboratory to initiate contact with the Summer Academy. Shortly afterward, Yu Qingdong returned. The Summer Academy has agreed. They will send our best technical team, equipped with all data, to Beijing immediately. He understood all too well that time was of the essence. The Eagle saw sanctions were intensifying. The citizens of the nation eagerly await the launch of quantum chip smartphones. Should Huawei falter, it would not only betray the trust placed in them by the Institute of Science and Technology, but also disappoint the many who yearn for the rise of domestic innovation. A few hours later, the Huawei technical team's aircraft touched down at the capital's airport. They boarded a dedicated vehicle, heading straight to the institute. It is not only Huawei that faces such challenges. Other smartphone manufacturers are encountering similar, if not more severe, issues, and have yet to reach the adaptation phase. At the institute, Lin Chen was diligently preparing documentation related to automotive batteries in his office when Li Jiangguo knocked on the door and entered. Shaolin, we have an urgent situation. A smartphone manufacturer is experiencing difficulties in adapting to the quantum chip and requires our technical assistance. I've already summoned their team to the capital. Could you take a moment to assist them upon their arrival? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen replied, certainly. Good. I will call you when they arrive, Li Jiangguo said before exiting the office. Lin Chen resumed his work. Chapter 14. Huawei engineers stunned. A spy emerges. At the institute's visitor reception area, upon arrival, the Huawei engineering team was instructed to take a brief rest. Shortly thereafter, a staff member entered with a stack of confidentiality agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, please sign this confidentiality agreement. The Huawei engineers were taken aback. They had not anticipated that a mere request for technical exchange would necessitate such a document. Clearly, the institute places significant importance on this exchange and maintains strict confidentiality protocols. It was likely that they would arrange for distinguished technical experts to participate. The engineers were well acquainted with confidentiality agreements. At Huawei, they were required to sign them annually. And additional agreements were necessary for participation in critical projects. As they reviewed the stringent terms of the agreement, a frown crossed their faces, realizing the severe penalties for any breach. Nevertheless, no one voiced any objections, and they dutifully affixed their signatures, reassured that they had no intention of violating the terms. The staff member collected the signed agreements and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation. Please follow me to the conference room." After leading them out, they soon arrived at a meeting room. "Please take a seat. The technical experts will arrive shortly." The lead engineer of the Huawei team, surnamed Zhang, serves as the technical head of Huawei's terminal division. "Everyone, please take a seat. Let's maintain decorum," he instructed. Barely settled, Li Jiangguo entered the laboratory with Lin Chen. Engineer Zhang promptly stood up and respectfully greeted, academicianly, "Greetings to you all." The other engineers followed suit, offering their salutations. Li Jiangguo smiled, waved his hand dismissively, and encouraged everyone to sit. He then introduced Lin Chen. "This is Lin Chen, the chief technical officer responsible for this exchange." "What?" Engineer Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting utter astonishment. He had initially anticipated a dialogue with a seasoned expert of considerable experience. To his astonishment, the individual before him, a remarkably youthful Lin Chen, was the chief technical officer responsible for this exchange. The other engineers shared his disbelief, finding it hard to reconcile Lin Chen's age with such a prestigious position. He appeared scarcely older than recent graduates, while undeniably handsome. It was simply astonishing that someone so young could hold the title of Chief Technical Officer at the Summer Institute of Science and Technology. It was no wonder they were required to sign a confidentiality agreement. Now they understood the gravity of the situation. Zhang, the lead engineer, was the first to recover from his shock. Despite harboring numerous doubts, he courteously extended his hand, saying, "Chief Lin, it is a pleasure to engage in this discussion with you." The other engineers, observing this exchange, swiftly composed themselves and sequentially shook hands with Lin Chen. With a warm smile, Lin Chen responded, exuding a level of composure and confidence that belied his years. "Please, everyone take a seat. Let us commence. What technical challenges have you encountered?" Lin Chen was eager to make efficient use of their time. Resolving the issues faced by Huawei would allow him to return to his own pressing matters. "Chief Lin, we are facing difficulties with the compatibility between the system and the chip. The data is right here." Zhang hastily opened his laptop and presented it to Lin Chen. "Let me take a look," Lin Chen said as he examined the screen, quickly grasping the core issue. "This point is incorrect. The connection between the quantum chip and the mobile device." Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. He leaned closer, increasingly shocked. "Indeed. How did we overlook this?" Lin Chen pointed out another area, and here too, concerning the quantum chip. As he spoke, he began to code. The engineers from Huawei gathered around, utterly engrossed, hardly daring to blink. Initially, they wore furrowed brows, but as they absorbed his insights, their expressions transformed into wide-eyed wonder. Soon, one could not resist grabbing a notebook to jot down notes, realizing, so this is how the driver can be written. The underlying logic is far simpler than we imagined. We simply failed to identify the entry point. Chief Lin's expertise is nothing short of extraordinary. The admiration in the room swelled. The previous skepticism evaporated. After Lin Chen completed the final line of code and clicked run, the error messages on the screen vanished, replaced by a confirmation of successful compatibility. The conference room fell into a hushed silence. Moments later, Zhang was the first to react, his voice brimming with excitement. It worked. It truly worked. Chief Lin, you are remarkable. We toiled for days, and you resolved it in half an hour. Lin Chen waved his hand modestly. I merely found the right direction. Ensure you thoroughly understand the logic I have provided. Thereafter, compatibility with other models will be seamless. Zhang expressed his gratitude with fervor. Thank you, Chief Lin. By the way, do you want to directly adapt the new battery now? Lin Chen suddenly inquired. What? You have developed the new battery? Zhang was taken aback. He was aware of the new battery project. Hadn't it just been established a few days ago? It was astonishing that it had already reached fruition. When had the Summer Institute of Science and Technology become so extraordinary? It felt almost like a cheat. Lin Chen nodded, having successfully passed the tests. If you wish to adapt it, we can provide samples. Yes, we want it. Engineer Zhang replied without hesitation. Anything emerging from the Summer Institute is undoubtedly of exceptional quality, especially since it is being released alongside quantum chips. It must be a groundbreaking product. It is indeed a great honor for Huawei to utilize it. Before long, the staff brought over 5 samples of the battery. This is our latest innovation, the solid-state magnetic field battery. I will ensure that the specific parameters and performance details are sent to you shortly. The battery has already entered mass production. Upon your return, please expedite the adaptation process to launch the new phone for sale as quickly as possible. After handing the batteries to Engineer Zhang, Lin Chen reiterated a few important points. Understood, Chief Lin. We assure you, we will not disappoint you. Engineer Zhang promised solemnly. Lin Chen then elaborated on several details to consider during the matching process before departing to attend to other matters. The Huawei team hurriedly left the Summer Institute, carrying the 5 new batteries. On their way back, the Huawei engineers remained brimming with excitement. A solid-state magnetic field battery? Just hearing its name suggests it is yet another revolutionary product. Haha, this year must be our lucky year at Huawei, with 2 consecutive technical supports from the Summer Institute. Perhaps this year will mark our triumphant return to the pinnacle of the industry. Let's go? All the engineers were filled with vigor and deeply admired Lin Chen. Remembering his teachings, listen closely, Engineer Zhang said with a serious expression. Forget everyone you encountered today. You must not disclose any information to anyone, not even to your closest companions. Do you understand? Understood. All the engineers affirmed solemnly. They had also signed a confidentiality agreement and were determined not to violate its terms. Upon returning to his office, Lin Chen opened his phone to catch up on the news before resuming work. Suddenly, a breaking news video caught his attention. Upon watching, his brow furrowed instantly. The video report stated, this afternoon, in a residential garage, a new energy vehicle spontaneously ignited, causing flames to spread to nearby vehicles, resulting in the destruction of 8 cars and 2 minor injuries. The cause of the fire is currently under investigation. In the video, charred car remains lay in a blackened heap, with firefighters still clearing the scene. The comment section beneath the video exploded with reactions. Another electric vehicle fire. It's so frightening. I was considering switching to a new energy vehicle, but now I hesitate, fearing it might catch fire while parked downstairs. Why are domestic batteries so unreliable? It's safer to buy a gasoline car. Almost all comments were negative, and some even began to question the technology of domestic new energy vehicles. Lin Chen observed these comments, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Clearly, the progress on automotive batteries needed to accelerate. Incidents like this would foster public aversion toward new energy electric vehicles. If such issues were not resolved promptly, any future occurrences could hinder the nation's energy strategy transformation. This situation may even incite a profound crisis of public trust in new energy technologies. Thus, it is imperative for SUMU Automotive to expedite the launch of their batteries. Only in this manner can they regain the hearts of the nation. However, Lin Chen remains unaware that the actions of the Huawei technical team at the Summer Science Institute have already attracted the attention of spies from the Eagle Nation. Chapter 15, Urgent Incident. Tackling Automotive Batteries. Eagle Nation. Intelligence Center. Director, the latest intelligence from the Great Xi'an Nation. A technical team from Huawei entered the Summer Science Institute today, departing after half a day with some unidentified items in their possession. Director Newt of the Intelligence Bureau furrowed his brow upon hearing the report. A Huawei technical team at the Summer Science Institute? Are they attempting to adapt quantum chips? I am well aware of the scale of Huawei. Despite enduring numerous rounds of sanctions from our Eagle Nation, they remain unscathed. Any other company would have declared bankruptcy by now. Yet, Huawei stands as an exception. Previously, our Eagle Nation employed such tactics to bankrupt many leading technology firms, only to have them acquired at a low price by our conglomerates, ultimately becoming assets of our nation. These companies were at the pinnacle of their industries and posed a potential threat to our domestic enterprises. The Eagle Nation presumed that employing the same method would lead to Huawei's fragmentation and collapse. Instead, they not only survived, but began to gradually break through our sanctions, leaving us at a loss. Now, with their involvement with the Summer Science Institute, it is akin to adding wings to a tiger. A flicker of concern crossed Director Newt's eyes. He was acutely aware of the Summer Science Institute's esteemed position within the technological landscape of the Great Xia Nation. Thus far, they have yet to ascertain the authenticity of the quantum chips from the Great Xia Nation. Continue to intensify efforts on that front. We must ascertain the veracity of the quantum chips as swiftly as possible. Increase the investment. We must spend what is necessary. Director Newt instructed sternly. Understood, Director. At the Huawei terminal, within a certain laboratory, Engineer Zhang and his team returned and immediately entered a sealed lab. At that moment, Yu Qingdong was also present. They all gathered around the computer, their eyes fixated on a set of data on the screen. 5 minutes of charging yields a range of 70 days. Double 85 tests. No degradation. 10-year aging tests. No degradation. Puncture, short circuit, no combustion, no explosion. Incredible. This is beyond remarkable. This is not merely a battery. It is clearly a super energy block. Undoubtedly, it is an epic-making product that will revolutionize the industry. All Huawei engineers were profoundly shaken by the battery data. Its compact size is one aspect, but the formidable endurance is astonishing. The safety features are equally impressive. With this battery, a mobile phone could easily achieve a week or more of usage on a single charge. Coupled with the ultra-high performance of the quantum chip, it could transform a mobile phone into a powerful multifunctional smart terminal. Excellent, 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 Yu Qingdong exclaimed, his excitement causing his eyes to well with tears. He gazed at the mobile phone and several batteries on the experimental table, viewing them as the hope for Huawei's breakthrough. Everyone, starting tomorrow, we shall embark on a closed-door offensive. The moment we complete the adaptation, we shall return home. We aim to finalize the adaptation for all models within a fortnight. Yu Qingdong has issued a direct order. This represents the pinnacle of Huawei's research and development. In this closed project, all participating researchers must reside in the company's dormitory until the project's completion, at which point they may return home. No problem. I shall return now to gather my belongings. I need to inform my family. Every engineer readily assented. Being part of such a monumental project will be an unparalleled honor in their engineering careers, especially for a product of such epic-making significance. Even in their later years, they will have tales to tell. The engineers began to spring into action, some rushing to the office building with their laptops in tow, while others eagerly dialed their families, their voices brimming with excitement. Observing this scene, Yu Qingdong felt a deep sense of unrest within. The sanctions from the United States, all the pressure, would dissipate the moment the quantum chip smartphone hits the market. At the Ziyech Institute, in the laboratory for the Suimu battery project, the screen still displayed footage of electric vehicles engulfed in flames. The charred chassis lay askew in the garage, while the firefighters' hoses continued to drip. Once again, these foreigners would seize the opportunity. Academician Zhou Ming slammed the table in frustration, his reading glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose, exclaiming that it was their battery technology that was deficient, yet now the blame was being shifted to domestic products. The investigation results have emerged. The vehicles in question were imported from Tesla, utilizing Tesla's own battery technology. Consequently, domestic manufacturers were unfairly accused. Lin Chen turned off the video and solemnly stated, regardless of whether it is our technology, it serves as a wake-up call. The batteries currently on the market indeed pose safety risks. Even minor collisions can lead to fires, which is indisputable. Therefore, only by mass-producing our solid-state magnetic field batteries can we allay any concerns. As he spoke, Lin Chen projected a technical document onto the large screen. This was the technical proposal for the automotive solid-state magnetic field battery. Various safety features continue to be enhanced. It is puncture-resistant and can withstand high temperatures of up to 800 degrees Celsius. As soon as he finished speaking, all the academicians and experts in the laboratory gasped in astonishment. Withstanding temperatures of 800 degrees? This is utterly extraordinary. Such advancements could revolutionize the entire battery industry. Previously, Lin Chen had not mentioned these parameters in his technical documentation. It was unexpected that within just a few days, he had elevated the technical specifications to a new height. Truly remarkable. They were all top figures in the battery industry, yet in Lin Chen's presence, they felt like elementary students. Once the excitement subsided, Lin Chen scanned the room and declared that we must ensure the public has access to safe batteries. Only then can we assist the nation in swiftly transitioning its energy sources and liberating itself from dependence on crude oil. Moving forward, I expect the development of this battery to be completed within half a month and to pass testing for mass production. As soon as he finished speaking, all the engineers responded in unison, yes. We guarantee the completion of the task. The moment of hesitation vanished, and determination filled everyone's eyes. They had endured enough of foreign technological bullying and baseless skepticism. Now was the time to shatter all barriers and confront the doubts. Academician Zhou Ming brimmed with vigor, stating he would urge the raw materials suppliers to ensure delivery today. The other engineers swiftly began to act according to their assigned roles. Lin Chen, observing the scene before him, felt a deep sense of gratification. He understood that this group shared his fervor. They all harbored a resolute ambition to elevate the technology of the Great Xia nation to the pinnacle of the world. In the headquarters conference room of a mobile phone company in Guangcheng, a senior executive expressed concern. Boss, has Huawei sent people to the Xia Institute? Could they outpace us in adaptation? The boss, filled with disdain, retorted, what is there to worry about? We will adapt gradually. The chips should not be mass-produced so swiftly. In my experience, the technology at the Xia Institute requires at least 3 to 5 years from the laboratory to mass production. By the time they achieve mature production, we will have successfully adapted as well. Let Huawei take the lead. They can solve all the issues first. He was utterly unconcerned that Huawei could produce a quantum chip phone at this stage. Even if they created a prototype, it would be useless without mass production. Eventually, when the quantum chips matured, they too would manage adaptation. At that time, wouldn't they be synchronously mass-producing as well? However, he was gravely mistaken this time. The quantum chips were already gearing up for mass production, and Huawei's quantum chip phone was set to launch in the autumn. It was only then that this boss would begin to feel anxious. Chapter 16. The Contempt of Apple. The Quantum Chip Phone Announcement. In the headquarters conference room of Apple, executives sat upright around a long table. CEO Mark, glancing at the messages from internal sources of the Eagle Sauce intelligence agency, wore a cold smirk. Huawei intends to develop a quantum chip phone? Ridiculous. Can the Great Xia nation even dream of mass-producing quantum chips? Mark regarded this news with utter scorn. Is the information reliable? The marketing director inquired, frowning. The technical director scoffed, tossing his tablet onto the table. Reliable? No need to look. It's clearly fake news. The Great Xia can't even produce EUV machines. How could they manage quantum chips? I bet $100 they're working with models. Mark rapped the table with arrogance. No need to panic. Even if they have samples, what about their mass production capabilities? Our supply chain spans 300 manufacturers globally. Huawei, even if they truly create a quantum chip phone, can they manufacture 100,000 units in a year? By the time they resolve their mass production issues, our A29 chip will already be on the market. Laughter erupted among the executives. Indeed, the technology of the Great Xia is merely toys in a laboratory. Let them flounder while we continue to profit from the people of the Great Xia. The Great Xia nation is filled with gullible individuals with deep pockets. We dismantle all the complementary accessories and sell them separately, and they still buy in a frenzy. Truly, a SIM ejector pin costs 50 cents. Yet we sell it for over 100, and people still purchase it. Ha! The Apple executives grew increasingly brazen in their derision towards the Great Xia nation, as if victory were already assured. In their eyes, the Great Xia kingdom serves merely as an inexhaustible cash machine. Mark waved his hand dismissively, declaring, regardless. The people of Xia have contributed 40 of our profits. Do not push your luck too far. As for Huawei, there is no need to concern ourselves with them any longer. Their international market has been entirely captured by us, posing no threat whatsoever. With that, Mark announced the adjournment of the meeting. Time passed swiftly. Following the conclusion of the semiconductor exhibition, the fervor surrounding quantum chips gradually began to wane. Many had even forgotten the existence of quantum chips. Only a few online bloggers continued to follow the developments. Life and work persisted. The daily grind continued unabated. Meals remained an indispensable theme in life, as people marched forward along their respective paths. Yet, beneath this calm facade, a technological storm was brewing unnoticed. In the terminal department of Huawei, a multitude of engineers worked around the clock to adapt solid-state batteries for quantum chips, racing against time to complete the mobile phone adaptation and enter the mass production phase. Fortunately, under Lin Chen's guidance, the adaptation process progressed remarkably well, exceeding expectations. Half a month later, at the Huawei Terminal Laboratory, Yu Qingdong and a group of engineers fixated on the final results displayed on the testing screen. Model, Huawei M60, Quantum Version. Chip, 1 nanometer quantum chip, battery, solid-state magnetic field battery, charging, full charge in 5 minutes. Standby for 70 days. Performance, 100 times that of the highest-end mobile phones on the market. Safety, no damage from a 10-meter drop, operational at -85 degrees. Resistant to crushing and piercing without fire or explosion. Test results. All categories passed. We did it. We have succeeded. Yu Qindong's eyes glistened with emotion, his voice trembling with excitement. Beside him, Engineer Zhang rubbed his reddened eyes and laughed through tears, exclaiming, "Director Yu, we have not disgraced Chief Lin." The engineers erupted in jubilant cheers. Haha, we have created the most powerful quantum chip phone in history. Finally, we are free from the sanctions of the Eagle. This time, Huawei phones will reclaim their pinnacle. The engineers wept tears of joy, for only they, as terminal department engineers, understood the hardships endured during the days of sanctions. They had even ventured into developing bags just to ensure the department's survival, highlighting the difficulties they faced. Now, at last, their perseverance had borne fruit. Heaven always favors those who persist and strive. As long as one endures, there will inevitably come a day of recognition. After the excitement subsided, Yu Qindong officially announced, "The adaptation of the quantum chip phone has been successfully concluded. Our next priority is to ensure quality and maintain mass production." The press conference was scheduled for September 10th, 10 days hence, at the Pengcheng Convention Center. As his words settled in, the engineers responded with renewed vigor. "Yes, we will ensure that mass production proceeds smoothly. We will maintain quality and on-time delivery. The adaptation of the mobile phone is merely the beginning. The true test lies in mass production and market launch." Once arrangements were in place, Yu Qindong had a phone sent to Lin Chen for use. Meanwhile, the progress of other mobile manufacturers has been rather sluggish. It can be said that they have not fully grasped the situation. Although they are working on adaptation, they have not mobilized their full research and development capabilities. At the Xiaokou Institute, in the Suanmu Battery Laboratory, Lin Chen was examining the high-temperature test data for automotive batteries. "Chief Engineer Lin, you have a parcel sent over by Huawei terminals." His assistant knocked on the door. "Oh." Lin Chen paused momentarily, then quickly deduced the situation. "Please leave it in my office." "Certainly." The assistant responded before departing. Lin Chen resumed his examination of the high-temperature tests for the automotive batteries. In a span of 15 days, the automotive battery project had progressed remarkably well, with all testing data exceeding the predetermined metrics, which brought Lin Chen considerable satisfaction. Only the final high-temperature test remained. Currently, they had reached 750 degrees, and the battery remained intact. Academician Zhou Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Chief Engineer Lin, we've passed 750 degrees. Shall we continue?" After more than half a month of collaboration, Academician Zhou had become deeply impressed by Lin Chen. He had initially believed Lin Chen was only remarkable in the realms of lithography and chips, but he had not anticipated Lin Chen's extraordinary insights and capabilities in battery technology as well. Lin Chen's gaze was resolute. "Continue. We must pass the 800-degree experiment." "Understood. Let us proceed." Academician Zhou replied. The experiment continued. During the waiting period, Lin Chen returned to his office, where a beautifully crafted gift box awaited him on his desk. "I hope it meets my expectations." Lin Chen opened the gift box with a hint of anticipation. He had a fair idea of what it contained, and indeed, as he unveiled the packaging, he found a sleek black phone box inside. Gently, he opened the phone box to reveal a black phone resting quietly within. The device emanated a subtle ceramic luster, seemingly embodying the essence of advanced technology. Lin Chen picked up the phone to assess its feel. Quite impressive. It was far superior to the phone he was currently using. He then powered it on. In just 1 second, the screen lit up. The boot-up speed indicated that Huawei indeed had something remarkable. He accessed the battery settings, noting the remaining charge was at 100. With an expected standby time of 70 days, Lin Chen began to use the phone lightly. A few minutes later, he was pleased to find that the chip adaptation was already near perfection. He was thoroughly satisfied with this phone and decided to use it as his primary device. After testing the phone, Lin Chen returned to the laboratory. The phone had completed its adaptation and would soon enter mass production. From Li Jiangguo, he learned that the quantum lithography machine and quantum chips had already entered synchronized mass production. Even the quantum lithography machine in the laboratory had been diverted to ramp up production capacity. The next step was to expedite the launch of the automotive battery, enabling the public to utilize affordable and reliable safe batteries as soon as possible. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen tirelessly worked on the automotive batteries, the internet erupted due to a startling announcement from Huawei. On September 10th, at the Pengcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center, the grand debut of Huawei's full series of quantum chip smartphones took place, marking a historic moment. Chapter 17. the terrifying quantum chip smartphone. In addition to announcing the time of the launch event, Huawei revealed a remarkable battery life statistic. A mere 5 minutes of charging affords an astonishing standby time of 70 days, within just 10 minutes. This announcement dominated all trending topics. The global premiere of the Huawei Quantum smartphone on September 10th, boasting a standby time of 70 days, left many in disbelief. Comments flooded in, questioning the feasibility of such rapid production. Is this for real? Has it only been a short while since development began? I thought it would take 1 to 2 years for a smartphone to be commercially available. Could it be that they have long since achieved success? And this is merely a formality? Is the battery life genuine? Charging for 5 minutes to achieve 70 days of standby? More impressive than a feature phone? If it's true, I will immediately switch from my current phone. The majority of reasonable individuals, upon seeing Huawei's announcement, were filled with astonishment and anticipation. Although it seemed far-fetched, they chose to place their trust in Huawei and the Xiao Institute. They all hoped for a genuine technological breakthrough in the face of foreign sanctions, wishing for the continued prosperity of their nation. Yet, there were always a few detractors lurking in the shadows, eager to sow discord. Don't get ahead of yourselves. It could just be a concept phone that won't even be available for purchase. They jeered. How can we mass-produce quantum chips when our country can't even manufacture UV machines? Are you trying to deceive the gullible? I'll wager a bag of spicy strips that at the launch, only a video will be shown, and the actual device won't be unveiled. But such comments were swiftly countered by netizens. How much dog food did your master feed you? You can't stand to see our country thrive, can you? Deceiving the gullible? That's far better than groveling before foreigners. 1 bag of spicy strips? I'll give you 10. Do you dare bet that Huawei can achieve mass production? Initially, everyone hoped for a breakthrough in the semiconductor sector amidst the ongoing blockade. Yet, some continued to undermine the efforts. How could the citizens tolerate such negativity? They promptly reported these naysayers, silencing their voices. Anticipation surged as everyone looked forward to the surprises Huawei would unveil on the 10th. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of a rival company in Guangzhou, the atmosphere in the conference room was so tense it felt palpable. The CEO, appearing somewhat haggard, sat at the head of the table, flanked by equally grim-faced executives, all fixated on the Huawei announcement displayed on the large screen. A senior executive whispered, "Boss, Huawei has completed the necessary adaptations." "Impossible," the CEO exclaimed, slamming the table, spilling tea everywhere. This must be a smokescreen from Huawei. Just 2 weeks ago, they claimed that the Xiao Institute's technology would take 3 to 5 years to materialize. How can I believe this? Why hasn't the Xiao Institute leaked any information? And why haven't our commercial spies within Huawei provided any insights? Previously, I had planned to adapt gradually, thinking that once the Xiao Institute achieved mass production, we would be fully prepared. However, now Huawei is poised to release its finished product. If Huawei truly manages to sell smartphones equipped with quantum chips, how will they compete? One executive cautiously suggested, "Boss, perhaps we should reach out to the Institute of Science and Technology for their assistance in adaptation." The CEO remained silent, his fingers tapping on the table. First, he decided to establish connections and then verify Huawei's production capacity. Gritting his teeth, the boss finally spoke. "Instruct the R&D department to prepare and allocate half of our manpower for adaptation. If that fails, we will turn to the Institute." He could not afford to take a gamble. Meanwhile, several other smartphone manufacturers began to grow anxious. Initially, they had only planned to allocate a few personnel for adaptation. But upon seeing Huawei's announcement, they drastically increased their investments and sought assistance from the Institute as well. On the other side, at the headquarters of Eagle Sauce and Apple, the jovial laughter that had filled the meeting room 2 weeks prior had vanished entirely. Mark sat at the head of the table, his expression darker than the bottom of a pot. The tablet on the desk displayed Huawei's announcement and the fervent discussions circulating online. The marketing director wiped the sweat from his brow. "CEO, our informants report that Huawei's factories are already working overtime, with at least 5 production lines in operation." 5. How could there be so many? Mark exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had previously mocked the notion that Huawei could mass-produce quantum chip smartphones. Now, however, their production capacity had delivered a resounding slap to his face. The technical director's face paled, his voice trembling. "We analyzed the parameters of the quantum chips released by the Great Xiao Nation, and if Huawei truly employs quantum chips, our A28 chips performance wouldn't even measure up to a fraction of theirs." A fraction? Impossible. How could they possibly achieve mass production so swiftly? Mark shouted, throwing the tablet onto the table. "Contact the intelligence agency immediately and have them investigate Huawei's supply chain. We must urge the government to impose sanctions on their suppliers. Under no circumstances can Huawei's quantum chip smartphone be allowed to reach the market." Mark understood all too well that once Huawei's quantum chip smartphone was available, Apple would suffer a catastrophic blow in the Great Xi'an nation's market, potentially even facing total obliteration. The result would be the shattering of Apple's dominance, which could also trigger a decline in the international market. Mark's face turned ashen as he urgently directed the R&D department to expedite the progress of the A29. The technical director grimaced in response. It's too late. Our A29 is slated for next year, and we cannot meet this year's timeline. The meeting room fell into a heavy silence. The arrogance that once permeated the air had transformed into palpable panic. It's over. This time, it's truly over. Without a competitive edge in chips, what do we have left? Is there truly no way out? Despair began to engulf all the Apple executives. At that moment, Mark suddenly shouted, "Damn it! Everyone, quiet down. We still have a chance. Now we must wait for the 910 report to see if Huawei is genuinely launching a quantum chip smartphone. If it's true, we will immediately reach out to the Great Xi'an nation to procure quantum chips." As Mark concluded his statement, his tone was laced with reluctance. Yet, there was no alternative. If Huawei indeed released a quantum chip smartphone, their prideful A-series mobile chip has been utterly trampled upon, revealing a staggering technological lag that seems insurmountable. Consequently, they have no choice but to procure quantum chips from the Great Xi'an nation. Such a course of action is deemed essential for their survival. However, this represents their most pessimistic scenario. What if Huawei were to deploy a smokescreen? In the presidential office of the Eagle Sauce, the Secretary of State, Lin Chen, cautiously inquires, "Mr. President, have you seen Huawei's announcement? Am I still scheduled to visit the Great Xi'an nation on September 10th? The calm President Otapu, with an air of disdain in his eyes, replies, "Why not? Do you genuinely believe Huawei can breach our blockade?" This leaves Secretary Lin Chen momentarily speechless. Yet she resolves to proceed with her planned visit to the Great Xi'an nation, despite an uneasy feeling that Huawei's conference might indeed be authentic. Chapter 18, Mobile Phone Launch. The terrifying solid-state battery. News of Huawei's conference rapidly circulates across international networks. Twitter is rife with skepticism. What? Can Huawei truly manufacture a quantum chip phone? It's likely a hoax, intended to deceive the Great Xia people. Poor Great Xia citizens. Not only are they technologically behind, but they are also frequently misled by their domestic companies. On foreign networks, few are willing to believe that Huawei can genuinely produce a quantum chip phone. Even when Huawei's phones enjoyed reasonable sales internationally, it did not shatter the outdated perceptions held by certain nations, which still regard the Great Xi'an nation as impoverished and backward. Even Yamamoto Ichiro from the cherry blossom nation's Dongjing Electronics has emerged to mock. Huawei is nothing but a fraud. The so-called quantum phone is surely just a PowerPoint presentation. The video from the last expo was fabricated, and this upcoming conference will undoubtedly be another ruse. Following his humiliation at the expo in the Magic City, he has been seeking revenge since returning to the cherry blossom nation. Recently, Eagle Sauce announced an escalation of sanctions against the Great Xi'an nation, with Yamamoto Ichiro being the most zealous advocate, severing all trade ties with the Great Xi'an nation, undeterred by the inevitable losses. His sole aim is to avenge the humiliation inflicted upon the Great Xi'an nation. Without the chip manufacturing materials provided by Dongjing Electronics, no manufacturer in the world can produce high-end chips. This conviction breeds his confidence. He eagerly awaits the day the Great Xi'an nation must implore Dongjing Electronics for assistance, at which point he can deliver a crushing humiliation. Meanwhile, executives from the South Stick nation Sangzhen are also vocal. The Great Xi'an nation's quantum technology must be pilfered from us. We have long possessed the theoretical framework for quantum chips. They are merely copying our homework. A chorus of South Stick netizens echoes this sentiment. Indeed, the Great Xi'an nation is a thief, not only of our culture, but now of our technology. We must take them to the international court and demand the return of our technological advancements. The South Stick people remain as egotistical as ever, perceiving their nation as the largest in the world, a belief readily evident from their own maps. Domestic netizens erupted in outrage. Where's the Korean face? Is the entire solar system comprised of your kind? The little devils cannot create anything themselves and are envious of others' successes. Those rodents should refrain from stirring the pot. If Huawei lacked capability, would they dare to hold a global launch event? The comments section was flooded with rebuttals from the Chinese public, effectively silencing the negative remarks. Some even captured screenshots of Yamamoto Ichiro's previous embarrassing moments. He hasn't even recovered from the last debacle, yet here he is, barking again? The online clamor ensued. However, as time progressed, the fervor gradually waned, because the moment of the Huawei launch event had arrived. September 10th, at 2 p.m., at the Pengcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center. The venue was packed, with people even crowding the corridors. All eyes were fixated on the center stage. It was about to commence, and the excitement was palpable. We hoped Huawei would not mislead us. It must be genuine. Otherwise, how could the event be open to the public? Whispers filled the venue. Amid the anticipation, Yu Qingdong appeared in a dark suit, holding a black phone box. He stepped onto the stage, his voice slightly trembling, yet resoundingly clear. Hello, everyone. Today, I bring you not an ordinary phone. It is a cutting-edge device that breaks through the blockade imposed by the Eagle's technology sanctions. It is our nation's first, and the world's first mobile phone equipped with a 1-nanometer quantum chip. He opened the box, revealing the Huawei Mate 60 Quantum Edition. The device shimmered with metallic luster, radiating brilliantly under the lights. Behold, you press the power button. In 1 second, the screen transitioned from the startup image to the system interface. The audience erupted in cheers. Wow, this startup speed is astonishing. It was faster than I could have imagined. Incredible. If it truly isn't a special modification, then this phone's performance is undoubtedly unprecedented. Just that instant of powering on left the audience in awe and reaffirmed that Huawei had indeed developed a quantum chip phone. Amid the astonishment, Yu Qingdong proceeded with the next demonstration. Now, let us witness our charging speed. A staff member handed him a charging cable, and as he plugged in the phone, the screen displayed the battery percentage, 10, 50, 100. The timer read, 5 minutes. Simultaneously, Yu Qingdong opened the battery health feature, revealing an expected usage duration of 70 days. The audience erupted once more. Wow, it truly charges in just 5 minutes and lasts for 70 days. No more battery anxiety. This utterly transformed my perception of phone charging and battery life. Huawei is truly groundbreaking. I feel like tossing my iPhone into the toilet right now. Setting aside performance issues, just the battery life alone surpasses all other phones. Everyone began to anticipate the phone's capabilities. On stage, Yu Qingdong started to elaborate on the phone's performance. Its capabilities are 100 times that of the latest iPhone. Any game can be played effortlessly. In photography, it utilizes Huawei's latest self-developed red maple camera, rendering colors more authentically and making live broadcasts remarkably clearer. Moreover, the system's fluidity has reached unprecedented heights, operating with a seamless grace that must be experienced firsthand to be fully appreciated. The audience was utterly ecstatic. My goodness, the performance is astonishing. I must sell my iPhone 15 immediately. Xia is remarkable. Huawei is astonishing. Finally, we have awaited our quantum chip smartphone. Let the sanctions from the Eagle Nation be damned. Everyone was engulfed in tremendous joy and excitement. The cheers and shouts within the venue rose and fell like a tide, as if they might lift the very roof of the exhibition center. This moment will be etched in history. From this day forward, the semiconductor sector of Xia shall embark on a glorious journey of independent innovation. Then, Yu Qingdong directly announced the prices. M series, starting at 3,999 yuan, up to 6,999 yuan. N series, starting at 1,099 yuan, up to 2,999 yuan. Enjoy series, starting at 599 yuan, up to 999 yuan. All series of smartphones are equipped with a 1-nanometer quantum chip and solid-state magnetic field batteries. Everyone is invited to purchase according to their needs. As soon as he finished speaking, the shouts of the crowd pierced the heavens. Incredible. At this price, even if it were to explode, I would still commend it loudly. Who still dares to claim that breakthroughs in independent technology are futile? At this price, who could resist? This is indeed a boon for us students. 1,000 yuan phone is absolutely sufficient. It's splendid. I'll buy 2 P-series phones for my parents and no longer worry about their battery life. This pricing shatters Huawei's previous smartphone pricing. Such a thing has never occurred before, especially in an era of skyrocketing smartphone prices. Huawei's ability to set this price is undoubtedly due to the ultra-low costs of chips and batteries. This is the true benefit that technological advancement brings to the populace. The excitement of the quantum chip smartphone launch event continued to surge. Meanwhile, at the Summer Academy, in the Suanmu Battery Laboratory, the atmosphere was equally electrifying. Academician Zhou Ming, wearing reading glasses, stared intently at the test screen, his hands trembling. 800 degrees. Still operational. Puncture test. No fire. No explosion. With each increment on the screen, the jubilation in the laboratory intensified. Suanmu Battery Type 1. High temperature test. 800 degrees. No damage. Puncture test. No fire. No explosion. Endurance simulation. Charges in 5 minutes. Lasts for 5,000 kilometers. Cycle life. 1 million times. Zero degradation. Test results. All items passed. They finally passed. Zhou Ming suddenly wept, wiping his tears. Haha. We no longer need to worry about foreign energy sanctions. The engineers nearby also had tears in their eyes. Some embraced one another, while others cheered and pounded the table. They had endured nearly a month of sleepless nights, averaging less than 6 hours of sleep each day, and they had finally awaited this day. Lin Chen stood by, observing the data, equally elated. Old Zhou, please contact the manufacturer immediately. Let us ensure the first batch of automotive batteries rolls off the line within a month. Let us get our Suanmu batteries in vehicles as soon as possible. All right, I shall go right now. Zhou Ming wiped away his tears, grasped his phone, and dashed out. Lin Chen quietly departed from the laboratory and returned to his office. The battery project had reached a significant milestone. As for the subsequent developments regarding the type of battery needed, Zhou and his team were capable of managing that themselves. Simultaneously, he had unlocked the next technological inheritance. Although the direction remained uncertain, it seemed prudent to consult with Elder Li to ascertain which fields of technology the nation was currently lacking. Resolute in his decision, Lin Chen set off to find Li Jianguo. Chapter 19. Confirming the inheritance of weapon technology. Super energy laser weapon. The aftermath of the Huawei press conference was nothing short of terrifying, akin to a ninth-grade tsunami sweeping across the entire blue planet. Online, the top 10 trending topics were all related to Huawei. The official Huawei website crashed under the overwhelming traffic, and the 1,000-yuan quantum chip smartphone was hailed as a true epitome of technological equity. Scrolling through the trending topics, the comments section was ablaze with fervent discussions from the populace. The performance of Huawei's quantum chip smartphone was astonishingly exceptional, and the pricing was remarkably affordable. The high-end model was priced at merely 6,999 yuan, a staggering proposition. Unbelievable. Even budget smartphones were now equipped with the latest quantum chips and solid-state batteries. The frenzy was palpable, as the Huawei shopping app was inundated with traffic. My mother insisted I purchase 2 units of the P series, proclaiming she would no longer need to charge her phone daily. What happened to those foreign critics who mocked Huawei? Where are they now? The online community was in a state of complete euphoria. In reality, discussions about the quantum chip smartphone were ubiquitous, whether on buses, subways, or in parks. The topics of conversation revolved around the phone's performance and pricing, igniting a desire among many to upgrade their devices. If one could not afford the expensive models, there were still affordable options available. Even the performance of budget smartphones was sufficient to outperform all flagship devices utilizing silicon-based chips on the market. With such performance and battery life, who wouldn't wish to experience the latest and cutting-edge technology? The Huawei official website and app were overwhelmed, necessitating continuous expansions. The pre-sale had already generated such fervor, and this was merely the initial wave of interest, with much of the populace still unaware of the full extent of the launch. Once the news spread widely, the excitement was bound to escalate even further. Even Huawei's physical stores were besieged, requiring appointments for visits. Even those skeptics, who had previously doubted, were now quietly placing pre-orders for the Huawei quantum chip smartphone. While their intentions may have been dubious, their desire for the latest technology was undeniable. On the international web, the astonishment was palpable. Did Huawei from the Great Xia truly release a quantum chip smartphone? Unbelievable. This world has diverged entirely from my comprehension. With quantum chip smartphones now a reality, and at such an affordable price, are there any Great Xia netizens who could assist me in procuring one? I would gladly pay double. Suddenly, I found myself envious of the netizens in Great Xia. They would soon experience this revolutionary smartphone while we were still grappling with our outdated iPhones. Foreign netizens across various platforms were in a frenzy. On Twitter, previous disparaging remarks about Huawei being merely a presentation were swiftly erased. Yamamoto Ichiro from the Cherry Blossom Nation deleted his earlier mockery and set his account to private. The senior executives of South Bangwo Sangzhen no longer mention stolen technology. When confronted by reporters, they merely state that research is ongoing. In truth, the chairman of their company has already boarded a private jet bound for Daxia. At the headquarters of Ingjiang Pingguo, Mark sits in the conference room, his expression darker than the bottom of a pot. Have we contacted Daxia? Is it possible to procure their quantum chips? The technical director, with a grim countenance, replies. We reached out, but Daxia has responded that they will prioritize domestic suppliers and are not selling externally for the time being. Damn it, why won't they sell? Mark exclaims vehemently. No matter the cost, we'll pay double, or even 5 times. We must acquire those quantum chips. Mark is truly anxious. He had never anticipated that Huawei would actually sell their phones, and at such an affordable price. Previously, Huawei was criticized for high prices and low configurations. But with the introduction of quantum chips and solid-state batteries, the price-reduced Huawei phones are no longer subjected to derision. Ultimately, this could lead to their Pingguo phones losing the Daxia market entirely. Thus, acquiring quantum chips is imperative, regardless of the price. As long as Pingguo also launches a quantum chip phone, the chip cost can be incorporated into the retail price. and consumers will undoubtedly be willing to pay. I cannot remain idle. I must fly to Daxia personally to negotiate. Mark, unable to sit still, promptly charters a plane to Daxia. On the other side, in Li Jiangguo's office, he reviews the latest testing report for the Sunyu battery, his face beaming with delight. Excellent, excellent. Once the battery enters mass production, Daxia's new energy transformation will enter a phase of rapid advancement. Li Jiangguo is filled with confidence. He can foresee that once vehicles equipped with Sunyu batteries hit the market, they will be fervently sought after. Just then, a knock echoes at the door. Come in. Li Jiangguo sets down the report and glances toward the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he promptly rises, his tone quickening. Ah, Shaolin, please take a seat. Lin Chen pulls up a chair and sits down, smiling. Li Lao, is there no issue with the mass production of the Sunyu battery? No issues at all. Li Jiangguo replies with a smile, brimming with confidence. The manufacturer is currently modifying the production line, and within a month, the first batch of automotive batteries will surely roll off the assembly line. He pauses, fixing his gaze on Lin Chen. You didn't come just to inquire about the batteries, did you? Indeed, there are other matters, Lin Chen responds with a smile. Smoothly continuing the conversation, I heard that our laser weapon is also being tested with the supermagnetic field battery. You are quite well informed. Li Jiangguo's expression shifts as he lowers his voice. We are conducting trials, but there are numerous challenges. The endurance has improved. It can operate continuously for 10 hours without issue. Its power is sufficient to penetrate 10 centimeters of special armor. However, the shortcomings are glaring. In rainy or foggy conditions, the laser is obstructed by moisture, greatly diminishing its effectiveness, and in dusty environments, it dissipates entirely. Most critically, it cannot penetrate the atmosphere, limiting its range to just 50 kilometers, making it suitable only for short-range defense. Li Jiangguo concludes with a sigh. If we could resolve these drawbacks, our laser weapons could be deployed on a large scale. Is that so? Lin Chen nods thoughtfully. If this shortcoming can be addressed, Daxia's weaponry will leap ahead of the entire blue planet by an era. He recalled that within the inheritance space lay the technology pertaining to laser weaponry, specifically the comprehensive techniques for super-energy laser weapons. Perhaps this could indeed address the shortcomings that Li Jiangguo had mentioned. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen maintained a facade of calm. Oldly, there might be ways to overcome these limitations. Li Jiangguo's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. Do you have an idea? Lin Chen did not articulate it outright, merely nodding. I will ponder it further, and should I find any leads, I will inform you at once. Excellent, excellent, Li Jiangguo exclaimed, his hands rubbing together in excitement. I await your news. Were it another person making such a claim, Li Jiangguo might dismiss it as the reckless musings of youth. However, Lin Chen was different. He might genuinely possess the capability to resolve the issue. Upon exiting Li Jiangguo's office, Lin Chen quickened his pace. To an observant eye, it would be evident that while Lin Chen walked with remarkable speed, he did so with great steadiness. This was a benefit bestowed by the inheritance space, which continuously enhanced his physical prowess. Returning to his own office, he closed the door and promptly hung the Do Not Disturb sign. He then immersed his consciousness into the inheritance space to delve into the parameters of the super-energy laser weapons. 10 minutes later, he discovered that indeed, these technologies could rectify the existing flaws. Truly, this was the legacy technology selected by a civilization of level 9 in the universe. After thoroughly understanding the parameters, he resolutely chose it as his new inheritance technology, without a hint of hesitation. Only by overcoming the limitations of laser weaponry could the defense of the Great Xia ascend to a new pinnacle. From this point onward, Lin Chen would lean towards technological inheritances pertinent to military applications, aiming to elevate the nation's defense capabilities to an unassailable level. Otherwise, with the advent of increasingly revolutionary black technologies, the Eagle Alliance would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Only with formidable military strength could the sanctity of these black technologies be safeguarded. In the inheritance space, Lin Chen commenced the acceptance of the full suite of technologies for the super-energy laser weapons. Confirm selection? Confirm. In the next instant, a torrent of data surged into his mind. The principles of laser refraction, anti-jamming algorithms, atmospheric penetration schemes. Every detail served to rectify the shortcomings of existing laser weaponry. Moreover, the complete suite of laser weaponry encompassed various applications, including super-energy laser guns, super-energy laser cannons, and super-energy laser swords. Such versatility, whether for individual infantry or for vertical strikes against aerial threats, the arsenal was comprehensive. To Lin Chen's surprise, there was even a laser sword. This was an armament typically found only in numerous works of science fiction. He had not anticipated that such a technology would soon be within his grasp. What would it be like to wield a laser sword in close combat? Currently, no equipment could withstand the might of a laser sword, not even specially designed ballistic materials. Before the exquisitely concentrated blade of light, they would crumble like mere paper. While the application of the laser sword within Great Xia might not be extensive, it would undoubtedly be invaluable to border soldiers, particularly in those complex terrains where conventional weaponry was less effective. The super-energy laser sword would yield tremendous advantages in such challenging environments. For instance, consider the border guards at the southwestern frontier adjacent to the nation of A. In due course, these valiant sentinels shall wield laser sabers, rendering the A nation's warriors utterly audacious. Contemplating this, Lin Chen felt an intensified urgency to expedite the application of super-energy laser weapon technology. Once this technology is mastered, the laser weaponry of the Great Xia can transition from close defense to long-range assault. With a range exceeding 1,000 kilometers, it shall pierce the atmosphere, undeterred by rain, fog, or dust. Furthermore, when combined with super solid-state magnetic field batteries, this amalgamation will elevate the national defense of the Great Xia to unprecedented heights. At the moment, Lin Chen was receiving the legacy of this super-energy laser weapon technology. Domestic smartphone manufacturers were plunged into a state of extreme panic due to Huawei's release of a quantum chip smartphone. The smartphone company in Guangzhou convened an urgent high-level meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was palpably tense, with the executives' expressions reflecting grave concern. How could this be? Why was Huawei able to achieve mass production of the quantum chip smartphone so swiftly? This defied all logic. The owner, seated at the head of the table, appeared pallid. He had always believed that mass production of quantum chips would take 3 to 5 years. Yet, how much time had elapsed since the announcement? Merely a month had passed since the unveiling to mass production. Even the typical cycle for silicon-based chip iterations spans a year. How could quantum chips transition from laboratory to mass production in such a short time frame? Moreover, there was the introduction of an entirely new smartphone battery. They had received not a whisper of information regarding it. This was utterly outrageous. Furthermore, Huawei's pricing strategy was so low that it jeopardized their own sales. Was the cost of quantum chips and the new battery truly so minimal? Each component, when considered in isolation, was not feasible for such rapid realization. Yet, inexplicably, Huawei had achieved all these advancements simultaneously. Why was their adaptation lagging so far behind? The owner's frustration grew, filled with regret. Had he known a month prior, he would have been more proactive and dedicated, thus avoiding their current predicament. Boss, with Huawei's budget and mid-range devices utilizing quantum chips, our high-end models are struggling to sell. Our smartphones may well become obsolete in the domestic market. Don't worry, Lei replied, shaking his head. We still have overseas markets. Our domestic sales have always been modest. If all else fails, we can preserve our international presence. This was the source of the smartphone manufacturer's confidence. Without the overseas market, he would not be so composed during this meeting. He would have long since rushed to expedite adaptations. The marketing director, however, was less optimistic. Boss, the world is now aware that Huawei has launched a quantum chip smartphone, which will lead many consumers to adopt a wait-and-see attitude. If Huawei re-enters the international market at this juncture, we might. He hesitated, as even the thought of the consequences sent a chill down his spine. Upon hearing this, the owner finally lost his composure. He rose abruptly, exclaiming, "This cannot wait any longer. I will personally go to the Summer Institute now." With that, he exited the conference room. Their smartphones had reached a critical juncture of survival. If they delayed further, Huawei could potentially seize the entire smartphone market of the Great Xia. By that time, even if they were to launch quantum chip smartphones, reclaiming market share would prove exceedingly difficult. Observing their boss's hurried departure, the executives exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with complexity. They were acutely aware that their company was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. If they could not endure, they might as well return home to raise pigs. It was not just their company. Several other smartphone manufacturers were frantically seeking connections with the Summer Institute of Science. Could they afford to be calm? If they delayed any longer, they risked closure. Consequently, they issued directives to allocate all their research and development resources to adapt to quantum chips. Lacking a domestic market, survival through overseas sales would be arduous. The executives of those companies were filled with regret. Why did they take their time in adapting? Had they acted decisively like Huawei and contacted the Summer Institute from the outset, they would not find themselves in such a precarious situation today. Alas, it was too late. The first-mover advantage had been exclusively captured by Huawei. They had no idea how long it would take to complete their adaptations. After all, their research capabilities paled in comparison to those of Huawei. While Huawei could achieve adaptation in a month, they might require 6 months, or even a year. This disparity in research capabilities was palpable. As domestic manufacturers hurried to the Summer Institute at the capital airport, the private plane of Secretary of State Raimundo slowly descended onto the runway. The cabin door opened, and Raimundo, clad in a suit and wearing a confident smile, descended the staircase. However, he was met only by diplomats from Daxia and a few reporters. As soon as Raimundo set foot on the ground, a reporter from CCTT approached for a live interview. "Good day, Secretary of State. What are your thoughts on Huawei's launch of the quantum chip smartphone?" Upon hearing this, Raimundo's expression immediately soured. He inwardly cursed the reporter for lacking situational awareness, bringing up a topic he had no desire to discuss. At that moment, Raimundo, having been on the plane, was unaware that Huawei's press conference had concluded successfully. He forced a smile and responded to the reporter. "The Huawei quantum chip smartphone is unlikely to achieve mass production due to our technological blockade. My purpose for visiting Daxia is to discuss relevant sanctions against Huawei." The reporter, upon hearing Raimundo's response, was left in a state of bewilderment. Did this old hag not realize that Huawei's press conference had already concluded? How dare she make such bold assertions? Chapter 21. Sanctions? Await the counter-sanctions. The live stream exploded with activity, the comments rolling in like a tidal wave. Countless netizens filled the screen with mocking remarks. Hilarious. Is this old hag living in a dream? The Huawei press conference is over, and the phone is already available for pre-sale, yet she still speaks of blockades. In just 10 days, the first batch of phones will be delivered. Is she contemplating sanctioning air? Raimundo must be here for comedic relief. Sanctions? The Eagle Nation possesses quantum chip technology. Just wait until she discovers the truth. Her face will be darker than the bottom of a pot. I would gladly dub Raimundo as Huawei's best international spokesperson this year. Upon witnessing the peculiar expression of the reporter, Lin Chen was suddenly engulfed by a sense of foreboding. She feigned composure and spoke again. "Regardless of the circumstances, our position in the realm of technology is unassailable. It is utterly impossible for Huawei to circumvent our blockade." The reporter, unable to contain himself, chuckled and reminded her, "Madam Secretary, Huawei's quantum chip phone was launched just an hour ago, and it is quite affordably priced. The domestic market is responding fervently. It seems your blockade has not had the desired effect." Lin Chen, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. Standing frozen in place, she could hardly fathom that Huawei had unveiled their quantum chip phone while she was still airborne. The smile on her face evaporated instantaneously, replaced by a somber expression. "How could this be possible?" she murmured, her eyes brimming with incredulity. At that moment, a diplomat from the Great Xia nation confidently interjected with a smile. "Madam Secretary, times are evolving, and technology is advancing. The technological enterprises of Great Xia are no longer the victims they once were. Your technological bullying will cease today. It is time to recognize reality." Snapping back to her senses, Lin Chen, confronted with the diplomat's sardonic yet self-assured demeanor, felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. She realized that she had made a tremendous blunder. What she had envisioned as a display of power in Great Xia, coupled with leveraging sanctions against Huawei to obtain benefits in other domains, had backfired spectacularly. Even if Huawei has begun mass production of their quantum chip phones, it does not guarantee they will maintain their lead indefinitely. Our technological prowess remains formidable. The outcome of this contest is yet to be determined, Lin Chen insisted, attempting to preserve her dignity. However, the reporter was relentless, pressing further. "Madam Secretary, what measures do you foresee Eagle Sauce taking in response to Huawei's challenge?" Lin Chen found herself at a loss for words. She was uncertain about what actions to propose, resorting to vague platitudes. "We will deliberate on this matter. In any case, we will not allow Huawei to prevail easily." With that, Lin Chen hastily concluded the interview, accompanied by her bodyguards. She awkwardly entered the vehicle and departed from the capital airport. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, netizens continued their derision and banter. Witnessing that old hag's disarray is truly gratifying. She dares to impose sanctions on us. Now it is our turn to retaliate. The quantum chip is unique in the world. There is no other. Eagle Sauce thinks they can impose sanctions? Just wait. They will surely have their moment of lamentation. Soon, clips of Lin Chen's interview began to circulate wildly online, with some users intentionally showcasing Huawei's quantum chip phone alongside it. The news reached foreign platforms, leading many international netizens to perceive Lin Chen as Huawei's global spokesperson. It is safe to say that this visit would forever remain an indelible stain on her professional reputation. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Sauce presidential office, Atepi was livid upon viewing the video of Lin Chen's embarrassing moments. His face contorted with rage as he repeatedly cursed. "Damn, is that old woman foolish? Did the reporter from the Great Xia Kingdom truly fail to perceive the trap laid before her? Utterly foolish. Furthermore, how is it that Huawei has directly released their mobile phone? What is the intelligence department doing? A nearby aide cautiously interjected, Mr. President, I believe it is unnecessary for you to be overly angered. Even if Huawei's quantum chip phone reaches mass production, what impact will it have? Will it be able to penetrate the international market? Upon hearing this, Aetep regained his composure. Indeed, as long as we seal off Huawei's access to the international market, it shall languish within the confines of the Great Xia Kingdom, posing no threat to us whatsoever. Prior to this, the Eagle Nation had already imposed sanctions on the quantum chips of the Great Xia Kingdom, prohibiting any nation from procuring products related to quantum chips. Failure to comply would result in sanctions from the Eagle Nation alliance. Currently, the Eagle Nation remains the dominant power on Blue Star, compelling many countries to concede. Only a select few nations, with strong ties to the Great Xia Kingdom, have chosen to extend their support. Mr. President, I propose that we concentrate the efforts of all scientists within the alliance to collaboratively tackle the development of quantum chips. If the Great Xia Kingdom can achieve success independently, surely our coalition of scientists can do the same. The technology of quantum chips is imperative for us to develop. Otherwise, we shall be overshadowed by the Great Xia in the semiconductor realm. The aide continued to offer suggestions. Excellent. Let us proceed as you propose. We shall unite all relevant scientists within our alliance for joint research and development. What the Great Xia Kingdom can accomplish, we can certainly replicate. At the same time, we must intensify sanctions to ensure that Huawei's phones do not reach the international market. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Aetep's eyes as he issued an even more stringent directive. In truth, there is no need for the Eagle Nation to issue a ban. Products related to quantum chips cannot be exported in the short term. Currently, they cannot even meet the demands of their own populace, let alone aspire to export. By the time they are ready to export, the military-industrial complex of the Great Xia Kingdom, under Lin Chen's leadership, will have undoubtedly advanced to an extraordinary level. At that juncture, should any nation dare to refuse to open their market, we shall simply blast open their gates with cannon fire. Soon, the Eagle Nation secretly issued a call to assemble, uniting the semiconductor scientists from their allied nations to collaboratively pursue the development of quantum chips. Those nations felt the urgency brought forth by the Great Xia Kingdom and, without hesitation, readily agreed. Lin Chen, however, remained oblivious to all of this. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. If developing quantum chips were truly so feasible, Blue Star would not have been entangled in silicon-based chips for so many years. At the Summer Academy, after receiving the inheritance of laser weapon technology, Lin Chen immediately sought out Li Jiangguo. In Li Jiangguo's office, he exclaimed, Shaolin, is what you are saying true? Can it really resolve the shortcomings of laser weapons? Upon hearing Lin Chen's account, a sip of tea that Li Jiangguo had just taken erupted from his mouth in excitement. Fortunately, Lin Chen was seated at a distance. Otherwise, he might have been caught in the crossfire. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, his demeanor confident and composed. Old Li, no need to be overly excited. Since I dare to make such a statement, I am undoubtedly certain of my assertions. Li Jiangguo, unable to wipe the tea from the corner of his mouth, stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen, fixated with intensity. Come now, tell me, what method do you possess to address the issues plaguing laser weaponry? This is a significant conundrum that has long troubled the realm of laser technologies. Lin Chen, calm and unhurried, began to articulate his solution. As Li Jiangguo listened, his astonishment grew with each word. By the time Lin Chen concluded, Li Jiangguo immediately rose, eagerly grasping Lin Chen's arm, exclaiming, Let us proceed to the laser weapon laboratory at once. Chapter 22, Transcending Domains. Chief Engineer Lin, are you defying the heavens? At the Xia Science Academy, within the laser weapon laboratory, a group of experts and engineers scrutinized the latest test data, their brows deeply furrowed. Alas, we are still at an impasse. The disadvantages of inclement weather remain insurmountable. Though we have finally resolved the endurance issue, it can only be utilized for close defense. How unsatisfactory. Just then, the door to the laboratory creaked open. An elderly gentleman, his hair slightly graying yet with piercing eyes, entered, followed closely by a striking young man, Li Jiangguo and Lin Chen. Li Jiangguo, brimming with excitement, announced, Everyone, pause for a moment, and behold whom I have brought. The experts and engineers turned in unison, their expressions transformed with astonishment upon recognizing Lin Chen. Chief Engineer Lin, what brings him to our Laser Weapon Research Institute? Could it be for educational purposes? Surely not. Laser weaponry is far removed from his field. Most in the laboratory were familiar with Lin Chen. Yet they were perplexed as to why Li Jiangguo had brought him to their domain, considering Lin Chen had previously led 2 projects in the civilian technology sector, which had little to do with weaponry. Seeing their bewilderment, Li Jiangguo chuckled and clarified, no need for speculation. Chief Engineer Lin is here to address the shortcomings of laser weapons. What? Address the shortcomings of laser weaponry? Director Li, are you jesting? The scientists were not questioning Lin Chen's capabilities, but had never heard of a scientist so broadly skilled. From quantum lithography machines and chips to solid-state magnetic batteries, Lin Chen's accomplishments were already astonishing enough to leave a profound mark on the annals of scientific history. Yet, these fields seemed worlds apart from laser weaponry. Academician Lu, the head of the laser weapon team, expressed his concerns. Director Li, I do not doubt Chief Engineer Lin. However, the logic governing laser weaponry is entirely distinct from that of quantum chips. The chasm between these fields is vast. Can it truly be bridged? Lu had expressed himself delicately. Had it been anyone else, his notorious temper would have led him to expel them without hesitation. Yet, Lin Chen was an exception. After all, he was a scientist who had made remarkable contributions to breaking the technological blockade for the great Xia nation, meriting a degree of respect. Faced with the situation, Li Jiangguo turned to Lin Chen, his expression clearly indicating, see, perhaps you should elucidate this yourself. Lin Chen smiled faintly, unperturbed by the skepticism of academician Lu and his colleagues. He approached the testing screen directly, pointing to one of the data points. In rainy and foggy conditions, the power attenuation is 87. He began to speak slowly. Do you believe that water vapor obstructs the laser? You are mistaken. It is your energy frequency that fails to align with the atmospheric refractive index. The tiny droplets in the rain and fog refract the laser rather than block it. Upon hearing this, academician Lu reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, mistaken? But we have calculated the refraction. It cannot possibly be wrong. They surely considered refraction, and their calculations were remarkably precise. Even on an international scale, they stood at the forefront. Otherwise, how could the laser weaponry of our great nation be at the leading edge of the world? Now Lin Chen asserts that we are wrong. How can we accept this? The surrounding engineers and academicians fixed their gazes on Lin Chen, seemingly waiting for an explanation. Even though Lin Chen was the chief engineer of 2 other projects, they felt compelled to seek his guidance. Lin Chen smiled again and continued, you have indeed miscalculated. As he spoke, he began writing a series of formulas on a small whiteboard, explaining, you overlooked the change in refractive index caused by temperature variations during rainy and foggy weather. According to this formula, for each degree of change, the refraction changes by 0.0003. You did not account for this variable. Thus, you found it challenging to overcome the disadvantages posed by rainy and foggy weather. As his words settled, the entire laboratory fell silent, save for the sound of various breaths. Suddenly, academician Lu, filled with excitement, slapped his thigh and shouted, indeed. How could we have overlooked this point before? If we incorporate this variable, the laser could penetrate through the barriers of rainy and foggy weather. At times, breakthroughs in technology can be as simple as a thin layer of paper separating one from progress. Yet, for many, this layer proves insurmountable. The other engineers and academicians were also deeply contemplating Lin Chen's explanation, their expressions gradually transforming from skepticism to enlightenment. Their previously furrowed brows now relaxed. Their gazes shifted from doubt to one of enthusiasm and respect for Lin Chen. Chief Engineer Lin, I apologize for my earlier doubts. I am truly sorry. We have wronged you. Engineers began to express their apologies to Lin Chen. Acknowledging one's mistakes is vital. Lin Chen quickly waved his hand, saying, there is no need for such formalities. I merely have a slight understanding. Academician Lu and the others found themselves at a loss for words. Can you believe it? A problem that has troubled them for years solved in mere minutes. And he claims to have only a minimal understanding? What does that make us, who have been entrenched in the field of laser weaponry for years? Infants in comparison? Such comparisons can be quite disheartening. However, their sentiments were predominantly filled with gratitude and admiration for Lin Chen. Academician Lu was the first to step forward, his anticipation palpable as he asked, Chief Engineer Lin, now that we have resolved the issues of rainy and foggy weather, how shall we tackle the problem of penetrating the atmosphere? Currently, no laser weapon in the world can penetrate the atmosphere to inflict significant damage on a target. This is a conundrum that remains unsolved globally. If this issue can be addressed, the entire domain of near-Earth space will be directly controlled, which is undoubtedly beneficial for the great Xia nation. Lin Chen nodded and continued to elucidate, stating that this issue could be easily resolved. By designing the refractive prism in this manner and combining it with a stable energy output from a solid-state magnetic field battery, we can transform the laser beam into a blade of light, reducing energy loss to a mere 1 upon penetrating the atmosphere. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire laboratory erupted in fervor. Chief Lin is remarkable. How did we not conceive of this prism design earlier? Truly impressive. A problem that could have been resolved with a slight modification has plagued us for so long. One cannot help but admire the brilliance of youth. We are indeed growing old. Lin Chen chuckled. You are by no means old. You are the pillars of the nation. It is precisely because of your efforts that our country leads the world in the field of laser technology. Thank you for your praise, Chief Lin. However, in comparison to you, we still fall short. The accolades from Lin Chen brought a sense of modesty to the assembly of academicians and engineers. At this moment, Li Jianguo could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Since everyone has no objections to Chief Lin, let us appoint him as your technical advisor to expedite the development of new laser weaponry. Yes, the experts responded in unison, their voices brimming with excitement and anticipation. Subsequently, Lin Chen immersed himself in the research of laser weaponry. Once he successfully developed the super-energy laser weapon, Blue Star would witness a new wave of competitive advancements in weaponry. Chapter 23. Fools Sending Money. A 50 billion setback for Pinghua Company. At the Xia Science Institute, in Li Jianguo's office, he pondered. Is it a bit late for these manufacturers to approach us now? He scrutinized a list of assistance requests, his brow furrowing slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion. The manufacturers on this list had refrained from seeking assistance when the quantum chips were announced, only to come forward immediately after Huawei released their mobile phones. Their actions led Li Jianguo to perceive them as lacking accountability, purely mercenary, focused solely on their own interests without any thought of contributing to the nation's technological advancement. He continued to read. Pinghua and Sanctions are also seeking to purchase chips? Huh, did they not previously look down upon our great Xia nation? And now they come knocking? A trace of disdain and contempt flickered in Li Jianguo's eyes as he recalled the high-handed demeanor of Pinghua and Sanctions. Their derogatory remarks about the technological capabilities of the great Xia nation, as if they considered it utterly insignificant. Yet now, witnessing Huawei's meteoric rise thanks to quantum chip technology, they were eager to partake in the bounty. Indeed, merchants are inherently profit-driven. Knowing full well that the Eagle Nation had ordered a prohibition on the procurement of quantum chips, these two companies disregarded the sanctions. This clearly indicated that Pinghua and Sanctions were genuinely sensing a crisis. Never mind, I should consult with Xiao Lin, Li Jianguo concluded, deciding to seek Lin Chen's opinion. In Lin Chen's office, he is currently drafting a technical proposal for the complete technology of this super-energy laser weapon. Just then, Li Jianguo knocked and entered. Lin Chen paused, looked up, and inquired, Old Li, have you come to see me for something? Li Jianguo took a seat and explained his purpose. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression turned icy. Heh, Pinghua and Sanctions wish to utilize our quantum chips? That is certainly feasible. However, the price will be 100 times higher than that in the domestic market. Moreover, even if they are indifferent to the cost, they must wait until the domestic demand is saturated before we supply them. Li Jianguo immediately grasped Lin Chen's intentions. Xiao Lin, this tactic is truly ruthless. They will likely be furious. Haha, at such a steep price, how much would they have to charge once integrated into their phones? Furthermore, we will only supply after fulfilling domestic demand. By then, the entire market will likely be dominated by Huawei. Even if they acquire the chips, they will be of no use. What about the domestic companies? Li Jianguo continued to inquire. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Let them adapt at their own pace. I currently have no time to attend to them. He was preoccupied with matters regarding the laser weapon, leaving no room for distractions. Besides, it had taken them so long to approach him, indicating their lack of genuine effort and adaptation. Li Jianguo understood Lin Chen's point. Indeed, their late application was rather conspicuous. Lin Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In any case, Huawei had already achieved success in development and reduced phone prices. There was no need to worry about a monopoly or exorbitant price hikes. Additionally, Huawei's quantum chip production capacity was insufficient even for its own needs, leaving no possibility of supplying a second party. Let them adapt at their own pace. Xiao Lin, since you are occupied, I shall have my subordinates respond to them. Li Jianguo expressed his agreement with Lin Chen's decision. After bidding farewell, Li Jianguo departed, allowing Lin Chen to resume his work. Meanwhile, Lei, the president of the Dami company, turned pale upon receiving a response from the Summer Academy. Why? Huawei could obtain assistance from the Summer Academy. Why couldn't TR Dami company? Infuriating. I cannot simply concede like this. I must approach the leadership in the capital. Lei was undeterred, determined to put pressure on the Summer Academy through the relevant departments in the capital to ensure they adapt the quantum chips. As for the executives from the blue and black factories, they chose to return and strategize after receiving the news. On the other side, the executives of Sanctions were so enraged that they flew back to South Banghua, in a 5-star hotel in the capital. Marco from Pingwa Company was livid upon receiving the response from the Summer Academy. Damn it, the Great Xia is being excessively arrogant. Who do they think they are? Demanding 100 times the price? And requiring full payment up front, awaiting supply? Each stipulation felt like a blatant insult. Indeed, it was an insult. Yet, despite this, he could only endure it, as he was the one seeking help. After a moment, Marco regained his composure. He dared not make unilateral decisions regarding Great Xia's demands. He promptly convened an online shareholders meeting to seek opinions from the major stakeholders. The meeting commenced swiftly. Upon Mark articulating the stringent demands of the Great Xia nation, the shareholders reacted in a manner akin to his own, unleashing a torrent of expletives. However, they soon regained their composure. Capital, after all, is inherently driven by profit. They began to ponder whether purchasing chips at a 100-fold price would yield profitability in the production of smartphones. Esteemed colleagues, I firmly believe there remains a lucrative opportunity. Even if we incur a 100-fold expense, we can simply pass the costs on to consumers, can't we? With the implementation of quantum chips, our smartphones will exhibit such substantial performance enhancements that a price increase would be justifiable, wouldn't it? Therefore, I assert we should acquiesce to the demands of the Great Xia nation. Mark's analysis was both logical and compelling. Upon hearing him, the shareholders nodded in agreement. He subsequently initiated a vote, with 90 in favor and the remainder abstaining. The meeting concluded. Great Xia nation, do you think you can vex my Apple company with such tactics? Just wait. I shall reclaim 100-fold, 1,000-fold from you. A flame of vengeance and avarice ignited in Mark's eyes as he promptly organized the meeting's results and swiftly replied to the Xia Institute, consenting to their onerous conditions. Moreover, he placed an order for 5 million chips at a price of 10,000 yuan each, prepaying a staggering 50 billion yuan. As for the possibility of the Great Xia nation defaulting, Mark had never harbored such concerns. After all, the Great Xia nation is renowned internationally for its impeccable credibility. They would undoubtedly not default. In the office of Li Jiangguo at the Xia Institute, upon receiving news from his subordinate, he was left utterly astonished. Has this Apple company gone mad? They are willing to purchase chips at 10,000 yuan each, and ordering 5 million units outright? Li Jiangguo found himself at a loss for words. It was astonishing that such fools existed who were eager to hand over money. Nonetheless, he decided to leave the matter to Lin Chen. Li Jiangguo promptly messaged Lin Chen and soon received a response. Agreed. If fools are offering money, we shall not refuse. The specific delivery time is to be determined. Excited by this development, Li Jiangguo replied to Lin Chen, brimming with enthusiasm. 50 billion. This should significantly bolster our research funding. Shortly thereafter, the Great Xia nation arranged for someone to sign the contract with Mark. Once the contract was finalized, Mark immediately instructed the transfer of funds. Subsequently, he jubilantly flew back to Eagle Sauce with the contract in hand. Chapter 24. Testing of laser weapons, targeting Starlink satellites. 10 days later, on September 20th, the Huawei quantum chip smartphones officially went on sale. At 5 o'clock in the morning, outside a certain offline store in Pengcheng, the line of customers stretched for 3 blocks. Some even hired individuals to stand in line for them. Concurrently, a multitude of scalpers participated as well, with some brandishing cash and calling out, "I'll pay more." Who wishes to transfer their spot? Yet, no one budged. The official announcement indicated that only 5 million units of the initial quantum chip smartphones were available. Those fortunate enough to secure one, whether for personal use or resale, would gain immense satisfaction and tangible benefits. Online sales were equally frenzied, as the Huawei app experienced multiple crashes after launching at 8 in the morning, constantly expanding, yet constantly collapsing, again and again, until 10:08. At the moment of release, 2 million phones were sold out in just 1 second online. Goodness, I nearly shattered my phone screen, and you tell me it's sold out? Huawei, please bring out more stock to sell. 2 million units? Gone in less than a second. How long have you been single to have such speed? Who managed to purchase one? I'm willing to pay a premium. In merely 1 second, 2 million units were sold online, shattering all historical first sale records. And this is just online. The queues at physical stores to buy phones were equally terrifying. Even when informed of limited stock, people continued to line up. In many major cities, some stores had to involve law enforcement to maintain order. This illustrates just how frenzied the populace is for the first quantum chip smartphone. At 10:30 in the morning, the first batch of owners began showcasing their tests. In a university dormitory, student Wang Lei unboxed his phone and pressed the power button. 1 second, the screen lit up instantly, without any boot up screen. Wow, incredible. This startup speed surpasses even my roommate, who takes 2 seconds. He launched Genshin Impact, maxing out all graphics settings. The frame rate remained a steady 120 frames, a perfect line, without any fluctuations. After 2 hours of gameplay, the phone remained cool. With only a 1 drop in battery, Wang Lei held up his phone to record a video. Brothers, 2 hours of Genshin at maximum graphics. And the phone is still cold, only 1 battery loss. This is undoubtedly a gamer's dream. I suggest everyone carry a hand warmer in winter, or else your hands will freeze. The crucial point is that this model is merely priced at 1,099 yuan. Important to emphasize this 3 times. Instantly, this video ignited a frenzy across the internet. The likes and comments were off the charts. Incredible. This is absurd. I must switch to this phone. If a 1,000 yuan phone can perform like this, Huawei has truly achieved technological equality. Blogger, please delete the video. It's too hard to grab this phone. Don't praise it. If you must, then criticize it. Who would have thought a 1,000 yuan phone could reach such heights? Maxed out Genshin graphics for 2 hours without frame drops. Stable temperature. No other phone on the market can achieve this. And this is just the beginning. Soon, someone tested the performance of a 100 yuan phone. The results showed nearly identical performance, albeit with slightly inferior materials in other aspects. But that's already sufficient. The test video for the 100 yuan phone drew even more insane comments. Unbelievable. A 100 yuan phone can run large games? Is the performance of the quantum chip smartphone truly that terrifying? Previously, Huawei was criticized for high prices and low specs. But now with a quantum chip at 100 yuan, who would dare to say otherwise? Long live the great Xia. Long live the Xia Academy. Long live Huawei. A 100 yuan phone with such performance is enough to meet the needs of the common populace. Other materials may be slightly inferior, but as long as the battery lasts long enough and the performance is smooth, it is already sufficient. Huawei's phone performance is astonishing. The quantum chip outshines all other smartphones. 2 topics surged to the top of trending searches, followed closely by explosive reactions. Even those manufacturers who paid a premium for quantum chip phones returned to dismantle and study them. Upon discovering the size of the batteries within, they finally understood how Huawei could offer such competitive pricing. The American companies, after observing Huawei's impressive sales performance, were not overly concerned. Mark, seated on the sofa, brimmed with anticipation. Soon, we at Apple will also have quantum chips. Once we launch our quantum chip phone, Huawei will find itself beneath our feet. As the nation celebrated the advent of quantum chip phones, elsewhere, at the laser weapon testing facility of the Institute of Science, despite the drizzling rain, the engineers remained exuberantly spirited. Academician Lu fixed his gaze on the screen, his hands trembling. All parameters had been checked. The super laser cannon was ready for testing. Lin Chen stood before the control console, his voice imbued with confidence. Target. Drone target at a distance of 100 kilometers. Energy output set to 50. Fire. With a press of the button from Academician Lu, the super laser weapon began to charge. A pale blue arc concealed the terrifying energy of an impending explosion. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, as if the sky outside the laboratory had been torn asunder. The drone target, situated 100 kilometers away, was instantaneously vaporized in the wake of the formidable energy wave, leaving no trace behind. There was no explosion, no debris, as if it had been erased from existence. Instantly, the engineers and academicians on site erupted with elation. Haha, we did it. We have truly achieved minimal attenuation in rainy and foggy conditions. Our laser weapon can now be deployed on a large scale. A keen observer would note that many had tears glistening in their eyes. Yet these were tears of joy and excitement. Simultaneously, their gazes toward Lin Chen were filled with awe and gratitude. They understood that it was he who had brought forth this monumental achievement. Lin Chen's innovative laser weapon technology had completely overturned their previous design concepts. Without him, they might have taken an indeterminate amount of time to address the shortcomings of laser weapons. Lin Chen had become an object of reverence in their hearts. During this time, they had also absorbed a wealth of knowledge from him, significantly enhancing their research capabilities. Their scientific achievements and knowledge were a double harvest. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the results are promising. Beside him, Academician Lu, overwhelmed by the testing results, spoke with a voice choked with emotion. Chief Engineer Lin. The output exceeded expectations. At an energy level of 50, penetrating rainy and foggy conditions, we can directly vaporize the drone. It only consumes 0.1, far surpassing our projections. As Lin Chen observed the fervent Lu, he felt a profound resonance within. However, the testing was not yet complete. Merely conducting surface tests would not suffice. Academician Lu. The surface-to-air test is just the beginning. Next, we will proceed with near-space target testing. What? Academician Lu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the information. Near-space testing? Does this mean targeting and destroying objects in near space? However, we lack a target. Not at all. Lin Chen chuckled, magnifying the low Earth orbit map. Soon, he identified an abandoned satellite with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, slowly orbiting the blue planet. Parallel to it were several Starlink satellites from the United States. Lin Chen gazed at these Starlink satellites, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Initiate near-Earth space testing at 100 power. Target, abandoned satellite at coordinates XXX in near-Earth space. Chapter 25, 100 power. Instant destruction. Upon hearing this, academician Lu glanced at the low-Earth orbit satellite map. When he noticed the presence of several Starlink satellites alongside the linear path of the abandoned satellite, he instantly deduced Lin Chen's target, and his eyes widened in shock. Chief Engineer Lin, is this not a bit reckless? What if it affects the American satellites? Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly. Rest assured, academician Lu, there will be no collateral damage to other satellites. Only he understood the terrifying potential of the 100-power super laser cannon. The abandoned satellite was merely incidental. His true objective lay with the Starlink satellites of the United States. Chief Engineer Lin, are you certain there will be no impact on other satellites? Absolutely. Lin Chen replied with a grin. Do you not trust the precision of our laser weaponry? Precision is one thing. Academician Lu did not finish his thought. Yet a sense of doubt lingered in his mind. He felt that Lin Chen was concealing something sinister. However, he had no evidence. If the abandoned satellite were merely used as a test target, the testing could proceed directly. Yet, should it inadvertently affect the American satellites, it would necessitate a report before proceeding, lest it provoke international disputes and place the Great Xia nation in a passive position. Moreover, there have always been international agreements stipulating that no nation shall attack near-Earth satellites or space stations during peacetime, failing which they would face sanctions and condemnation from all nations. Despite these treaties, the United States has launched countless satellites into low-Earth orbit over the years. Once their operational lifespan expires, these satellites become space debris. Additionally, the U.S. has often covertly used near-expiry satellites to collide with the normal satellites of the Great Xia Nation and the Great Bear. And they have even attempted to strike the space station of the Great Xia Nation. Such actions are not unprecedented for the United States, though they remain undisclosed. Now, Lin Chen aimed to exact interest from the U.S. in this manner. Proceed with the testing. Target, abandoned satellite in near-Earth space. Power set to 100, commencing charge. 2 seconds later, the charging was complete. With a grand gesture, Lin Chen commanded, fire. A dazzling beam of laser erupted from the launch device, slicing through the inky darkness of near-Earth space, hurtling straight towards the abandoned satellite. As the laser traversed, the air seemed to ignite, exuding a searing heat. The atmosphere was instantaneously penetrated. The testing site was filled with onlookers, their eyes fixated on the monitoring screens. Suddenly, at the moment of impact, the surface of the abandoned satellite ignited with a blinding radiance. Immediately thereafter, the satellite vanished without a trace. Although sound cannot propagate in the vacuum of space, the brilliant flash of the explosion and the sudden disappearance of the satellite vividly illustrated the terrifying power of the super-energy laser. Just when everyone believed the ordeal had concluded, they realized that the laser beam captured on screen had not dissipated after obliterating the derelict satellite. Instead, it pierced through the abandoned satellite, continuing its trajectory towards 3 American Starlink satellites on different orbits but aligned in the same line. Upon witnessing this, academician Lu felt a chill of foreboding. It was too late to intervene. In the blink of an eye, 3 radiant beams flashed, and the 3 Starlink satellites were instantly vaporized, vanishing into the cosmos. The silent expanse of space returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had ever occurred. This was disastrous. Academician Lu felt a sense of impending catastrophe as he watched the 3 American Starlink satellites disappear. The other engineers stood in shock, mouths agape, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They had spent years confined to the laboratory, engaged in research, and had never encountered such a monumental spectacle. An outright attack on American satellites? This was a scenario they had only just contemplated in their simulations, yet it was now unfolding before their very eyes, leaving them utterly astonished. Moments later, the engineers regained their composure. Did we just destroy American satellites? Someone pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming. Is it true? We really obliterated 3 American satellites. Laughter erupted among the engineers, their eyes alight with exhilaration. To have achieved such a feat, destroying 3 American satellites, would undoubtedly bolster their confidence when boasting to their colleagues in the future. What they had once deemed impossible had now been inadvertently realized. Academician Lu observed the engineers' excitement with a heavy heart. You may revel in this moment, but it could incite an international incident. The United States will certainly not let this slide. When the higher-ups inquire, you must say it was my directive to conduct the test. Do you understand? Lu was prepared to shoulder all the blame. Lin Chen must not be implicated. And the other engineers were still young, with bright futures ahead. As an elder, he could bear the consequences without much concern. Seeing academician Lu's selfless demeanor warmed Lin Chen's heart. He patiently explained, Lao Lu, you are worrying unnecessarily. Even if they discover the truth, who can prove we were the ones who destroyed the American satellites? Would they dare retaliate? If they truly attempted revenge, I would ensure they understood the meaning of cruelty. In his final words, Lin Chen's tone brimmed with authority and confidence. The super-energy laser weapon had successfully been developed, and all mass production parameters were meticulously refined. It merely awaited military approval for large-scale production and deployment. In the event of an emergency, numerous procedures could be bypassed, enabling direct entry into mass production. At that point, the airspace of the Great Xia would become a no-fly zone. Even a bird attempting to enter without authorization could be shot down at any moment. However, this undeniably contravenes international agreements. Academician Lu still harbored some reservations. Lin Chen chuckled, asserting with confidence, agreements are crafted for the weak. The strong have always been the ones to establish the rules. The notion of the strong creating agreements momentarily stunned academician Lu, yet his gaze gradually grew resolute. Indeed, in the past, the Great Xia nation was relatively backward, necessitating multifaceted and long-term considerations for every matter. But times have changed. The Great Xia nation now possesses formidable strength as its foundation, no longer needing to tread cautiously as before. It is time to strike decisively. Chief Lin, you are absolutely correct. It is the strong who establish agreements. And we, the Great Xia nation, shall aspire to be that strength. Academician Lu's eyes blazed with fervor. In that moment, his thoughts transcended to a higher plane. The engineers surrounding him shared this sentiment. Upon reflecting on Lin Chen's words, their eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, a profound pride in their nation's burgeoning strength, and an exhilarating vision of the limitless possibilities that lie ahead in scientific research. From that moment forth, they transformed into hawkish researchers. Lin Chen, witnessing their ideological metamorphosis, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He understood that a nation's strength is not solely manifested in technology and economy, but is equally reflected in the confidence and pride of its citizens. The shift in mindset among these researchers was a significant indicator of the nation's ascent towards greatness. Let us continue with the other tests. Strive for rapid mass production and deployment. Lin Chen urged before departing the testing site. Meanwhile, across the Pacific, panic enveloped the Eagle Nation. At NASA's Satellite Monitoring Center, chaos reigned. Chapter 26, Eagle Nation, where are my satellites? On the monitoring screen, David, a staff member at the center, was leisurely sipping coffee, donning headphones, and humming a tune. A fleeting glance at the monitor revealed that 3 orderly icons of Starlink satellites had abruptly vanished. Could it be an illusion? David hastily set down his coffee and leaned closer to the screen. His fingers flew across the control panel, retrieving detailed status data of the satellites. Suddenly, a gasp escaped his lips. Oh my God, what on earth is happening? 3 satellites have simultaneously lost contact. His exclamation drew the attention of another staff member. David, what did you say? 3 of our satellites have vanished? Trembling, David pointed at the screen's data, his tone brimming with disbelief. You see for yourselves. The other staff member quickly turned to the monitor, confirming that indeed, 3 Starlink satellites' data had disappeared, not merely lost contact, but had completely vanished. This is serious. We need to inform the supervisor immediately. The staff member, sensing the gravity of the situation, dashed out to report to their superior. Meanwhile, David, his face etched with panic, felt utterly helpless. He was merely an intern who had secured his position through connections, having just started a week prior, and now found himself embroiled in such a crisis. This is it. Surely, I won't be held accountable for this, will I? I just graduated. David was overwhelmed with despair at the thought of spending the rest of his life in prison. The mere idea sent him into a panic, compelling him to consider fleeing. Just as he was engulfed in anxiety, a staff member hurried into the monitoring room, accompanied by a middle-aged Caucasian man, the supervisor of the monitoring center, Hans. Upon entering, Hans's expression darkened as he demanded, David, what is happening? Why did the satellites disappear? With a mournful countenance and a trembling voice, David stuttered, I don't know. One moment they were fine, and the next, they vanished. Hans's face contorted further with anger as he bellowed, You fool. If you don't know the cause, you better find out. If you fail to uncover the reason, prepare yourself for a military tribunal. The mention of a military tribunal sent shivers down David's spine. All right, I'll look into it, he replied, but his hands betrayed him, rendering him incapable of even maneuvering the mouse. Observing this, Hans kicked him aside, exclaiming, Damn it! Get out of the way. He then took over the controls himself. In no time, he managed to pull up the last images from the 3 satellites. After replaying the footage in slow motion, he finally noticed something peculiar. Just before the satellites vanished, a terrifying flash of white light streaked across the screen. He quickly paused the video, enlarging it frame by frame. What he saw left him utterly astonished. How is this possible? No, it must be a fabrication. The footage revealed Lin Chen testing a super-energy laser cannon that obliterated the derelict satellite. What was that beam of light? How could it destroy an abandoned satellite? And what connection did it have with the disappearance of their 3 satellites? Was it possible that their satellites met the same fate at the hands of that beam of light? Could it be a laser weapon? The mere thought caused Hans's expression to shift dramatically. If a laser weapon had indeed annihilated their satellites, the situation had escalated beyond his capacity to manage. It was imperative to report this. Without a moment's hesitation, Hans relayed this bizarre occurrence to NASA headquarters. Before long, NASA convened a team of technical experts to analyze the relevant data. This is undoubtedly the result of a laser weapons emission, declared a bespectacled, silver-haired expert after reviewing the information. Are you certain? NASA Director Drulet queried, his brow furrowed in concern. Yes, the expert affirmed with a nod. Based on the data, it is indeed the consequence of a laser weapon. Other experts echoed their agreement. A laser weapon? Drulet questioned, but from where was it launched? How did it penetrate the atmospheric attenuation? All the experts fell silent, unable to provide an explanation. Currently, no nation possessed the technology to mitigate the atmospheric degradation of Blue Star's laser weaponry. Yet, how was it accomplished in space? If there were other satellites nearby, their Starlink satellites would have detected it long ago. The experts found themselves perplexed. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. At that moment, one expert broke the silence, suggesting, "Director, perhaps we should investigate the precise location where our satellites disappeared. Observe which location corresponds to the airspace of which country." Upon hearing this, Dulut's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, quickly ascertain the country from which it vanished. Soon, the results emerged. When the experts beheld the final outcome, their expressions darkened instantly. "Director, it has indeed disappeared over the airspace of the Great Xia Nation." The Great Xia Nation? Dulut's countenance shifted dramatically. This was inconceivable. Did the military not assert that the laser weaponry of the Great Xia Nation was on par with ours? Have they perhaps made a breakthrough? A dreadful possibility surged through Dulut's mind, instilling within him a profound unease. If the Great Xia Nation had indeed achieved a significant advancement in laser weaponry, the implications would be dire. Near-Earth space may no longer be secure. If 3 satellites can vanish today, what of tomorrow or the day after? Could our satellites be at risk of being shot down by the Great Xia Nation at any moment? Director, I recommend that we report this to the military for further action. Indeed. Dulut nodded. I shall report it immediately. With that, he hastily exited the conference room. The remaining experts did not depart, but instead continued their analysis. The news swiftly reached the presidential office at the White House. Upon hearing the report, President Otipu's countenance grew exceedingly grave. He widened his eyes, fixating on General Mike Sayre, a 5-star general from the military. Are you certain that the Great Xia Nation has achieved a breakthrough in laser weaponry, and that they have destroyed our 3 satellites? General Mike Sayre replied solemnly. There is no definitive confirmation, but the probability is exceedingly high. While there is no direct evidence, the analysis of the disappearance of the 3 satellites strongly indicates that they were destroyed by the Great Xia Nation's laser weaponry, which possesses a power far beyond our expectations, exceeding that of any laser weapon we are currently developing. Damn it! Otipu cursed vehemently. Why is it again the Great Xia Nation? In less than 2 months, they have not only circumvented our semiconductor sanctions, but have now made significant advancements in laser weaponry as well. What on earth is transpiring in the Great Xia Nation? Do you have no intelligence at all from the CIA? As he concluded, Otipu glared furiously at CIA Director Triv. Triv felt the piercing gaze of the president, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He steeled himself to respond. Mr. President, we at the CIA have been closely monitoring the developments in the Great Xia Nation. However, this breakthrough occurred so suddenly that we received no prior intelligence. It was as if these technologies emerged without any forewarning. President Otipu furrowed his brows, his anger still simmering. Suddenly? How could it possibly be sudden? There must be a lapse in your operations. You, the CIA, receive substantial funding each year, yet fail to gather even this basic intelligence. Triv hastily explained, Mr. President, the Great Xia Nation has conducted their operations with extreme secrecy. Otipu interrupted, enough. I am giving you 3 days. You must ascertain whether the Great Xia Nation has truly achieved a significant breakthrough in the realm of laser weaponry. If you cannot uncover the truth within 3 days, you shall resign. Furthermore, Until the situation is thoroughly investigated, the news of the satellite's destruction is to be temporarily withheld. Very well, Mr. President. Mike and Triv exchanged a glance before hastily departing. Chapter 27. The CIA in action. The Dacia military is stunned. At the CIA headquarters, Triv was in a furious rage, wreaking havoc in his office. Documents lay scattered across the floor, and coffee cups shattered into pieces. His eyes, ablaze with fury, fixated on the map of Dacia adorning the wall. 3 days. Only 3 days. If I cannot uncover the truth, I shall be ousted. His subordinate lingered nervously at the doorway, too afraid to breathe. Suddenly, Triv whirled around, his gaze frenzied. Activate the sleepers. His subordinate's face turned pale in shock. Director, no? The sleepers have been concealed for 20 years, to be activated only in times of dire crises. If we initiate them now, Dacia will discover all our operatives. Discover? Triv scoffed, his teeth grinding audibly. What is more vital? Exposing our agents or clarifying Dacia's laser weapon capabilities? They have already taken down 3 Starlink satellites. They can certainly target more of ours. Who will bear the losses then? Moreover, the President has granted us only 3 days. If we do not resolve this within 3 days, we are all finished. His subordinate hesitated, wanting to reason but unsure how to articulate his thoughts. He could not even secure his own position, let alone worry about exposing covert operations. Triv seized a black telephone, dialing a special number. Send a message to Old Ghost. At all costs, investigate the recent testing projects at the Dacia Institute. Even if it means dismantling our entire intelligence network, we must acquire the data. Furthermore, deploy our Global Hawk drones to monitor that location in Dacia. After a brief silence on the other end, a cold voice responded. Triv hung up, collapsing into his chair. His eyes fixed on the ceiling, filled with determination. Dacia, this time, I shall see how you conceal yourselves. Meanwhile, at the Dacia Military Satellite Monitoring Center in the capital, the disappearance of the Eagle Sauce satellites had also been detected. Upon reporting the incident, an officer was conducting an investigation. Wait, rewind that footage. Officer Wong's voice trembled as he fixated on the screen. All right. The technician, albeit nervous, executed the command with precision. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared on the screen. The 3 Eagle Sauce satellites vanished in an instant. Officer Wong was momentarily stunned. Laser weapon. He replayed the footage multiple times, ultimately confirming the presence of a laser weapon. Investigate. Immediately trace the source of that beam. Officer Wong's voice quivered with excitement. Received. 10 minutes later, the technician returned with the investigation results, exclaiming, We have found it. The beam originated from the testing base of the Dacia Institute. The Dacia Institute. Officer Wong straightened with renewed vigor, his eyes brimming with excitement. When did they develop such advanced laser weaponry without informing our military? After the initial shock, Officer Wong swiftly picked up the red telephone, dialing a number. General, I have magnificent news. The Dacia Institute has tested a new type of laser weapon that penetrated the atmosphere and shot down 3 Eagle Sauce satellites. The intercom fell silent for 2 seconds before an urgent and excited command broke through. I am heading over now. Await me at the Aerospace Institute. Understood, General, exclaimed Staff Officer Wong, his voice brimming with enthusiasm as he hung up the phone and hurriedly made his way to the Aerospace Institute with the technical team. At the Aerospace Institute, in Director Li Jiangwo's office, Lin Chen had just taken a sip of tea when Li Jiangwo seated himself beside Lin Chen, his excitement palpable. Shaolin, honestly, were those 3 Starlink satellites deliberately targeted by you? Lin Chen set down his teacup, smiling as he nodded. It was certainly not intentional. They were merely unfortunate enough to cross the path of the laser attack. Unfortunate? Li Jiangwo raised an eyebrow, speechless. Are you suggesting that the satellites collided with your laser cannon on their own? You truly understand me, Director Li. Lin Chen chuckled, displaying a rare moment of relaxation that only surfaced in Li Jiangwo's presence. Li Jiangwo, exasperated, shook his head. You have no idea the magnitude of the consequences this could trigger. Yet, before he could finish, he found himself caught up in excitement. However, you did splendidly. It has always been the American forces that have destroyed our satellites. Now, we have finally avenged ourselves. As a senior figure at the Aerospace Institute, Li Jiangwo was privy to information unknown to many, such as the occasional inexplicable losses of communication with the Great Xia Nation satellites, which were often the result of deliberate collisions by the American forces using their nearly obsolete satellites. Lin Chen's actions this time were seen as a long overdue act of retribution for the Great Xia Nation. Li Jiangwo's admiration for Lin Chen grew. Not only was he exceptionally skilled in research, but he also demonstrated remarkable decisiveness in challenging situations. You will undoubtedly shoulder the future of our nation's scientific endeavors. Li Jiangwo clapped Lin Chen on the shoulder, his eyes filled with approval. However, Director Li, rest assured, such incidents will not recur. Lin Chen's gaze was resolute, his tone infused with confidence. The American forces had frequently sent their aircraft to probe the edges of Great Xia's airspace, even causing the sacrifice of a pilot in the early 2000s. This vendetta must be avenged. Should the American aircraft dare to flaunt their might again, they would surely be shot down. Shaolin, I have faith in your capabilities. Li Jianguo patted Lin Chen's shoulder firmly, his eyes reflecting trust and anticipation. Just then, a knock echoed through the office door. Come in, Li Jianguo called out. A group of uniformed personnel entered, led by General Zhang, resplendent in his crisp military attire adorned with 3 gleaming stars on his shoulders. Li Jianguo stepped forward. General Zhang, what brings you here? General Zhang, filled with eagerness, inquired. Director Li, did you conduct a test firing of the laser weapon today? Li Jianguo nodded affirmatively. Yes. Is it truly you? General Zhang exclaimed, his excitement surging. Did you destroy those 3 American satellites? Indeed. Excellent. General Zhang clapped his hands in approval. Who conceived of this idea? At that moment, in his exuberance, General Zhang had yet to notice Lin Chen's presence. Even if he noticed, he would merely regard Lin Chen as Li Jianguo's assistant, for Lin Chen was undeniably too youthful. Li Jianguo fell silent for 2 seconds before truthfully revealing. He is our Chief Lin's designated testing target. Chief Lin? General Zhang inquired, puzzled. Where is he? Can you take me to meet him? Li Jianguo turned to Lin Chen, introducing General Zhang. This is Chief Lin, the mastermind behind the new laser weapon. You are Chief Lin? General Zhang expressed his astonishment. You are remarkably young. Indeed I am. Lin Chen replied with a composed demeanor, smiling as he greeted General Zhang. To be a chief at such a young age. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. General Zhang laughed heartily. Only the younger generation could dare to employ a laser weapon against the Eagle Sauce satellite. After his initial surprise, General Zhang was filled with admiration. He had no doubts about Lin Chen's identity, given his presence in Li Jianguo's office and the fact that Li Jianguo himself was making the introduction. It was certainly no facade. Subsequently, Lin Chen began to briefly outline the capabilities of the super laser cannon. With each detail, General Zhang's breaths grew heavier. Excellent, 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 he exclaimed, repeating the word thrice, and it was evident that his eyes were glistening with emotion. Chief Lin, will this laser weapon be available for mass production? General Zhang looked at Lin Chen with eager anticipation. Indeed. Lin Chen nodded emphatically, sensing General Zhang's fervor and understanding the critical importance of this laser weapon for national security. Really? General Zhang exclaimed with joy, subsequently slapping his thigh in excitement. That is wonderful. Once mass-produced, our nation's airspace will be secure. It could even be mounted on warships as a formidable weapon. As he spoke, General Zhang reflected on the issue of endurance, suddenly sighing, unfortunately, it cannot be deployed within the army. Otherwise, it would be perfect. Wouldn't you agree, Chief Lin? Lin Chen shook his head. General Zhang, the new laser weapon has resolved the endurance issue and can be deployed across the entire military. What? General Zhang was taken aback, then abruptly fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. You mean the endurance issue has been resolved? Turning sharply, General Zhang stared at Lin Chen. Chief Lin, could we witness a test? Lin Chen nodded and immediately provided a set of data. Upon hearing it, General Zhang was once again as excited as a child. Fantastic. This time, our army can also deploy mobile laser cannons. After his exhilaration, General Zhang eagerly inquired, Chief Lin, may we personally observe the actual test? Of course. Lin Chen affirmed. Our engineers are currently at the testing site. Then let us proceed there immediately. General Zhang was already impatient to see the new laser cannon. Before long, the group hurried to the laser cannon testing ground. At that moment, the laser cannon was preparing to test its flat trajectory through steel plates. Fire. Chapter 28. Destroying the Eagle Sauce Global Hawk Drone. At the laser testing facility, as Lin Chen and General Zhang arrived at the entrance, they heard a thunderous command. Fire. As the words echoed, a blinding white light shot forth from the cannon's muzzle, akin to a streak of white lightning, hurtling towards the center of the target area, where 10 layers of steel plates, each 10 centimeters thick and made of military-grade special steel, were stacked. Is the test commencing? General Zhang's gaze was instantly drawn in that direction, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Li Jianguo and the others also looked over with excitement. Only Lin Chen remained composed, for he already knew the outcome. Within the realm of inheritance, he had lost count of the number of tests conducted. It was precisely due to these countless trials that the super laser cannon had been optimized to such a terrifying degree of power, enabling the Great Xia Kingdom to achieve rapid mass production. In the direction that commanded everyone's attention, a blinding white light struck the steel plate. There was no explosion, No sparks. The steel plate was penetrated as if doused in boiling water. It swiftly pierced through the first layer, then the second, third, and continued until the 10th layer. The entire stack of steel evaporated, leaving only a dark, gaping pit, without even a trace of slag remaining. A silence fell over the scene for 0.5 seconds. Hiss. Everyone inhaled sharply. The magnitude of the power was simply terrifying. It was estimated that even the armor of an aircraft carrier could be directly penetrated. If mounted on a warship, there would be no need for an aircraft carrier. Even a regular warship would become invincible. The Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier battle group? Merely a joke. General Zhang suddenly slapped his thigh with fervor. Clap. What an impressive laser cannon. Its power is indeed fearsome. The 3 golden stars on his shoulder shimmered. Dazzling to behold. The normally composed general, in that moment, resembled a child who had just discovered candy. He turned to Lin Chen. His eyes filled with eager inquiry. Chief Lin, can the laser weapon be mass-produced now? Lin Chen, standing nearby, had his white shirt flutter in the breeze. With a neutral expression, he merely nodded, yes. If there is a production workshop for the laser weapon, it can be easily modified. Additionally, the specialized batteries for the laser weapons also need your military to find a manufacturer. If all goes smoothly, mass production can commence in no more than half a month. The specialized batteries Lin Chen referred to were the ultimate version of the super solid-state magnetic field batteries, entirely different from those diminished mobile phone and car batteries. Half a month. General Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, his face alight with astonished joy. Such speed was astounding. You need not worry about the production workshop. Once I return, I will contact the logistics department for assembly to resolve it. He had initially thought it would take at least 3 months, only to discover it would require merely half that time. As for the issue of the production factory, there was nothing to fret about. The logistics department could address it at any moment. Currently, many military factories had little in the way of orders, and as soon as some news was released, the orders would be snatched up in a frenzy. Lin Chen nodded confidently, assuring, as long as there are no issues with the manufacturers, my side is entirely ready. General Zhang exclaimed with enthusiasm, excellent. After we finish the test, I will arrange for people to negotiate with you. Li Jiangguo observed quietly from the side, feeling no sense of imbalance due to General Zhang's attention towards Lin Chen. On the contrary, he hoped Lin Chen would frequently appear before such influential figures, as it would greatly benefit Lin Chen's future prospects. Subsequently, Lin Chen continued to watch the test alongside General Zhang and the others. Almost every test left General Zhang and his companions utterly astonished, to the point of numbness. The performance of this extraordinary laser cannon was simply terrifying, completely overturning their understanding of laser weaponry. Chief Lin, I once again express my gratitude on behalf of the Bureau for developing such an advanced laser weapon. General Zhang suddenly halted, standing at attention to salute Chief Lin with a formal military gesture, his eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon straightened his posture and returned the salute solemnly, his gaze resolute and calm. You are too kind, General. It is my duty as a researcher. It is an honor to contribute to the nation's defense. Good. That is all I need to hear. General Zhang exclaimed excitedly, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with approval. His admiration for Lin Chen was growing. There was nothing to criticize in any aspect. At that moment, an engineer suddenly cried out, Chief Lin, it seems there are enemy targets rapidly approaching our airspace. All eyes turned to the satellite monitoring screen. On the screen, a small red dot was swiftly nearing the airspace of the Great Xia from the direction of the Sakura Nation. Altitude, 20,000 meters. Speed, 0.8 Mach. The technical personnel accompanying General Zhang quickly moved forward to analyze the situation. They soon reached a conclusion. It's the Global Hawk from Eagle Nation. It is rapidly invading our airspace from the Sakura Nation. They intend to conduct reconnaissance. The mention of the Global Hawk darkened General Zhang's expression, erasing the previous smile. These scoundrels, do they really think our airspace is their backyard? They want to come and go as they please, just like before? He turned to Lin Chen. His tone icy. Chief Lin, can we shoot down this drone? Yes. Lin Chen replied succinctly, yet his tone conveyed unwavering determination and confidence. Just one word. More effective than any assurance. Excellent. General Zhang immediately issued the command. Shoot it down. Let Eagle Nation see that their toy is useless here. Lin Chen turned to instruct the engineers, lock onto that drone and destroy it. Understood, Chief Lin. The engineers, filled with excitement, swiftly began their operations. The prospect of targeting the Eagle Nation's Global Hawk drone was exhilarating. After all, it was touted as an invincible high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, often appearing near the airspace of the Great Xia for close reconnaissance. At 20,000 meters, the The Great Xia had no means to counter it, merely enduring the provocations of Eagle Nation in helpless frustration. Now, they had the opportunity to operate the extraordinary laser cannon and bring down the audacious Global Hawk. Soon, the laser cannon locked onto the drone. Then, it began to charge. In an instant, a terrifying beam of white light erupted, brighter than before, shooting skyward. Everyone looked up to the heavens, unable to see the drone. However, the small red dot on the screen disappeared the moment the white light was emitted, leaving no trace of its signal. Just like that, it was gone. General Zhang gazed at the screen, momentarily taken aback as the small red dot vanished. Haha, we have obliterated the Eagle Sauce's Global Hawk, invincible. The prowess of this laser cannon was truly remarkable. From now on, let us see if the Eagle Sauce dares to approach our airspace again. The excitement among Colonel Wang and his colleagues was palpable. As military personnel, their disdain for the Eagle Sauce's Global Hawk drone was profound. At last, they no longer had to live in fear of it. General Zhang approached the screen, replaying the footage thrice. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face, causing wrinkles to form at the corners of his eyes. He patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Ah, Lin, what you've created is not merely a weapon. It is a formidable iron wall for our Great Xia. If the Eagle Sauce dares to hover near us again, we shall bring down their planes and satellites without hesitation." Lin Chen nodded, his gaze shifting toward the distant target range. And that's not all. This laser cannon can also be mounted on warships. In the future, when our aircraft carrier fleet sets sail, we need no longer fear missile ambushes. Excellent. Splendid. General Zhang's enthusiasm grew with each word. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to his aide and commanded, "Prepare a report immediately. Request the headquarters to prioritize equipping the Army and Navy with laser cannons." Colonel Wang stood at attention, replying, "Yes, I will go at once." He hurriedly departed. At that moment, Lin Chen retrieved a small handle from the side and introduced it to General Zhang. "General, this is our latest development, a laser sword. Would you care to see if it is suitable for military use?" Chapter 29, The Soldier's Marvel. The Global Hawk has been shot down? What is this? General Zhang was momentarily stunned, but realization struck him as his eyes widened in astonishment. "You mean this is a laser sword?" He swallowed hard, reaching out to grasp it. It felt cool and weighty in his hand, unmistakably not a toy model. A laser sword? Colonel Wang leaned in, his voice trembling. The recent feat of the laser cannon piercing through 10 layers of steel was already revolutionary. Now, there was a laser sword? Wasn't that a creation from science fiction? It had truly been developed? Even Li Jianguo was taken aback. Previously, Lin Chen had only discussed the laser cannon with him, leaving out any mention of the laser sword. To his surprise, Lin Chen had quietly brought it into existence. Without further explanation, Lin Chen took back the laser sword and pressed the button on the side of the handle. Buzz! A pale blue blade of light surged forth, half a meter long, resembling a solidified bolt of lightning, hovering steadily in the air. The wind swept by, yet the light blade remained completely still. My heavens! Li Jianguo adjusted his glasses and approached quickly. Having dedicated his life to research, he had encountered numerous advanced technologies. Yet this laser sword, a phenomenon typically confined to science fiction, was a first for him. Can it cut through objects? General Zhang rubbed his weathered, calloused hands, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It surely can, Lin Chen affirmed with a slight nod, glancing toward the nearby stack of special steel plates previously used for testing the laser cannon. 10 centimeters thick. They were even denser than the armor of a typical light tank. Two engineers promptly brought over a plate and mounted it on a metal frame. Lin Chen walked over and gently swiped the pale blue light blade across the special steel plate. There was no sound of friction, no sparks flying. Like a knife slicing through tofu, the steel plate was effortlessly cleaved in two, as if it were butter melted by hot water. The incision was so flawlessly smooth that it could serve as a mirror, with not a single shard of steel scattered about. General Zhang inhaled sharply, hastening towards the gleaming cut. This device was 100 times more effective than a military blade, invincible in close combat. His gaze was transfixed. It was undoubtedly a singular weapon of unparalleled prowess. Adjutant Wang and the technicians were equally astounded, their eyes aflame with eagerness to test it themselves. Moments later, General Zhang suddenly pivoted, grasping Lin Chen's arm, his voice trembling. "Shaolin, is this marvel capable of mass production? Our border soldiers in the southwest are in dire need of this. The terrain is mountainous and complex, especially where it borders the Three Kingdoms, leading to frequent skirmishes. Yet we cannot deploy firearms, only wooden sticks and steel pipes. With laser swords, our border soldiers could utterly vanquish those small adversaries from the neighboring nation." General Zhang's unwavering gaze bore into Lin Chen, filled with urgency. "Compatible with the laser cannon production line. It could be manufactured with slight modifications, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Excellent. Excellent. General Zhang exclaimed, turning to Adjutant Wang. Make a note. The laser swords are to be prioritized for the southwest border. Tomorrow morning. Liaise with the logistics department for immediate mass production. Adjutant Wang swiftly retrieved his notebook, nearly trembling with excitement. Subsequently, General Zhang personally tested the weapon. Akin to a child receiving a cherished toy for the first time, his exhilaration utterly uncontainable. He wielded the laser sword, the soft blue blade tracing elegant arcs through the air, reveling in the experience. Adjutant Wang, eager to have a turn, was met with stern rebuke, underscoring just how much General Zhang treasured the laser sword. Meanwhile, 1 hour prior, at the Eagle Sauce base in Okinawa, Commander Hansen sat in his office. A cigar perched at the corner of his mouth, smoke swirling around him. The Great Xia's air defense? Likely just as ineffective as before against our global hawk. Hansen scoffed, extinguishing the cigar in the ashtray, sparks scattering across the surface. The commander is indeed wise, remarked his adjutant, nodding earnestly. The global hawk is currently at an altitude of 20,000 meters, traveling at 0.8 Mach. The Great Xia cannot even lock onto it with radar. Hansen leaned back in his leather chair, a look of disdain upon his face. Let it approach closer. I want clear footage of the Xia Academy testing ground. I intend to make it known to the Great Xia that our eyes are ever vigilant, monitoring their every move. Just as the adjutant prepared to relay the order via radio, the screen displaying the Global Hawk's real-time footage flickered and then transformed into static. Simultaneously, the drone lost all communication. What is happening? Hansen sat upright, his brow furrowing. It could be a signal disruption. The adjutant hurriedly leaned over the computer, fingers flying over the keyboard. No, it's a complete loss of contact. We cannot reach any frequency. Lost contact. Hansen pushed the adjutant aside, fixating on the screen. Investigate. Immediately. Is it a device malfunction, or is it interference from the Sakura Nation? The adjutant felt cold sweat bead upon his forehead. Retrieve the final transmission data of the Global Hawk. Commander, it is neither a malfunction nor interference. In the last frame, there is a flash of white light. White light. Hansen's expression instantly darkened. What white light? It resembles a laser. The aide's voice dwindled, his head bowed in trepidation. A laser? Impossible. Hansen abruptly stood, fervently shaking his head in denial. Their laser weaponry could reach a maximum range of only 50 kilometers, significantly hampered by weather conditions. How could it possibly strike the Global Hawk, soaring at an altitude of 20,000 meters, hundreds of kilometers away? He refused to believe it. Absolutely not. How could the technological prowess of the Great Xia suddenly surpass that of the Eagle Sauce? Investigate again. Repeatedly, Hansen bellowed, spittle flying onto the aide's face. The aide dared not pause. Time and again, he retrieved the data, replaying the final imagery. The results remained unchanged. The Global Hawk was destroyed by laser fire. Hansen's complexion shifted from crimson to ashen, then to a ghastly pallor. He had previously mocked the Great Xia. Now, his face burned with humiliation. Report immediately. Hansen seized the phone, his fingers trembling. CIA headquarters. Tariff's office. The door suddenly burst open. An agent rushed in, his face pale, voice quaking. Director. Urgent report from the Okinawa base. The Global Hawk drone has been obliterated by the Great Xia using laser weaponry. What? Tariff shot up, his eyes bloodshot, filled with fury. Another laser weapon from the Great Xia? The agent nodded, his voice trembling. Yes, technical analysis confirms it was caused by a laser weapon. Bang. Tariff's fist slammed into the wall, his knuckles instantly splitting, blood gushing forth. The Great Xia. He gritted his teeth, his voice seething with rage. How much advanced technology are they concealing? Quantum chips were not enough? Now they wield laser weaponry. The earlier breach of semiconductor blockades had already shaken the technological hegemony of Eagle Sauce. Now, even the Global Hawk has been brought down. How can Eagle Sauce continue to assert dominance on Blue Star? Tariff grasped another encrypted phone, his voice as frigid as ice. Immediately relay to the old ghost. By any means necessary, we must acquire the technical data on laser weaponry within 3 days, regardless of the cost. A moment of silence lingered on the other end, followed by a cold acknowledgement. Tariff hung up, collapsing into his chair. He gazed at the world map on the wall. The position of the Great Xia circled in red ink, his eyes filled with ferocity. He could not afford to lose. Absolutely not. Otherwise, his position would be forfeited, leading to a most dreadful demise. The Great Xia. In a courtyard within the capital city, Zhao Wei was meticulously organizing certain data. In his 50s, clad in a white lab coat, his hair slightly disheveled and thick black-framed glasses perched upon his nose, he appeared under Zhao Wei's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He was the covert operative of the Eagle Nation, embedded within the Great Xia for 2 decades under the codename Old Ghost. For 20 years, he had remained dormant, living and working as an ordinary citizen. He believed he would never be activated, that he could peacefully spend his life in the Great Xia. However, to his dismay, he was now being called into action. Zhao Wei's expression grew intricate, torn between the nation that nurtured him and the Eagle Nation to which he had pledged his allegiance. Yet, he understood there was no choice. Refusal would result in abandonment by the Eagle Nation and certain death. Completing the mission might offer him a sliver of hope. Laser weapons? For the glory of the great empire. I shall acquire them. He turned and began to gather the documents on his desk. Next, he needed to devise a method to infiltrate the peripheral team of the laser weapon laboratory at the Xia Science Institute. Once close enough, he had myriad ways to extract the data. Chapter 30, Operation Eagle Extermination. A great sweep. 3 days later, Zhao Wei had just returned to his courtyard. The door had scarcely closed when, suddenly, several dark figures rushed into the yard. Before Zhao Wei could react, a sharp sound rang out. He felt a chill in his wrist. His hands were locked in handcuffs. Zhao Wei, codename Old Ghost, a CIA covert agent, am I correct? The voice of the Security Bureau agent was frigid. Zhao Wei snapped back to reality, his body trembling. His complexion shifted from pale to ashen. How did you know? His voice quivered as his teeth chattered. After 20 years of hiding, he had thought himself perfectly concealed. To his shock, just 3 days after being activated, he was captured by the Security Bureau. It was evident he had long been under surveillance. The Bureau had merely refrained from apprehending him until now. The agents remained silent as they searched him, retrieving his phone. The encrypted communicator hidden within his old device was dismantled, revealing a trove of correspondence with the CIA. Zhao Wei collapsed to the ground, cold sweat soaking his back, rendered speechless as if struck by lightning. The security agent regarded him coldly and continued. You believed your disguise was flawless, yet we have been aware of your suspicious behavior for some time. Will you confess willingly, or shall we compel you? I confess. Zhao Wei was utterly broken. At such a moment, further resistance was futile. The Eagle Nation had its pawns within the Great Xia, and their means of communication was. The security agent nodded, acknowledging his compliance. Subsequently, Zhao Wei was taken away, while the agents began to apprehend other Eagle Nation spies based on the information he provided. Throughout the night, reports of individuals conducting water meter inspections surfaced across various locations in the Great Xia, yet none drew significant attention. The following day, at the headquarters of the Security Bureau, Zhang Junfei reviewed the interrogation report, feeling a mix of relief and trepidation. Fortunately, the exposure due to the laser weapon issue had come to light. Otherwise, the potential losses could have been catastrophic. This matter would be reported upward, and the Xia Science Institute would be notified as well. Zhang Junfei first made a phone call to his superior to report. He then took an interrogation report and proceeded to the Xiaku Institute. In the office of Li Jiangguo, Xiao Lin announced, the production line for the laser swords has been successfully transformed. We can now manufacture 100 laser swords daily. Li Jiangguo's tone was filled with excitement. Since the testing of the laser swords, the Logistics General Assembly Department had actively engaged with the Xiaku Institute. Within 3 days, the production line was revamped and mass production commenced. Such speed could only be achieved by the Great Xia Nation. Excellent. The sooner we begin production, the better. Our warriors on the southwestern border will be equipped more swiftly. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Lin Chen's eyes. After learning about the hardships faced by the southwestern border soldiers, he was determined to ensure that they were equipped with more advanced weaponry, sparing them from any grievances. When provoked, they must retaliate fiercely, teaching the enemies a lesson that would deter any further incursions. To realize this vision, the Great Xia Nation must possess a formidable defense capability, and advanced weaponry is a crucial pillar of that strength. Just as Li Jiangguo was about to continue speaking, a knock resonated at the door. Come in. The office door swung open, and Zhang Junfei entered with a report in hand. Director Li, it has been a while. Chief Lin, you're here too. What a coincidence. Li Jiangguo rose with a smile. Director Zhang, what brings you here today? Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, a smile gracing his lips in response to Zhang Junfei. Zhang Junfei's smile faded as he began to explain slowly. Upon hearing his words, Lin Chen felt a sense of disdain toward the actions of the Eagle Nation. They wished to steal his technology? What a pipe dream, just as they had stated before. Even if they were given the technical documents, they would be unable to replicate it. Many of the technologies had undergone special processing without his guidance. The current technological level of Blue Star could not achieve such advancements. Li Jiangguo chuckled. Director Zhang, it seems you've caught quite the big fish this time. Indeed. Zhang Junfei nodded. I actually came to seek your advice on how to deal with those spies. Should we eliminate them directly or make use of them? At this, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If they could be utilized, it would be a grand gesture against the Eagle Nation. I'll slightly modify the parameters and let them toil in imitation. Li Jiangguo expressed concern. Shaolin, could that be a bit risky? Lin Chen chuckled confidently. Rest assured, they will find no flaws. Once they succeed in their research, they will realize it was all an elaborate trap. Really, that would be fantastic. Zhang Junfei exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Let us proceed as Chief Lin suggested. Lin Chen promptly set to work. Before long, a brand new technical proposal for the laser weapon emerged. Zhang Junfei left with the counterfeit technical plan, exhilarated. A devilish smile curled on Lin Chen's lips. Eagle Nation, take your time with your research. When you finally succeed, a grand surprise awaits you. Meanwhile, that afternoon, the military held a press conference, the hall brimming with journalists. Cameras, both domestic and international, are all focused on the podium. The military spokesperson, clad in impeccable uniform, strides forward with measured steps. Holding a document in hand, he places it firmly on the table. Today's press conference is primarily to announce a significant development. His calm voice resonates through the microphone, reaching every corner of the venue. 3 days prior, a global Hawk drone unlawfully intruded into our airspace. Upon detection, we deployed laser weaponry to bring it down. As soon as the words leave his lips, the journalists in attendance are momentarily stunned. What? They shot down a global Hawk drone? Goodness. That drone was flying at an altitude of 20,000 meters. After the initial shock, foreign reporters eagerly raised their hands, wishing to pose questions. However, the military spokesperson does not entertain inquiries. Instead, he instructs an assistant to play a video. Please direct your attention to the big screen. The screen displays the flight path of the drone, launched from the Okinawa base, heading straight for our airspace, only to be obliterated by a laser beam in an instant. This is the evidence. The military spokesperson's tone remains incisive as he continues with his authoritative address. Let me reiterate, our airspace is not a backyard for anyone to enter and exit at will. Should there be another occurrence, it will not just be a drone that we bring down. All the journalists are taken aback by the commanding proclamation of the military spokesperson. It is the first time they have witnessed such a forthright and assertive declaration from our nation, something unprecedented. Many astute reporters already perceive that our country is preparing to wield its sword. The global landscape is poised for transformation. They hasten to relay the news back to their respective nations. In the presidential office of Eagle Sauce, President Otop watches the live broadcast, infuriated, and hurls his coffee cup to the ground, shattering it into fragments. Damn it, they actually dare. He bellows, his fists pounding the table. Trev enters, holding a document. Mr. President, the information on the laser weapon relayed by Old Ghost has been preliminarily verified by our technical team. It is indeed legitimate. The president's rage diminishes by half in an instant. He snatches the document and flips through it rapidly. A range of 100 kilometers? A power decay rate of 30? Although it falls short of expectations, it is nonetheless sufficient. Trev nods in agreement. Once we fully comprehend the technology, we shall surpass them. President Otop takes a deep breath, his fingers turning white from pressure. He suppresses his anger and instructs, have Laming hold a press conference to condemn Xia for disrupting regional peace. But do not mention the technology. We shall let them see our might once we develop our laser weapon. Trev acknowledges the command and departs. President Otop glares at the screen displaying the face of the spokesperson, his eyes filled with fierce determination. Xia, this time, I shall allow you to revel in your triumph. But when our laser weapon is ready, we shall see who prevails. At Xiaco Institute, Lin Chen observes the military press conference, his heart brimming with emotion. Simultaneously, he becomes more resolute in his quest to expedite the inheritance of advanced weaponry technology, striving to elevate Xia to the pinnacle of the world. The development of laser weaponry is nearing its conclusion, and he is on the verge of unlocking the next technological inheritance. Next, it is imperative to deliberate on which technological advancement to select. Chapter 31, A New Crisis. As the military press conference video spread across the internet, a fervor swept through the online community. The military spokesperson's remarks instantly soared to trending status. The top 10 trending topics included the Dacia military's imposing declaration, Global Hawk shot down by laser, Eagle Sauce's backyard theory utterly dismantled. And this is the demeanor Dacia ought to exhibit. Upon opening the comment section, there was an outpouring of excitement. My father, a retired Air Force officer, was moved to tears while watching the live broadcast. He expressed that the grievances from the South China Sea collision have finally found an outlet today. After enduring for so many years, he was relieved not to have to appease Eagle Sauce any longer. Previously, Eagle Sauce claimed their aircraft could fly wherever they pleased. Now, I wonder if they would dare intrude into Daxia's airspace again. The prowess of laser weaponry is astounding. The military spokesperson is even more remarkable. That statement about next time not just being drones that get shot down sent shivers down my spine. I suggest replaying the video of the Global Hawk's downfall for Eagle Sauce to witness. Furthermore, there are comments from veterans. An ID named Old Squad Leader remarked, "During my years guarding the border, I could only gaze at Eagle Sauce's reconnaissance aircraft overhead through binoculars. It was incredibly frustrating. Now, with laser weaponry, they will not dare come again." A multitude of netizens responded, "Old Squad Leader, rest assured, we will protect our nation henceforth." Many people watched the video on their phones, their fists unconsciously clenched. It was a mix of exhilaration and relief. Over the years, Daxia has faced numerous constraints imposed by Eagle Sauce, from chips to aviation, from materials to equipment. Each time, we had to endure. Watching Eagle Sauce's reconnaissance aircraft hover at the border and witnessing the chip sanctions that left many enterprises struggling. Yet, during this period, breakthroughs have been achieved. At last, Daxia can stand tall and assert its stance to the world. The excitement domestically has yet to subside, while internationally, the online discourse has erupted. On the Sakura Country Forum, skepticism abounds. Baka, how could Daxia's laser weaponry be so advanced? The video must be fabricated. Our F-15J cannot achieve that, so how could they? They assert it must be false. Daxia is merely deceiving itself. The South Bang country has taken it even further. A prominent forum thread surged to the top. Daxia's laser technology originates from South Bang. We published theoretical papers on laser weaponry 10 years ago. Below, many echoed in agreement. Indeed, Daxia is a thief of technology. They must return what they have stolen. Soon, someone retaliated. You can't even manufacture a straight rifle barrel. Yet you speak of laser weaponry? What a joke. The thread escalated to the point where moderators had to lock it. On Eagle Sauce's Twitter, there was a frenzy of inquiries directed at the White House. President Otapu must provide us with answers. Why was the Global Hawk shot down? What is our intelligence agency doing? We allocate hundreds of billions annually to the CIA, only to receive a response of ignorance? With Daxia now possessing laser weaponry, can our aircraft fly safely in the future? There is a strong demand for the military to take action. We cannot allow Daxia to be so brazen. Amidst the international uproar, Lei Mengduo convened a press conference. The venue was teeming with attendees. Lei Mengduo donned a dark suit, her expression longer than that of a donkey. She immediately slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, "This act by Daxia severely undermines regional peace and stability. The unlawful downing of our reconnaissance equipment is a blatant provocation. We demand an immediate apology from Daxia and the transfer of laser weapon technology as compensation for our losses." No sooner had she finished speaking than a Daxia journalist stood up, their voice clear and resonant. "Madam Secretary of State, allow me to correct a misapprehension. The Global Hawk is a military reconnaissance aircraft, not a civilian device, a fact well known to the international community. Furthermore, according to international law, any nation possesses the right to down any aircraft that unlawfully intrudes upon its airspace. May I inquire if the repeated incursions of reconnaissance aircraft by the Eagle Nation into Daxia's airspace constitute a breach of peace? Also, just how grand is your visage? Do you still wish to acquire our laser weapon technology?" Lei Mengduo's countenance stiffened, rendered speechless by the inquiry. She trembled with rage, pointing at the journalist. She abruptly rose, pushing aside her aides, her heels clicking sharply against the floor as she strode backstage without a backward glance. The journalist continued to press, "Madam Secretary of State, will you not provide an explanation? Is it true that your Eagle Nation's laser weapon technology is lagging?" Before long, the video of Lei Mengduo being challenged surged to the trending topics. The public relished in her discomposure, with discussions of Lei Mengduo's breakdown and Daxia's insider leak dominating social media. Netizens could hardly contain their laughter every time Lei Mengduo appears. She inadvertently boosts Daxia's popularity. Is she not an insider? Perhaps the Eagle Nation should investigate whether she is on Daxia's payroll. They ought to refrain from holding further press conferences, lest they lose all dignity. Online sentiments toward the press conference were strikingly divergent. For Daxia, there was shock and admiration. For the Eagle Nation, derision for their shameless conduct. Amidst the online uproar, Lin Chen remained largely unperturbed. At that moment, in the office of Li Jiangguo at the Summer Science Academy, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the documents on the table. Li Jiangguo sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed tightly, gripping a report with knuckles turning white. "Li Lao, what troubles you?" Lin Chen inquired as he entered, noticing the elder's distress. Li Jiangguo slid the report across the table, sighing deeply. "The laser weapon technology has been achieved, yet we remain stymied in the realm of engine development." Lin Chen picked up the report and glanced over it. High-temperature alloy materials. Comprehensive embargo from abroad, while domestic materials have a lifespan of merely 800 hours. Eagle Nation's equivalent products last 2,000 hours. Single crystal blade processing, precision below standard, with a yield rate of only 30, far beneath international levels. Core control systems. Chip reliance on imports has resulted in a supply cutoff. Li Jiangwo's voice was low and tinged with resignation. For years, we have endeavored to overcome these challenges. Yet the formulation for high-temperature alloys and the processing techniques for single crystal blades remain closely guarded by foreign nations. Our domestically produced turbofan engines require replacement after only a brief duration of flight. While fighter jets fare slightly better, transport and passenger aircraft still heavily depend on imported engines. Once foreign supplies are cut off, our aircraft will be grounded. Lin Chen gazed at the report and suddenly recalled a technology within the inheritance space that could resolve this predicament. Mr. Li, perhaps this constraint can soon be overcome. Li Jiangguo abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Do you have another idea? Indeed, Lin Chen affirmed with a decisive nod, his voice resonant. I will return now to devise a plan. Li Jiangguo instantly stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. Shaolin, are you certain? Absolutely, Lin Chen replied calmly yet firmly. If laser weapons can be advanced, so can our aircraft engines. The Great Xia cannot rely solely on laser weaponry. Our airplanes must also utilize our own engines. Well said. Li Jiangguo's eyes sparkled with approval. He continued, Shaolin, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. It's all right if you cannot devise a solution. He feared that Lin Chen might impose undue stress upon himself, leading to unnecessary turmoil. Lin Chen's efforts had already been commendable, and the development of aircraft engines posed a far more formidable challenge than other technologies, an entirely different magnitude of difficulty. He did not wish for Lin Chen to fall into a cycle of self-reproach due to his relentless dedication. Sensing Li Jiangguo's concern, Lin Chen smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I know my limits. With that, he departed. In the inheritance space, there was a particular aviation engine ideally suited for the current needs of the Great Xia, the anti-gravity plasma engine. Chapter 32, the anti-gravity plasma engine. The night in the capital was ablaze with lights. Countless homes illuminated the city, infusing it with a vibrant sense of life. At the Summer Science Institute, in an apartment building, Lin Chen returned from the institute. The worries expressed by Li Jiangguo regarding domestic aircraft engines echoed persistently in his mind. Alongside the startling statistics on engine lifespan and yield rates from the report, he had not anticipated the domestic aviation engine to be lagging so far behind. However, now that he was aware, he was determined to address this shortcoming. After splashing cold water on his face, Lin Chen lay down on his bed, closing his eyes as his consciousness seamlessly entered the inheritance space. Buzz. After experiencing the familiar sensation of weightlessness, his awareness arrived in the inheritance space. New technology unlocked. Please select. He chose anti-gravity plasma engine without hesitation. In the next moment, a vast stream of data surged into his mind. Gazing at the technological principles of the anti-gravity plasma engine, Lin Chen was filled with awe. This engine utilizes entirely new alloy materials, which are lightweight, highly durable, and heat-resistant. The core rotor employs anti-gravity technology, providing powerful anti-gravity forces as it spins, facilitating vertical takeoff and landing for aircraft while conserving thrust. Thankfully, the complete set of technology includes formulations for the new alloy materials, which possess high hardness and heat resistance. Otherwise, the current materials used in Blue Star's aviation engines would be utterly inadequate. Moreover, due to the absence of traditional moving parts in this engine, according to the technical documentation, it can achieve a yield rate of 100. As for its lifespan, it begins at an impressive 100,000 hours. It is 50 times more advanced than the engines of the Eagle Nation. Incredible. This is not merely an aviation engine. It is entirely applicable to all types of aircraft. After thoroughly examining the parameters of the anti-gravity plasma engine, Lin Chen was once again profoundly astonished. Truly, it is the legacy seed of a level 9 civilization from the cosmos. The technology within is unparalleled at this current level of civilization. With this engine, the aerospace sector of the Great Xia Nation will experience an unprecedented leap forward. Moreover, it can be adapted for civilian use, paving the way for the development of new modes of transportation. After the initial excitement, Lin Chen began to work diligently in the inheritance space laboratory, starting with the new alloy materials. Simultaneously, in the Eagle Nation's Las Vegas Laser Weapons Laboratory, Supervisor Jim gazed at the laser technology scheme stolen from the Great Xia Nation. Brimming with exhilaration, my God, the Xia people are incredibly intelligent. They have conceived such a flawless plan. The other researchers were equally astounded. Supervisor, this plan is legitimate. Their energy control logic, with just minor modifications, can extend the range beyond 100 kilometers. What are we waiting for? Overtime. Everyone, work overtime. We must produce a prototype by next week. I want the White House to know that we are the true masters of Blue Star. Jim commanded excitedly. The entire laboratory erupted into a frenzy. No one doubted the validity of the plan, as it had been retrieved from the Xia Academy by the intelligence agency and was undoubtedly their most advanced scheme. A week later, in the Eagle laboratory, a silver laser emitter stood at the center of the testing area, its metallic shell gleaming with a cold light. Jim, clad in a white lab coat, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with anticipation. Power set to 80. Aim at the target board 10 kilometers away. Fire. The technician pressed the button. A beam of white light surged forth, but it did not strike the target board as anticipated. Boom. A deafening explosion shattered the emitter into fragments. The shockwave overturned the testing table, and a column of black smoke shot upwards. The surrounding personnel were directly injured by the debris. Jim was dumbfounded. The smile on his face instantly froze. He stood in shock for 3 seconds before screaming in terror. Wah! What happened? Where's my emitter? A researcher, clutching the latest technical report, spoke with trembling voice. Supervisor, the plan is false. It concealed a self-destruct logic. If the power exceeds 5, it will explode. What? False. Jim snatched the report, glanced at it, and tore it apart in fury. Damn it. The Xia people deceived us. Those bastards in the CIA have doomed us. Call for an ambulance. After ensuring the scene was under control, Jim turned and rushed out, heading straight for the CIA headquarters. At the CIA headquarters, in Tariff's office, the door was kicked open. Jim stormed in and grabbed Tariff by the collar, his eyes blazing with rage. What kind of rubbish technology did you give us? The laboratory exploded. 3 engineers are seriously injured, and all the equipment is destroyed. Tariff, struggling for breath and bewildered, gasped. False? Impossible. This was relayed back by Old Ghost. He lay in wait for 20 years. How could he possibly err? I have conducted my own tests. Could there be any deception? Jim roared. You must confirm this at once, or prepare to face a military tribunal. Tariff hastily instructed the technician to send a message. 10 minutes later, the technician rushed in, his face ashen. Director, we cannot establish contact. The signal from the Old Ghost has been severed. Moreover, there has been no word from the 3 operatives we had previously deployed. Tariff's expression darkened to a shade of iron. He shoved Jim aside, staggered back a couple of steps, and struck his fist against the wall, his knuckles turning white. Damn it. The Daxiao people have captured our operatives. They have deliberately provided false information. They are mocking us. Jim was momentarily stunned, then his anger flared. What do we do now? Our laser weapon project is completely ruined. Tariff remained silent, fixated on the world map on the wall, the location of Daxia piercing his gaze like a thorn. He understood that this time, they had gravely miscalculated. Let us go find the president. In the White House, within the president's office, Autop smashed a cup to the floor, shards scattering everywhere. He pointed an accusing finger at Tariff, nearly shaking the roof with his furious roar. What the hell? Is the CIA just idle? All operatives gone. And we are left with a fake technology. Do you intend to keep your position, Director? Tariff bowed his head, too intimidated to speak. The defense secretary quickly interjected. Mr. President, this is not the time for blame. We must retaliate. Retaliate? How do we retaliate? Autop gasped, his eyes fierce. The laser weapon project has collapsed, the satellite has been struck, and now we have lost our operatives. Sanctions. The defense secretary gritted his teeth. We must intensify the sanctions. No aircraft engines, no materials related to aviation shall be sold to Daxia. Let their planes remain forever grounded. Let them understand the consequences of opposing us. Indeed. Let it be so. Autop's eyes lit up as he slammed the table. An announcement must be made immediately. Anyone who dares to sell to Daxia is opposing us. The Eagle. Autop envisioned Daxia begging for mercy after facing sanctions. Chapter 33. Sanctions? Await destruction. Once the announcement of sanctions from the Eagle was released, the entire Eagle Alliance began to express their support. The Cherry Blossom Nation proclaimed, we fully support the Eagle's sanctions plan. The Southern Stick Nation declared, we wholeheartedly back whatever the Eagle wishes to accomplish. The Kangaroo Nation voiced, support our leader, the Eagle. The Monkey Nation chimed in, we are in support. The European nations announced, a complete ban on sales. Even the nation with no ties to aircraft engine materials. The Third Nation joined in the fray. Even the Great Bear Nation remained silent, illustrating how Daxia's recent rise has instilled a sense of crisis in many countries across Blue Star. Simultaneously, the online world erupted in fervor. The Eagle had commenced once more. How would Daxia respond this time? Oh yes, this is splendid. We must suppress Daxia's arrogant demeanor. This time, Daxia will surely kneel. Indeed, the eagle would retaliate. Across international networks, no one held faith in Daxia. After all, only 5 nations on Blue Star possessed the capability to manufacture aircraft engines, and Daxia is among them. However, many materials must be imported. Once sanctions are imposed, the manufacturing of aviation engines in the Great Xia Nation will encounter material shortages. The online community has erupted with outrage, as the trending topics are filled with news of sanctions from the Eagle Nation. How absurd. Is the bald eagle resorting to such tactics again? It seems the Eagle Nation has lost its sanity, imposing sanctions on everything in sight. It is infuriating. I have heard that our domestic aviation engine research and development relies heavily on foreign materials. With these sanctions, the sentiments of our people are rife with anger. During this period, the Great Xia Nation has been basking in the joy of several technological breakthroughs. Yet, the announcement from the Eagle Nation has instantly filled our citizens with fury and frustration, leaving them helpless. All we can do is hope that the Great Xia Nation can swiftly overcome this blockade. A week later, in the office of the president of the Xia Academy, Li Jiangguo stared at the computer screen, his eyes brimming with indignation. Damn the Eagle Nation. Do they intend to repeat their old tricks? The technological advancements in the Great Xia Nation have been remarkable recently, and the localization of aviation engines is accelerating. Within 2 years, we could achieve complete self-sufficiency and no longer depend on imports. Yet, the Eagle Nation has launched the most severe sanctions without granting us any time to break through. It is infuriating. Li Jiangguo clenched his fists, striking the table in frustration. Bang! The door burst open, and engineers from the large aircraft engine development team rushed in, their eyes red with emotion. Director Li, we have received news from abroad that the batch of single crystal blades we ordered has been intercepted. Our large aircraft has already had its fuselage assembled, and we were just waiting for the engines. Now we don't even have spares. Wang, the lead engineer, spoke with a voice filled with anger and discontent. The other engineers bowed their heads in silence, their eyes reflecting the collective feelings of rage, frustration, and helplessness. Instantly, the atmosphere in the office grew tense. They clenched their fists, knuckles turning white, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Clearly, we possess the technology to target the Eagle Nation satellites. We have successfully developed 1-nanometer quantum chips. Even solid-state magnetic field batteries. Perhaps you would like to take a look at my proposal, Lin Chen declared as he opened his computer, revealing the design for the anti-gravity plasma engine. Is this real? Engineer Wang approached skeptically to examine the screen. Anti-gravity plasma engine? What is this? I have heard of anti-gravity technology before, and I am familiar with plasma engines, but the combination is somewhat abstract. Can this be realized with the current technological capabilities of Blue Star? As for the anti-gravity technology alone, no country has advanced beyond the laboratory stage. It remains purely theoretical. The same goes for plasma engines. They have not even entered the experimental phase, merely figments of scientific imagination. Yet now, Lin Chen has directly integrated these two technological concepts. Is that even possible? Li Jiangguo also leaned in, his skepticism mirrored in his expression. Shaolin, is this for real? Absolutely. Lin Chen affirmed with conviction. I have meticulously calculated the proposal. It is entirely feasible. Whether it concerns the new alloy or the core rotor anti-gravity technology, both can be easily realized. Furthermore, this engine boasts a lifespan starting from 100,000 hours with a yield rate of 100,000 hours. Engineer Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. He urged Lin Chen to continue scrolling. Vertical takeoff and landing? No need for imported materials? Entirely domestic materials? A cost that is merely 1/10 of current aviation engines? Suddenly, he looked up, his voice tinged with incredulity. Chief Engineer Lin, are you certain you are not jesting? This engine has a lifespan 50 times greater than the most advanced engines from Eagle Nation, and the cost is so low? How can this be? Lin Chen refrained from explanation and directly opened a report detailing the parameters, showcasing the authentic results from his tests in the inheritance space. As Engineer Wang glanced through the document, his voice trembled with disbelief. Is this true? The strength is 100 times greater than the most advanced foreign materials? Is it guaranteed? Absolutely. Lin Chen responded with utmost seriousness. In that moment, Engineer Wang's eyes glistened with tears of excitement, his voice choked with emotion. Haha. Our large aircraft project finally has hope, and our fighter jets will no longer require constant engine replacements. The engineers in the office gathered around to scrutinize the proposal and its parameters. Goodness, these parameters are astonishing. Can this truly be achieved by humankind? Chief Engineer Lin is nothing short of a genius. All present were filled with exhilaration, astonishment, and admiration. The previous frustrations and anger dissipated into thin air. With this engine, Eagle Nation might as well prepare for its own demise. Li Jiangguo looked at Lin Chen, his eyes moist with gratitude. Shaolin, you have once again gifted us an extraordinary surprise. He pointed at the proposal on the computer screen. With this, the sanctions from Eagle Nation will appear laughable. Lin Chen smiled softly. Old Li, this is merely the beginning. This engine can not only be installed on aircraft, but will also be applicable for our spacecraft in the future. With some modifications, it can even be adapted for civilian airliners and transport planes, and it could potentially be utilized in rockets as well. Rockets too? Li Jiangguo exclaimed in sheer joy. Does this imply that we can achieve reusable rockets? Indeed. Lin Chen nodded, acknowledging that theoretically, everything was feasible. The specific design, however, would depend on the requirements of the rocket. Excellent. Li Jiangguo exclaimed, his excitement evident as he slapped his thigh. Suddenly, he stood up and swiftly closed the office door. With a serious expression, he addressed Engineer Wang and the others. Please place your mobile phones on my desk. After issuing this directive, he promptly dialed Zhang Junfei from the Security Bureau. The significance of Lin Chen's technology was paramount, crucial to the destiny of the entire Xia nation. It necessitated the highest level of confidentiality. Without any dissent, Engineer Wang and the others complied, surrendering their phones and awaiting further instructions. Meanwhile, in the White House, the American officials were reveling in their post-sanction triumphs. Without our supplies, Xia's aerospace engines will remain grounded, the defense minister affirmed. Mr. President, it won't be long before they come begging us, he added. Chapter 34, Establishing the Zhuke Project. Before long, a rapid series of knocks echoed from Li Jiangguo's office door. Director Li, it's Zhang Junfei from the Security Bureau. Li Jiangguo hurriedly opened the door. Standing outside were 5 individuals clad in black military uniforms, their insignias glinting ominously. Zhang Junfei entered, clutching a black folder, his demeanor devoid of any levity. Chief Lin. Director Li, he acknowledged the two, then turned to Engineer Wang and the others, his tone grave. Gentlemen, we have received orders from the highest authority. The anti-gravity plasma engine technology is to be classified at the utmost level. Indeed, prior to his arrival, he had relayed this information to the top leader and received the latest directive. The anti-gravity plasma engine project must be treated with the highest degree of secrecy, a classification reserved for matters of national significance. At this moment, Lin Chen's identity was synonymous with this utmost secrecy. No one outside could uncover his true status. Upon hearing this, Engineer Wang and the others were struck with astonishment, realizing the technology's importance far surpassed their initial perceptions. Zhang Junfei continued, his tone unyielding. Next, I kindly ask you all to cooperate by providing your identification information. We will be verifying the backgrounds of 3 generations of your relatives. As he finished speaking, his colleagues stepped forward with tablets to begin the registration process. Wang was momentarily taken aback, his fingers flying across the screen. He recalled that his son was studying at a university domestically, and both parents were retired workers, thus feeling no anxiety. Other engineers proceeded with their registrations as well, some visibly tense, beads of sweat forming on their brows, not from concern over potential issues with their backgrounds, but rather from the sheer intensity of the situation. An experience so foreign to them. Relief washed over them once they received notifications that their background checks had been approved, allowing them to participate in this top-secret project. Zhang Junfei picked up the printed confidentiality agreements, each adorned with the red seal of the Security Bureau. Indeed, your backgrounds are all clear. Now, please sign the confidentiality agreements. His tone was neutral, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Engineer Wang was the first to step forward, signing the agreement without a moment's hesitation. One by one, the others followed suit until the last signature was affixed. Li Jiangguo suddenly spoke up. Old Zhang, I need to convene an emergency expert meeting. Arrangements have been made. Zhang Junfei nodded, clearing the conference room of all unrelated personnel and activating the signal jammers. Lin Chen quietly observed their proceedings, his mind racing with thoughts on how to maximize the potential of this technology. This engine could be utilized in large aircraft, fighter jets, and rockets, and it had the capability to completely surpass all nations in the domestic aviation engine sector. Half an hour later, in the top-level conference room of the Academy of Aerospace Sciences, over 30 experts and academicians with graying hair filled the space, their faces etched with confusion. Old Zhao, what urgent project is this? An elderly expert inquired of his colleague. The expert named Old Zhao shook his head. I don't know. I came directly upon receiving the notice. The other senior experts exchanged glances, seeking insight from each other's expressions, but their hopes were dashed as nearly all wore looks of bewilderment. At that moment, Li Jiangguo and Lin Chen entered. Instantly, All eyes turned to Lin Chen. Chief Engineer Lin, what brings him here? Could this project be related to him? The experts and academicians expressed their astonishment. Lin Chen's reputation preceded him, and nearly every project associated with him was of significant importance. His presence suggested the potential introduction of new technology. With this thought, excitement surged within the hearts of all present, their gazes toward Lin Chen ablaze with fervor. Lin Chen found his seat, and Li Jiangguo approached the podium. Tapping the microphone with a serious tone, "Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I must announce two important matters. First, effective immediately, all active military aircraft, large aircraft, and rocket engine development projects will be suspended. This includes the subsequent improvements to the WS-15 engine." What? The room erupted in chaos. An elderly expert suddenly stood up. "Director Li, the WS-15 is on the verge of finalization. How can we halt it? What will happen to our large aircraft? Are we to wait for foreign constraints?" Another voice joined in, and soon, one after another, they rose to express their dissent. The WS-15 project was the culmination of their tireless efforts, and with finalization so close, the notion of suspension felt like a death sentence. They resolutely opposed the halt, prepared to fight for the WS-15 project, even at the cost of their own lives. In that moment, Lin Chen was deeply moved by the sight before him. It was the dedication of these senior experts and academicians, who had devoted their youth and passion to the nation's technological advancement, that had propelled Daxia's scientific progress. His admiration for them was heartfelt. Li Jiangguo observed the agitated experts below and raised his hand to calm them, his gaze shifting to Lin Chen before he spoke slowly. "Everyone, please remain calm. The reason I propose to suspend these projects is that there are indeed superior alternative technologies available. Shaolin, the floor is yours." Lin Chen rose, holding a black USB drive in his hand. He inserted the drive into the computer, and the screen instantly transformed. The words "anti-gravity plasma engine" appeared, glaringly bright. The room fell silent for 3 seconds, as everyone stared in astonishment, mirroring the reaction of Engineer Zhang upon first encountering this technology. "What is this? Anti-gravity? Plasma engine?" Some rubbed their eyes, convinced they must be mistaken. This name evokes images of science fiction films. How could it possibly manifest in reality? Utterly preposterous. All eyes turned to Lin Chen, awaiting his elucidation. Without further ado, Lin Chen opened the parameter list. "Ladies and gentlemen, please examine the technical specifications. This engine boasts a lifespan of up to 100,000 hours. It employs a revolutionary superalloy material, which is lightweight and cost-effective. Its thrust is a staggering 100 times that of similarly advanced international aviation engines." Gasp. Terrifying. Absurd. Everyone inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with shock. The elder expert who had previously opposed this technology pointed at the screen, rendered speechless. If these figures are authentic, then the aviation sector of Great Xia could soar to unprecedented heights. Moments later, the elder experts and academicians regained their composure from the initial shock and began to pose questions. "Chief Engineer Lin, can you confirm that these parameters can indeed be realized?" inquired a materials expert, his voice trembling. Lin Chen nodded emphatically, asserting that it is indeed achievable. "Really? That's marvelous. We will no longer be constrained by foreign cutting-edge materials." The materials expert's eyes glistened with tears of joy. After so many years, the long-awaited day has finally arrived. Having toiled in this field for decades, he understands the hardships and struggles all too well. There were times when seeking collaboration on technology required him to humble himself, only to be rebuffed. Reflecting on those arduous pasts, he couldn't help but sigh deeply, his gaze filled with nostalgia. Now, with the advent of the anti-gravity plasma engine technology, all difficulties shall become a thing of the past. Other experts nodded in agreement, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Lin Chen continued to address the inquiries of the experts and academicians, each response instilling them with profound astonishment and elation. Li Jiangguo observed this scene quietly, his heart brimming with emotion. Such a moment had never unfolded at the Xia Academy. Only Lin Chen could elicit such intense reactions from these seasoned individuals. After some time, the experts and academicians were finally persuaded by Lin Chen's compelling arguments. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted from initial skepticism and agitation to fervor and expectation. At that moment, Li Jiangguo approached the podium once more and declared loudly, "Next, I announce the second matter, the establishment of the Zhuke project." With Lin Chen as the chief engineer. As his words echoed, Lin Chen rose again, addressing the assembly of elder experts and academicians, esteemed colleagues. The inaugural objective of the Zhuke project is to successfully produce the first prototype within 1 month for testing. Everyone expressed no dissent. The Zhuke project was formally established. Lin Chen once again immersed himself in the demanding project. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away at the southwestern border, the border defense soldiers were about to experience their moment of glory. Chapter 35. The Border Defense Soldiers' Moment of Glory. Southwestern Border, Border Defense Logistics Department. With a screech, a military truck came to a sudden halt, raising a cloud of dust. Commander Wang emerged from the logistics department. The deep lines etched on his sun-darkened face and the calloused hands bore testament to his years of arduous service on the frontier. He strode purposefully towards the truck, his voice booming, "Comrades, has the new equipment arrived?" He had received word that a new piece of equipment was scheduled for delivery that very day, prompting him to wait at the logistics department. Indeed, the driver nodded, disembarking to lift the curtain of the truck's rear compartment, revealing neatly arranged silver boxes within. "Commander Wang, this is the new equipment that the General Assembly instructed us to deliver." Commander Wang nodded, though the brevity of the boxes sparked a flicker of doubt in his mind. Nearby, Captain Li and Captain Zhao gathered around. Captain Li, his hands chafed and reddened from the cold, peered curiously into the truck, his eyes filled with anticipation. What could this new equipment be? Captain Zhao, his rough hands fidgeting with impatience, urged, "Comrade, open the box. Let us see what the new equipment entails." Very well. The logistics soldier jumped into the truck, retrieved a specialized key, and opened one of the boxes. Inside, gray handles lay orderly, their metallic surfaces glistening with a cold sheen, noticeably shorter than standard military daggers. "What is this?" Commander Wang gazed at the handles, his mind swirling with questions. Captain Li's irritation bubbled forth. Are we being deceived? A pile of scrap metal is being touted as new equipment? Captain Zhao, brimming with anger, exclaimed, "I must see what purpose this serves." He prepared to leap onto the truck to retrieve the box's laser sword. At that moment, a technician accompanying the delivery hastily intervened. "Hold on. This is a laser sword. You must understand its usage before handling it recklessly." "What? A laser sword?" Commander Wang was taken aback. Captain Li gasped. "Goodness, are you saying this is a laser sword?" Captain Zhao recoiled, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He was taken aback. Upon hearing the term laser sword, they all felt as if they had misheard. When did technology advance to such heights? Not only they, but anyone unfamiliar with the situation would likely react similarly upon hearing this for the first time. The technician picked up a laser sword and began to explain. "This is the latest single-soldier equipment developed by the Xiaoko Institute. When you use it, simply press the silver button on the side to activate the light blade. Remember, do not touch the blade." Afterwards, the technician demonstrated for Commander Wang and the others. Upon pressing the side silver activation button, the seemingly useless handle transformed, instantly revealing a light blade that was half a meter long and 20 millimeters wide, a pale blue hue emanating from it. It hung in the air, resembling a solidified bolt of lightning, unwavering even in the breeze. This scene left Commander Wang and his companions utterly astonished. A laser sword indeed. Commander Wang's eyes brimmed with incredulity. What an astonishing phenomenon. Is science fiction truly manifesting into reality? Captain Li instinctively took a step back, while Captain Zhao stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed by an unseen force. Moments later, he exclaimed, "Let me give it a try." Commander Wang stepped forward, grasped a handle, and, following the technician's instructions, pressed the silver activation button. A hum resonated through the air as a pale blue blade sprang forth, measuring half a meter in length. Could it be? Commander Wang was instantly electrified with enthusiasm. He wondered about its power and, without hesitation, swung the blade towards a nearby scrap metal pipe. With a sizzling sound, the pipe cleaved as if it were softened butter, splitting cleanly in two, the edges so smooth they could serve as mirrors. Captain Li inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with astonishment. Captain Zhao, finally snapping back to reality, exclaimed, "This device is nothing short of a personal armament." Commander Wang handed the laser sword to Captain Li, saying, "Give it a try. After testing, make sure to register the equipment and distribute it. Teach the soldiers how to wield it as swiftly as possible." Captain Li accepted the handle, igniting the blade, envisioning how exhilarating it would be to wield it against their adversaries. Commander Wang's gaze was resolute. Should the enemy dare to cross the line, this wondrous weapon would be their answer. Indeed, Captain Zhao exclaimed, slapping his thigh, "With this laser sword, we could roast them alive." Soon, both Captain Li and Captain Zhao had completed their trials and began gathering the border soldiers to distribute the laser swords. Among them was Xiao Zhou, a new recruit who had only been with the border unit for 6 months. He stood at the front, his eyes filled with curiosity. Before long, the laser sword found its way into his hands. He toyed with it briefly, then followed the technician's guidance to activate it. The moment the blade emerged, Xiao Zhou shouted in exhilaration, "Wow, this is truly a laser sword." Beside him, the The squad leader, with calloused hands, patted him on the shoulder and cautioned, "Calm down. Focus on learning. Remember, the sword is for enemies only, never to be turned against our own. Do you understand?" "I understand." Xiaozhou nodded vigorously. He then deactivated the laser sword, cradling it protectively, as if it were a newborn child. The squad leader, surveying his soldiers, adopted a serious tone. "You must remember. As border soldiers, the weapons in your hands are your lifelines. Keep this in mind. As long as the sword is with you, you live. Should it be lost, you perish." In unison, the soldiers echoed, their eyes filled with determination. Half an hour later, all soldiers had received their laser swords. Commander Wang stood at the front of the formation, his voice resonant. "Recently, enemy soldiers have been seen loitering near the border markers, likely seeking to instigate trouble. Remember, if they dare to cross the line, we will use these laser swords against them, without regard for our lives." "Yes," the soldiers responded with fervor. They resumed familiarizing themselves with the operation of the laser swords, practicing slashing movements and other advanced maneuvers. The soldiers grew increasingly animated, undeterred by the encroaching chill of the high plateau. In the southwestern border region, a palpable sense of excitement filled the air. In the border command post of the nation of A, Raj, the border commander, stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, his face a mass of tension. Having been stationed at the border for an extended period, his psyche had become somewhat twisted. He surveyed the map and remarked with malice, "It seems that the Great Xia has been stirring up quite a bit lately. They even managed to shoot down the global hawk of the Eagle Sauce. This has emboldened the border soldiers of Great Xia. We cannot allow their arrogance to continue. We must crush their audacity." Turning to his aide, he inquired, "Have you prepared what I asked for?" The aide produced a barbed iron rod from the side and replied, "Commander, it is ready. With this iron rod, we will ensure that the people of Great Xia experience great suffering and come to recognize the might of our nation." Raj accepted the barbed rod, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Excellent. With this weapon, the people of Great Xia will be caught off guard. Organize 100 men to cross the border tonight at 10 o'clock and dismantle their outpost. If they resist, use this rod against them." "Understood, Commander," the aide responded, his eyes brimming with excitement. Chapter 36. Conflict erupts at the border. The laser sword demonstrates its might. That night, within the A nation's border command post, Raj sat in his chair, contemplating the barbed iron rod in his hands with a cold smirk. "Great Xia, I wonder if your steely resolve can withstand this iron rod." Just then, the aide burst in, brimming with enthusiasm. "Commander, it's 10 o'clock. Is it time?" Raj set down the rod, rose, and gazed towards the border defense line of Great Xia, his voice laced with malice. "You will lead the team. Commence operations immediately. Remember, do not hold back." "Yes, Commander. We will complete the mission," the aide replied with fervor as he exited the command post. Meanwhile, on the border, 100 soldiers from Nation A awaited their orders, each gripping a similar barbed iron rod. As they passed the time waiting, they engaged in idle chatter. Tonight we will make the people of Great Xia suffer. Indeed. What if they possess steely resolve? Can it endure against our barbed iron rods?" Confidence surged among all the soldiers from Nation A as they scoffed at the soldiers of Great Xia. At that moment, the aide arrived. "Move out. No holding back." The command was simple, filled with disdain. "Yes." The soldiers of Nation A responded, their eyes ablaze with fervor, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Under the cover of night, they stealthily crossed the border. On the other side, at the Great Xia border outpost, a sentinel stood atop the lookout tower, peering through high-powered binoculars, fixated on the border line. Suddenly, he noticed unusual activity on the side of Nation A. Soon, he spotted a troop of soldiers crossing the border and advancing towards his outpost. The commander was right. These little rascals from Nation A are up to no good. Rather than feeling anxious, the sentinel felt a rush of excitement. He quickly reported over the intercom. "Report to squad leader Zhao. Approximately 100 troops from A are infiltrating the Black Wind Gorge. On either side, steep cliffs rise majestically, with only a narrow path leading into the canyon between them. This location is notorious for frequent conflicts with the neighboring nation. Have they arrived?" Upon hearing this, Captain Zhao felt a surge of excitement. He promptly issued a command. "All personnel, heed my orders. According to the original plan, 50 men will equip themselves with laser swords and proceed to the Black Wind Canyon to confront the enemy." Received. The soldiers, brimming with enthusiasm, swiftly prepared. Equipped with their full array of individual gear, Private Zhou, having readied himself, suddenly found Captain Zhao beside him, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Zhou, you will not engage in combat this time. Instead, ascend to the eastern cliff and document the entire process with your recorder." Zhou's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Understood, Captain." I assure you, not a second will be missed. This marked his first participation in a conflict since enlisting 6 months prior. He felt no fear, only exhilaration. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment at not being able to fight directly, he was thrilled at the prospect of filming. Captain Zhao, satisfied that his soldiers were prepared, gestured grandly, and they set off. The 50 soldiers split into 5 squads, marching swiftly under the cover of night toward Blackwind Canyon. Excitement lit up their eyes. The prospect of imminent glory was almost too much to contain. Half an hour later, within the canyon, the night wind whistled through the cliffs like a haunting melody. The 50 soldiers stood apart, forming a surrounding perimeter around the open space of the gorge. They pressed against the cliff walls, their laser swords concealed, silently awaiting their quarry. Before long, footsteps echoed from the canyon's entrance. Zhou, perched atop the cliff, aimed his recorder downward. On the screen, 100 soldiers from the neighboring nation crowded into view. The leading officer, upon entering the canyon, quickly noticed the presence of the Daxiao warriors. A fleeting glance revealed approximately 50 soldiers. Only 50. The advantage is mine. How could we possibly lose tonight? The officer felt a surge of thrill within. Meanwhile, the soldiers from the neighboring nation had already switched to a mocking mode. TSK. Is this all Daxia can muster tonight? 50 men? Without weapons? How dare you attempt to stop us? Who gave you such courage? Jesus? Laughter erupted among the soldiers, as if victory were already assured. The officer strode to the center of the canyon, shouting in broken Chinese, "Come out. I see you." No sooner had he spoken than Captain Zhao emerged from the shadows, his expression impassive and his gaze icy. Simultaneously, the 50 soldiers revealed themselves, encircling the enemy troops. Zhou atop the cliff had already begun recording. Captain Zhao surveyed the enemy soldiers, his voice cold and commanding. "Soldiers of the neighboring nation, withdraw from Daxia territory immediately. This is your final warning." Upon hearing this, the officer looked at the 50 Daxia soldiers surrounding them and suddenly burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. "Huh? You dare to warn us? With just these 50 unarmed soldiers? Do you think you are worthy?" The soldiers of the neighboring nation erupted into laughter, their mirth laced with scorn and disdain. The 50 soldiers of the Great Xia nation, however, remained unperturbed, regarding their counterparts as if they were mere fools. Laugh on, for soon, there may be no laughter left to share. In their hearts, the soldiers of Great Xia calculated how they might secure more victories once the battle commenced. Each life taken would be a testament to their martial prowess, a potential entry in their family lineage. They even mused that the opposing soldiers had arrived in fewer numbers than expected, ignoring the jeers of the rival soldiers. Captain Zhao issued a stern warning. "This is your final warning. Withdraw from the border. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Meanwhile, atop the cliff, Xiaozhou quietly recorded the unfolding scene, having discerned the captain's intent. Not only was he provoking the adversaries to strike first, but he was also ensuring a firm moral ground for their actions. With this footage in hand, should they later engage in excessive retaliation, the rival nation would have no grounds for complaint. Indeed, the previously raucous lieutenant, upon hearing Captain Zhao's renewed admonition, abruptly ceased his laughter. Casting a disdainful glance at Captain Zhao, he sneered, "Consequences? Allow me to show you what happens when you provoke me." He commanded his men, "All of you, attack them fiercely, do not hold back." Yes, 100 soldiers from the neighboring nation brandished their spiked iron rods, charging like wild dogs unleashed upon the unsuspecting soldiers of Great Xia. Witnessing this, Captain Zhao's lips curled into a satisfied smirk as he issued the command. "Activate the laser swords. Let the slaughter commence." In an instant, a hum filled the air as 50 pale blue blades of light ignited, each half a meter long and 20 millimeters wide, suspended like solidified lightning in midair. The foremost soldier of the opposing force appeared bewildered, then laughed mockingly. "You think these toys can intimidate us? Do you truly believe you wield laser swords?" With that, the soldiers continued their reckless advance, utterly disbelieving that any nation could develop such technology. After all, it belonged only in the realm of science fiction. However, the events that unfolded next would leave those soldiers with profound regret. Captain Zhao, brandishing his laser sword, shouted "Attack!" and charged toward the lieutenant at the forefront. The lieutenant instinctively swung his iron rod, aiming to strike Zhao's head, eager to claim glory for himself. "This victory will be mine," he thought, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he prepared to deliver the fatal blow. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the lieutenant's smile froze. Captain Zhao effortlessly flicked his laser sword against the incoming rod, and with a sizzling sound, the iron rod severed as if it were butter melted by hot water. What? The lieutenant's pupils dilate. 2 severed wrists fell to the ground alongside iron rods, accompanied by an unexpected waft of curry. The adjutant gazed at his own dismembered hand. then at the laser sword wielded by Captain Zhao, as a wave of dread washed over him. Suddenly, the adjutant raised both hands, his face contorted in agony. It hurts. Retreat, quickly retreat. He commanded, struggling against the pain. In that instant, he comprehended the grim reality. The soldiers of the Great Xia wielded genuine laser swords. Alas, his realization came too late. By the time he issued the order, it was already tardy. The 50 soldiers from Great Xia had descended into a frenzy of slaughter. Ah, my hand, my arm, I surrender. Do not strike me. The echoes of anguished cries and pleas for mercy reverberated throughout the canyon. Witnessing this scene, the adjutant from the third nation sank into utter despair. It was over. This time, it was truly over. The losses were catastrophic. Even if he managed to return alive, his fate would be dire. 5 minutes later, the battle concluded. The soldiers of the third nation lay dead or wounded. The remainder stumbled away, dragging their injured comrades as they scrambled to escape the borders. Scattered on the ground were dozens of broken iron rods and a few darkened droplets of blood. The 50 warriors of Great Xia emerged unscathed. Captain, we have won. 0 casualties. An elderly soldier exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. We have triumphed. We have won. The soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers. Chapter 37, 100 surrounded by 50. Observing the disheveled retreat of the soldiers from the third nation, Captain Zhao refrained from ordering a pursuit. After all, the skirmish had already resulted in the deaths of 15 adversaries, delivering a heavy lesson to the third nation. Although such actions could be deemed a violation of international protocols, the third nation had initiated the invasion, repeatedly ignoring warnings before launching the attack. Even if the matter escalated to the international court, the third nation would have no grounds for defense. Captain, how should we handle the bodies? A soldier inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After a moment's contemplation, Captain Zhao decisively instructed, throw them back over to their side. We shall not sully our land. Understood. The soldiers moved swiftly, dragging the lifeless bodies toward the border under the cover of night. Each corpse bore the clean, precise wounds inflicted by the laser swords. Once thrown across the boundary, the soldiers returned. The third nation was paralyzed with fear, too terrified to look back. As for when they would retrieve their fallen, that was their own concern. Once gathered, Captain Zhao and his team made their way back to the barracks. Without even a moment to sip water, he promptly called Commander Wang to report. Commander Wang, you were indeed correct. The third nation has sent forces to invade our borders. Yes, they dispatched 100 men, and we resisted with laser swords. On the other end, Commander Wang eagerly inquired, what was the outcome? The results? We suffered 0 casualties. During our fierce counterattack, we inadvertently killed 15 from the third nation and injured 85. The least of them suffered severed hands or feet. A moment of silence ensued on the intercom, followed by a sound akin to a porcelain cup shattering on the ground. What did you say? The voice of Commander Wang trembled, infused with disbelief and exhilaration. 0 casualties. 15 dead, 85 injured. Commander Zhao reiterated, his voice brimming with excitement. Indeed, the laser sword is the ultimate close combat weapon, an invincible entity. Excellent. Commander Wang's response was succinct and to the point. Commander Zhao continued, we have recorded the entire event on video. Do you require it, Commander? Send it to me immediately. Certainly. Commander Zhao hung up the phone and promptly sought out Xiao Zhou for the video to send to Commander Wang. Meanwhile, at the Border Defense Corps headquarters, within Commander Wang's residence, he remained in a state of exhilaration after concluding the call with Commander Zhao. His dark complexion flushed with excitement. 15 dead, 85 injured, 0 casualties. These figures were incredibly rare, a truth only understood by him, a veteran who had guarded the border for 20 years. This may well have been the most decisive battle fought in the southwestern border over the years. Old Commander, may your spirit rest in peace. From this day forth, no one shall dare to tread upon our territory. Whoever comes shall meet their demise. Commander Wang's eyes reddened, tears blurring his vision as he silently consoled his late commander. For it was his old commander who had met his tragic end, beaten to death amidst the chaos by the ruffians of the neighboring country. That harrowing scene would forever be etched in the hearts of all border warriors. At that time, had it not been for higher-ups intervening, he would have charged across the border seeking vengeance. Back then, the Great Xia Empire was not as formidable as it is today. Often, one had to consider the larger picture. But today, vengeance had finally been exacted. Thanks to the laser sword, the advancements in technology, and the strength of the motherland, there would be no fear of past tragedies repeating themselves. Now, it was the neighboring country that should be concerned for its safety. Commander Wang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Just then, a notification sound from his phone broke the silence. Wiping away a tear, he took a deep breath to steady his emotions. He opened the video sent by Commander Zhao, and with each passing moment, his expression grew increasingly animated. Wonderful. Killing the enemy is glorious. After watching the video, Commander Wang joyfully pounded his thigh. With this footage, there was nothing to worry about. However, this matter still required reporting to the Army Group headquarters, for it involved the casualties of 100 from the opposing side. Given the neighboring country's tendencies, they would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. Who knows what trouble they might stir up next? It was best left to the Army Group headquarters to handle. Though it was already late, approaching 11 o'clock, Commander Wang hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly dialed the duty officer at the Army Group headquarters. The call connected. Commander Wang spoke with gravity. "Hello, I am Commander Wang of the Border Defense Corps. Please transfer me to the commander for an urgent military report." "Understood, Commander Wang. Please hold." Before long, a steady voice, tinged with authority, emanated from the other end of the line. "Xiao Wang. What urgent military matter brings you to call at this hour?" Commander Wang eagerly reported. "Commander, I have tremendous news tonight." The voice on the other end fell silent for 10 seconds after listening. Then, Commander's steady voice resonated once more, tinged with an unmistakable excitement. "Xiao Wang, are you certain that what you have stated is the truth?" Wang instinctively straightened his posture, asserting, "Indeed, I am willing to pledge my military oath." "Excellent. You have performed admirably. I shall immediately arrange for personnel to ascertain the specifics. Concurrently, I will report this matter to higher authorities. Prepare yourselves for commendation." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Commander Wang tidied himself briefly before proceeding to the regiment's headquarters to await the arrival of superiors. Meanwhile, at the command post on the border of a San nation, the adjutant, dragging a severed hand, appeared in excruciating agony. He stumbled into the command center. Raj was seated, legs crossed, reclining with his feet upon the desk, exhaling clouds of smoke. Upon hearing the commotion, he instinctively glanced toward the entrance. The sight before him startled him so profoundly that he leapt from his chair, cigarette forgotten. His expression darkened as he inquired, "What transpired?" The adjutant collapsed to the floor, the injury on his hand inadvertently brushing against the ground, causing him to convulse in pain. "Commander, we have failed. The Great Xia possesses laser swords. Our iron rods are severed upon contact. Even my hands were effortlessly severed at the roots by their mere gesture." "What?" Raj was momentarily rendered speechless, the cigarette slipping from his fingers unnoticed. "Laser swords? Are you jesting on an international scale?" He rushed forward, seizing the adjutant by the collar, his gaze fierce. "You fool, such a device from science fiction cannot possibly exist in reality. Surely, you were ambushed and fled in cowardice." The adjutant wept, tears streaming down his face in indignation. "It is true. The Great Xia's laser swords are formidable. We were 100, besieged by 50 of theirs. Only 85 of us returned, all severely injured. 15 remained behind." His voice faltered at the end, overwhelmed by the agony he endured. Raj, witnessing the adjutant's deplorable state, turned pale as a ghost. He released his grip, and the adjutant collapsed to the ground. "Is this real? The Great Xia has indeed introduced laser swords?" He recoiled 2 steps, collapsing into a chair, his gaze vacant. "No. This matter must not be reported as an act of provocation from our side. We shall assert that the Great Xia invaded us, and despite our vigorous resistance, we suffered grave losses at their hands. Yes, that will be our account." Chapter 38. The Fury of a San Nation. The Great Xia must provide an explanation. After formulating his plan, Raj sternly cautioned the adjutant, instructing him to conspire with him in deceiving their superiors. "Do you comprehend what I have just conveyed? If we proceed in this manner, you shall all be hailed as heroes of the nation and rewarded abundantly. Otherwise, prepare for execution." The adjutant, terrified, nodded fervently. "I understand. I shall communicate with the soldiers immediately." Choosing between becoming an imperial warrior and facing death, he would undoubtedly opt for the former. After speaking, the adjutant, suppressing his pain, exited the command post. He needed to ensure that other soldiers kept the secret. Raj also picked up the phone, dialing the border headquarters of the A3 nation. "Headquarters. Urgent situation. 500 troops from the Great Xia Kingdom have invaded our border. Our forces have dispatched 100 men to resist valiantly. But the Great Xia Kingdom has employed prohibited weapons, inflicting severe damage upon us. Ultimately, we have suffered 15 fatalities and 85 injuries." The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before erupting in fury. "Is what you say true?" Raj felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as he blinked repeatedly, trembling as he replied, "Indeed. Even my deputy has had both hands severed. The other soldiers suffered terribly. It was all due to the Great Xia Kingdom's use of banned weaponry." By the end, Raj feigned a sob. "All right, I understand. Attend to the wounded." and wait for the investigation team to arrive. The call ended, and Raj wiped his brow. He hurriedly left the command post. Needing to keep a close watch on the adjutant, it was essential to ensure that all injured soldiers were mentally prepared. At midnight, a military jeep arrived at the border of the A3 nation. A few individuals disembarked and proceeded directly to the camp of the wounded soldiers, beginning to question them. The results were remarkably consistent, all echoing Raj's account. In the realm of deceit, none could rival A3. From top to bottom, it was the same. Consequently, as those soldiers lied, their expressions betrayed no hint of change. Indeed, the investigators even ventured to the border and brought back the 15 corpses. The following morning, news reached the headquarters of the A3 military. The generals gathered around the battle report, their faces ashen. No one could fathom that such a serious conflict had erupted at the border. Injuries were one thing, but to have resulted in 15 deaths was a grave incident. Reluctantly, they acknowledged the reality, bolstered by photographs of the dismembered deputy and the deceased soldiers' memorial portraits. This matter was beyond their handling. It was imperative to report to the Prime Minister. The generals exchanged somber glances, nodding in agreement. Without delay, they hurried to the Prime Minister's residence. In the A3 nation, at TDMO, the elder sage gazed at the photographs and the recorded videos from the investigation team on his tablet, his fury intensifying to the point where his eyes seemed ablaze. He bellowed, "Excellent! What a splendid nation, the Great Xia! They dare invade our borders and employ prohibited weaponry. This is utterly intolerable. Relay my orders. The military must issue a statement forthwith. We vehemently condemn the Great Xia. They must be held accountable for their use of illegal lethal weapons and provide reparations. Otherwise, we shall not hesitate to unleash a full-scale offensive." Soon after, the military of the Third Nation publicly released a statement to the world, explicitly tagging the Great Xia and the Blue Star Alliance. The Great Xia has disregarded international treaties, brazenly invading our borders and employing lethal weaponry, causing grave harm to our border soldiers. They proclaimed, "We strongly condemn this. We demand an explanation from the Great Xia and compensation for our losses. Otherwise, we, the Third Nation, are prepared to wage war for vengeance." Upon the issuance of this announcement, the first to erupt in outrage were the citizens of the Third Nation. The Great Xia must surrender the perpetrators. Vengeance is imperative. No one can bully our Third Nation. Revenge. It is a necessity. As the news spread, an increasing number of citizens from the Third Nation gathered, brandishing banners and chanting various slogans, all demanding that the Great Xia hand over the criminals and compensate their nation. They expressed unwavering support for their government to retaliate if their demands were not met. This spectacle was precisely what DMO had hoped to witness, as he sought to rally public sentiment and bolster his approval ratings. Simultaneously, the international online community erupted in chaos. Netizens from Sakura Nation exclaimed, "Huh? The Great Xia accuses us of militarism. Yet what do they say now?" Citizens from South Bang Nation insisted, "The Great Xia must be condemned. Their brazen invasion of another nation demands severe punishment to uphold peace." Eagle Sauce Nation's users declared, "The Great Xia is undermining regional tranquility. They should face sanctions." European netizens reacted with disbelief. "Oh my God, wasn't the Great Xia a proponent of peace? Why would they engage in such actions?" Middle Eastern users contended, "The authenticity of these events is debatable. We await an announcement from the Great Xia." Meanwhile, citizens from Baba Yang Nation speculated, "Surely the Third Nation provoked the Great Xia first, and now seeks to bite back after suffering a severe blow." The entire international online arena was in turmoil due to the Third Nation's announcement, leading to significant scrutiny of the Great Xia's image. However, the image of the Great Xia as a peaceful nation was deeply ingrained in the public consciousness. Many expressed skepticism towards the Third Nation's statement, noting the absence of live footage despite the presence of photographs and videos of the injured. This led to conjecture that the Third Nation may have fabricated their claims. A multitude of international friends awaited an official response from the Great Xia. Meanwhile, the online community within the Great Xia was ablaze with excitement. "Haha, splendid. Finally, the Third Nation is facing significant repercussions. Delightful. Regardless of who instigated the invasion, witnessing the Third Nation's misfortune is utterly satisfying. Let those minor provocateurs at the border taste the consequences. I hope our beloved soldiers remain unharmed. Everything else pales in comparison. Indeed, as long as our valiant soldiers remain unscathed, the demise of the soldiers from the neighboring nation holds little significance." The populace of the Great Xia is overwhelmingly exhilarated by this turn of events, with jubilant voices resonating throughout the online sphere. The question of who invaded whom is of little consequence. Their foremost desire is for the safety of the soldiers representing Great Xia. However, they also yearn for an official response, as the entire world awaits the communique from the Great Xia government. Chapter 39. The Official's Deadliest Jest. At the Xia Science Institute. In Li Jiangwo's office, a radiant smile adorned his face as he perused the military reports sent to him. Haha, Shaolin. Your laser sword has proven to be a resounding success. His smile blossomed like flowers in the spring sun. Oh, Lin Chen, intrigued, queried, what is the situation? Wasn't it just recently that we began mass-producing equipment for the military? How have we achieved results so swiftly? Has there been another border conflict? Li Jiangwo handed Lin Chen a tablet. You'll understand after watching this video. Upon receiving the tablet, Lin Chen opened the video. After viewing it in its entirety, astonishment washed over him. Indeed, the efficacy of the laser sword has been validated. He exclaimed, but then his tone turned icy. Huh. Those insignificant soldiers from the neighboring nations still wish to stir trouble at our borders? Our border guards have shown too much mercy. They should have annihilated them all. Li Jiangwo was taken aback by Lin Chen's reaction. The neighboring nation had lost 15 soldiers, yet Lin Chen deemed it insufficient. It seemed that this individual harbored conservative inclinations. Li Jiangwo, with earnest intent, explained, Shaolin, if we were to eliminate all 100 of them, it would undoubtedly provoke a war. A war? Lin Chen dismissed the notion with indifference. Would they dare? It was not that he underestimated the neighboring nation, but rather a reflection of the current military might of Great Xia. Should conflict arise, it could potentially mirror the historic defense at Zindeli, perhaps even concluding more swiftly. Given that vehicle-mounted laser cannons were now in mass production, previously, they had relied on anti-aircraft artillery and military tribunals. But the flat trajectory of the laser cannon posed a far more terrifying threat to infantry and tanks alike. Furthermore, the development of ship-mounted laser cannons had reached its final stages, poised for imminent deployment. Once all naval vessels of Great Xia were equipped with these super-powered laser cannons, they would become an invincible force at sea, impervious to both air defense and offensive maneuvers. Thus, Lin Chen harbored no concerns regarding the likelihood of war with the neighboring nation. It would be best to engage in battle, allowing the world to witness the formidable combat prowess of Great Xia. Li Jiangwo was at a loss for words. Lin Chen's response clearly indicated he had not heeded his counsel. Indeed, conservatives shared a common thread. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, with Lin Chen's current standing. Such an attitude might ultimately benefit Great Xia. At the very least, the equipment he developed would undoubtedly lean towards conservative principles, just as Li Jiangwo contemplated saying more. His phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from General Zhang of the military. He swiftly picked up the call, and after only a couple of sentences, his face exhibited a look of astonishment. The military intends to unveil the laser sword? They are seeking Chief Lin's opinion? Perfect. He happens to be right beside me. I shall inquire at once. Li Jiangwo turned to Lin Chen, who nodded, assuring them that they need not worry about any potential technological leaks. Chief Lin concurred, dismissing concerns about confidentiality. Excellent. I shall also take a look shortly. The call ended. Yet Li Jiangwo remained visibly excited. He gazed at Lin Chen, reflecting, Shaolin, it seems the higher-ups are beginning to alter their approach. In the past, upon encountering such matters, the most we would receive was a cursory response. But now, they are directly releasing on-site footage. Moreover, they are even showcasing the newly commissioned epic-making equipment. It is evident that the military is prepared to reveal its might. And indeed, they are truly doing so. This is quite commendable. Lin Chen smiled, expressing his agreement with the military's actions. A strong nation ought to display its power, instilling confidence in its citizens while instilling trepidation in its adversaries. Only in this manner will provocations be quelled. Once more groundbreaking equipment is developed, old grievances must be addressed. The blood of our martyrs must not be shed in vain. This sentiment lingered deep within Lin Chen's thoughts, though he recognized that the time was not yet ripe. The military prowess of the Great Xia nation had not yet ascended to that level. Once he acquires additional advanced technologies from the inheritance space and brings them into reality, it will be time to settle scores and avenge grievances. Li Jiangwo did not respond to Lin Chen, but directly navigated to the military's official website. A glaring red announcement appeared at the top of the homepage. Its title both striking and satisfying. Statement regarding the border conflict with the A3 nation. The truth hurts more than lies. Beneath the announcement was a 5-minute video. Without needing to watch it, Li Jiangwo already knew its content. The video concluded with an official statement. The A3 nation claims we have violated regulations. Which international law forbids the use of laser swords? The A3 nation accuses us of invasion. Apologies, but it is you who have trespassed upon our Great Xia nation. The A3 nation asserts we have beset them. Indeed, our Great Xia nation's 50 soldiers did surround your 100. Thus, We ask the A3 nation for an explanation, or do not blame us for retaliating. Upon viewing the conclusion, Li Jiangguo felt a wave of dark humor. When did our military learn to wield such wit? Lin Chen found this response to be exceptionally commendable. Li Lao. The military should operate in this manner. Let us see who dares to provoke us in the future. With a resigned shake of his head, Li Jiangguo's eyes sparkled with pride. However, it must be said that the emergence of the laser sword would undoubtedly incite a new arms race across the globe. Lin Chen remained unfazed. Wouldn't that be splendid? An arms race would have no adverse effects on the Great Xia nation and could even divert those nations' military research and development. The technology he obtained from the inheritance space is nearly impossible for the current blue planet nations to develop independently. Even if those countries managed to acquire samples, reverse engineering would be unattainable. Many of the parameters and details are so precise that a slight error could lead to disastrous consequences. Moreover, every piece of technology has been subjected to multi-layer encryption and specialized processing. Even if the laser sword were disassembled and laid before foreign researchers, they would remain powerless against it. After perusing the military's announcement, Lin Chen continued his endeavors on the Zhuke project. The development of a novel alloy material has commenced, and once samples are produced, testing of various parameters will begin. Once the alloy material is finalized, the fabrication of various components can commence. On another front, the announcement from the Great Xia nation has stirred a tempest online. Domestic netizens' comments surged forth with astonishing rapidity, flooding the screen with fervor and exhilaration. What in the world? Where have I been? The laser sword has emerged? Who will enlighten me? Surely, this is not a science fiction film. Goodness, is the nation gearing up for interstellar warfare? I am not prepared for this. Can someone pause for me? The military's video is undoubtedly authentic. The figure of Captain Zhao in the footage is indeed striking. Indeed, that final warning was utterly satisfying. Captain Zhao deserves immense credit. 50 against 100, with 0 casualties. Who dares question that? It's laughable. Does the nation of Asen still have the audacity to demand explanations from us? Perhaps they should clarify why they attempted to invade our borders. Upon viewing the video, all netizens from Great Xia felt a surge of patriotic fervor. After so many years, they finally witnessed the valiant soldiers of Great Xia triumphing once more, no longer cowering in submission. The visuals of the video awakened the ancestral battle genes that have been inherited over millennia. Chapter 40. A new round of arms race on Blue Star. On the international web, foreign netizens were utterly astonished. On the Sakura Nation's forums, previous posts branding Great Xia as militaristic vanished instantaneously, replaced by a plethora of inquiries. Baka, did Asen deceive us again? It is certainly not the first time Asen has engaged in such antics. It's over. Great Xia has even begun mass production of laser swords. Will they seek revenge against us in the future? This must be false, undoubtedly fabricated. The video is certainly an AI-generated montage. A significant number of Sakura Nation netizens remain skeptical of its authenticity, as the impact of the laser sword is simply too profound for them to comprehend. Meanwhile, the military forums of the Southern Stick Nation have undergone a complete transformation. Great Xia has stolen our technology. They declare, the laser sword technology is ours. Great Xia must return it, or we shall take you to the international court. The Stick Nation continues its age-old narrative. Anything of merit is claimed to be their invention. In their eyes, the Southern Stick Nation is the epicenter of Blue Star, the solar system, and the universe. To be so indoctrinated reveals the extent of their nation's brainwashing education, which likely begins at birth. The Eagle Sauce netizens fell silent. They witnessed Great Xia's complete supremacy over the laser domain. From the recent incident where Great Xia's laser weapon downed the Global Hawk drone to the present combat footage of the laser sword, every instance serves as irrefutable evidence. The Great Xia Kingdom has significantly outpaced the Eagle Nation in the realm of laser weaponry. Many have taken to social media to tag the Eagle Nation's government, urging it to expedite its efforts to catch up with the advancements made by Great Xia. Due to the time difference, it is now night in the Eagle Nation. Nevertheless, the lights in the White House and the President's office remain brightly lit. Inside, President Autop stares gravely at the video announcement released by the military of Great Xia. Watching it repeatedly, with each viewing, his expression transforms increasingly, from initial skepticism to profound shock, culminating in disbelief. Has Great Xia truly developed a laser sword? This outcome is unacceptable to him, especially since the Eagle Nation has long prided itself as the global leader in technology and military prowess. Now, in this critical field of laser weaponry, it finds itself trailing behind Great Xia. How can the Eagle Nation maintain its dominance on Blue Planet in the future? Suddenly, Autop turns to Defense Minister Peter, fixing him with an intense gaze. Do you have anything to explain regarding the military's position? Peter furrows his brow and slowly responds, currently, we have not acquired specific information. However, based on the video and the reactions from the Great Xia military, the existence of the laser sword is undoubtedly real. Our technical experts are already analyzing how the relevant technology can be achieved. In the Eagle Nation, the position of defense minister is not entirely under presidential control, at times. Even the president must heed the military's disposition. Otop, suppressing his anger, stares at Peter and warns, I hope you can analyze the results promptly. I do not wish for us to fall too far behind in the field of laser technology. If Great Xia can achieve it, so can we. Peter nods in acknowledgement and then departs. Otop grits his teeth in frustration, feeling powerless. He lacks the authority to dismiss the defense minister. Now, he can only hope for a swift resolution from the military. Otherwise, the Eagle Nation risks being left behind once more. However, he devises a plan to wait until Great Xia can no longer endure the sanctions on aviation engines and seeks negotiations, proposing the acquisition of laser weapon technology as a condition for lifting the sanctions. This way, the Eagle Nation could obtain the most advanced laser weapon technology at no cost. The more Otop considers this strategy, the more feasible it appears. It is not only the Eagle Nation, European countries, too, have convened urgent military discussions in light of the laser sword revelation, deliberating the establishment of new laser weapon research projects, merely due to a single video. All developed nations on Blue Planet have entered a new arms race, convinced that if Great Xia can accomplish it, so can they. No one is willing to concede that their research capabilities fall short of those of Great Xia. Meanwhile, in the Middle East, several countries' princes are hastily flying to Great Xia, their sole objective being to buy. Simultaneously, upon viewing the announcement from Great Xia, citizens of the third nation felt as though the sky had fallen. Damn! This must be a fabrication. I refuse to believe it. Why would the government deceive us? However, that was an official video released by the Great Xia Kingdom, undoubtedly authentic. This leaves only one possibility. The old sage Demo has deceived us. As the video spread wildly, the sentiments in the nation of Asan transitioned from disbelief to a growing state of panic and chaos. The credibility of the Great Xia Kingdom's officials is evidently higher than that of the Asan government. Moreover, the Asan government only released photographs and interviews with the injured, lacking any footage from the scene. Both the personnel and the wounds align perfectly. Even if they are reluctant to believe, they must confront this harsh reality. Those who previously marched with banners demanding reparations from the Great Xia Kingdom now flood to the gates of the Asan government, shouting, Fraudster Demo, give us an explanation. Woe to us! Our warriors have suffered grievously, and yet the government deceives us? Despicable. Demo, why conceal the truth? Why deceive us into supporting this war? We have been made fools. We thought we were heroes, but in truth, we are the aggressors. Raj must die? Why provoke the Great Xia Kingdom, which wields laser swords? In an instant, the nation of Asan erupted in outrage. The once fervent citizens now directed all their ire towards the Asan government, demanding answers. Meanwhile, in the capital of Asan, at the central square of New Delhi, before the announcement from the Great Xia Kingdom, Demo stood on a platform, live streaming the awarding of honors to the injured Asan soldiers. Clad in a pristine white suit, adorned with a golden medal on his chest, he beamed with pride and arrogance. Shouting into the camera, Asan needs heroes like you to resist the invasion of the Great Xia Kingdom. You are the best. I declare a reward of 100,000 rupees for each injured soldier. Families of fallen soldiers will receive 500,000 rupees. We will avenge you. The square was filled with Asan citizens, brandishing banners demanding an apology from the Great Xia Kingdom for their blood debts, chanting slogans with fervent emotion. Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed, Damn it! Everyone, look at your phones. In an instant, this cry piqued the curiosity of those around, prompting them to pull out their devices. Upon viewing the video, they stood frozen in shock. The footage revealed Asan soldiers crossing the border, Commander Zhao's warnings, the ominous hum of the laser swords, and the screams of the aid. Each scene struck like a slap to the faces of the Asan populace. The square fell utterly silent for 3 seconds, before erupting into furious shouts. Fraud. Demo is a fraud. We have been deceived. It was not the Great Xia invading. We were the ones who crossed the border and caused trouble. Return our money. You have deceived us with lies and exploited our fervor. Where's Raj? Bring him out. He must be executed. Down with the fraudulent government. We do not want war. We demand the truth. Chapter 41. Demo the Old Sage, enraged to the point of bloodshed. The crowd, like a whirlwind of madness, surged towards the platform. Banners were torn apart, and flowers were cast upon the ground, trampled into oblivion. They were consumed by a singular thought, to overthrow the deceitful Demmer, the old sage, and to bring down those war criminals who had betrayed them. On stage, the once watermelon-like grin of Demmer vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of utter bewilderment. Soon, his expression shifted from confusion to a pallid fury. What the hell is happening? Why are these wretches suddenly going mad? He staggered back, shouting at his bodyguards. Stop them. Quickly, restrain these rabble. Anyone who dares approach, shoot them on sight. At that moment, Demmer remained oblivious to the unfolding crisis. Yet he understood he could not allow the crowd to ascend the stage. The bodyguards raised their weapons towards the throng, yet they hesitated to fire. For the crowd was already seething with rage. Another gunshot might provoke a tragedy from which none could escape. In the ranks of the honor guard, Raji and his aides, upon hearing the furious slogans shouted by the crowd below, instantly comprehended that their scheme had been exposed. It was over. They were doomed. Why had the Great Xia Empire chosen to release the video this time? Why? Raji's face turned ashen, his lips muttering incessantly. According to his expectations, the Great Xia should have remained silent, just as before. In such a scenario, no matter how they spun their narrative, the truth would remain concealed. Yet this time, the Great Xia not only responded publicly but accompanied it with live footage. In stark contrast, the enraged populace witnessed the collapse of the venerable Dimer, guarded by armed personnel, and refrained from advancing towards them. Instead, they surged towards the platform where Raj was stationed. In a fit of fury, the crowd overturned the platform and trampled the metals beneath their feet, resulting in utter chaos. The injured soldiers fell victim to the frenzied mob, receiving brutal beatings, while Raj was mercilessly beaten to death, along with his aides. For them, death seemed a form of liberation. At this juncture, law enforcement and military forces arrived to quell the unrest among the agitated crowd. However, the long-suppressed anger did not dissipate in the presence of the fully armed troops and officers. Rather, it ignited like dry kindling meeting a fierce blaze, ultimately culminating in a severe bloodbath. Meanwhile, Dimer had been discreetly evacuated, and this scene was broadcast live, quickly disseminating across the entire nation. How infuriating! That wretched Dimer has made us the laughingstock of the world. The crowd's voices echoed with disdain. Dimer, do not think you can escape by merely fainting. You must provide us with answers. Raj deserved his fate. It is pests like him that have turned us into a joke on the blue planet. Throughout the nation, no one cared about the fate of Dimer following his collapse. They were solely interested in uncovering the truth, unwilling to remain the subject of ridicule. Their reputation on the international stage was already tenuous, and this blunder had further tarnished it. Even the citizens abroad opted to remain in seclusion, embarrassed by their nation's disgrace on the global front. On international networks, viewers were stirred by the live broadcast, inundating the platform with mockery and scorn. Haha, the nation has dug its own grave. Dimer has become an international laughingstock. Look at this chaotic scene. It serves them right. With such incompetence, how could they dare to seek reparations from the Great Xia? Absurd. Observing the turmoil in the capital, international netizens showed no sympathy, instead reveling in the chaos. The more disarray in the nation, the more amusement it brought them. At the Xia Academy, Li Jiangguo scrolled through the news, unable to contain his laughter. Haha, Dimer has fainted. This is truly gratifying. Lin Chen set down his tablet, his demeanor calm. Li, this is merely the beginning. We shall soon possess even more advanced weaponry. By that time, no nation on the blue planet will dare to provoke our Great Xia, not even the Eagle Sauce. Hearing Lin Chen's determined and confident tone filled Li Jiangguo with reassurance. He gazed at Lin Chen, praising him. You are absolutely right, Shaolin. Our Great Xia has remained dormant for too long. It is high time we draw our sword. With you at the helm, I am confident our technological advancement will soar to new heights. For reasons unknown, Li Jiangguo held unwavering trust in Lin Chen, believing that the words spoken would soon manifest into reality. Lin Chen nodded, affirming, indeed, the wait shall not be prolonged. Meanwhile, on the southwestern border, Commander Wang gazed at the news on his mobile phone, a broad smile gracing his lips. The chaotic scenes unfolding in the Asen Nation's square were still ongoing. The old sage Demo was being lifted onto an ambulance, while the crowd pursued the vehicle, shouting fraud. Asan, you have met your reckoning today. I hope you remember this lesson. Otherwise, next time, it will not be so simple. A fierce light gleamed in Wang's eyes. The military headquarters had already conveyed their directives to him. From now on, should the soldiers of Asen dare to cross the border, they would be dealt with in the same manner as this time, leaving no survivors. This clearly indicated that the military of the Great Xia Kingdom had fully unleashed its capabilities, no longer constrained as before. Commander Wang even harbored a glimmer of hope that Asen would once again breach the border. Thus, his regiment and his soldiers could achieve further accolades. In the Asan Prime Minister's office, the old sage Demo had regained consciousness, though his complexion remained pale. At this moment, he had comprehended the entirety of the incident. His eyes filled with nothing but fury, anger at being deceived by his subordinates, and anger at the mockery from the military of the Great Xia Kingdom. Great Xia, you shall await your reckoning. I vow not to rest until I avenge this insult on behalf of Asan. In a fit of impotent rage, Demo seized the phone and dialed the number of President Eagle Sauce. Chapter 42. Are we to execute the Southern Sky Plan? As the call connected, Demo composed himself. His tone steady. President Otup, I trust you are already aware of the events occurring at our border. The purpose of my contacting you is singular. I agree to collaborate with you, Eagle Sauce, in opposing the Great Xia Kingdom. Upon hearing Demo's straightforward declaration, President Otup's lips curled into a slight smile. He had long awaited this moment. Yet, he feigned concern. My friend, I deeply sympathize with your plight. The Great Xia Kingdom is indeed too arrogant. How do you envision our collaboration? Demo, maintaining an air of seriousness, replied. Our Asan nation is willing to fully align with you, Eagle Sauce. Together, let us sanction the Great Xia. However, I have one condition. Once you acquire the laser weapon technology from Great Xia, you must share it with me. Without technology, how can I assist you in countering Great Xia? He calculated in his mind that once he obtained the laser technology, Asan could stand independently. At that point, Eagle Sauce would mean nothing. Otup, fully aware of Demo's ulterior motives, outwardly maintained a cheerful demeanor. No problem. Allies should share. As long as we join forces to secure the laser technology from Great Xia, I shall allocate a portion to you. Subsequently, the two exchanged pleasantries before concluding the call with an agreement for a business negotiation. Once the call ended, Otup's smile vanished instantly. Demo? Does he think he can exploit us, Eagle Sauce, as mere fools? He desires to share technology? Dream on. Once we have restrained Great Xia, we shall cast him aside. Otup fixed his gaze on the map of Great Xia displayed on the screen, his expression turning sinister. Let Demo create chaos for Great Xia. When Great Xia seeks negotiation, it will be far easier to obtain the laser weapon technology. Otup plotted in his mind, fully aware that Demo was not genuinely inclined to ally with him. That individual. It is not the first time they have deceived the eagle. Each time, they promise with great sincerity, yet turn around and betray the eagle. This has occurred more than once. This time, we must ensure that the old fox does not succeed. Both cunning old foxes harbor ulterior motives, each seeking to extract maximum benefit from the other. Days pass by, and after 5 days, the nation of Asan finally offers a response, claiming that the border commander acted unilaterally and has been thoroughly punished, assuring that such incidents will not recur. The conflict at the border with Asan has reached a tentative conclusion. However, with Asan and the Eagle publicly signing a series of military and commercial cooperation agreements, speculation arises. It is clear that both old rogues are plotting something nefarious. On the other side, at the Institute of Summer Science, in the Materials Laboratory, all engineers are filled with excitement as they gaze at the data displayed on the testing screen. Is this truly the alloy material we have created? My goodness. This hardness, if utilized in tanks, wouldn't it be invincible? No. I believe it could enhance the speed of our aircraft. I feel as though I might go mad. This data is truly astonishing. With each new data point, they cannot help but exclaim in awe and cheer. Lin Chen and Li Jiangguo stand nearby, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. The testing screen displays precise sets of data, all attesting to the formidable capabilities of the new alloy material. Academician Zhou Ming closely scrutinizes the data on the screen. Turning to Lin Chen, his voice trembles with excitement. Chief Engineer Lin, we have succeeded. All data meets design requirements, and even exceeds them. Furthermore, each metric surpasses the most advanced international aerospace materials by over 100 times. We are far ahead of foreign counterparts. Those involved in manufacturing aircraft engines understand well that the core materials of aero engines are divided into 5 components. First, the turbine blades and turbine discs predominantly utilize nickel-based single crystal alloys, with a maximum temperature resistance of 1,300 degrees and tensile strength between 1,000 to 1,200 MPa. This is already the most advanced material available on Blue Star. Additionally, the combustion chamber and turbine casing use ceramic matrix composites, with a maximum temperature resistance of only 1,650 degrees and tensile strength ranging from 300 to 400 MPa. Even the materials used in the tail nozzle and afterburner, which are carbon-carbon composites, have a maximum temperature resistance of merely 2,600 degrees and a tensile strength of only 200 to 300 MPa. The compressor blades are made of titanium aluminum alloys, capable of withstanding temperatures of 900 degrees, while the outer casing employs resin-based composites, resistant to temperatures of 300 degrees. In contrast, Lin Chen's new alloy boasts a staggering maximum temperature resistance of 300,000 degrees, 130 times that of the highest temperature-resistant carbon-carbon composites. Crucially, it weighs only a fraction of the lightest material, the resin-based composites. Its tensile strength is a terrifying 200,000 MPa, which is 100 times that of the best resin-based composites, and it maintains its integrity under high temperatures without any degradation or deformation. Evidently, the parameters of this novel alloy are astonishing. With it, the mechanical components of aircraft engines can be entirely satisfied by this single material. Only this material can withstand the terrifyingly high temperatures generated during the instantaneous electrolysis of air and plasma engines. Lin Chen picked up a sample of the alloy, its silver surface gleaming with a cool light, remarkably lightweight, almost imperceptible in his grasp. Shaolin, is this truly the new alloy material we have developed? Li Jiangguo inquired incredulously, gazing at the piece in Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Excellent. With this material, our aerospace engines will no longer face concerns regarding material limitations. Li Jiangguo's eyes instantly reddened, his heart brimming with excitement. This was not merely a breakthrough against the sanctions imposed by foreign powers. It signified a leap into an entirely new era of material technology. With the advent of this material, who would still resort to those inferior foreign substances? Not even a dog would glance at them, not only for aerospace engines, but also for future Mechs, space fighters, aerospace aircraft carriers, spaceships, and space cities. This material is applicable. In the near future, even more powerful materials will emerge. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with confidence. His assertion was not exaggerated. Although this material was initially designed for plasma engines, it is more than capable of being utilized for constructing space fighters, aircraft carriers, and space cities. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding engineers erupted in excitement. What? We can build space fighters? Aerospace carriers too? Is it true? Are we actually embarking on the Southgate project? Li Jiangguo's eyes shone brightly, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Shaolin, are you saying we can truly create these things? If someone else had proposed such ideas, Li Jiangguo would surely have dismissed them with a laugh. Although the Southgate project has long been a staple in science fiction, it was merely a fictional concept meant to captivate the imagination, with no realistic prospect of being realized within the next 30 years in the Great Xia nation. However, hearing it now from Lin Chen's lips was an entirely different matter, as Lin Chen had already proven the feasibility of what he proposed. Everyone's anticipation rested upon Lin Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. Chapter 43. The G8 Summit. Joint Military Exercises. Lin Chen gently set down the alloy sample, scanning the eager faces around him, and slowly nodded. Yes, this single word resounded like thunder, igniting an uproar in the laboratory. Is it really possible? Fantastic. Chief Lin is remarkable. I want to be part of the Mech project. Is the Southgate project truly coming to fruition? I hope we can participate in the Southgate project as well. The engineers embraced each other in excitement, each filled with exhilaration. Mechs, space fighters, aerospace carriers. What man could resist such temptation? If they could personally partake in the development, they would endure any hardship with unwavering resolve. Li Jiangguo, overwhelmed with astonishment, stammered, Shaolin. How long until we can commence? At most, 6 months. The Southern Gate project can now commence. Lin Chen spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words carried an unwavering conviction. Excellent, excellent. Li Jiangguo repeated the words, his excitement palpable. 6 months, he could wait. In his lifetime, he should be able to witness the completion of the Southern Gate project for the Great Xia Kingdom. Lin Chen would undoubtedly not let him down. Perhaps even the timeline could be accelerated. With a smile and a nod, Lin Chen acknowledged this. Yet, amidst the excitement, there remained work to be done. He turned to the engineers and called out, All right, that is all 6 months down the line. Our immediate priority is to develop the gravity plasma engine. Let's begin processing the components and expedite the production of the first anti-gravity plasma engine. Understood. The engineers swiftly composed themselves, their gazes growing resolute. They immersed themselves wholeheartedly in their tasks. After observing for a moment, Lin Chen decided to return to the office with Li Jiangguo, as he had further thoughts regarding the material. In Li Jiangguo's office, Lin Chen settled onto the sofa and got straight to the point. Li Lao, I have an idea. We should modify the parameters of this new material for civilian applications. Civilian? Li Jiangguo was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes lit up. Do you have a concept? Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. For example, in automobiles, we could use this new alloy to construct the chassis, which would weigh only a fraction of the current materials, yet possess sufficient hardness to ensure the safety of passengers. Coupled with a super solid-state battery, the range could reach 5,000 kilometers, fully charging in just 5 minutes. Safe, durable, and affordable. This is something the public would undoubtedly appreciate. Li Jiangguo thumped his thigh in approval. Great idea. Let us engage those purely domestic automotive companies. We'll steer clear of foreign stakeholders. Lin Chen nodded and continued. The price must be kept low. The cost of the alloy is already minimal, and the battery costs are also reduced. A civilian model could be priced around 50,000, making it accessible for the working class. As for premium models, they can decide for themselves. Lin Chen was not one to stifle companies from producing high-end products, as long as the version for the masses met his standards. Everything else was beyond his concern. Sounds good. I'll ensure that we make the necessary contacts. But can we guarantee the mass production of the materials? Li Jiangguo's concern lay not with the automotive partnership, but with whether the materials could be produced in sufficient quantities. It is worth noting that China produces the highest number of vehicles daily in the world. If the materials could not keep pace, all discussions would be in vain. Lin Chen offered Li Jiangguo a reassuring glance. Li Lao, as long as we have the process parameters, any steel mill in the country can produce it at any time. It's not like we're dealing with exceedingly rare raw materials. That is good to hear. Li Jiangguo nodded. As long as the raw materials were assured. With the level of processing in the country, mass production would be a matter of moments. Although automotive batteries had already begun mass production, car manufacturers would need to start afresh to adapt. This was a perfect opportunity to incorporate the new alloy. Li Jiangguo gazed at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with admiration. Shaolin, your dedication to scientific research is commendable, yet your consideration for the common people surpasses that of us old-timers. Lin Chen smiled gently, responding, science and technology are fundamentally meant to strengthen our nation and enhance the lives of the populace. Well said. Li Jiangguo applauded, recognizing Lin Chen's elevated awareness and insight. After a few more words of encouragement, Lin Chen returned to the laboratory. Meanwhile, Li Jiangguo reached out to Xingchen Technology, the newly established company exclusively for Lin Chen, instructing them to draft a detailed plan and seek suitable partners for collaboration. On the other side, in the White House, the atmosphere was tense. Haotian, with a grim expression, exclaimed, "Damn it! It has been so long. Why hasn't the Great Xia nation approached us for discussions? Have they achieved breakthroughs in aviation?" He had originally envisioned profiting handsomely when the Great Xia nation finally reached out, intending to acquire not only laser weapon technology, but also quantum lithography technology. However, as time passed, he found himself in a state of anticipation, yet no communication from the Great Xia nation materialized. Not only was there no contact, but they had also halted all aerospace-related projects. Such a widespread cessation of projects made it nearly impossible for them to remain uninformed. Impossible. Secretary of State Lei Mingdu shook his head. Without our aerospace materials, how could they make breakthroughs? Surely they cannot develop independently? The more Haotian pondered, the more plausible it seemed. No, we cannot wait any longer. We must exert pressure on the Great Xia nation. With this thought, Haotian issued a direct order. Notify our allied nations. We will convene an online meeting in 10 minutes. Understood. The presidential secretary hurriedly left to make arrangements. Lei Mingdu, curious, asked, "Mr. President, is this your strategy to pressure the Great Xia nation?" A glint of malice flickered in Haotian's eyes as he replied, "Joint military exercises." An hour later, the online meeting commenced. Leaders from 8 nations, including the Prime Minister of Sakura Country, the President of Nambang Country, the Prime Minister of Kangaroo Country, and even the elder statesmen from Asan Country, were present. They awaited Haotian's address. After scanning the room, Haotian began. The sole purpose of this meeting is to suppress the arrogance of the Great Xia nation. Thus, I propose that this year's joint military exercises commence in 1 month. In the South China Sea, Prime Minister Kishida of Sakura Country promptly nodded. We fully support this. President Park of Nambang Country concurred. We will deploy all our naval vessels. The Prime Minister of Kangaroo Country added, support. Leaders from various European nations echoed. We, too, support this. The elder statesman from Asan Country declared. We will dispatch 2 aircraft carrier groups. As his words lingered in the air, all eyes turned toward the elder statesman, recalling the prior unpleasantness with the Great Xia nation and quickly grasping his intent. Satisfied with their obsequiousness, Haotian nodded approvingly. Excellent. This time, we must make the Great Xia understand that opposing us will lead to dire consequences. A sinister gleam filled his eyes as thoughts of the Great Xia's laser weapons and quantum chips haunted his sleepless nights. This military exercise must yield the desired outcome. The meeting has concluded, and nations are now returning to arrange their naval fleets. Simultaneously, the United States has publicly announced the joint military drill. Chapter 44, Laser Cannons Aboard. As the announcement of the joint military exercise was posted online, global netizens erupted in fervor. The military forum of South Korea was particularly animated. "Oh, this is the most delightful news I've encountered this year. Our Sejong the Great is the foremost vessel in Asia. It's time to showcase our might to the Xi'an nation. I eagerly await their pleas for mercy." Netizens from the land of cherry blossoms were equally boastful. "Yash, the South China Sea is the United States' backyard. If the Xi'an nation dares to resist, it is seeking its own demise. The last time was merely luck. With this coalition of 8 nations, what can they possibly use to defend themselves? I suggest we blockade the ports of the Xi'an nation." However, American netizens were filled with trepidation. Are we truly prepared to confront the Xi'an nation? They have even brought down global hawk drones. With such formidable laser weaponry, are our naval vessels secure? President Otop has to be cautious. What if we lose? Netizens from the East were incensed. An 8-nation coalition? Do they think we are still living a century ago? The United States only knows how to form cliques. Let them face us one-on-one. Just wait and see. Those who dare to invade our Xi'an nation will face annihilation. Netizens from the nation of 3 rivers were also in a frenzy, expressing their desire for the Xi'an nation to pay a price. Some shared screenshots, while others spread the news. The international online community was as noisy as a bustling market. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Apple company, Cook slammed his phone onto the table, shattering the screen like spiderwebs. Damn it. He stared at the sales report, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. The market sales in the Xi'an nation had plummeted for 4 consecutive weeks, with only 300 units sold in a month. In stark contrast, Huawei had launched with 5 million units sold, and within the past month, an additional 30 million had been sold. Their monthly sales were nearly catching up to Apple's half-year figures. Even other smartphone manufacturers were struggling, overshadowed by Huawei's dominance. Thankfully, they still had support from overseas markets. But it was only a temporary reprieve. Huawei was ramping up production, and chip manufacturing capacity was also being increased. Once they met the demands of the Xi'an populace, they would undoubtedly return to the international market. By that time, it would spell bankruptcy for Apple. At that moment, the office door burst open, and shareholders rushed in, each with a grim expression. "Cook, what about the quantum chips you ordered? 50 billion. It has been over a month, and we have yet to see a trace of them. If you can't secure those chips, you must leave Apple." Cook's face darkened as he trembled. "I have been urging the Xi'an side daily, but they keep responding with insufficient production capacity. We must wait. Then contact the White House." The shareholders were exasperated. "Isn't President Otop on good terms with you? Have him apply pressure." "Very well, I will give it a try." Cook seized the phone and dialed Otop's number. The call was answered promptly. "President Otop, I need your assistance with something. Here's the situation." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a cold chuckle. "Cook, your Apple is doing quite well, isn't it? We have united in imposing sanctions on chips. And yet you have the audacity to procure them from the Great Xi'an? Do you expect me to urge them to expedite delivery? Just wait for the FBI to come knocking." Click. The call was abruptly terminated. Is that it? It was only then that Cook realized the gravity of the situation. They had clandestinely sought out Great Xi'an, blatantly violating the Eagle Nation's embargo. Was this not akin to walking straight into the line of fire? Cook slumped in his chair, cold sweat trickling down his neck. Suddenly, the realization dawned upon him. Apple, this time, may truly be finished. The other shareholders, having caught wind of the unfolding events, silently vacated Cook's office. Meanwhile, they were contemplating the urgent liquidation of their shares in the fruit company. Although the stock had been in decline for a month, it was better to salvage what they could than face utter bankruptcy. The Apple company is merely a microcosm. Numerous semiconductor firms are grappling with severe business contractions due to Great Xi'an's quantum chips. An abundance of products languishes in warehouses, lacking buyers. Everyone is in a state of watchful waiting, anticipating an increase in Great Xi'an's production capacity and exports. No one is foolish. In such circumstances, who would wish to utilize chips that are so markedly inferior? Concurrently, many semiconductor companies are hopeful that the Eagle Nation's coalition drills will exert pressure on Great Xi'an, leading to a breakthrough in negotiations and compelling concessions on chip exports. Otherwise, they are doomed. In the military headquarters of Great Xi'an, a meeting is underway. The Eagle Nation is set to commence joint military exercises again. Do they still believe we are the Great Xi'an of yesteryears? Do they think they can intimidate us into submission through such tactics? Dream on. General Zhang is the first to speak, his tone laced with disdain. The lead commander interjects. Old Zhang, has the installation of the laser cannons on the ships been completed? General Zhang nods, his voice brimming with excitement. Indeed. It has been completed and is ready for testing. As the words leave his lips, the conference room erupts with fervor. Completed so swiftly? That is splendid. Let us proceed with the testing. Once successful, we We can utilize it against the Eagle Nation's joint fleet. All the generals are animated, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. They are well aware of the power of the laser cannons, especially after the recent border incident with the Third Nation. Almost all commanders have come to appreciate the might of super-energy laser weaponry. It possesses the terrifying capability to instantly penetrate thick armor, reducing advanced enemy aircraft, tanks, and warships to ashes. Now, with laser cannons aboard ships, the naval combat capabilities will be exponentially enhanced. Has a testing site been selected? The lead commander calls for calm amidst the excitement. It has been chosen. It will take place in our South China Sea. Commander Zhao Tianyi of the Southern Guangdong Military District responds with pride. Old Zhao, boast all you want. Had it not been for your premature actions, our EC fleet would have undoubtedly received priority equipment, retorts Chao Zhihao, commander of the Eastern Theater, with dissatisfaction. Precisely. And yet you're still boasting. Our army should have prioritized the development of mobile laser weaponry first. At least your army has laser swords. Our Air Force is in the direst situation. It has come to my attention that a new aviation engine has been developed specifically for your use, and soon you shall possess new combat aircraft. Yet here you are, lamenting. In a fleeting moment, General Zhao Tianyi of the Southern Guangdong Military District has become the target of widespread criticism. Previously, when news of the super-energy laser cannon emerged, various military districts scrambled to equip themselves with it. Ultimately, it was the Southern Guangdong Military District that secured it first. The other military districts, already harboring grievances, could hardly contain their frustration upon witnessing Zhao Tianyi's smug demeanor. Only General Zhao and the principal commanders remained silent. Accustomed to such scenarios, after a brief pause, the principal commander gestured for silence and began to speak. Very well. Now that the laser cannon has successfully been mounted on the vessels, let us expedite the testing. If all goes well, we shall equip the entire army, arming our naval fleet to the teeth. We aim to complete the modification of the majority of our mainstream warships within a month. At that time, let us deliver a tremendous surprise to the Eagle Coalition. It is high time for our great Xia to showcase its prowess. Chapter 45. Do you consider a 1,500-kilometer range a naval gun? The military conference concluded, and an additional decision was made to invite Lin Chen and Li Jiangguo to participate in the testing on-site at the Summer Science Institute in Lin Chen's office. Upon entering and taking a seat, Li Jiangguo sipped his tea and remarked, Lin, the military has extended an invitation for you to attend the testing of the shipborne super-energy laser cannon. I wonder if you can spare the time? Has the laser cannon already been mounted? Lin Chen expressed surprise at the swiftness of the military's actions. Li Jiangguo nodded, confirming that the modifications had indeed been completed and the testing was scheduled for tomorrow. Can you make time for it? Certainly. Lin Chen smiled, responding affirmatively, eager to observe the warships of our great Xia nation. The development of the anti-gravity plasma engine is now well on track. Essentially, all technical issues have been resolved. The remaining task is to manufacture the components and assemble the first prototype. He currently has ample time at his disposal. Very well. I shall inform the military to pick us up tomorrow, Li Jiangguo stated, finishing his tea before departing. Left in his office, Lin Chen began to ponder. The laser cannon has been mounted. The joint military exercises organized by the Eagles shall indeed be intriguing. I hope the Eagles do not miscalculate. Otherwise, they will surely experience the devastating power of the super-energy laser cannon. Lin Chen held great confidence in the capabilities of the super-energy laser cannon. This weapon can effectively fire directly across the sea without being hindered by steam, sunlight refraction, or other adverse environmental conditions. As long as it is within range, it can accurately strike the target, inflicting severe damage. Moreover, the shipborne super-energy laser cannon has been enhanced, boasting 10 times the power of its vehicle-mounted counterpart, as it can accommodate a larger super-solid-state magnetic field battery, effortlessly penetrating the decks of warships. Lin Chen rather hoped that this joint military exercise by the Eagles would be as audacious as before. The bolder, the better, preferably overstepping bounds once more, granting the Navy an opportunity for real combat. The following day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, at a certain military airport in the capital, a military aircraft was stationed. Lin Chen, Li Jiangguo, and General Zhang were already seated aboard the military aircraft. After 3 hours, the plane landed at the Nanheim Military District Airport. Lin Chen and Li Jiangguo disembarked alongside others, where they were greeted by Commander Zhao Tianyi and several officers. Finally, you have arrived, old Zhang, Director Li. Commander Zhao welcomed with a smile. Upon noticing Lin Chen beside them, he immediately deduced his identity. Is this the one? General Zhang nodded, indicating that it was best left unsaid. All right, I understand. Commander Zhao comprehended instantly. He approached Lin Chen, extending his hand in greeting. Comrade Xiao Lin, welcome. Commander Zhao had heard of Lin Chen's status, yet it was his first encounter with the young man. He was taken aback by the remarkable youth and charisma of the chief designer of the super laser cannon. He couldn't help but admire the potential of the younger generation. Commander Zhao, you are too kind. Lin Chen replied graciously, shaking his hand with a smile. When does the testing commence? Commander Zhao chuckled heartily. Comrade Shaolin, we are all set, just awaiting your arrival. Very well, let us proceed to the testing site. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Commander Zhao led Lin Chen to a vehicle, while Li Jiangguo and General Zhang took another. The other officers, observing Zhao's warm reception of Lin Chen, began to speculate about his identity. Who do you think that young man is? The commander is so enthusiastic. One officer pondered. Surely, he must possess some extraordinary background. Otherwise, why would our commander, known for his temper, personally come to greet him? As several officers entered their vehicle, they engaged in hushed discussions. Soon, the convoy arrived at the Nanhai Fleet's naval port. On the surface of the sea, the Type 055 destroyer loomed like a colossal iron whale, firmly anchored. Its gray hull gleamed coldly, with towering masts piercing the blue sky. Both the bow and stern featured new installations of the super laser cannons. The sea breeze was gentle, with only tiny waves lapping against the hull, creating a few frothy splashes. On the deck, Navy soldiers stood at attention, their rifles firmly grasped. Their white uniforms were impeccably pressed, and their belts cinched tightly. Commander Zhao led Lin Chen and the others aboard the vessel. Comrade Shaolin, what do you think of the modifications to the hull? Are they satisfactory? He inquired, gesturing towards the laser cannons at both ends. Lin Chen nodded approvingly. Indeed, this design is quite suitable. Excellent. Let us commence the testing. Commander Zhao, filled with anticipation, quickly ordered the ship to set sail. Before long, they reached the designated testing area. Zhao commanded, attention, prepare for laser cannon test firing. Target, buoy at 50 kilometers. Hit and destroy. Target, buoy at 100 kilometers. Hit and destroy. Target, 200 kilometers. Target, 300 kilometers. Hit and destroy. At last, the crew erupted in jubilation. Soldiers on the deck cheered exuberantly, tears of joy glistening in their eyes, with some even displaying triumphant smiles. Commander Zhao, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced General Zhang. Old Zhao, we have succeeded. Our fleet has finally acquired a divine artifact. Zhao Jianjun, his eyes filled with emotion, remarked, indeed, we have awaited this day for so long. After the initial excitement, Lin Chen quietly observed them, his heart brimming with sentiment. In this moment, he believed that the efforts of all the engineers had been worthwhile, reaffirming his previous choice. A technologically advanced nation transforms innovation into a formidable bastion safeguarding national security. Once the exhilaration subsided, Lin Chen reminded Commander Zhao, we must continue testing. We have not yet reached our limits. Excellent. The target is a 500-kilometer buoy. Zhao Tianyi commanded with fervor, his face alight with excitement. If they could achieve precision at 500 kilometers, the naval vessels of the Great Xia nation could dominate the entire blue planet. The technician took a deep breath and pressed the button. This time, the white light seemed to travel slowly. It was not the cannon's lethargy, but rather that everyone held their breath in anticipation. 2 seconds later, the 500-kilometer buoy on the monitor disintegrated on the ocean's surface, leaving not even a fragment behind. The data appeared, attenuation 0.05. Gasp. Li Jiangguo, witnessing the figures, inhaled sharply. Then, he was instantly uplifted. We did it. We truly accomplished this. Haha. It's magnificent to achieve a range of 500 kilometers. He expressed gratitude to Comrade Shaolin and Director Li for providing such a formidable weapon to our Navy. With it, the naval forces of the Great Xia nation would indeed rise. Zhao Tianyi was as exuberant as a child. The surrounding officers were equally thrilled, their eyes glistening with emotion. As seasoned naval veterans, they understood the arduous journey the Great Xia Navy had undertaken to reach this point. In the past, lacking effective naval artillery, they had resorted to transporting tanks onto ships to combat Eagle Sauce's warships and aircraft carriers. This illustrated how far the Great Xia Navy had fallen behind. That moment remains an indelible pain in the annals of the Navy's history. Whenever this issue is mentioned, the old sailors cannot help but feel a surge of nostalgia. In recent years, the Navy of the Great Xia nation has grown increasingly robust, yet it was still insufficient. Until today, with the installation of the super laser cannon, the Navy has finally taken flight. Across the blue planet, no nation's naval forces can rival it, not even the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier strike groups of Eagle Sauce. Lin Chen gazed at the jubilant Commander Zhao and suddenly interjected, Commander Zhao, it can actually reach a range of 1,500 kilometers. What? Commander Zhao was astonished. A range of 1,500 kilometers? Wouldn't that cover the entire South China Sea? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Commander Zhao's eyes as he contemplated a fixed testing target. Chapter 46. The Disappearing Wrecked Warship. Even General Zhang was taken aback. The capability to intercept at 1,500 kilometers in air defense seemed plausible. But achieving such a range on the water was somewhat terrifying and defied logic. Yet, considering Lin Chen's brilliance, any doubts were swiftly dispelled from his mind. After all, brilliance cannot be measured by ordinary standards. This extraordinary range capability may very well be the innovation and breakthrough brought forth by Lin Chen. General Zhang silently marveled at this, while Commander Zhao, upon generating a thought in his mind, felt an escalating urge that he could no longer suppress. He turned to Lin Chen and inquired excitedly, "Comrade Lin, are you certain that the laser cannon's range can reach 500 kilometers? Lin Chen nodded earnestly, exuding confidence. "Absolutely. As long as you provide accurate coordinates." "Excellent," Commander Zhao exclaimed, thrilled, as he slapped his thigh. "Let us conduct a test and see if the range indeed extends to 500 kilometers. The officer in charge of the target, however, appeared immediately concerned. He approached Commander Zhao and whispered, "Commander, the farthest target we have prepared is merely 500 kilometers. We are not equipped for a 500-kilometer target. No need for your preparations." Commander Zhao pointed to a location on the maritime chart. "Isn't there a ready-made target right here?" General Zhang, upon seeing the location, gasped in disbelief. "Old Zhao, are you sure you're not mistaken?" The officer, upon observing the indicated position, gasped as well. "Commander, can that location truly serve as a target?" "Why not?" Commander Zhao replied, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "I've long wished to address it. I just never found the right opportunity. Now, with the immense power of our laser cannon, it's time to make it vanish." By the end of his statement, Commander Zhao's tone was imbued with authority and determination. Listening to their coded conversation, Lin Chen felt a surge of curiosity and glanced at the coordinates, instantly recognizing the location. That derelict ship was like a thorn embedded in the South China Sea, inciting the ire of the people of Daxia every time it was mentioned, yet they felt powerless to act. Previously, there may have been various concerns, but now the situation was different. The laser cannon's power could render it non-existent. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen boldly proclaimed, "Commander Zhao, I consent to your decision to destroy it." The naval vessel was situated approximately 1,000 kilometers from the derelict warship, a sufficient distance for annihilation. It would also bring some joy to the citizens. "Comrade Lin, do you concur?" "Splendid." Commander Zhao looked at Lin Chen with enthusiasm and admiration. General Zhang sighed in resignation. "Oh, Lin Yu." He contemplated dissuading Lin Chen, but ultimately decided against it. With Lin Chen present, any predicament seemed surmountable. "Commander Zhao, let us commence. Fire continuously until the target is obliterated." Lin Chen, unable to contain his anticipation, yearned to witness the derelict warship vanish from existence. "Very well. I shall issue the command now." Commander Zhao nodded and began to relay the orders. "Continue the test. Target, the decrepit warship at coordinates XXXX. Fire continuously until the target is completely eliminated." "Received." The soldiers, upon receiving the directive, were instantly invigorated at the mention of that location. Almost all the naval personnel harbored a desire to destroy that derelict warship, and now, they finally had the opportunity. The soldiers' speed noticeably quickened, and soon, the coordinates were successfully locked on. As the laser cannon began its charging sequence, the operator fixated intently on the progress bar, eyes brimming with anticipation and exhilaration. Upon completion of the charge, the operator promptly pressed the launch button. In an instant, a beam of blinding light erupted from the cannon's mouth, distorting the air in its wake, leaving behind a long trail of luminescence. Meanwhile, within the dilapidated warship, several Filipino soldiers engaged in despondent conversation. "When will our new supplies arrive? At this rate, we shall starve." One soldier, gaunt and hollow-eyed, epitomized their dire circumstances. "Do not fret. We can always catch seafood to sustain ourselves. We won't perish." Another soldier scoffed. "After all, the Great Xia cannot do anything to us. Indeed, this territory rightfully belongs to our nation. The Great Xia's occupation is a travesty, and they slander us without cause." The sentiment was interrupted as a terrifying beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the decrepit warship with blinding speed. Boom! The laser penetrated the vessel's deck, melting metal and sending sparks flying. One soldier was vaporized upon impact. "What just transpired? Is this a divine punishment?" They cried in panic. "No, I do not wish to perish here." The sudden onslaught instilled terror among the remaining soldiers, who screamed and fled in all directions. Some attempted to make emergency satellite calls for help, but the laser cannon offered them no reprieve. On board the Type 055 destroyer, 2 laser cannons fired simultaneously, unleashing a relentless barrage. Boom. A shot every 3 seconds decimated large portions of the warship. Inside, the soldiers either faced immediate vaporization or were crushed by the collapsing structure, or struck by the searing metal debris. There was no escape. Even attempting to leap into the sea was futile. In merely 1 minute, the entire warship vanished from existence, with even the seawater evaporated, leaving only a plume of smoke as a testament to the once provocative vessel. On the other side, at the moment of the warship's obliteration, Commander Zhao erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "At last!" A long-awaited release of pin-up frustration. For years, that wretched ship has been a source of irritation. Its mere presence was like a thorn in my heart, a persistent obstruction. Now, that thorn has finally been removed. How can one not feel exhilarated? General Zhang and his comrades shared in the jubilation. Wonderful. This blight has finally been eradicated. What a relief. The power of the laser cannon was indeed terrifying. It could be deemed a divine weapon of the sea. General Zhang mused. Who will dare to flaunt their might at our doorstep again? Lin Chen's face was alight with joy. Observing the excitement and enthusiasm of Commander Zhao and his comrades, a profound sense of accomplishment filled Lin Chen's heart. Commander Zhao patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Comrade Lin, we have succeeded." His words were succinct, yet conveyed volumes. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded, a glimmer of determination sparkling in his eyes. But this was merely the beginning. If, a month hence, the Eagle Nation's combined fleet dares to encroach upon our territory, I hope Commander Zhao will unleash the laser cannon upon them. Chapter 47. The Philippine nation trembles in fear. Upon hearing this, Commander Zhao's admiration for Lin Chen grew even deeper. He pounded his chest in assurance, saying, "Comrade Lin, rest assured, with the extraordinary device you have developed for our navy, if the Eagle Nation's fleet dares to cross the line, we shall strike them down." Indeed, General Zhang chimed in with a smile. If the Eagle Nation dares to approach, we shall not hesitate to fire. It had long been said that a nation's strength lies in its technology, and today, they truly witnessed this truth. In the face of formidable technology, all threats are but paper tigers, especially with such a weapon capable of dimensionality reduction, capable of altering the course of a war. Moreover, Lin Chen's patriotic fervor deeply moved the two generals. They had not anticipated that a young man like Lin Chen would possess a level of ideological awareness surpassing their own. Nearby, Li Jiangguo adjusted his spectacles, his eyes slightly reddening. He said little, but he gave Lin Chen a hearty pat on the back, and the approval in his gaze spoke volumes. "Well done, young man. You have not brought shame to our summer institute. This decrepit warship ought to have been dealt with long ago." Lin Chen smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping across the deck. The soldiers aboard the Type 055 destroyer were still animatedly discussing the laser cannon. As they gazed at it, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Those shots earlier were exhilarating. Hee. I hope the Eagle Nation's coalition stirs up trouble again. Indeed, with this laser cannon in hand, when they come, we shall strike them down. The soldiers' voices brimmed with eagerness for the next opportunity to engage in battle. In the command center, Lin Chen remarked, "Commander Zhao, the tests have concluded. We shall return to the Summer Institute." He glanced at the time, turning to add, "We need to closely monitor the processing of the anti-gravity plasma engine components." "All right, you attend to your matters." Commander Zhao nodded quickly, adding, "Should you require our military district's assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." Aware of Lin Chen's busy schedule, he refrained from further insistence. "I shall escort you back," General Zhang offered with a smile. Subsequently, Lin Chen bid farewell and departed with General Zhang and the others. Meanwhile, in a certain maritime region of the South China Sea, a fishing vessel from the Philippine nation was clandestinely casting its nets. On the deck, several Filipino fishermen, with cigarettes dangling from their mouths, chatted boastfully. "Surely the patrol ships from the Great Xia nation won't come today, right? What is there to fear? Their patrol ships wouldn't venture this far. Let us catch as many fish as we can. We can sell them for a good price." "Exactly. This is our territorial waters. They have no authority here." One lanky fisherman even made a provocative gesture towards the direction of the Great Xia nation. Their nets had already caught a considerable number of protected fish. Suddenly, the tall, slender companion pointed into the distance, his voice trembling. "Look over there. What is that?" The crowd followed his gaze and beheld thick clouds of smoke rising from the sea. "Isn't that the position of our decrepit warship?" Someone recognized the location and instantly panicked. The battered vessel had lingered in the South China Sea for over a decade, its coordinates etched in their memories. The tall companion hastily retrieved his phone, aiming it at the direction of the smoke to record. Within the frame, the warship's former position had vanished, leaving only the billowing smoke drifting over the waves. What's happening? Why has it disappeared?" One fisherman's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. It's the Daxiao nation. It must be them. The tall companion's voice quivered, his hands unsteady as he filmed. Run. We must leave at once. Someone finally reacted, abandoning their fishing nets, hastily boarding their boat to flee. The earlier bravado had evaporated, replaced by ashen faces. The fishing vessel revved its engines, racing towards the direction of the Philippines. The tall companion clutched his phone, his heart racing as he gazed at the footage of the vanished warship. He felt a chill. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they might have ended up as fish food themselves. That afternoon, at the presidential office in the Philippines, an official from the fisheries department burst into the room, clutching a tablet. President, we have a grave situation. The president, Marcos, was having lunch when he spat out his food upon hearing the news. He leapt to his feet, snatching the tablet. What did you say? Repeat that. The official pointed at the video. Look, this is footage taken by fishermen. The warship's location is now just a plume of smoke. The president stared intently at the video, his eyes widening in disbelief. The screen displayed nothing but thick smoke, no sign of the warship. After watching it thrice, his hands began to tremble. Investigate. Immediately ascertain if it was the Daxiao nation responsible. The intelligence department acted swiftly, gathering satellite images, fishermen's testimonies, and even discreetly monitored radio signals. A few hours later, the intelligence chief entered the president's office. His expression grave as he presented a report. Mr. President, we have not obtained specific information. However, we discovered that the Daxiao nation has imposed a no-fly zone in a sea area 1,000 kilometers away from the warship's last position today. We suspect they are testing a military vessel. Is it truly the Daxiao nation? The president's face darkened ominously, though there was no direct evidence. It was undoubtedly related to the Daxiao nation's recent no-fly order. How dare they? The president fumed. Is it because the Eagle nation is conducting joint military exercises that the Daxiao nation seeks to issue a warning? But why target us, the Philippines? Marcos paced the office in a fury, his face ashen. Though the warship was old, it symbolized the Philippines' presence in the South China Sea. Its destruction at the hands of the Daxiao nation was a blatant provocation. This insult cannot go unanswered. The president halted, gritting his teeth as he declared, issue a statement at once. Publicly condemn the Daxiao nation. They claim to be disrupting regional peace and demand compensation for damages. They also urged the United States to apply pressure on the Great Xi'an nation. Soon, the official announcement from the Philippine government was released. The Great Xi'an nation has unlawfully destroyed military vessels on our territory, which is a grave violation of international law. We strongly condemn the barbaric actions of the Great Xi'an nation and demand immediate restitution. If a satisfactory response is not forthcoming, we will unite with international forces to take action against the Great Xi'an nation. Upon the release of this announcement, netizens in the Philippines erupted with outrage. How dare the Great Xi'an nation? How could they destroy our national property? We must seek vengeance. We must avenge our fallen compatriots. Some expressed their anger online towards the Great Xi'an nation, but many others were engulfed in fear. What if the Great Xi'an nation, emboldened by this act, would turn their aggression towards us? We cannot allow this. In the future, we must steer clear of the waters near the Great Xi'an nation. Indeed, it seems the Great Xi'an nation is serious about their intentions. We only hope that the incompetent government does not drag us into a dire situation. If the Great Xi'an nation dares to destroy military vessels, what is to stop them from acting against us? They have been provocatively crossing boundaries for too long, and the worst we have faced was being sprayed with water cannons. But after this incident, who knows if they will resort to outright military action? As Chapter 48 unfolds, the Great Xi'an nation strikes back fiercely. The moment the Philippine announcement was posted on international platforms, the global network erupted. On forums in the land of cherry blossoms, exclamations filled the screens. What? Did the Great Xi'an nation truly take action? This is utterly contrary to their usual conduct. It feels like the Great Xi'an nation is becoming increasingly hawkish. Are they seeking revenge against us? Many netizens from the land of cherry blossoms began to express their concerns. Recent events include the downing of the global drone by the United States, incursions by the Indian border forces leading to bloodshed, and now the destruction of the Philippine military vessel. All signs indicate a shift towards a more aggressive stance from the Great Xi'an nation. However, some skeptics dismiss these claims, asserting that the Philippines must have staged this event. The Great Xi'an nation wouldn't dare take such bold actions. Indeed, with their typically soft approach, they would not act in such a manner. The Philippines is merely seeking attention. Yet, these dissenting voices were quickly overshadowed by the prevailing sentiments. On the other hand, the response from the South Korean nation was even more intense. A military forum crashed 3 times in succession. What madness is this? The Great Xi'an nation has gone berserk? They are even daring to provoke the allies of the United States. What weapons did they use for destruction? Could it possibly be a laser cannon? Surely not. We are less than 1,000 kilometers away from the Great Xia Nation. Many South Korean netizens began to panic. Our Sejong the Great-class ship is still near the South China Sea. Could it be targeted as well? Suddenly, no one dared to comment further. Everyone feared becoming the next missing warship. On Twitter, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Just days ago, netizens were boasting about crushing the Great Xia Nation. But now they were all in a state of alarm. How much advanced technology does the Great Xia Nation possess? Are we truly falling behind? We demand an explanation. Can our aircraft carrier withstand a laser cannon? The comment section was flooded with anxious inquiries. The voices of concern have overshadowed the previous arrogance. From a young age, they have been influenced by science fiction films, instilling in them a sense of awe and fear towards revolutionary weaponry. Observing the formidable laser weapons of the Great Xia Nation, the populace of Eagle Sauce has begun to fret. Have they fallen too far behind? Will they face retribution from the Great Xia Nation in due course? In stark contrast, the online community in the Great Xia Nation has plunged into revelry. The top 10 trending topics on Weibo are predominantly related to the disappearance of a certain decrepit warship. Haha, finally, that old warship has been blown to smithereens. After holding back for so many years, it feels so satisfying. Did the fishermen from the Philippine Monkey Nation dare to provoke us before? Let us see if they have the audacity to do so again. Today is indeed a splendid day. Haha. Some netizens have shared screenshots of past news articles about the incursions of the Philippine Monkey Nation. Do you remember when they claimed this was their territorial sea? Do they still dare to assert that? An old veteran commented, "During my patrols in the South China Sea, I felt a deep frustration looking at that rusted warship. Today, seeing it gone makes it all worthwhile. Like surged past 1 million in an instant." Even state media joined the fray. The Ministry of Defense's official Weibo released an image of a laser cannon with the caption, "When a friend comes, good wine awaits." When a wolf approaches, the laser cannon is ready. Within half an hour, shares exceeded 10 million. On the international stage, intelligence agencies from various countries worked late into the night. In the office of the Prime Minister of the Three Nations, the venerable Dimer slammed a report onto the floor. "Incompetent fools, all of you," he scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at the Minister of Intelligence. "You said the Great Xia Nation would not dare to act against the Philippine Monkey Nation. And now look, their warship has vanished." The Minister of Intelligence lowered his head, his voice trembling. "Prime Minister, according to satellite data, the Great Xia Nation 055 large destroyer is currently operating in the South China Sea exclusion zone. Could they be testing a new weapon?" Dimer abruptly sat down, his expression grim. "Are they mounting the laser cannon on the warship? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if they did, the range could not be that extensive." He fervently dismissed the notions swirling in his mind. The three nations are also researching laser weaponry, but the drawbacks are numerous, particularly at sea. While it may serve adequately as an anti-aircraft weapon, utilizing it as a naval gun is nearly unfeasible, unless the Great Xia Nation can flawlessly resolve those shortcomings. Yet the memory of the border conflicts and the formidable combat prowess of the laser sword linger vividly. Could it be that the Great Xia Nation has achieved a significant breakthrough in laser cannon technology? At this thought, beads of cold sweat trickled down Dimer's back. He immediately ordered, "Withdraw the border forces by 50 kilometers. No approaching the boundary without my command." The Naval Staff Officer Korm cautiously inquired, "Prime Minister, should our 2 aircraft carrier battle groups continue to participate in the joint military exercises?" Dimer remained silent for a few seconds before responding, "Participate, but stay at the rear. If anything seems amiss, retreat at once." He dared not gamble. What if the Great Xia Nation truly surpassed the physical limits? Let the other nations charge ahead while they remain in the back, merely treading water. In the White House of Eagle Sauce, the atmosphere was ominously tense. Autop's face darkened with fury as he hurled his coffee cup against the wall, exclaiming, "Damn, the Great Xia Nation is challenging us. They know full well that the Philippine Monkey Nation is our subordinate. How dare they infringe upon their property? Outrageous." Defense Minister Peter stood solemnly beside the president. "What shall we do now? Should the joint military exercises proceed?" Otep clenched his fists in anger, declaring emphatically, "Absolutely. How could we possibly retreat due to this matter? The joint military exercises will continue as planned. Let the naval forces of Sakura Nation and Monkey Nation lead the way in probing." He understood that even if it was merely for show, the exercises must be carried through to completion. Otherwise, they would become a laughingstock on the global stage. It was a perfect opportunity for the naval forces of Sakura Nation to carry out reconnaissance. At the Prime Minister's residence in Sakura Nation, Prime Minister Kishida Jiro was filled with disbelief. The Great Summer Nation attacked the decrepit warship of the African nation? Yes, the Minister of Defense nodded. "Prime Minister, according to our investigation, There is a 90% probability that it was the great summer nation's doing. Should we still participate in the joint military exercises? Kishida Jiro paused for a moment, then asserted, we must participate in the joint military exercises. If possible, we should take the lead. This is the only way to demonstrate the strength of Sakura Nation to the world. The Minister of Defense dared not oppose further. While nations were still analyzing and panicking, the Ministry of Defense of the Great Summer Nation simultaneously released a statement through its official social media. Statement regarding the incident involving the warship of Monkey Nation. 1. The Great Summer Nation possesses indisputable sovereignty over the relevant waters of the South China Sea. 2. Any provocations by other nations will be met with resolute countermeasures. 3. We warn certain nations not to attempt to threaten us with joint military exercises. 4. The defense capabilities of the Great Summer Nation are sufficient to protect every inch of our land and every expanse of our waters. Those who offend the Great Summer Nation shall face retribution, regardless of distance. Meanwhile, the netizens of the Great Summer Nation erupted in fervor. How imposing. That phrase, those who offend the Great Summer Nation shall face retribution, regardless of distance, is so satisfying. Haha. Now I actually look forward to the joint military exercises with Eagle Nation. Indeed, this gives us an opportunity for revenge. Eagle Nation, you must not falter. You must provide us with a chance. Almost all citizens of the Great Summer Nation eagerly anticipated the arrival of the joint military exercises with Eagle Nation. Simultaneously, that statement sent shockwaves throughout the globe. President Little Moss of Monkey Nation gazed at the statement, his face turning as red as a monkey's backside. How dare they? The Great Summer Nation is utterly arrogant. The Minister of Intelligence stood nearby, his expression grim. Mr. President, what shall we do now? Should we continue to target the Great Summer Nation? Little Moss's eyes blazed with fury. Target. We must target them. Our people cannot die in vain. The Great Summer Nation must pay a price. As Little Moss spoke with growing excitement, his eyes gleamed with malice. On the day of the joint military exercises, we will organize a large number of fishermen to feign crossing the border. Send more fishing boats equipped with cameras into the restricted waters of the Great Summer Nation. As long as their patrol vessels dare to intervene, the fleet of 8 nations will use the pretext of protecting the fishermen to encircle their patrol vessels. At that moment, he chuckled darkly, his enthusiasm building, droplets of spittle spraying onto the face of the Minister of Intelligence. The Minister of Intelligence was brimming with excitement, his eyes gleaming like a famished wolf. The President is astute. This way, we can exact vengeance without engaging in actual warfare. Such an exhilarating prospect. The Minister of Defense emphatically thumped his thigh. Indeed, even if the Great Xia does not retaliate, we can still proclaim our victimhood on the international stage and elicit sympathy. The senior officials in the conference room voiced their unanimous support. I concur. I will ensure that the fishermen's performance is convincing. The propaganda department had already prepared the press release, merely awaiting the onset of conflict. I will coordinate with the 8 nations. They will certainly be willing to cooperate. Dozens of hands shot up in agreement, with no dissenting voices. Xiao Moss observed the scene before him, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Excellent. On November 11th, we shall make the Great Xia infamous. At the United Nations headquarters, reporters crowded around representatives from various nations, bombarding them with questions. What is your country's stance on the Great Xia statement? Will you support the compensation demands of the Philippines? The representative from Sakura Nation did not lift his gaze, engrossed in his documents. No comment for now. The representative from South Bang Nation hurriedly retreated, leaving only a vague remark about being attentive. Even the previously boisterous Kangaroo Nation merely stated their respect for national sovereignty. Throughout the hall, no one dared to respond directly. Everyone understood that the current Great Xia was no longer the soft fruit to be easily squished. The destruction of the Philippine Navy's dilapidated warship and their audacious statements served as ample proof of the Great Xia's resolve. At such a juncture, anyone daring to provoke the Great Xia might find themselves the next to vanish. In the White House, Otop was seething after reading the statement issued by the Great Xia. Damn it. The military exercises on November 11th must deliver a significant blow to the Great Xia. Standing nearby, Defense Minister Peter held the military exercise plan. Rest assured, Mr. President, the Sakura Nation's Izumo and other vessels have already set sail. The South Bang Nation's Sejong the Great is also heading towards the South China Sea. Otop composed himself and inquired, what about the Asen Nation? Where is their aircraft carrier strike group? The Asen aircraft carrier has already passed through the Strait of Malacca and will arrive shortly, Peter explained. Otop nodded. Let the Sakura Nation and the Philippines take the lead, while our carriers provide support from behind. This time, we must compel the Great Xia to submit. We cannot allow the Great Xia to continue its arrogance. We are even willing to sacrifice the Sakura nation if necessary. Understood, Mr. President. Peter promptly replied. At the headquarters of Pingua Company, Cook sat in his office, staring at the computer screen displaying the latest announcement from the Great Xia. It's over. With the Great Xia's unwavering stance, my 50 billion is as good as lost. At that moment, Cook finally grasped the gravity of the situation. No wonder the Great Xia had been so eager to sign the contract with him. Additionally, the staff member's gaze at him had always felt peculiar. Upon closer reflection, it was akin to the look one might give a fool. Damn it. How could I have been so foolish? The other 3 companies from the Great Xia failed to acquire quantum chips. Why was I the only one allowed to purchase them? The more he pondered, the more he felt his own stupidity was overwhelming. Cook regretted his actions to the point of slapping himself. Suddenly, his phone rang. He paused his self-inflicted torment and glanced at the screen. It bore the name of the largest shareholder of the company. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. As soon as the connection was made, an irate voice erupted. Cook, where's the quantum chip? Why have we yet to see it? Have you colluded with the Xia to embezzle 50 billion? No, absolutely not. Cook hastily explained. I am also pushing for it. It should be ready soon. Soon. The shareholder's voice grew more menacing. If we do not see the chip by next week, prepare for your dismissal. With a sharp click, the call ended. Cook held his phone, his eyes brimming with frustration and resentment. He gazed out at the towering buildings, memories flashing before him of the time he invested heavily in acquiring the quantum chip. That 50 billion truly felt like it had been wasted. Tears streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto the floor. He suddenly comprehended that it was not merely a defeat to Huawei. It was a loss to the entire technological prowess of the Xia. The Xia of today was no longer the nation that had to bow to the whims of the Eagle Empire. Yet he still viewed Xia through the lens of his previous mindset, leading to this tragic predicament. Perhaps, in the end, the company too would meet its demise. In the logistics department of the military, in the reception room, military representatives were currently hosting a delegation of wealthy individuals from the Middle East. The representative, Sate, donned a golden-trimmed white robe, casually toying with a gemstone ring the size of a pigeon's egg, and boldly declared, Representative Lu, we want 10 sets of laser cannons. You previously offered the old model at 100 million each. We'll pay 1 billion for the new model, provided you can deliver immediately. The representative from Alien nodded in agreement. We also desire 8 sets. Money is no object. We can pay in full today. The representative from Kakar was even more direct. Producing a black card, we want 50 sets, and we'll upfront 5 billion. If that isn't sufficient, we will replenish. A group of affluent individuals lounged on the sofas, their faces devoid of hesitation. They had witnessed the devastating power of Xia's laser cannons and videos showcasing their destruction of the Eagle Empire's global hawk. They understood the significance of such weaponry. Above all, safeguarding their homeland was their utmost priority. Representative Lu, seated at the head of the table, smiled and gestured. We are grateful for your generous support toward our great nation, Xia. The new laser cannons can be exported, but they will be a modified version, with a range of 150 kilometers, while all other specifications remain unchanged. If you can accept this, before he could finish, the representative from Sate interjected excitedly, 150 kilometers? That is sufficient for our needs. The representative from Alien was equally eager. 150 kilometers is already formidable. Let us sign the contract now. The representative from Kakar slid the black card forward. The full payment can be made immediately. When can we expect delivery? They were anxious to finalize the contract, almost desperate to proceed with the payment. Observing their eagerness, Representative Lu decided against further explanation and promptly instructed someone to print the contract. Before long, the documents were ready. Representative Lu presented them to the Middle Eastern delegates. Delivery will occur within 1 week. Additionally, we will provide maintenance and upgrades, of course, for a fee. Upon hearing this, the wealthy individuals actually appeared more pleased. Charging for services is acceptable. We fear issues with complimentary services. The pen swiftly glided across the contract. They exhibited little concern for expenditure. Acquiring top-tier weaponry from the Great Xia was, in itself, a matter of prestige and assurance. In today's international landscape, only the arms of the Great Xia could guarantee their security. Once the contract was finalized, the representative from Sate eagerly inquired, Representative Lu, has Great Xia considered our nation's military presence? The kind of presence that could be casually arranged. Chapter 50. Unlocking New Technologies, the 7th-generation aerospace fighter. As soon as the words left Sate's representative's lips, the atmosphere in the meeting room fell silent. The eyes of the Middle Eastern magnates sparkled with anticipation, fixated on Representative Lu. Should Lu acquiesce to Sate's request, they too would promptly submit their proposals. With the military presence of Great Xia, Their concerns regarding national security would dissipate. While a smile adorned Lu's face, tumultuous thoughts churned within. A military presence? This was far more complex than merely selling arms. The Great Xia never engaged in hegemonic practices. They could export weaponry, yet stationing troops transformed the nature of the agreement entirely. Such an arrangement was unequivocally out of the question. With a gentle tone infused with unyielding resolve, Lu replied, "Representative Sate, I appreciate your trust. However, military presence is governed by our regulations. We can sell arms, but stationing troops is an impossibility. This rule cannot be broken. Is that so?" Sate's representative expressed a hint of disappointment. The representative from Auran, still hopeful, pressed on, "Representative Lu, we can negotiate the terms. We can choose any territory. We will provide the funding." The representative from Kakar nodded in agreement. "Indeed, as long as you are willing to come, money is no object." Lu continued to shake his head. "We will sell you the weaponry. We will handle subsequent maintenance. However, a military presence is simply not feasible. Ultimately, your homeland must be defended by you. What we can offer is the capability to bolster your defense." Exchanging glances filled with disappointment, the Middle Eastern magnates refrained from further pursuit. After all, acquiring laser cannons was already a tremendous boon. Sate's representative sighed. "Very well. Let us proceed as Representative Lu suggests. Full payment will be transferred immediately." Upon concluding, they contacted their homeland to initiate the transfer. Soon, Great Xia received the notification of the transaction. A genuine smile finally graced Lu's lips as he handed over the contract. Delivery will be on schedule in 1 week. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. At the Xia Science Institute, Li Jiangguo held the military procurement list, brimming with astonishment. 88 sets of modified laser cannons. A total payment of 88 billion. These Middle Eastern tycoons were indeed wealthy. Lin Chen, seated nearby, was equally taken aback by the price. Wasn't the cost of the complete version merely over 1 million? Selling the modified version for 10 billion? Li Jiangguo nodded. Indeed, it was the Middle Eastern clients who set the price. Wealth is wealth. Lin Chen sighed. How wonderful it is to have money. With this 88 billion, we can swiftly deploy the super laser cannons. Li Jiangguo set down the list, turning to Lin Chen. You always think ahead. By the way, how is the progress on the anti-gravity plasma engine? Lin Chen tucked away the blueprints, his eyes alight with excitement. The components are being processed in succession. In no more than half a month, the first prototype will be assembled. Once the prototype passes testing, we can design other variants of the engine according to demand. So soon, Li Jiangguo exclaimed in surprise. Does that mean our fighter jets could be ready for immediate deployment? Lin Chen shook his head, indicating that it might not be feasible. Why not? Li Jiangguo's expression turned anxious. If it cannot be utilized right away, what purpose does the development of this engine serve? The issue of the fighter jets lacking engines remains unresolved. Lin Chen smiled reassuringly. Old Li, there's no need for concern. I have reviewed the design blueprints of the previous fighter jets. To integrate the anti-gravity plasma engine, substantial modifications will be required. It might be more prudent to design a new aerospace fighter jet tailored to this engine. He was indeed dissatisfied with the previous fighter jets and envisioned a completely new aerospace fighter jet. Within the realm of inheritance, the anti-gravity plasma engine had already reached its final stage. Once it receives approval from the inheritance space, the next technological legacy can be unlocked. Lin Chen was prepared to select the aerospace fighter jet. Redesign? Aerospace fighter jet? Upon hearing these terms, Li Jiangguo's excitement surged. He fixed his gaze intently on Lin Chen. Shaolin, do you already have a design concept in mind? Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. Really? That's wonderful. Li Jiangguo exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Lin Chen truly never ceased to astonish him. The development of the anti-gravity plasma engine was still underway. Yet they were already embarking on the design of the aerospace fighter jet. It was simply extraordinary. Truly a prodigy. Lin Chen chuckled. Old Li, please don't get too excited. Currently, it's merely an idea. The design plan will take some time to materialize. Li Jiangguo waved his hand, unperturbed. Let's focus on finalizing the engine first. We have waited this long. A few more months won't matter. Sometimes, he genuinely wished he could peer into Lin Chen's mind to discover what extraordinary ideas lay within. The advanced design concepts he conceived were remarkable. The anti-gravity plasma engine was already astonishing enough. And now he was directly venturing into aerospace fighter jets, an innovation straight out of science fiction. If realized, the Air Force of the Great Xia nation would ascend to become the dominant power of Blue Star. An invincible force in both near-Earth space and the internal airspace of Blue Star. Observing Li Jiangguo's fervor, Lin Chen took the opportunity to further elaborate on the design philosophy of the aerospace fighter jet. The more Li Jiangguo listened, the more exhilarated he became. nearly urging Lin Chen to initiate the project immediately, only to be turned down by Lin Chen. That evening, Lin Chen returned to his apartment from the laboratory. After freshening up, he lay down on his bed and entered the Inheritance Space Laboratory. In the laboratory, the assembly of the anti-gravity plasma engine had reached its final stage. It must be completed tonight. Lin Chen gazed at the engine components before him, his eyes reflecting determination and anticipation. He skillfully picked up the last precise part and gently installed it in the designated position. 2 hours later, with the final soft mechanical sounds, the assembly of the entire anti-gravity plasma engine was declared complete. Congratulations to the host for inheriting the anti-gravity plasma engine. The next technology inheritance has been unlocked. Please make your selection. At last, it is complete. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. After more than a month of solitary endeavor, he had painstakingly crafted an anti-gravity plasma engine from scratch, starting with the processing of components. Throughout this period, he had dismantled and rebuilt it numerous times in pursuit of perfection, all in hopes of enabling rapid mass production in reality. Now, the moment had finally arrived. He could unlock the next technological inheritance. Lin Chen opened the inheritance list. 200,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, super electromagnetic railgun, 7th-generation aerospace fighter, controllable nuclear fusion, armored mecha. Gazing at the technological marvels listed before him, Lin Chen's breath quickened. Each option represented cutting-edge technology capable of altering the world's landscape. Every selection sparkled like a brilliant star, radiating an alluring glow before his eyes. The prospect of a 200,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was exhilarating. It would reign supreme over the seas, transforming any ocean of blue star into its dominion. Then there was the super electromagnetic railgun, another epic-defining weapon on par with ultra-powerful laser cannons. The armored mecha likely resembled the likes of Optimus Prime from science fiction films. And controllable nuclear fusion, a long-sought ultimate solution to humanity's energy crisis. Once mastered, the energy dilemma would become a relic of the past, freeing mankind from its burdens. In that moment, Lin Chen found himself beset by indecision. It seemed each technology would greatly benefit the current Great Xia nation, particularly controllable nuclear fusion, which held significant importance. However, considering that he was on the verge of producing a prototype for the plasma engine, without a compatible aircraft, the engine's advantages would be difficult to fully realize. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen made his choice. He selected the technology for the 7th-generation aerospace fighter. Chapter 51. The first test of the anti-gravity plasma engine. As soon as Lin Chen made his selection, a wealth of design blueprints, performance parameters, and manufacturing processes for the 7th-generation aerospace fighter surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The comprehensive technical documentation was astonishingly detailed, even specifying the material formulas for every single screw. It included entirely new stealth material formulas, long-range 3D visual radar, ultra-advanced AI piloting, and innovative weapon integration schemes. The fighter's terrifying speed and payload capacity were truly remarkable. This aerospace fighter was destined to be extraordinary. After absorbing all the technology, Lin Chen was profoundly shaken. According to the parameters of the 7th-generation aerospace fighter, it would deliver a dimensional strike against all current aircraft on Blue Star. With these technological insights, the fighter's specifications exceeded all expectations. Not only did it possess the capability for prolonged cruising in space, but it was also invincible within the atmosphere. Most importantly, this aircraft could seamlessly integrate with the anti-gravity plasma engine, maximizing the engine's performance. At last, the Air Force of Great Xia was poised to soar to new heights. In Lin Chen's eyes, a fervent light flickered. It seemed as though he could already envision fleets of 7th-generation aerospace fighters slicing through the sky, becoming the most resplendent entities above Blue Star. After assimilating the technology of the 7th-generation aerospace fighters, he eagerly commenced his work in the laboratory of the Inheritance Space. A fortnight later, at the Xiakou Institute's aviation laboratory, the silvery anti-gravity plasma engine was prominently displayed at the center, its streamlined exterior emanating a cold glow. Its mere appearance was imbued with an aura of science fiction, distinctly separate from conventional aviation engines. Li Jiangguo, donning reading glasses, circled around the engine thrice, hesitant to make contact, his eyes brimming with excitement and his voice trembling. Is this truly the anti-gravity plasma engine? Has it genuinely been realized? He had not anticipated that an entirely new engine could transition from design to prototype assembly in less than 2 months. The speed was utterly astonishing. When they had developed the turbofan engine, it had taken them over 3 years merely to produce a rudimentary prototype. Yet, This anti-gravity plasma engine had materialized in just over a month, tackling the world's unresolved enigma of anti-gravity technology, a veritable miracle in the aviation domain. Lin Chen, standing nearby, nodded. Mr. Li, the engine has been fully assembled. We are now ready for testing. The surrounding academicians and engineers bore expressions of uncontainable exhilaration, their gazes firmly fixed on the silvery anti-gravity plasma engine. One could not help but whisper in awe. Who would have imagined we could create such a groundbreaking aviation engine within a month? Indeed, who could have foreseen that such a marvel would unfold in our midst? All of this is attributable to Chief Engineer Lin, who has led us in accomplishing this epic-making feat. Absolutely. Without Chief Engineer Lin, our current achievements would have been unattainable. In the laboratory, every gaze directed towards Lin Chen was filled with admiration. Over the past month, they had gleaned an abundance of valuable technical knowledge from him. Many had significantly enhanced their research capabilities during this period. Lin Chen quietly observed the excited expressions of those around him. Lin, let us commence the testing and ascertain the specific parameters. Li Jiangguo approached Lin Chen, his tone brimming with eagerness. Lin Chen nodded, issuing instructions. Initiate the final checks immediately. Once confirmed, we shall proceed with the testing. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously exuberant engineers swiftly shifted into work mode. 10 minutes later, Chief Engineer Lin. The checks are complete, and nothing has been overlooked. Excellent. Lin Chen nodded. Let us begin the testing. First, we shall measure thrust. Target. Simulate 50 tons of thrust. What? Li Jiangguo was taken aback. Lin, are we really measuring 50 tons of thrust directly? The other engineers were equally astonished. To initiate with such a daunting figure was unprecedented. Those familiar with aviation engines knew that even the most advanced XN100 engine produced by Eagle Sauce had a maximum thrust of merely 220 kilonewtons, around 22 tons. This was a staggering leap. Was this even feasible? Lin Chen chuckled, brimming with confidence. This is merely the beginning. Once we complete the measurements, you will see. All right. Li Jiangguo composed himself, calming his fervent heart, and in accordance with Chief Lin's directives, commenced the testing. The engineers swiftly sprang into action. Once the simulated thrust was configured, they pressed the engine's ignition button. The indicator lights on the engine casing illuminated sequentially, emitting a faint hum. The entire engine startup process was remarkably serene, yet it exuded an undercurrent of latent power. As all the lights turned green, the thrust simulation initiated. 3, 2, 1, commence. As the countdown concluded, the entire laboratory seemed to tremble under the influence of an immense force. Everyone felt a subtle vibration beneath their feet. The thrust data was being uploaded and monitored in real time, with the figures on the screen beginning to fluctuate. 100 kilonewtons, 500 kilonewtons, 1,000 kilonewtons. It soared abruptly to 2,000 kilonewtons. Then it stabilized completely. Why did it not rise further? Because it had reached the limit of the testing apparatus. Gazing at the data displayed on the screen, Li Jiangguo and the engineers were left utterly astounded. The most advanced engine from the Eagle Nation generated merely 220 kilonewtons. Yet, our plasma propulsion engine achieved an astonishing 2,000 kilonewtons in preliminary tests. And that was not even its limit. Such a terrifying prospect. Fixating on the data, Li Jiangguo suddenly regained his senses and urgently shouted for a halt. Quickly stop. The thrust has surpassed the instrument's testing range. It cannot withstand it. The engineers snapped back to reality and hastily shut down the engine. The surrounding engineers erupted with excitement. My goodness, a tenfold thrust in initial tests. This is simply astounding. Will our aircraft now be capable of cruising at supersonic speeds at will? This is merely the limit of our testing apparatus, not the engine's true potential. All the engineers were profoundly shaken by the 2,000 kilonewton test data. Crucially, this engine weighs only 1 ton. One could only fathom the terrifying thrust-to-weight ratio it possesses. Whether for large aircraft or fighter jets, surpassing supersonic flight would be effortlessly achievable. Li Jiangguo approached Lin Chen, exclaiming, Lin, it seems our testing equipment can no longer meet the demands of this engine. Lin Chen nodded, reassuringly stating, no worries. We can directly conduct the installation tests when the time comes. Next, let us continue testing its operational lifespan. The goal, to simulate continuous operation for 10,000 hours. Excellent. Li Jiangguo no longer questioned the plan. The simulated lifespan testing commenced. Seconds turned into minutes, and the operational time on the screen steadily increased. 100 hours, 500 hours, 1,000 hours, 5,000 hours, 10,000 hours. All parameters of the engine remained stable, showing no signs of degradation. Li Jiangguo gazed at the data, his eyes brimming with excitement. 10,000 hours, and it exhibits zero degradation. The F-135 from the Eagle Nation only lasts for 2,000 hours. Ours, however, has already reached 10,000 hours and is still as good as new. If this is its limit, it is likely 50 times theirs. The surrounding engineers were overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in their eyes. Lin Chen approached and gently patted Li Jianguo on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Mr. Li, it's not over yet. Initiate the anti-gravity mode." In an instant, all the engineers were filled with renewed anticipation. This was the pivotal moment, anti-gravity. Whoever could overcome this technological barrier would undoubtedly become the eighth wonder of the blue planet. The engineers pressed another button, and a soft blue light illuminated the base of the engine. The entire apparatus began to ascend slowly, hovering 1 meter above the ground, motionless. Gazing at the levitating engine, Li Jianguo was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. It worked. It truly worked. We now possess our own advanced engine. No longer will we have to be beholden to others. The surrounding engineers erupted into applause, with some even jumping for joy. Once the excitement subsided, Li Jianguo held the final data report and said to Lin Chen, "Xiao Lin, you have rendered a tremendous service to our great Xia. I shall report this to the top leaders immediately to share in their joy." Chapter 52. The surge of naval power. Li Jianguo, clutching the test report, departed the laboratory without a backward glance. The silver-white anti-gravity plasma engine remained suspended in the center of the lab, and the engineers were so engrossed that they hardly noticed his exit. Their eyes were entirely fixated on the engine hovering 1 meter above the floor. It was surreal. Had we truly achieved anti-gravity? It was almost beyond belief. We had indeed cracked the code of anti-gravity technology. The 1-ton engine felt as if it were untouched by gravity. This was remarkable. With this advancement, our Air Force's capabilities would experience a qualitative leap. And it wasn't limited to the Air Force. Its applications spanned a multitude of fields. The engineers excitedly gathered around the engine, engaging in animated discussions, their faces alight with excitement and pride. If it weren't for the confidentiality, they would have eagerly captured this astonishing moment on their phones. After a considerable time, Lin Chen looked at the fervent engineers and clapped his hands, saying, "All right, everyone. Let us proceed with the testing. Thrust, lifespan, and anti-gravity mode are merely the fundamentals. Now we shall assess the limits under extreme conditions. Simulate high-altitude, low temperatures, high humidity over the sea, electromagnetic interference, and various other harsh environments." The engineers snapped back to attention, their eyes shining brighter than before. "Understood. We will follow Chief Engineer Lin's directives." They returned to their work with unwavering focus, inputting commands at a rapid pace. And the data on the screen began to fluctuate wildly. The engine emitted a low hum, slightly altering in pitch, yet remained stable. Lin Chen stood quietly by, meticulously observing the various indicators. He sought not just functionality but absolute reliability, for this engine was the heart of his next project, the aerospace fighter. There could be no room for error. Meanwhile, Li Jianguo returned to his office, retrieving a red mobile phone from the drawer. After calming his excited heart and contemplating the phrasing for his report, he slowly dialed the familiar number. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for an extended period. And just as Li Jianguo assumed that his superior was occupied, the call connected. "Hello." A voice, both authoritative and gentle, resonated through the air. Li Jianguo promptly interjected. "Hello, leader. I have an exceptionally splendid piece of news to report. The anti-gravity plasma engine has successfully passed its initial test." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before a steady, yet slightly exhilarated voice responded, "Excellent, excellent. What are its performance metrics?" Without hesitation, Li Jianguo relayed various parameter data. "These figures are merely preliminary tests. Xiao Lin mentioned that the ultimate data will be even more astonishing. As it stands, the current metrics have already surpassed the most advanced aviation engines of the Eagle Nation. This signifies that we have decisively broken through their blockade." As soon as he finished speaking, the leader remained silent for a few seconds. Moments later, an authoritative voice echoed back, "Splendid. Comrade Zhengguo, I command you to mobilize the entire nation to support Comrade Lin Chen's research and development efforts. Any technology he proposes must be prioritized with all available resources. Furthermore, we shall confer an honorary military rank upon Lin Chen. He must not suffer any grievances. Lastly, convey to Comrade Lin Chen that the state will always stand as his unwavering support. He is free to pursue his ambitions without restraint." In an instant, Li Jianguo, holding the phone, felt tears welling in his eyes. Having lived nearly a lifetime, it was the first time he witnessed such profound regard from the nation towards a young individual. After hanging up, he leaned back in his chair, his emotions swirling. He murmured to himself, Shaolin, now you can fully immerse yourself in your research. He understood that with Lin Chen's presence, the time for the Great Xian nation to ascend to the pinnacle of Blue Star would be significantly shortened. After a brief moment, Li Jianguo composed himself and made his way to the laboratory to share this momentous news with Lin Chen. In the lab, Lin Chen was engrossed in reviewing the test results. Upon seeing Li Jianguo enter, visibly excited, he curiously inquired, "Old Li, did you finish your report so quickly?" Li Jianguo hurried over to him, pulling him into a small cubicle within the lab. "Shaolin, the leader has expressed high praise for your work after hearing the report. Moreover, the leader has ordered a nationwide effort to support all your research and development initiatives. All other benefits will be matched to the highest standards. The leader stated that you must not endure any grievances." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was profoundly moved. He had not anticipated such significant attention from the state. At that moment, he realized that his previous decisions had been vindicated. With the full support of the nation, the subsequent development of the space-time transmission technology could soon manifest into reality. Over the past period, Lin Chen had noticed a marked improvement in his physical condition. Although he had not undergone systematic testing, he felt that his physical capabilities surpassed even those of elite soldiers. Remarkably, his cognitive development had even exceeded that of Einstein. These advancements were the fruits of the legacy seed he had inherited. It seemed as though with each technological inheritance he accomplished, he too experienced corresponding enhancement and evolution. This extraordinary transformation further solidified his belief in the path he had chosen. Clenching his fists with unprecedented determination, he declared, "Old Li, rest assured, within 1 month, I guarantee the mass production of the anti-gravity plasma engine. Within 6 months, we shall achieve mass production of the aerospace fighter." Li Jianguo patted his shoulder and said, "Excellent. Go forth and pursue your endeavors. I shall exhaust all efforts to allocate resources for you." Subsequently, Lin Chen returned to the laboratory to monitor the tests. Meanwhile, at the naval port of the South China Sea, 10 frigates and 9 destroyers were meticulously arranged on the surface of the water, their gray hulls gleaming with a cold light. Each warship was equipped with silvery, ultra-energy laser cannons at both the bow and stern. Additionally, a unique vessel also bore these formidable weapons. Commander Zhao Tianyi of the southern Guangdong military region stood on the deck of the command ship, reviewing the final testing report. His voice resonating powerfully, "Soldiers, listen closely. All warships have successfully passed the laser cannon tests. Maximum range, 1,500 kilometers. Accuracy, 100%. The soldiers on the deck erupted with excitement. "What? 1,500 kilometers? That's astonishing. If the American aircraft carriers dare to approach again, we shall strike them down." They cheered, their enthusiasm palpable, recalling the days when they were encircled by American fleets in the South China Sea. At this moment, all their frustrations transformed into a roar of defiance. Zhao Tianyi observed the fervor of his soldiers, his gaze igniting with fervent resolve. He raised his hand to quell the excitement and continued, "Relay the orders. All warships are to be deployed immediately to key maritime regions in the South China Sea. The Americans wish to conduct joint military exercises. We shall await them here. Should they dare to trespass, let them experience the might of our new weaponry." "Yes," the soldiers responded in unison. Shortly thereafter, the engines of the warships roared to life, each vessel departing the naval port, heading deep into the South China Sea. The sea breeze fluttered the military and national flags atop the ships, billowing proudly. They were embarking on a mission of ambush, waiting for the Americans to come to them. Chapter 53, The Vast Coalition Fleet. Will history repeat itself? Deep in the South China Sea, the wind whipped the waves. The 10 frigates and 9 destroyers formed a formation, their hulls shimmering with a cold light. The silvery ultra-energy laser cannons were concealed at the bow and stern. Concurrently, an inconspicuous vessel trailed at a distance. Once all warships entered the designated maritime area, they fell into a state of silence, merely awaiting their prey. Only the special vessel continued to meander towards international waters. In the White House, due to the time difference, it was already nighttime. Nonetheless, the lights in the president's office remained aglow. Since the Dayan Kingdom had breached their semiconductor blockade, President Otep had not returned to an early schedule. He labored diligently, managing various affairs. At this moment, Otep reclined in his leather chair, a cigar between his fingers, exhaling clouds of smoke. On his desk lay a recent intelligence report titled, "Gathering of Dayan Naval Vessels in the South China Sea." Only 20 vessels? Otep's eyes brimmed with disdain. He stubbed out the cigar in the ashtray, embers scattering. "Dayan Kingdom, do you truly believe you can thwart our coalition of 8 nations with these 20 warships? Dream on." Otep scrutinized the report, his expression rife with contempt. He is acutely aware that the naval strength of the Great Xia Kingdom has surged in recent years. Yet, compared to their American counterparts, the disparity is indeed staggering. To think that a mere handful of vessels could withstand the might of the eight-nation alliance is utterly preposterous. Unbeknownst to Otop, their intelligence has overlooked one particular ship, an extraordinary vessel that eludes their detection. Next to him, CIA Director Triv nodded in agreement. The president is astute. Our eight-nation alliance boasts 5 aircraft carriers alone, with a combined total of over 55 destroyers and frigates, not to mention 10 submarines. In total, we command 70 vessels. What can Great Xia's 20 ships possibly do against us? Otop reveled in such flattery, his face nearly splitting with joy. Triv, you possess remarkable insight. The maritime overlord of Blue Star shall forever be us Americans. Testing new weapons? Surely, it's merely a ruse. Triv echoed, indeed. The navy of Great Xia is but a jester. Were it their army, perhaps we would tread more cautiously. Yet their naval capabilities are simply not in the same league. After a brief interlude, Otop abruptly shifted the topic. What of the development of the quantum lithography machine and laser cannon? Triv's smile faltered instantly as he quietly explained, Mr. President, the progress is less than ideal. The quantum lithography technology has stagnated, yielding no breakthroughs. The laser cannon's range barely reaches 80 kilometers, and it fails to address previous shortcomings. We are light years away from Great Xia's advancements. Not a single breakthrough? Otop's expression darkened ominously. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, slamming his hand on the table. Incompetent fools. Over $100 billion have been poured into this. We gathered our alliance's top semiconductor scientists, and yet they have achieved nothing? Are those scientists merely idling? Triv appeared innocent. His role was intelligence, not technology. He was merely tasked with monitoring the development progress. Although feeling unjustly accused, he steeled himself to explain, Mr. President, please calm your anger. The scientists are indeed striving for breakthroughs. It is simply that Great Xia's technology is extraordinarily advanced. Advanced? Otop bellowed. That is merely a reflection of your lack of diligence. Immediately issue an order. Double the research budget. The quantum lithography machine and laser cannon must achieve breakthroughs within 6 months. And as for the 6th-generation fighter jets, increase the investment. We cannot allow Great Xia to seize the advantage. Understood. Triv promptly acquiesced, though he harbored doubts in his mind. While he may not possess extensive technical knowledge, he comprehended that some technologies cannot simply be developed in a short span of time through financial means alone. Often, a singular opportunity or a flash of insight from a scientist could lead to a breakthrough. Yet, Triv dared not question Otop's decision and could only silently relay the orders. Otop took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure as he approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing out at the White House lawn, a fierce glint sparkled in his eyes. Did Great Xia not relish in showcasing its strength? Let me showcase to the entire world who the true sovereign is. He turned and commanded Secretary of State Raimondo, relay the message. On November 11th, a joint military exercise will be broadcasted globally. I shall ensure that the Great Xia is humiliated before the eyes of the world. They must comprehend the consequences of opposing the eagle. Indeed. Raimondo responded promptly and exited the office. Shortly thereafter, the eagle's official announcement was made. On November 11th, the joint military exercise of 8 nations will be broadcasted worldwide. Stay tuned. The moment the announcement was released, the domestic online community erupted. A live broadcast of military exercises? Is the government preparing for something significant? With the coalition of 8 nations mobilized, let us witness how the Great Xia behaves this time. Haha, the world shall see the might of our eagle. The president's commanding presence embodies what our nation should be. Various praises and fervent voices flooded the internet, as if the Great Xia had already become prey on their chopping block. Simultaneously, the international sphere was set ablaze. On the Sakura Nation's forums, the screen was filled with audacious remarks. Finally, we shall demonstrate our prowess to the Great Xia. In this military exercise, our Izumo will lead the charge. Great Xia, prepare to witness the resurgence of our nation's former glory. The netizens from the South Bamboo Nation were even more fervent. The Sejong, the Great Class ship, is the best in the world. Great Xia, merely a thief of nations. This time, we shall show Great Xia the strength of our South Bamboo Nation. In the Philippines, President Marcos convened a press conference. With the backing of our Eagle brother, we no longer fear the Great Xia. In this military exercise, we shall reclaim our rightful maritime territories. Meanwhile, in the Indian subcontinent, the Prime Minister's office saw Daimal the Elder change his mind upon hearing of the Eagle's global broadcast. He promptly ordered our 2 aircraft carriers to advance. We must showcase our formidable might to the world. The Great Xia's netizens, in contrast, remained remarkably calm, even brimming with anticipation. Hee. I suspect the eagle remains this arrogant. I hope they do not falter on that day. Just wait. You will soon understand what despair truly means. We eagerly await November 11th. To see how Great Xia will respond. The comment section was filled with confident voices. Everyone was ready to witness the folly of the eight-nation coalition. This is the confidence bestowed upon our people by technological advancements. In the past, upon hearing of the Eagle's joint military exercises, there would have been a chorus of curses, as our naval strength was indeed significantly lacking. Each time, we could only endure defensively. Even when the Eagle's forces occasionally overstepped, we merely issued warnings to expel them. Each instance left the populace with a sense of powerlessness, filled with frustration, yet unable to take action. However, times have changed. With continuous breakthroughs in technology and the deployment of super laser cannons aboard ships, our naval capabilities have surged explosively. The people have straightened their spines. Everyone understands that our nation now possesses the confidence and capacity to confront any challenge. The days of being bullied are long gone. They are even more eager for this occasion, hoping that the Eagle Nation will once again overstep its bounds as before. At that moment, they will seize the opportunity for revenge. Chapter 54. Exposed and eliminated. Whether exposed or hidden, the result remains the same. In the land of cherry blossoms. Within the Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister Kishida Jiro is exhilarated by the announcement from the Eagle Nation. Indeed, the global live stream orchestrated by the Eagle Nation is perfect. It presents an exceptional opportunity for our illustrious land of cherry blossoms to showcase itself on the international stage. This chance must be seized with great care. Since the conclusion of World War II, our nation has seldom displayed its military prowess on the world stage, primarily due to a series of treaties signed after our defeat that imposed restrictions on military development. These treaties have prevented us from robustly advancing our military capabilities. However, in recent years, the government of the land of cherry blossoms has endeavored to free itself from these constraints, secretly amassing strength in the military domain through various means. There have even been attempts to amend the Constitution to facilitate a significant military buildup. The ideology of militarism has never been relinquished, given the opportunity. We yearn to reclaim the glory of yesteryears. This time, the joint military exercises involving 8 nations present a prime opportunity for our nation to demonstrate its formidable military strength. Prime Minister, shall we issue orders to the fleet? Defense Minister Yamamoto Taro inquires. Though posed as a question, the cunning expression on his face betrays his true intentions. Yamamoto Taro is a staunch rightist, persistently influencing the upper echelons of the government to clandestinely enhance military capabilities. Officially, the total number of personnel in the self-defense forces stands at 250,000. However, in reality, the number of reserve personnel trained in secrecy exceeds 1 million. For such a small island nation to train so many reserves reveals their predatory ambition. Kishida Jiro squints slightly, contemplating before responding. You must discreetly inform Fleet Commander Kono Taro to position our naval vessels at the forefront. At the opportune moment, they are to breach the territorial waters of the Great Xia Nation. This time, they are dispatching 1 Izumo-class helicopter carrier, 4 Kongo-class destroyers, and 10 Matsumoto-class frigates, totaling 15 warships, representing 1/10 of their entire fleet of 150 vessels. Among the 8-nation coalition, the land of cherry blossoms has deployed the largest number of ships, all to showcase their might. A glint of excitement flashes in Yamamoto Taro's eyes as he eagerly nods, exclaiming, Prime Minister, your wisdom is unparalleled. This time, the land of cherry blossoms shall rise to greatness once more. Kishida Jiro scoffs lightly, continuing, Moreover, you must ensure that Kono Taro is prepared for combat. Once we enter the territorial waters of the Great Xia Nation, should any obstacles arise, he is to act with complete autonomy. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Taro's heart swells with joy. Isn't this an invitation for their warships to act with impunity in the waters of the Great Xia Nation? The intent could not be more transparent. He promptly replies, Yes, Prime Minister, I shall make the arrangements immediately. With that, Yamamoto Taro hurriedly departs from the Prime Minister's office to contact Fleet Commander Kono Taro. Meanwhile, in the South China Sea, on the open waters, a fleet of warships is bravely cutting through the waves. The naval forces of 8 nations have assembled here, with the 15 ships from the land of cherry blossoms standing out prominently. Among them is the Izumo-class helicopter carrier, designated as the flagship of this fleet, commanded by Taro Kono. Upon receiving orders from Taro Yamamoto, he felt a surge of exhilaration. An opportunity for distinction has arrived. To be entrusted with the autonomy to make decisions? Is that not the greatest freedom and power bestowed upon me? A glimmer of greed and ferocity illuminated Kono's visage. To ascend to the position of commander of the Maritime Self-Defense Force, he intuitively grasped Yamamoto's underlying intentions. Originally, he was not scheduled to lead this mission, but upon hearing about the naval exercises in the South China Sea, he eagerly volunteered to command the operation, seeking to create an opportunity to vex the Great Xia nation and achieve significant merit. Now, with the Prime Minister granting him maximum authority, it was precisely to his liking. This time, he must seize the moment. Great Xia, I hope you do not disappoint me. You must come forth to impede our progress. Kono gazed toward the southern sea. His eyes filled with a provocative and avaricious gleam, as if he could already foresee impending victory. Little did he know, he might very well become bait in these waters. In the command center of the southern Guangdong military region, General Zhao Tianyi observed the announcement issued by the Eagle Nation, his expression betraying little reaction. Yet, a sharp glint flickered in his gaze. Eagle Nation, do you intend to embarrass the Great Xia nation in front of the world? This time, you shall undoubtedly be disappointed. Since you seek to stir trouble, I shall respond with something substantial. A cold smirk played upon Zhao's lips. He had received authorization from the military headquarters, permitting a decisive response to this joint military exercise by the Eagle Nation. Should any warship encroach upon their territorial waters, it would be deemed an invasion, warranting immediate fire. This clearly indicated that the higher-ups aimed to proclaim to the world the Great Xia nation's unwavering resolve to defend its territory and sovereignty. The Eagle Nation, in their desire for a live demonstration, presumably believed it would be akin to previous encounters, where their vessels meandered through the Great Xia's territorial waters and departed unscathed, showcasing their naval prowess. However, the Eagle Nation remained unaware that the combat capabilities of the Great Xia Navy had surged dramatically. No longer was it the feeble navy of yore. Equipped with super-energy laser cannons, they could easily overwhelm the Eagle Nation's fleet in both air defense and frontal assaults. This time might indeed present a splendid opportunity to test the super-energy laser cannons. How could Zhao Tianyi possibly let it slip by? He turned to his aide and commanded, "Relay the orders. All warships, should the enemy intrude upon our territorial waters, are permitted to open fire after 3 warnings." Excitement flickered in the aide's eyes as he straightened up and responded with fervor, "Yes, Commander. I shall convey the orders at once." With that, he swiftly turned to deliver the command. In the South China Sea, a certain area was patrolled by a 055 destroyer, cruising at a slow pace atop the undulating waves. The majestic warship stands in stark contrast to the Emerald Sea, enveloped in silence. Captain Zhang Junfei, upon receiving orders from his staff, is instantly filled with exhilaration. Splendid. The commander has officially given the directive. Should the Eagle Coalition fleet breach the boundary, we shall fire at once. The notion of issuing 3 warnings is dismissed outright. Given the habitual nature of the Eagle fleet, any warning would be utterly futile once they cross the line. Thus, immediate action is warranted. The deputy captain, brimming with excitement, exclaims, "Is it true, Captain? Can we not directly obliterate the enemy's vessels?" Laughter follows. "It would be splendid if the enemy's ships venture into our waters. We must ensure they sink in the South China Sea, honoring our ancestors." As he speaks, a fierce hatred glimmers in the deputy captain's eyes. While other vessels might be subjected to leniency, the enemy's ships must face total destruction. Only in this way can we honor our forebears. Zhang Junfei nods, his own eyes reflecting a similar animosity. "Indeed, we shall specifically target the enemy's vessels. The moment they show themselves, they shall be dealt with." The deputy captain adds, "Even if they do not reveal themselves, they will still be eliminated." Chapter 55. The military exercise commences. A spectacle unfolds. Time swiftly passes, and before long, November 11th arrives. In a certain area of the South China Sea, the waters lie calm, with an array of warships meticulously arranged. The Eagle's Ford-class aircraft carrier stands as a mobile fortress at the center, flanked by the Izumo of Sakura Nation, the Sejong the Great of South Bango, the Vikrant of the A3 Nation, several frigates from Gallus, and the Queen Elizabeth of the Sun Never Sets Nation. Upon careful count, there are 5 aircraft carriers, 25 destroyers, 30 frigates, and 10 submarines, totaling 70 vessels. Additionally, there are 10 various supply ships, with helicopters circling above. The coalition fleet stretches endlessly. It's might akin to the surging waves of the ocean. On the deck, coalition soldiers wield cameras, capturing the moment, seemingly devoid of any sense of urgency associated with the drill. Look at this spectacle. The Great Xia nation must surely be awestruck. One Eagle soldier, cigarette in mouth, pats his comrade on the shoulder. The comrade, with a look of disdain, merely shrugs. This is not their first encounter. They have long grown accustomed to such displays. Clearly, they are seasoned veterans, having participated in numerous joint exercises, accustomed to grand spectacles. They all believe that the Great Xia nation will respond just as before, likely sending warships for mere escort duties. Meanwhile, aboard the Sakura nation's ship, the soldiers exhibit even greater arrogance than their eagle counterparts. All right, it has finally begun. We must charge into the territorial waters of the Great Xia nation. Commander Koyano declared that the first to breach their waters will have their name inscribed in the Yasukuni shrine. The fervor in the eyes of the soldiers from the Sakura nation is palpable. They were exuberantly excited, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, eagerly anticipating the moment when they could advance their naval forces into the territorial waters of the Great Xia. For them, having their names etched in the annals of Yasukuni would be the utmost honor. Not only were the soldiers of the Cherry Blossom Nation frenzied, but even the warriors of the Southern Stick Nation brimmed with pride. They held unwavering confidence in their Sejong the Great ship, believing that aside from the American Ford-class aircraft carrier, no other naval vessel could rival their own. Meanwhile, on board 2 aircraft carriers of the Third Indian Ocean Nation, the sailors were filled with a vengeful fervor, determined to avenge the grievances of their fallen comrades. They were resolute that this time, the Great Xia must understand their formidable strength. The sailors, gritting their teeth, could not shake off the haunting memories of their border soldiers' tragic fate. Even the Philippines dispatched several antiquated frigates to linger in a certain maritime area, awaiting an opportunity for retribution. Their plans had been strategized in concert with the American coalition fleet. Once they commenced their actions, the coalition would provide support. Unbeknownst to the coalition fleet, a vessel of the Great Xia, adorned with 4 prominent domes, trailed closely behind them, merely a few nautical miles away, yet undetected by their radar. Concurrently, a global live broadcast commenced, with CNN, Japan's NHK, France's AFP, and numerous media outlets from the Great Xia synchronously transmitting the event. The number of viewers in the live stream surged dramatically. American netizens in CNN's chatroom expressed their bravado. My goodness, our coalition fleet is magnificent. Does the Great Xia possess ships of such grandeur? I hope the fleet advances into their territorial waters, so they understand who reigns supreme. President Otop is incredible. This time, we must crush the Great Xia into the ground. In the NHK broadcast, Japanese netizens were ecstatic. Yoshi, the Izumo is leading the charge. Great Xia, prepare to tremble. We shall revive the glory of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. From this day forth, our great Cherry Blossom Nation has returned. It was evident that all Japanese netizens believed they would captivate the world's attention, instilling fear in all with their naval prowess. On the other hand, Southern Stick Nation netizens were in a frenzy. Aish, our Sejong the Great is the best in the world. Aside from the American fleet, our vessels are unmatched. Upon sighting our Sejong the Great, the ships of the Great Xia will instinctively retreat. Observers from other nations chimed in sporadically, eager to witness what antics the American coalition fleet might undertake, wondering if they could truly pose a threat to the Great Xia. Meanwhile, in the live chat of the Great Xia, netizens remained calm, laced with a hint of mockery. TSK, TSK. In this modern era of military advancement, do they truly believe that sheer numbers will suffice? If you dare to intrude into our territorial waters, let us see if you can withstand the consequences. Do not falter. Especially you, Japanese. You must remain resolute. I hope to witness an exceptionally grand maritime fireworks display today. The enthusiasm among the netizens of the Great Xia nation is palpable, with everyone eagerly anticipating the coalition's incursion. At this moment, a few mice lurking in the shadows emerge to mock, but they are swiftly reported and banned by the citizens. Meanwhile, the reactions from domestic netizens have left others from around the world utterly flabbergasted. The comments section erupts into a cacophony of arguments, with foreign netizens taunting. Great Xia people, stop boasting. When the coalition enters your territorial waters, will you dare to act? Provocative remarks from American netizens follow. Dare not act? What happened to the dilapidated warship of the Philippines? Have you forgotten? The netizens of Great Xia retort fiercely. That was staged. Our Sakura nation's warships fear nothing. A voice from the Sakura nation interjects. Fear is not merely spoken. Soon you shall witness what it means to be struck down at the first sign. The netizens of Great Xia make bold declarations. The comment section, filled with an array of emoticons and fierce rhetoric, becomes a battleground of words, with neither side conceding. Yet, when compared to the combat prowess of the citizens, the netizens from foreign lands cannot compete. Many domestic netizens channel the spirit of Zwanren, silencing their foreign counterparts with scathing remarks, leaving them speechless and flushed with anger. Amidst the uproar in the live broadcast, the public channel of the coalition fleet suddenly crackles to life with the voice of Commander Stewart, dressed in pristine military attire adorned with medals. He speaks into the microphone with a loud and arrogant tone. To our global audience, Today, our eight-nation coalition conducts military exercises to uphold regional peace. The Great Xia nation has been undermining this peace, and today shall serve as a warning. Stuart's declaration is abruptly interrupted by a crisp voice with a hint of local dialect. Hello, is Autumn here? Autumn, are you there? Please respond. The entire coalition fleet, including Stuart, is left dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing the unexpected interruption, find the barrage of comments come to a sudden halt, as if the internet had dropped out. Moments later, the netizens of Great Xia are the first to react, and the comment section erupts once more. What? Did I just hear someone calling for Autumn? Is Charlotte crossing over? I can't hold back the laughter. The citizens exclaim. What on earth? The coalition fleet is here looking for Autumn? In an instant, the comments from the domestic netizens surge like a tidal wave, filled with humor and teasing remarks. Meanwhile, the foreign netizens are left feeling as though they've swallowed a dead fly. American netizens exclaim, what the heck? Why is there Chinese on the coalition channel? International spectators wonder, could it be that the coalition secretly invited the Great Xia fleet? Netizens from Sakura Nation chime in, Baka. Someone translated it, saying they are looking for a girl named Autumn. South Korean netizens, add Aish. Why did such an absurd occurrence transpire? Netizens from all 8 nations fervently questioned the coalition fleet, demanding a clear explanation. Why was there Chinese language present in the coalition's channel? And why were they calling for someone named Chuya? They hoped it was merely a prank by a member of the coalition. Everyone awaited an explanation from Stewie, while the soldiers of the coalition fleet remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden mention of Chuya or its connection to the frenzied reactions of netizens from Daxia. In the command room of the Ford-class aircraft carrier coalition fleet, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though one could squeeze water from it. Stewie had regained his composure, his face ashen, as he shouted at the communications officer. Who is interrupting? Cut the signal. He suspected it was a prank by someone in their fleet. However, the communications officers were already in a state of panic, trembling as they reported, Commander, it wasn't us. We can't identify the invading signal. Despite their frantic efforts, they found no other signals. If it wasn't a prank, then what was it? Stewie quickly considered a possibility that sent chills down his spine. Just then, the voice echoed once more, everyone, don't panic. I'll play you a song to help you relax. The next moment, the public channel erupted with the theme song of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Happy Goat, Beautiful Goat, Lazy Goat, Boiling Goat. The cheerful melody left the coalition soldiers even more perplexed. What is this song? It sounds quite cheerful. One exclaimed. I suddenly feel a bit homesick. Another lamented. Damn. This is definitely a Chinese song. On board the Izumo, Taro Kono's face turned a deep shade of anger as he bellowed, Baka. This is a children's song from Daxia. You fool. The commanders from other nations began to panic. Damn it. Why is there a children's song from Daxia? Stewie, why aren't you investigating this immediately? This is a disgrace. Our channel has been infiltrated by Daxia. Why haven't we traced the source of the signal yet? Activate the ship's radar to track down the Daxia vessels. It was utterly humiliating for the coalition's public channel to be breached during a live broadcast to the entire world. Veins bulged on Stewie's forehead as he shouted into the public channel. Attention, everyone. Immediately initiate the highest level of alert. All ship radars to full power. We must uncover this damned intruder. Taro Kono from Sakura Nation interjected. Stewie, what are you saying? All we hear is the children's song. The commander of the Southern Bamboo Nation fleet added, damn. It's just children's songs. We can't hear anything else. The commander of the A3 Nation fleet exclaimed, damn. They are jamming our public channel. Stewie heard no response, and his expression darkened further. Damn it. Switch to the encrypted channel immediately. Meanwhile, the online community in Daxia had already erupted in excitement. Netizens were as jubilant as if it were a festival, flooding the platform with jokes and memes. Wow. Who is this? This is too impressive. Pleasant Goat. Haha. This operation deserves full marks. The coalition must be bewildered. It is likely that they do not even know where the signals are originating from. The eagle-eyed netizens are engulfed in humiliation. Are the coalition commanders utterly inept? Even the military channel has been breached? The Sakura Nation netizens are incensed. Baka. The Great Xia Nation is truly despicable for employing such lowly tactics to provoke us. Immature? Is that what you consider us to be? We play you lullabies to convey that your mothers are calling you home for dinner. The Great Xia netizens have resorted to memes. Faced with the mockery from the Great Xia Nation, the coalition netizens are filled with frustration and rage. Yet they find themselves at a loss for rebuttal. They direct their ire towards the coalition commander. They inundate the comments with curses directed at Stuart, demanding an explanation from him. At that moment, the coalition had switched to a secure channel. The sound of the lullaby finally ceased. Stuart breathed a sigh of relief. his expression softening slightly, yet still shadowed with discontent. He prepared to reiterate his earlier commands. Suddenly, the secure channel erupted with that same voice. Why did you change the channel? Did you find the previous song unappealing? Allow me to present you with a new one. Then, the secure channel resonated once more with delightful music. Bobo chicken, 1 yuan for a skewer of bobo chicken. This familiar melody, imbued with a unique playfulness, echoed freely within the secure channel. Instantly, the Great Xia Nation's live stream erupted in excitement. This maneuver is simply brilliant. The coalition must be utterly bewildered. The choice of this song is masterful, a blatant mockery of the coalition. When did our navy become so formidable? Incredible. The foreign netizens fell silent, too intimidated to comment further, fearing ridicule and scorn. On the coalition fleet, the soldiers aboard the warships were once again taken aback. This sudden influx of music sounded like an enchanting spell. What is this song? It feels oddly captivating. One coalition soldier inquired curiously. It seems to be a street food song from the Great Xia Nation. Another soldier replied uncertainly. They had never encountered such music before, yet the unique rhythm and lyrics were irresistibly catchy, compelling them to hum along. Stuart momentarily froze before erupting in fury. Damn it. Damn it. You wretched Great Xia warships. Come out if you dare. His face turned a shade of blue that defied description. He felt as though an invisible hand was toying with him. Anger and humiliation drove him into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Taro Kono was on the brink of collapse. He shouted into the communicator, Baka, what on earth is happening? Stuart, you must provide us with an explanation. The other commanders echoed his demands. Stuart remained silent, his gaze fixed on the communications officer, hoping for even a glimmer of good news. However, the communication officers could only shake their heads helplessly, conveying their inability to assist. Commander, we simply cannot locate the source of the signal, one communications officer said, his voice tinged with despair. Stuart took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He understood that now was not the time for anger. He must swiftly devise a strategy. Calming himself, he issued a direct command. I hereby declare the military exercise officially commenced. The first task is to capture enemy vessels alive. All fleets, commence operations. Sweat had but one objective. Regardless of the adversary, they must be uncovered, under the guise of military drills. Even if something were to go awry in the end, he would have a plausible explanation. Chapter 57. The enemy fleet approaches the village. In the encrypted channel, the melody of spicy chicken continued to loop. Stowe's furious shouts were drowned out completely. He abruptly yanked off his headset and hurled it against the control panel. Damn it! Damn it! The control room's instruments cast a harsh glow upon his ashen face. His brow furrowed and fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. All vessels, maximize radar power. Helicopters, take to the skies for patrol. Submarines, dive and expand the search area. Stowe's voice reverberated through the control room, sending a jolt through the soldiers outside. Frantically, they relayed the orders. Soon, the coalition fleet was thrown into disarray. The radar antennas of the destroyers spun wildly. Carrier helicopters roared into the air, their rotors churning up colossal waves. Submarines, like phantoms, silently slipped into the depths of the ocean. Everyone shared a singular goal: to locate that provocative signal source. Aboard the Izumo aircraft carrier of the Sakura Nation, Taro Kono stared at the communicator, his expression ominously dark. Damn it! Those wretched fools from the Great Xia Nation. He violently kicked over a chair beside him, the metallic clang echoing harshly in the command room. The children's song from earlier had transformed into a mocking tune. They were treating our coalition like fools. Kono's eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. Relay the orders. The fleet will discreetly alter course. Head towards the territorial waters of the Great Xia Nation. If we can penetrate their waters first, the world will witness the prowess of the Sakura Nation. His aide paused in shock. Commander, isn't this too risky? Risky? Kono scoffed. This is the perfect opportunity. The coalition is preoccupied with locating the signal source. No one will notice us. Once we breach their territorial waters, the glory will be ours. The aide dared not argue further and promptly set about conveying the command. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Sakura fleet stealthily adjusted its course, slowly moving towards the South China Sea of the Great Xia Nation. In the White House, Old Tup watched the live broadcast, trembling with fury. He smashed his coffee cup onto the ground. Damn it! A bunch of incompetents. 70 warships, and they can't locate a single signal source. He glared at the screen, where the spicy chicken imagery continued to loop, his body shaking with rage. Peter, is your Department of Defense doing nothing? Others are invading our military channels. And you can't find the enemy? Deploy all satellites. He commanded. Even if we have to turn the South China Sea upside down, We must locate that damned warship. Defense Minister Peter stood beside him, his expression grim. Mr. President, the satellites are operating at full capacity. However, the enemy's signal is too well concealed. We have yet to detect it. Not detected? Otter roared, what are you all doing? How dare the great Xia nation provoke us? If we don't find them and teach them a severe lesson, will we still have any face left as eagle sauce? Peter nodded slightly, understood. I will ensure they are located. Otter took a deep breath, his gaze turning sinister. Inform Stowe. If he fails to find them, he should not return. Yes, Peter responded, his expression grim as he departed. In the Prime Minister's office of the third country, Dimer the Elder watched the live broadcast, his beard bristling with fury. Damn the great Xia nation. How dare they be so arrogant? Do they not fear our allied fleet locating their warships and destroying them? He was perplexed. When had the great Xia nation possessed such advanced warships capable of maneuvering freely among their allied fleet? This underscored the terrifying level of stealth technology the great Xia nation's vessels possessed, surpassing even Eagle Sauce. If that were the case, could there be other hidden warships in the vicinity? The more Dimer pondered, the more anxious he became. No, we cannot allow our aircraft carriers to lead the charge any longer. We must gradually retreat to the rear of the fleet. Those two aircraft carriers are the lifeblood of our third country. If anything were to go awry, I would surely face the wrath of the small factions back home. The border issues had just settled at a tremendous cost. If anything happens to the carriers, my tenure as Prime Minister would be over. This time, let other nations take the spotlight. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed the Naval Command. Have our aircraft carrier battle group discreetly reposition to the periphery of the joint fleet, away from the waters of the great Xia nation. The naval commander on the other end was taken aback. Prime Minister, how will we demonstrate our strength? Demonstrate what? Dimer sneered. Are you unaware of the situation with our carriers? Until that phantom ship of the great Xia is located, it's a ticking time bomb. Who knows when and where they might appear? We must exercise caution. Yes. After hanging up, Dimer stared at the screen, praying for the safe return of his two aircraft carriers. They were already mere showpieces. If anything were to happen, the third country would truly become a laughingstock on the world stage. In Sakura country, Prime Minister Kishida Jiro was well aware of Kono Taro's actions. Oh, Kono-kun has good intuition. He knows this is the perfect time to infiltrate the South China Sea. This time, Sakura country was destined for greatness once again. He was immensely satisfied with Kono Taro's covert operations. Although he was furious about the great Xia nation's antics on the Allied channels. All would be forgiven if they could just cruise around the territorial waters of the great Xia nation. The Prime Minister is brilliant. This time, Sakura country will surely astonish the world. The Defense Minister flattered. Kishida Jiro nodded, his eyes filled with greed and ambition. He turned to the map on the wall, his finger lightly tracing the boundaries of the South China Sea belonging to the great Xia nation, reminiscing about the glory of the ancestors of Sakura country. Kishida Jiro dreams fervently of restoring the Cherry Blossom Nation to its former zenith of prosperity. This joint military exercise is merely the beginning. Soon, the Cherry Blossom Nation shall gradually extend its reach. No force can hinder their stride towards maritime supremacy once more. In the Great Xia Kingdom, at the Southern Guangdong Military Region Command, Zhao Tianyi watched the live broadcast, unable to suppress his laughter. The teacup in his hand trembled precariously. Huh, quite impressive. This maneuver is utterly satisfying. Who is Captain 815? He deserves commendation for this. His satisfaction was palpable. The aide beside him nodded in agreement, though he noted, however, it appears the Cherry Blossom Nation's fleet is stealthily advancing towards our territorial waters. Zhao Tianyi's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a piercing gaze. Huh, they truly dare to approach. Dispatch orders. All naval vessels to combat readiness level 1. Should the Little Devil ships dare to cross the line, no warning shall be given. Fire at will. The aide snapped to attention, saluting, understood. Zhao Tianyi turned his attention back to the screen, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Whether it be Eagle Sauce or the Cherry Blossom Nation, they dare to wreak havoc on our territory. Let them come and not return. Chapter 58. The Incursion of the Little Devil Fleet. Open fire. At the Shaka Institute, in Lin Chen's office. He had just completed a critical technical document on the 7th-generation aerospace fighter. Stretching leisurely, he suddenly recalled that the Eagle Sauce joint military fleet had commenced its operations. He opened his computer and entered the live broadcast. Instantly, the lively tune of Boba Chicken filled the air, leaving Lin Chen momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a military exercise? He quickly began to peruse the live chat. Soon, comprehension dawned upon him. The Navy certainly knows how to entertain. Lin Chen chuckled heartily. The visual imagery was simply delightful. The Eagle Sauce joint exercise, while the Great Xia Navy indulged in Boba Chicken. The absurdity of it all was amusing. This maneuver deserved full marks. It was more infuriating than destroying their naval vessels. Continuing to scroll through the chat, he found the excitement of the Great Xia netizens overflowing. Huh. Look at Sturway's face, as if he just swallowed a fly. Kono Taro, don't kick the chair. If you have the guts, come at us. Someone remarked. By the way, has anyone noticed the cherry blossom fleet? It seems to be shifting towards the South China Sea. No sooner had this comment been posted than it shot to the top of the trending discussions. Wait, really? The Little Devil's fleet is heading in the wrong direction. Do they think they can sneak into our territory while the joint forces are in disarray? The Little Devils will never change. They are eternally foolish. Lin Chen hoped the Navy would provide them with an unforgettable memory. Watching the comments, he felt a twinge of anticipation. Little Devils, you must come in. Otherwise, the Navy might not find an excuse to fire. After some time, Lin Chen set aside his personal computer and resumed his work on the office computer. Meanwhile, overseas netizens were in a frenzy, the chat erupting with exclamations. Baka, we are merely adjusting our course. Great Xia netizens, stop spreading rumors. The joint military exercise has the right to free navigation. You have no evidence. You are simply afraid of the Cherry Blossom Nation. In the realm of cyberspace, a fervent exchange erupted among netizens from the Great Xia Nation, who retorted sharply. A normal adjustment? Adjusting towards our territorial waters? Do you think we are blind? Freedom of navigation? Dare to cross the line and see what happens. Evidence. Just wait. Soon, we shall unveil a spectacle. The online chatroom was ablaze with heated discussions, with 8 nations unable to outmatch the fervor of the Great Xia citizens. In the South China Sea, the reconnaissance vessel 815A glided through the waters like a silent predator, with Captain Chen Feng intently monitoring the radar display. Red dots indicated the presence of the enemy fleet. Stay close. Maintain a safe distance. Do not be detected. He simultaneously ordered the other allied ships to converge towards the enemy vessels. The first officer nodded in agreement. Understood. Captain Chen Feng's gaze was fixed upon the enemy fleet of 15 warships, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Do not falter, little devils. Otherwise, our chance for glory may slip away. On the radar screen, the trajectory of the enemy fleet was increasingly veering towards the territorial waters of the Great Xia Nation. Meanwhile, aboard the 055 destroyer, Captain Zhang Junfei was electrified upon receiving the news. Finally, the enemy presents itself. Alter course to the left side of the XXXXC area. Let the other ships leisurely approach and draw the enemy in before we strike, lest they escape. Received. The first officer replied, equally exhilarated. The order was given, and all soldiers were eager, their eyes sparkling with a fervent desire for battle. The destruction of even a single enemy ship would yield great accolades. And if all 15 were annihilated, collective recognition was assured. The mere thought ignited a fire within the hearts of the warriors. On the deck of the Izumo, Taro Kono peered through his binoculars, scanning the distant horizon. How far are we from the Great Xia territorial waters? The aide glanced at the navigation system. Commander, 20 nautical miles remain. We are expected to enter in half an hour. A sinister smile curled on Taro Kono's lips. Excellent. Accelerate the fleet. He lowered the binoculars and shouted into the communicator. All hands, prepare to enter the Great Xia territorial waters. Let the world witness our might. The soldiers aboard the warship erupted into cheers, brandishing flags. Yes. Charge into the Great Xia territorial waters. The Sakura Nation fleet drew ever closer, with the Izumo leading the charge across the invisible boundary into the Great Xia waters. Taro Kono stood on the deck, binoculars raised, scanning the expanse. The sea was tranquil, devoid of any naval presence, not even a patrol boat in sight. He paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. The Great Xia Nation is afraid. They haven't even dared to send a single figure. The aide echoed his excitement. Commander, you are brilliant. They must be intimidated by our fleet and too afraid to emerge. Taro Kono retrieved the communicator and bellowed into the allied channel. This is Taro Kono. The Sakura Nation fleet has entered the Great Xia territorial waters. There has been no response from the Great Xia Nation. We have triumphed. The allied channel fell into an abrupt silence. Strui, upon hearing this, trembled with rage. Damn it. That fool Kono has crossed the line without authorization. Idiots, retreat immediately. Otherwise, all consequences shall be borne by oneself. Stewie bellowed into the communicator, infuriated. How audacious of the Sakura Nation to brazenly invade the territorial waters of the Great Xia Nation. And that too without having located the phantom vessel. What difference does it make from courting death? Yet, Kono Taro did not deign to respond. Do they think we will retreat? Impossible. The Great Xia Nation lacks the courage to intervene. What is there to fear? We shall simply cruise around the South China Sea and then return leisurely. Forward. Let the great Xia nation know that we, the Sakura nation, can come and go as we please. At this moment, within the fleet of the Sakura nation, the soldiers were utterly frenzied. Some brandished cameras to capture the moment, while others gestured obscene gestures towards the direction of the great Xia. They believed the great Xia nation would not dare to obstruct their advance, especially with the allied forces still nearby. Meanwhile, the online audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Sakura Nation netizens exclaimed, "Yo, did everyone see that? The great Xia people are terrified of our magnificent Sakura empire." The South Korean netizens lamented, "Why did the Sakura Nation get to act first? Where are our warships?" American netizens gasped, "My God, the Sakura Nation is truly a pack of rabid dogs. Do they not fear the retaliation of the great Xia?" Observers from other nations closely monitored the live stream, anxious not to miss a moment of the unfolding drama. On the other hand, netizens from the great Xia nation were equally agitated. "What? The little devils have really come in? Quick, our 055 destroyer must engage them. We cannot allow these rascals to escape. They must be annihilated." I started recording. I must capture this pivotal moment. Citizens of the great Xia began to spread the news, eagerly anticipating the Navy's response. Meanwhile, on the 055 destroyer, Zhang Junfei spotted the approaching fleet of the Sakura nation, now a mere 20 nautical miles away. Sensing the opportune moment had arrived, he promptly commanded, "All vessels, heed my orders. Lock onto the enemy ships. Laser cannons, commence charging." Chapter 59, Sinking the Izumo Aircraft Carrier. In the Prime Minister's residence of the Sakura nation, the crystal chandelier glimmered blindingly. Kishida Jiro raised his goblet high. "Yo, Kono-kun has indeed not disappointed us." He lifted his glass triumphantly, his voice brimming with arrogance and excitement. The surrounding high-ranking officials raised their glasses in agreement, proclaiming the Prime Minister's wisdom. "The great Xia nation clearly dares not take action. Our fleet has breached their territorial waters, and they have not even shown a shadow." Defense Minister Yamamoto Taro downed his drink and boasted, "This is merely the beginning. Next, our fleet shall establish a permanent presence in the territorial waters of the great Xia nation. We shall revive the glory of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere." All the high-ranking officials from the Sakura nation nodded in approval. Some even took out their phones to capture images of the Izumo from the live stream. "Quick, take a picture. This is a moment of glory for our Sakura nation. Send it out. Let the whole world witness our might." The entire Prime Minister's residence resembled a pack of rabid dogs in wild celebration. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that the Izumo, as depicted in the live stream, was on the verge of being sunk. In the White House, the American envoy, Otep, watched the live stream, his brow furrowed in concern. The Sakura nation? Did they intend to break free from our control? He pointed at the live broadcast on the screen, speculating the intentions behind the actions of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Defense Minister Peter stood nearby, equally displeased. "Mr. President, it appears that the Cherry Blossom Nation has devised a plan." "A plan? Huh?" Otterp scoffed. "Do they truly believe that the great Xia nation would remain indifferent? Or do they think they possess the means to confront us?" Although Otterp wished to leverage military exercises to coerce the great Xia nation into negotiations, he would never underestimate their resolve to defend their territory. After numerous confrontations, the Eagle Nation has always retreated at the slightest provocation. They would never fully provoke the great Xia nation. It is precisely for this reason that the Eagle Nation has managed to withdraw unscathed each time. However, this time, the unilateral actions of the Cherry Blossom Nation could very well provoke the great Xia nation's ire. The outcome hinges on the determination of the great Xia nation. Peter blinked, pondering whether the great Xia nation might truly hesitate to engage. The silence is what is truly terrifying. Otterp fixated on the screen, his gaze profound. If the great Xia nation publicly denounces this, it would signify that all is well. But should they remain silent, it may indicate that they are biding their time for a significant move. He paused, then said sternly, "Contact Stetway immediately. Instruct him to command our aircraft carrier fleet to avoid encroaching upon the territorial waters of the great Xia nation. If the fleet of the Cherry Blossom Nation encounters trouble, let the vessels of other nations come to their aid. My priority is the safety of the Eagle Nation's fleet. The fate of our allies is merely a bargaining chip." "Understood, Mr. President." Peter nodded slightly and turned to relay the orders. Otterp's gaze remained fixed on the Izumo, his eyes filled with sagacity. He had a foreboding sense that the Izumo of the Cherry Blossom Nation was destined for trouble. In the South China Sea, aboard the command center of the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier, Swit fell into contemplation upon receiving the orders. Clearly, the headquarters had received some intelligence. Safety first. It was prudent to retreat a bit. After formulating his thoughts, he began issuing orders to all Eagle Nation vessels to discreetly withdraw without alarming other fleets. Mirroring the Eagle Nation's actions were two aircraft carriers from the Third Nation, while only the vessels from the Southern Nation continued their stealthy advance toward the territorial waters of the Great Xia Nation. Meanwhile, in the command center of the 055 destroyer, a soldier reported, "Captain, the laser cannon is fully charged." The soldier reported with excitement. Zhang Junfei's expression hardened, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. He fixated on the audacious Izumo, commanding, "All ships, lock onto the Izumo. Fire." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-white laser cannon at the bow ignited with a blinding blue light. A slender, yet razor-sharp beam instantaneously cleaved through the air. As the beam skimmed across the surface of the sea, the water evaporated instantly, leaving behind a trail of white mist. Its speed was unparalleled, invisible to the naked eye. On the deck of the Izumo, Taro Kono, binoculars in hand, continued to laugh maniacally. It seems the Great Xia Nation is genuinely frightened. We have been intruding into their territorial waters for over 10 minutes, and they have not dared to make a single move." His aide beside him also chuckled sinisterly, lewdly suggesting, "Commander, should we circle the territorial waters a few more times?" Kono Taro nodded, about to respond, when suddenly a blue beam of light appeared. What was that? He instinctively looked up. In the next moment, with a sizzling sound, the iron top of the command room was vaporized, molten debris raining down, accompanied by a pungent smell of char. The manic grin on Kono Taro's face instantly froze, and he scrambled out of the command room. "Baka, what is happening?" he shouted, his voice cracking. The soldiers around him were thrown into disarray. The jubilant soldiers, who had just been cheering, now scattered like headless flies. "It's an attack. We are being attacked. Damn it, it's a laser cannon. Is the Great Xia Nation launching an assault on us?" Chaos engulfed the Izumo in an instant. Kono Taro's expression darkened, and he urgently commanded, "Quickly, order all warships to battle stations. Allow them to engage freely." Yet, before he could finish, a second laser struck the Izumo's power compartment. Boom. The power compartment exploded under the intense heat of the laser. In an instant, it was obliterated. The unfortunate soldiers inside reduced to mere fragments, some vaporized by the beam. The warship lost all power and began to drift on the surface of the sea. "Baka, how dare the Great Xia Nation? Why did they launch an attack without any warning? Do they intend to declare war?" Kono Taro raged, veins bulging on his forehead. He failed to consider that they had unlawfully entered another nation's territorial waters. Wasn't he that an unannounced declaration of war? "Commander, what should we do now?" the aide inquired, rushing to Kono Taro's side. Gritting his teeth, Kono Taro replied fiercely, "Immediately request support from the Allied fleet. Have them send ships to rescue us." Just then, a third beam struck the munitions depot. In an instant, the depot triggered a catastrophic explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The series of explosions reverberated throughout the sea. The entire Izumo was blown from the water, crashing back down, sending up immense sprays. The aircraft carrier split apart in the middle, with soldiers being hurled into the ocean. "Help! Someone save us!" Kono Taro clung desperately to the doorframe of the command room, narrowly avoiding being thrown into the sea. But he was paralyzed with fear, his face ashen. It was over. The Great Xia Nation was not afraid. They had been waiting for them to deliver themselves to their doom. In that moment, Kono Taro finally understood. He grasped why the Great Xia Nation had allowed them into the South China Sea. It was all a trap to annihilate them. "Great Xia Nation, you are truly ruthless." Kono Taro had not finished speaking when another laser struck the command room. Boom. The command room collapsed, and Kono Taro was directly hit by the laser, vaporized without a trace. At that moment, the Izumo tilted even further. A laser beam struck the keel of the Izumo. Snap! The vessel's keel shattered completely. The Izumo began its rapid descent, soldiers on deck plummeting into the sea. The pride of Sakura Nation, the Izumo helicopter carrier, sank within a mere minute. In the command tower of the 055 destroyer, Zhang Junfei watched as the Izumo sank and took out his walkie-talkie. Reporting to Commander Zhao, "The Izumo has been sunk." Excitement resonated from the device. "Good. Excellent work. Shall we continue to annihilate all the enemy vessels? Remember, not a single one must escape, or you shall be held accountable. Ensure the mission's success." Instinctively standing at attention, Zhang Junfei responded solemnly. Chapter 60, Total Annihilation. The world erupted with fervor. In the command room of the 055 destroyer, upon receiving Commander Zhao's orders once more, Zhang Junfei relayed the command to the other ships. "All hands, attention. The commander has issued a strict order. We must eliminate all enemy vessels. Begin locking onto the Ayama-class destroyer." Acknowledged. The laser cannons of all vessels lit up with an even more blinding blue glow than before. Fire. Beams sliced through the air. and mist rose from the surface of the sea. At that moment, the enemy vessels, witnessing the Izumo's demise, were paralyzed with terror. Quick, reverse immediately. The Great Xia has launched an attack, retreat. They had contemplated resistance, but were thwarted by the 815A ship, unable to target the Great Xia's fleet. Retreat was their only option. The remaining 14 enemy frigates and destroyers frantically reversed, engines at full throttle. On the Ayama, the crew was engulfed in panic. They could never have imagined that the Great Xia would truly open fire, and in such a brief period, obliterate their Izumo carrier. The Great Xia was terrifying. Quick! Set our engines to maximum. The captain of the Ayama exclaimed, filled with dread. Alas, no matter how fast they went, could they outrun a laser? In the next moment, boom! The Ayama was struck by 40 beams of laser. Sizzle! Snap! Boom! The sound of the keel breaking echoed across the waters. In less than 10 seconds, this Congo-class destroyer sank into the South China Sea. This scene terrified the other enemy vessels to their core. How could this be possible? The weaponry of the Great Xia was utterly horrifying. While the enemies remained in shock, Zhang Junfei commanded once more. Next, the top-tier frigate. Instantly, yet another vessel was sunk. The laser cannons continued unabated, the blue light flashing incessantly. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions merged into a cacophony on the surface of the sea. Sakura Nation's frigates were blown apart one after another. Some split in two, others detonated completely. The waters were strewn with debris. Sailors from Sakura Nation, having fallen overboard, struggled in the sea, with no one to rescue them. This was the price they paid for intruding into the territorial waters of the Great Xia. The first officer, gazing at the screen, his voice trembling yet exhilarated, exclaimed, Captain, 8 vessels have already sunk. Zhang Junfei nodded, his gaze unwavering. Continue. There are still 6 left. Let them understand what awaits those who invade the territorial waters of our Grand Xia. In the South China Sea, a certain expanse of international waters. Inside the command room of the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier, the communications officer, his face a mask of panic, trembled as he reported, Commander, the Sakura Nation's Izumo has sunk. Their beloved II has also gone under. What? Swit was struck with astonishment. Are you certain? Absolutely. The communications officer's complexion paled further. It was the Xia Nation's laser cannon that obliterated the Izumo in under a minute. They are now pursuing other Sakura Nation vessels. At this revelation, a chill ran down Swit's spine as he recalled the recent orders from headquarters. He felt a wave of relief that he had executed them completely. Thank heavens I retreated. Had I not done so, would we now be the ones sinking? Beside him, the aide was also in a state of distress. Commander, the Xia Nation's laser cannons are utterly terrifying. Can our carrier withstand such an assault? Swit remained silent, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the South China Sea. An expression of fear creeping into his eyes. Previously, he had thought the Xia Nation would not dare to take action. Now he understood. It was not a matter of courage, but rather a careful waiting for the opportune moment to strike once the Sakura Nation ventured too close. Madmen! These lunatics of the Xia Nation! He suddenly shouted, Quick! Order our fleet to withdraw further. Move away from the Xia territorial waters. The farther, the better. We must not be caught in the crossfire. In the global livestream, chaos erupted. The barrage of comments flowed like thick sesame paste. Brimming with excitement from the Xia Nation's netizens. Wow! Our nation truly taught those little devils a lesson. Incredible! They directly sank the Izumo. I had anticipated some action, but I never expected our motherland to unleash such a powerful strike. Our naval brothers have accomplished a great feat. They deserve a dedicated page in our family records. Well done. This is the true spirit of our Grand Xia. Weren't the Sakura Nation's netizens so boastful before? Why are they silent now? Witnessing the sinking of the Little Devil's warship, the citizens of the Grand Xia have plunged into jubilation. After so many years, we have finally awaited this day. The exhilaration of revenge surged like a tidal wave in the hearts of every citizen. In every street and alley, people hurriedly spread the news, their faces radiant with pride and excitement. Though merely the sinking of a warship, its profound significance is understood solely by the people of the Grand Xia. Across the entire nation, cheers resounded. Some even set off firecrackers and fireworks in celebration. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Sakura Nation's livestream, the little devils were in utter despair. Impossible. This cannot be real. How could the Izumo sink? Baka. This must be the Xia Nation invading our network, broadcasting AI-generated videos. No, the Xia Nation has truly struck. Why? Why would they dare to take such action? Where is the coalition? Why does no one come to our rescue? What about Eagle Sauce? Weren't they supposed to conduct joint military exercises? Why do we see ourselves being attacked? The Sakura Nation's netizens were wholly devastated. Unable to accept the reality of the Izumo's sinking, a proud symbol of their nation now lost in the waters of the Grand Xia. Some began to curse, condemning the Xia nation for its transgressions, berating Eagle Sauce for their inaction, and disparaging Taro Kono for his foolishness. In the end, the curses faded into silence, leaving only the despair of an irrevocable conclusion. On the other side, netizens from the South Bamboo Nation were left in utter shock. Previously, they had been vociferously questioning why the Cherry Blossom Nation took the lead, but now they had fallen silent. Occasionally, a few anxious comments emerged. Oh my, the Great Xia Nation is ruthless, actually opening fire. Fortunately, our warships did not charge in. Otherwise, it would be us sinking right now. We once thought Great Xia would not dare to strike, but it seems we were mistaken. Do not provoke the Great Xia Nation. Truly, do not provoke them. The astonishment of the Eagle Sauce Nation's netizens was palpable. My God, what kind of weapon is that? A laser cannon? How is it so powerful? One aircraft carrier sunk every minute? When did the Great Xia Nation become so formidable? Can our fort withstand such an assault? We previously believed the Allied forces could suppress Great Xia, but now it appears we were overly arrogant. Did not President Otapu declare that Great Xia was merely a clown? Who is the true clown now? Meanwhile, spectators from other nations were in a frenzy. Heavens! The Great Xia Nation is rising. From now on, no one will dare to intrude into the South China Sea, right? Is the hegemony of Eagle Sauce coming to an end? The laser cannon technology of the Great Xia Nation is far too advanced. Fortunately, our country did not align with the Allied forces. Otherwise, we would be in serious trouble. In the South China Sea, the last Cherry Blossom Nation frigate was struck by a laser cannon, detonating its munitions. Boom. A colossal explosion sent waves soaring dozens of meters high, and the ship was instantaneously shattered into fragments. Inside the command room of the 055 destroyer, the vice captain's voice trembled with excitement. Captain, all of them have been sunk. 15 ships from the Cherry Blossom Nation, not a single one remains. Chapter 61. The Forbidden Zone of the South China Sea. Unauthorized entry prohibited. At the southern Guangdong Military Region headquarters, Zhao Tianyi exclaimed over the phone. What did you say? 15 ships. All sunk. From the other end, Zhang Junfei's exuberant voice resonated. Commander, we have successfully completed the mission. All enemy vessels have been destroyed. Excellent. 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 Zhao Tianyi enthusiastically slapped his thigh. It feels incredibly satisfying to finally deal with these pests. Ha! From now on, the South China Sea shall be a forbidden zone for foreign warships. Whoever dares to enter will perish. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi was as elated as a child, completely devoid of the gravitas expected of a military commander. In the face of such joyous news, any normal citizen of the Great Xia would be unable to contain their excitement, regardless of their rank, with the sole exception of those colonizers. Relay the orders. All warships maintain vigilance and continue monitoring the surrounding waters. Any foreign vessel that dares to cross the line will be fired upon immediately. Understood, came the resolute response over the intercom. Zhao Tianyi ended the call, his expression still brimming with exhilaration. Beside him, an aide, unable to hide his own excitement at the commander's fervor, quickly remarked, Commander, this victory is truly a great relief to the people. Those pests have frequently troubled our eastern sea. Let us see if they dare to do so again. Zhao Tianyi nodded in agreement. Indeed, after this, I wonder who will still dare to stir trouble in our vicinity. This display of strength was utterly flawless. According to their plan, if the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier battle group were to cross the boundary, simply repelling the enemy was sufficient. To my surprise, the little devils were at the forefront, clearly driven by vengeance and resentment. Such a rare opportunity was not to be missed. After a surge of excitement, Zhao Tianyi swiftly dialed General Zhang's number. In the capital, within the military conference room, General Zhang had just concluded a strategic meeting when his work phone rang. Upon seeing it was Zhao Tianyi, he answered eagerly. Instantly, he was greeted by Zhao Tianyi's exuberant voice. Old Zhang. Tremendous news. All 15 warships of the Cherry Blossom Nation have been sunk. What? General Zhang was momentarily taken aback, urgently inquiring, please repeat that. 15 ships? Including the Izumo? Indeed. Chief Lin's laser cannon is remarkably powerful. Sinking warships is as effortless as slicing through watermelons. Excellent. Marvelous. General Zhang sprang to his feet, his face alight with exhilaration. The officers surrounding the conference room turned their attention toward him, but he had no time to explain. A vivid memory from 30 years ago flashed through his mind. In a certain maritime region of the East China Sea, the warships of the Cherry Blossom Nation had encroached upon the territorial waters. The youthful Zhang stood upon the bridge of a patrol vessel, clearly witnessing the arrogance and derision of those little devils. That humiliation remained etched in his memory. Today, He could finally release the pent-up frustration. Wonderful. General Zhang's voice trembled as he wiped away tears of joy from the corners of his eyes. Old Zhao, you did brilliantly. This has been a grievance we have borne for 20 years. He ended the call and turned to the assembled officers, shouting, Did you all hear? The Cherry Blossom Nation's 15 warships have all sunk. Our laser cannons did this. The conference room erupted in jubilation. Really? Fantastic. It was high time we struck back. The little devils had finally faced retribution, and the delight was palpable. All the officers were filled with elation and joy upon hearing this news. With some even moved to tears, they understood the significance of such an achievement. This was the moment the Daxiao Navy had longed for, a chance to stand tall. In the past, when confronted by provocations from foreign warships, they often had to endure. As long as the provocations were not excessively egregious, they primarily focused on expulsion. This was due to the Daxiao Navy's relative weakness at that time. Today, with the introduction of new weaponry, they finally dealt a resounding blow to the little devil's arrogance. At this moment, all the officers fully recognized the immense power and strategic significance brought forth by advanced weaponry. Our Navy is now equipped with laser cannons. It's time for our Army to receive new equipment as well, exclaimed one Army officer joyously. No, our Air Force must also acquire new gear. We cannot fall behind. The Air Force officers began to strategize. The Navy's resounding victory made them acutely aware of the urgency for equipment upgrades. If the Daxiao Academy could develop super laser cannons, they surely could create equipment for other branches as well. Next time, they would seize the opportunity to be the first to outfit their forces. All officers silently resolved to promptly submit requests for equipment upgrades to the military command. After the exhilaration subsided, General Zhang thought of the heroes behind the super laser cannons and immediately dialed Li Jiangguo's number. At the Daxiao Academy, Li Jiangguo was in his office, reviewing material data. The phone suddenly rang, and upon seeing the caller ID was General Zhang, he answered it casually. Old Zhang, what's the matter? I'm currently engrossed in the materials. What did you say? In the next moment, Li Jiangguo abruptly straightened his posture. His reading glasses slipped to the tip of his nose. Yet he did not take the time to adjust them. All 15 ships sunk, including the Izumo? Are you certain? Wonderful, haha. After receiving a positive confirmation, Li Jiangguo burst into laughter. Once the call ended, he tucked his phone away and strode towards the anti-gravity engine laboratory. Upon pushing the door open, he saw Lin Chen crouched on the floor, examining an engine component. Shaolin, Shaolin. Li Jiangguo's voice was filled with excitement. Lin Chen looked up, setting the component down. Li Lao, what is going on? Great news. Tremendous news. Li Jiangguo leaned closer, lowering his voice, yet unable to contain his exhilaration. Over in the South China Sea, our super laser cannon has destroyed 15 enemy warships. Really? Lin Chen's eyes instantly sparkled. Indeed, our Navy's soldiers are truly exceptional. He expressed immense satisfaction with the outcome. With advanced weaponry at hand, it was time to showcase their prowess. Only by demonstrating their strength could they ensure that such advanced weaponry would be utilized effectively. It was imperative to assert their might so that other nations would recognize that the Great Xia Nation was no longer a country to be trifled with. Standing up, Lin Chen brushed off the dust from his hands, his eyes reflecting determination and pride. Li Lao, this indicates that our research direction is correct. The success of the super laser cannon is merely the beginning. We must develop more advanced weaponry in the future, enhancing the defense capabilities of the Great Xia Nation and instilling pride in our citizens. Pausing momentarily, Lin Chen continued, as for the enemy, this is just a small interest payment. In the future, they must pay in blood for their transgressions. Li Jiangguo hesitated for a moment before realizing the truth. Indeed, from the invasions decades ago to the subsequent provocations in the seas, the atrocities committed by the enemy have resulted in a substantial debt owed to the Great Xia Nation. Sinking a few warships won't suffice. Well said. Li Jiangguo's eyes gleamed with approval. Lin Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, unbeknownst to them all, he harbored thoughts of how to exact vengeance on the enemy in the future. Chapter 62. The Coalition Fleet's Panicked Retreat. In the laboratory, the other engineers, upon overhearing Lin Chen and Li Jiangguo's conversation, were instantly stirred into a state of excitement. They, too, harbored deep-seated animosity towards the enemy. The grievous crimes committed by the enemy on the land of Haotian over the years were etched into the hearts of every citizen, like sharp daggers, never to be forgotten. Now, with technological advancements propelling the nation's military strength to new heights, the time for retribution had come. All the engineers steeled themselves, determined to work even harder to develop more advanced technologies, making their homeland stronger. Only through strength could they avoid being bullied, allowing the people to live in peace and prosperity. South China Sea. USS Ford Aircraft Carrier Command Room. A communications officer rushed in, breathless and panicked. Clutching the latest battle report. Commander, in the land of cherry blossoms, all 14 remaining warships have sunk. Upon hearing this, Sweat abruptly raised his head. Disbelief etched across his face. What did you say? All sunk. How could that be possible? He snatched the battle report from the table, scrutinizing its contents. The laser cannons unleashed 40 beams, sinking a ship in less than 10 seconds. Each word struck him like a hammer on his heart, cold sweat instantly soaking his uniform. He recalled the horrific images he had just witnessed, the Izumo being cleaved in two by laser fire, the thunderous crack of the ion as its keel shattered, a sound that resonated even through the screen. He had thought that a few of the remaining ships might escape. After all, with 14 warships, even the formidable laser cannons of the Great Xia Kingdom should allow for some reaction time. Yet, the outcome was total annihilation. Madmen, a pack of lunatics, Sweat murmured, a chill creeping down his spine. Suddenly, he recalled President Otep's warning, don't push the Great Xia Kingdom too far. At the time, he had considered it an overreaction. Now, he understood that it was not a matter of the Great Xia Kingdom's reluctance to strike. They had simply never witnessed its true might. Quickly, Sweat suddenly shouted, his voice rising in pitch. Immediately notify all coalition fleets. Withdraw from the waters of the Great Xia Kingdom. The farther, the better. And announce the end of the military exercise. Now, at once. The aide, jolted from his terror, quickly responded, yes, Commander. He turned to leave, but was halted by Sweat's voice. Wait. Tell them that if they encounter any warships from the Great Xia Kingdom, they are not to provoke. No stopping. Even if they fire warning shots, they must retreat. The aide's heart sank, yet he nodded vigorously, understood. In the coalition channel, as Sweat's orders were broadcast, chaos erupted. The commander of the South Bang Nation's fleet questioned, what? The military exercise is over? Why? The captain of the aircraft carrier from the Asan Nation grew frantic. Sweat. Our carrier is still nearby. Retreating now would make us the laughingstock of the world. Sweat coldly interrupted, a laughingstock? Better than sinking in the South China Sea. All 15 warships of the land of cherry blossoms have sunk. In less than half an hour. Do you wish to test the laser cannons of the Great Xia Kingdom? The channel fell silent in an instant, no one daring to rebut. The warships of the South Bang Nation, which had been inching toward the territorial waters of the Great Xia Kingdom, immediately turned around and cranked their engines to full throttle. The two aircraft carriers from the Asan Nation, in a dramatic turn, fled rapidly towards their homeland. The vessels from the Gallic Rooster and the Sun Never Sets Nation, initially hesitant, now joined the retreat without a second thought. The entire coalition fleet resembled a panicked herd of rabbits, frantically distancing themselves from the South China Sea. The once orderly formation of ships on the surface of the sea devolved into utter chaos. On board the USS Ford, Sweat watched the frantic trajectory of the coalition fleet on the screen and let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, he was soon struck by another thought. Aide. Immediately contact the White House. Inform the president that the laser cannons of the Great Xia Kingdom are even more terrifying than we had imagined. Let them swiftly devise countermeasures, lest we jeopardize our maritime supremacy. The aide nodded and turned to make contact. Sweeter approached the window, gazing at the distant horizon. The sunlight was blinding, yet he felt an unsettling chill envelop him. A sudden premonition washed over him. From this day forth, the maritime landscape of Blue Star would irrevocably change, and perhaps the era of American hegemony was drawing to a close. Meanwhile, in a certain sea region of the South China Sea, on the deck of the 055 destroyer, Zhang Junfei observed the trajectory of the Allied fleet's retreat on the screen, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. They are fleeing already? We are still unsatisfied. The deputy captain leaned in, excitedly asking, Captain, shall we pursue them? Teach them a lesson. No need, Zhang Junfei replied, shaking his head, his gaze sharp. They haven't even entered our territorial waters. If we were to chase them, that would be tantamount to declaring war. We have already achieved a significant victory over the little devils. Pausing, he picked up the intercom. Notify all brother ships to remain vigilant. If anyone dares to turn back, open fire immediately. A synchronized response echoed through the intercom. Received. The sea breeze swept across the deck, and the military flag fluttered in the wind. Zhang Junfei looked into the distance, his eyes brimming with anticipation. If the Americans dare to return to the South China Sea, it will not merely be a matter of sinking a few warships. At this moment, in the laboratory of the Xiaoku Institute, Lin Chen was meticulously inspecting parts of the anti-gravity engine. Li Jiangguo approached with a smile. Shaolin. The Allied forces have retreated. Sweeter has also declared the end of the military exercise. Lin Chen nodded, his hands remaining in motion. It's for the best that they retreated. It seems they are afraid. Now, let us focus on preparing for the next project. Li Jiangguo paused, then laughed. You are solely devoted to your research. Lin Chen lifted his head, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Hee. This is merely the beginning. Once our aerospace fighter is developed, the skies of Blue Star shall witness a transformation. Li Jiangguo felt a surge of excitement, gazing at Lin Chen with anticipation. Indeed, the accounts at sea have only just begun to accrue interest. Shouldn't we also start settling the accounts in the sky? Far away in the White House, Otep remained oblivious to Sweeter's report. He sat in his office, contemplating the map of the South China Sea on his desk, a smirk forming on his lips. Soon, the Great Xia nation will be begging me for negotiations. He picked up his coffee cup, just about to take a sip when the red phone on his desk suddenly rang. This was the emergency line, reserved for only the most critical matters. Otep's heart sank as he set down the cup and answered the phone. Hello? The urgent voice of Sweeter came through the line. Mr. President, we have a grave situation. The Great Xia nation's laser cannons have sunk all 15 warships of the Sakura nation. Our allied fleet has retreated entirely. Otep stood frozen, unable to process the information. What did you say? All 15 have sunk. Chapter 63, A Hell on Earth. The Little Devils are crumbling. The waters where the Little Devil's warships sank resembled a purgatory on Earth. Numerous adversaries floundered upon the ocean's surface, yet the Allied fleet had long since abandoned them. Their fate was singular death. Meanwhile, major global live streaming platforms erupted in chaos. In the Great Xia nation's live stream, the barrage of comments from netizens fell upon the screen like a torrential downpour. What? 15 ships sunk? Our laser cannons are truly formidable. At last, we've avenged our grievances. Long live our homeland. Haha. Finally witnessing the adversary's downfall, a relief that has been decades in the making. Our naval brethren are incredible. A separate page must be dedicated to your lineage. Previously, the adversary's netizens were quite boastful, yet now they remained silent. Some shared old photographs depicting scenes from decades ago when the adversary's warships had provoked the Great Xia patrol vessels. As our ancestors proclaimed, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. The comments brimmed with jubilation, with some even emblazoning the screen with the fiery phrase, "Those who offend the Great Xia shall be punished, no matter the distance," evoking a fervent passion. This illustrates the long-standing yearning and excitement for this victory that had been building up. Now, at last, the audience was treated to this gratifying spectacle. They felt only exhilaration and elation at the long-awaited retribution. Countless individuals were moved to tears, especially the veterans, who, upon hearing the news, were overwhelmed with emotion and cried out in joy. Only they understood the arduous journey leading to today's hard-won victory. In stark contrast, the narrative in other nations' live streams painted a different picture. In the Sakura nation's live stream, a profound silence fell, only to be shattered moments later. Impossible. This must be a fabrication. It has to be AI generated. Baka. The Great Xia must have employed underhanded tactics. How could our warships have been entirely sunk? Why did the Allied fleet not rescue our brave warriors? Why abandon them? Wretched Great Xia. They have declared war upon us, and we must seek vengeance. The adversary's netizens unleashed a torrent of curses upon the Great Xia nation, while also denouncing the Allied fleet for their inaction. However, more prevalent was a sense of despair and fear. They could scarcely fathom the terrifying power of the Great Xia's laser cannons, which rendered their fleet utterly defenseless. Many began to worry whether the Great Xia would continue their onslaught. Some netizens were utterly distraught at the loss of 15 warships, a blow too great for them to bear. In the Southern Stick Nation's live stream, a sour undertone permeated the comments. Aishiba, the Great Xia must have stolen our laser technology. Indeed, we have been researching laser weaponry for ages. They must have engaged in espionage. Some unearthed news articles from a few years prior about the Southern Stick's laser weapon tests. Look, we have had the technology all along. The Great Xia is merely plagiarizing. Netizens from the Great Xia swiftly retorted, with your inaccurate, subpar lasers, how dare you compare yourselves to us? Steal from you? If you had the capability, why not confront the adversary alongside them? The Southern Stick netizens were left speechless, their comments dwindling. Meanwhile, the Eagle Sauce Nation's netizens began to feel trepidation. Is it over? Is the Great Xia on the verge of rising? Indeed, the Eastern Lion is awakening. What shall we do? Quickly, call the fleet back. Do not perish in the South China Sea. The comments section brimmed with anxiety. The previous arrogance has vanished completely. During this period, they have gained a profound understanding of the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, developing a fresh appreciation for its resilience and wisdom. They have come to realize that this nation, rich in a long-standing history and vibrant culture, possesses an immeasurable power once it awakens. The prior disdain and misunderstandings towards the Great Xia Kingdom have been utterly shattered in this moment. Some netizens from Eagle Sauce have begun to reflect on whether their past policies were excessively radical, resulting in the current passive situation. They now fear that the rise of the Great Xia Kingdom could disrupt the existing international order, impacting their own interests and status. Netizens from the third country have also begun to feel trepidation. My goodness, 15 warships sunk in half an hour. The Great Xia Kingdom is terrifying, they exclaim. Fortunately, our aircraft carrier retreated quickly, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. We must hastily withdraw our border troops. Let us not provoke the Great Xia Kingdom any further. One netizen shared a satellite image of the third country's aircraft carrier fleeing. Run faster. Don't look back. The previously vocal calls for vengeance have vanished without a trace. The shock of international onlookers is palpable, almost spilling out of the screen. Is the Great Xia Kingdom truly on the verge of rising? Is the maritime hegemony of Eagle Sauce truly coming to an end? Finally, a nation capable of suppressing the Eagle Sauce bully has emerged. Seeing the Great Xia Kingdom finally able to restrain the Eagle Sauce alliance has filled all nations that have been oppressed by Eagle Sauce with joy. They would prefer the Great Xia Kingdom to become the dominator of Blue Planet rather than be bullied by Eagle Sauce. In the White House President's office, Otop put down the satellite phone, his hands still trembling. The report from Sweat struck him like a hammer to the heart. 15 warships sunk by laser cannons in less than half an hour. Each word left him feeling cold. He had anticipated the Great Xia Kingdom would be formidable, but he never imagined it would be this absurdly powerful. He recalled that just half a year ago, they had provoked the Great Xia Kingdom, and it had merely responded with condemnation. Yet, how much time has passed? There had been no warning. They had opened fire directly. It seems certain that the Great Xia Kingdom must have made significant breakthroughs in certain technologies. Otop speculated silently, his expression darkening. The previous ease and composure had disappeared. He had thought the Great Xia Kingdom would not dare to take action, but now he understood it was not a matter of fear. They simply had not witnessed the true strength of Great Xia. Quickly, Otop shouted towards the door, his voice cracking. Immediately convene an emergency meeting. Have Peter, Raimundo, and the others come at once. Yes, the secretary hurriedly replied, rushing out. Otop pondered the agenda for the upcoming meeting. The rise of the Great Xia Kingdom had spiraled out of control. They must devise a strategy to cope with it. Otherwise, they risked falling from their pedestal. 10 minutes later, in the White House conference room, the atmosphere was so tense it could have dripped water. Defense Secretary Peter, Secretary of State Raimundo, and several high-ranking military officials sat at the table, their expressions grim. Otop spoke in a low tone. Look at Sweat's report. The laser cannons of the Great Xia Kingdom can destroy 15 warships in half an hour. What are your thoughts? Peter frowned, responding helplessly, Mr. President. We currently have no plan to counter the laser cannons. No plan. Every year, billions of dollars are invested in research and development. And you offer me nothing but empty words? Otop's fury ignited, his gaze fixed on Peter. Li Mengduo quickly interjected, Mr. President, now is not the time for anger. We must devise a strategy to compel the Great Xia nation to cease its utilization of laser cannons. How do we stop them? Otop scoffed. Threaten them with military exercises? They are utterly unafraid. A cautious naval officer suggested, perhaps we could negotiate with the Great Xia nation, urging them to share their laser cannon technology? Negotiate? Otop glared at him. Do you believe the Great Xia nation would acquiesce? Silence enveloped the conference room. Everyone understood that the current Great Xia nation was no longer the soft target it once was. Otop inhaled deeply. Stifling his rage, immediately instruct the research department to increase funding. We must devise a countermeasure against the laser cannons within 3 months. The 6th-generation fighter project must take to the skies within a month. Let the world know that we, the Eagles, remain the sovereigns of Blue Planet. Furthermore, contact our allies and bring the Great Xia nation before the International Military Tribunal. Even if we cannot take substantial action against them, we must make their lives inconvenient. Chapter 64. Annihilating the Philippine Naval Vessels. The Philippines, divine spirits in the South China Sea. At the Prime Minister's office of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Kishida Jiro sat on the sofa, his countenance ashen. He had shattered 2 teacups in his fury. Baka, 15 warships sunk? Is Kono Taro a fool? Why did he not order a retreat? Kishida Jiro's roar was filled with rage and panic. The Minister of Defense, Yamamoto Taro, mirrored his anger, declaring, the Prime Minister. The Great Xia nation has declared war on us without notice. We must retaliate. Retaliate? Kishida Jiro sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Yamamoto Taro. You fool. Do you have any means to counter the Great Xia nation's laser cannons? No, but our warriors possess indomitable resolve. They fear not death and will surely triumph over the Great Xia nation. Yamamoto Taro's voice dwindled. Kishida Jiro glared at him, berating, Are you an imbecile? Can Indomitable Resolve withstand the Great Xia Nation's laser cannons? If it could, our 15 warships and thousands of soldiers would not be lost. By the end of his tirade, Kishida Jiro's voice had grown choked with emotion. Previously, he had envisioned showcasing the strength of the Cherry Blossom Nation through joint military exercises, seeking to free themselves from the shackles of World War II treaties. Yet now, they faced catastrophic losses and had become a laughingstock on the global stage, while simultaneously elevating the Great Xia Nation's renown. The more he contemplated, the more agitated he became. Great Xia Nation, I will not let this rest. Kishida Jiro suddenly screamed, his eyes bloodshot. Contact the Eagles immediately. We demand an explanation. Moreover, mobilize the reserve forces. We must expand our military. Yamamoto Taro quickly nodded yes. Prime Minister. Yet he understood that even with military expansion, they would still be no match for the Great Xia Nation. The power of their laser cannons had exceeded their wildest imaginations. Nevertheless, this situation could be leveraged to bolster military strength. He believed that, following this incident, the lower echelons of society would harbor no dissent. Furthermore, Kishida Jiro planned to seize this opportunity to amend their nation's constitution. At that moment, the prospect of justifiably expanding military might on a grand scale became apparent. With this thought, Jiro Kishida felt a slight sense of relief. At least the loss of those 15 warships could be deemed somewhat valuable. Gazing at the map of the South China Sea on the wall, a fierce glint illuminated his eyes. The Great Xia Nation, you shall await your reckoning. In the presidential office of the Philippines, President Mas trembled uncontrollably. He had just received alarming intelligence. All 15 warships of the Cherry Blossom Nation had sunk. The sheer terror of the Great Xia Nation overwhelmed him. Mas muttered to himself, his eyes wide with fear. Previously, he had contemplated using those dilapidated warships to feign a territorial incursion in collaboration with fishermen, hoping to provoke the Great Xia Nation into action. Now, however, the thought sent chills down his spine. Secretary, quickly! Mas suddenly shouted, barking at the secretary outside the door. Immediately issue orders to the Navy to return at once, and instruct all fishermen to steer clear of the waters of the Great Xia Nation. The secretary nodded hastily and turned to fetch the satellite phone. However, after a few minutes, she rushed back, her face ashen. Mr. President, it's worse than we feared. Our fishing vessels and warships in the South China Sea have all gone dark. Gone dark? Mas sprang to his feet, his heart racing. How could this happen? Is it a signal issue? Try again. The secretary made several attempts, but still could not establish communication. Mr. President, we cannot reach them by satellite phone or radio. Mas slumped back into his chair, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. Their warships were not far from the fleet of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Could it be that they too had fallen victim to the laser cannons of the Great Xia Nation? The thought sent a wave of icy dread through him. He gazed out the window at the Philippine flag fluttering in the breeze. Once, he had imagined leveraging the support of the Eagle Nation to contest the South China Sea against the Great Xia Nation. Now, however, the coalition fleet of the Eagle Nation had been frightened away. What concern could they possibly have for the Philippines? At this moment, any provocation against the Great Xia Nation would surely lead to a fate far worse than that of the Cherry Blossom Nation. It was over, he muttered to himself, despair clouding his eyes. All he could do was pray that their warships were merely out of contact. Otherwise, meanwhile, in the South China Sea, on the deck of the 055 destroyer, Zhang Junfei observed the satellite surveillance. On the screen, the Japanese were floundering desperately on the surface of the water. You little devils. Today is your day of reckoning. The more they suffered, the greater his delight. Just then, the first officer approached, visibly excited. Captain, the 815 vessel has reported they've discovered another 10 small fish. Oh, Zhang Junfei's eyes sparkled with interest. Are they Koreans or Indians? Neither. The first officer shook his head. They are 10 second-hand warships from the Philippines, and the 815 has jammed their signals. Philippine vessels? Zhang Junfei paused for a moment before scoffing. Humph. With their few dilapidated warships, they dare to intrude into our territorial waters? The Philippines resemble nothing more than bothersome fleas, emboldened by the protection of the Eagle Nation, always seeking to assert their existence. Previously, the naval capabilities of the Great Xia Nation were somewhat limited, and they were not much of a concern. But now, should they dare to intrude, they must receive a profound lesson. He seized the intercom. His voice resonant. Attention, all ships. We have detected the presence of vessels from the Phi Monkey Nation at coordinates XXXX. Lock on and eliminate them immediately. A synchronized response echoed through the intercom. Received. All warships commenced their operations. Coordinates were locked, and the laser cannons began to charge. In the South China Sea, within a certain maritime zone, 10 military vessels from the Phi Monkey Nation, accompanied by over 100 fishing boats, were frantically fleeing towards their homeland after learning of the destruction of the Cherry Blossom Nation's warships. Aboard the Conrado frigate, the captain, filled with dread, bellowed, "Damn it! Push the power to maximum. We must escape the Great Xia Nation's waters at once. Once we are out of their territory, we shall be safe." He then inquired loudly, "Have we established contact with headquarters?" The communications officer, his voice trembling, replied, "No. All signals are being jammed." The captain's countenance darkened ominously. "Damn it. The Great Xia Nation must have warships nearby. They are undoubtedly employing advanced electronic jamming equipment. We cannot break through." The communications officer spoke with a quavering voice. The captain slammed his fist on the control panel, cursing the Great Xia Nation for their formidable capabilities. Meanwhile, the soldiers aboard were engulfed in anxiety, gazing into the vast, desolate sea, seemingly enveloped by an all-consuming terror. Whispers arose among them. "Are we to perish here? Will the Great Xia Nation's laser cannons strike us at any moment?" Hearing their murmurs, the captain roared, "Silence! We are warriors of the Phi Monkey Nation, and we shall not be so easily intimidated. If we must die, let it be with dignity." At that moment, a lookout suddenly shouted, "Captain, an unidentified light is approaching us at great speed." The captain's face turned ashen. It was the laser cannons of the Great Xia Nation. "Quick, evade!" Evasive maneuvers. Alas, it was too late. 5 beams of laser light struck the Conrado in an instant. The entire warship was engulfed in searing heat, a pungent odor of twisted metal permeating the air. The Conrado frigate was obliterated in a heartbeat. Some soldiers of the Phi Monkey Nation were vaporized instantly, while others leaped into the sea to escape. Soon, the wreckage of the Conrado vanished beneath the waves. And the same fate befell the other 9 warships. The hundreds of fishing boats nearby were struck with terror at the sight. "Run! The Great Xia Nation is under divine protection. Divine light descends. It is the gods punishing us, woe. No, we shall never dare again. We beseech the gods to spare us." The 5 monkey fishermen knelt upon their boats, fervently worshipping the heavens, believing the lasers were a divine punishment. Chapter 65. The White Emperor Aerospace Fighter. Aboard the 055 destroyer, the captain stated, "All invading vessels from the Phi Monkey Nation have been destroyed. Shall we deal with those fishing boats?" "No." Zhang Junfei shook his head, confident that after this incident, they would certainly think twice about encroaching upon our territorial waters. To destroy their fishing boats with military vessels would leave us vulnerable and could provoke unnecessary international disputes. After all, those fishing boats were merely a guise for probing incursions, not a genuine military threat. The utmost they could dispatch were Coast Guard vessels to drive them away. Presently, those fishing boats were fleeing in a frenzy, rendering the Coast Guard's involvement unnecessary. Subsequently, Zhang Junfei ordered other warships to continue patrolling the South China Sea and reported the situation to Commander Zhao Tianyi of the Nanyuan Military District. With the destruction of the Cherry Blossom Nation's warships, Commander Zhao remained largely unfazed by the 10 small vessels from the Philippines, as if he had grown accustomed to such events. Half a day later, the hundreds of fishing boats from the Philippines finally returned to their home port. As the fishermen disembarked, they collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Alas, the South China Sea of the Great Xia Nation is protected by divine spirits. A celestial light descended, obliterating our warships, leaving not a trace. The news spread like wildfire, instantly engulfing the entire port. The fishermen in the port erupted in chaos. Some, terrified, hastily packed their nets, vowing never to venture out to sea again. Once daring to fish in the waters of the Great Xia Nation, they now feared doing so ever again. Convinced that the Great Xia truly possessed divine guardians, they resolved to keep their distance henceforth. The news spread like an epidemic, quickly reaching coastal regions. Though incredulous, the returning fishermen spoke with conviction, leaving many in a state of ambivalence. They decided to refrain from crossing borders for fishing in the near term. In the presidential office, Xiaomos gazed at the latest intelligence, his expression dark and foreboding. The intel indicated that all 10 warships were destroyed, with no survivors. "Damn it! Damn it!" he exclaimed, tearing the report to shreds in a fit of rage. His secretary, standing nearby, lowered her head and spoke softly, "Mr. President, rumors are circulating among the public that the South China Sea of the Great Xia Nation is protected by divine spirits." "Divine spirits?" Xiaomos scoffed, though fear glimmered in his eyes. That was a laser cannon, the weapon of the Great Xia. Suddenly struck by a thought, he lifted his head sharply. "Issue an immediate order. All fishermen, all vessels, anyone who dares approach the waters of the Great Xia by even a step shall be apprehended. Furthermore, notify the borders to heighten vigilance." The secretary nodded hastily and turned to leave. "Wait," Xiaomos called out, his voice trembling. "Contact the Americans and inquire whether they will take action. The secretary nodded in response and departed. Xiaomos slumped back in his chair, staring out at the national flag. The flag fluttered in the wind, as if mocking his impotence. How could the great Xia nation have suddenly grown so formidable? Why? He murmured, despair clouding his eyes. 2 days later, in the International Military Tribunal, the hall was packed with attendees. The American representative pounded the table, spitting as he spoke. The great Xia nation has abused its military force. It has destroyed the warships of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Philippines. This is a violation of international military law. Compensation must be made. An apology is imperative. The representative of the Cherry Blossom Nation chimed in, her voice shrill. 15 of our warships have sunk. Thousands of soldiers have perished. The great Xia nation must be held accountable. The representative from the Philippines also stood, his face flushed with indignation. Our warships have been destroyed too. Fishermen were traumatized. The great Xia must provide an explanation. The gazes of representatives from various nations converged upon the delegate from the great Xia nation. Slowly rising, the great Xia representative asserted, firstly, the warships of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Philippines illegally trespassed into our territorial waters. We acted in accordance with the law and regulations to eliminate all invading enemies. I would like to inquire, is the dispatch of warships into our territorial waters an unannounced act of war? The representative of the United States, hesitant to respond, swiftly diverted the conversation. We are currently in international waters, and you have no authority to interfere. Huh? International waters? The representative of the great Xia nation scoffed, producing a document and slamming it onto the table. This is the maritime delineation map recognized by the United Nations. If you refuse to acknowledge it, our warships may very well pay a visit to your waters another day. The representative of the United States trembled with indignation but dared not respond directly. If he chose to deny it, he would be at a disadvantage. They lack the advanced laser weaponry that the great Xia nation possesses. It is entirely plausible that the vessels of the great Xia could indeed venture into their territorial seas. What would they do then? Expel them or not? Thus, the representative of the United States was left speechless. The representative of the Cherry Blossom Nation attempted to argue. We were merely conducting joint military exercises. It was unintentional for us to enter your waters. Unintentional? The representative of the great Xia nation's gaze hardened. You lingered in our waters for over 10 minutes. And that was unintentional? Perhaps our naval forces should also accidentally meander into your waters tomorrow? The representative of the Cherry Blossom Nation felt unable to respond. The hall fell into a profound silence. The representative of the great Xia nation scanned the room, his voice resolute. Our nation respects international law. Yet we will not tolerate any infringement upon our sovereignty. We do not instigate conflict, but we are not afraid of it either. With that, he turned and took his seat. The representative of the United States opened his mouth, but could utter not a single word. The debate concluded with a resounding victory for the great Xia nation. Representatives from other countries applauded, their applause echoing like a tidal wave throughout the hall. Many who had previously maintained a neutral stance chose to align themselves with the great Xia nation. They had come to recognize its formidable strength. If they did not align now, when would they? Witnessing this, the representatives of the United States and the Cherry Blossom Nation saw their expressions darken. This was the scenario they had most dreaded. Yet, they found themselves devoid of excuses to challenge the great Xia nation. Ultimately, they could only depart in anger and humiliation. As they exited, the applause grew even more fervent. Thus, the incident surrounding the South China Sea military exercises came to a close. In the office of the Xiao Academy, Li Jiangguo faced Wang Hao, the head of the 6th-generation aircraft project team, who implored, Director, the new engine has passed testing. When can we restart our 6th-generation project? Restart the project? Li Jiangguo frowned and shook his head. Not for now. Xiaolin mentioned a 7th-generation project. What? Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Director, we already have a foundation for the 6th-generation aircraft. With just a bit more effort, we could soon achieve results. The 7th-generation aircraft is too far off. We urgently need the 6th-generation aircraft to maintain our standing. Li Jiangguo sighed. Do not rush this matter. I will consult with Xiaolin first. He picked up the phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. In Lin Chen's office, he had just finished organizing the technical documentation for the 7th-generation aerospace fighter when his phone rang. Seeing it was Li Jiangguo, he answered. Li, what is it? Xiaolin. The 6th-generation project team wishes to restart the project. What are your thoughts? Lin Chen paused for a moment, then smiled. Restart the 6th-generation project? There is no need. I have already organized the technical documentation for the 7th-generation aerospace fighter. Its performance far exceeds that of the 6th generation. We should proceed directly with the 7th-generation aircraft. On the other end of the line, Li Jiangguo was suddenly filled with excitement. Really? You have completed it? Indeed. Lin Chen nodded. We can hold a technical demonstration meeting tomorrow to showcase it to everyone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen gazed at the information on his computer. The cover bore the words White Emperor Aerospace Fighter, gleaming with a cold light. This was the name he had chosen for the 7th-generation aircraft. White Emperor symbolizes the skies of the great Xi'an nation, which it shall protect. Chapter 66. Do you call a speed of 20 Mach a fighter jet? Xia Academy of Sciences. In the office of the director, Li Jiangguo had just hung up the phone when he turned to meet the anxious gaze of Wang Hao. Wang Hao held the project proposal for the 6th-generation fighter, filled with eager anticipation. Director, did Chief Engineer Lin really say we don't need to pursue the 6th-generation fighter? Is the 7th-generation aircraft truly reliable? Li Jiangguo took a sip from his enamel cup and replied leisurely. Xiao Lin mentioned that the technical documentation has been organized, and we will hold a demonstration meeting tomorrow. There's no need to rush. You will understand once you see it. Wang Hao furrowed his brow, overwhelmed with helplessness. He looked at the design drawings of the 6th-generation fighter in his hands, his emotions a tumultuous mix. The team had toiled for 5 years, and the engine had just passed testing, with results nearly within reach. Suddenly, everything was put on hold. Now, a 7th-generation aircraft had emerged, seemingly bypassing the 6th. But director, we have a foundation for the 6th-generation fighter. We haven't even glimpsed the 7th-generation aircraft. What if issues arise? Why not proceed with both projects simultaneously? Wang Hao, still unwilling to concede, sought to advocate for the 6th-generation fighter. Li Jiangguo set down his teacup and earnestly asserted, do you not trust Xiao Lin's capabilities? Quantum lithography machines, super-energy laser cannons, anti-gravity engines. Each of these represents revolutionary technology. Wang Hao opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but unable to articulate his thoughts. He recalled Lin Chen's previous achievements, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. But what precisely was the concept of the 7th-generation fighter? This was beyond his comprehension. Very well, we shall see tomorrow, if it falls short. The 6th-generation project must be reinstated. Wang Hao resolved in his heart, knowing that if the 7th-generation aircraft did not meet expectations after the meeting, he would demand the revival of the 6th-generation project. This was pivotal for the great Xi'an nation to surpass Western nations in the realm of air power. Had it not been for the halt in progress over the past couple of months, they might have been preparing for test flights by now. The following day, at 9 o'clock, in the grand conference room of the Xia Academy of Sciences, Wang Hao stepped in and was taken aback by the crowd within. The room was filled with luminaries from the aerospace field, including Academician Zhang, a renowned figure, Academician Lu, a master in materials science, and Dr. Zhou, a radar expert, each a prominent figure in the industry. Academician Zhang, with his graying hair, sat in the front row supported by a cane. Upon spotting Wang Hao, he waved him over. Xiao Wang, you arrived just in time. I heard Chief Engineer Lin is pursuing the 7th-generation fighter. Is it credible? Wang Hao smiled wryly and shook his head. Academician Zhang, I am uncertain. I only learned of this yesterday and still have my doubts. Academician Lu adjusted his reading glasses and sighed. Alas, just as the 6th-generation fighter showed promise, we leaped to the 7th. This is quite a leap indeed. The surrounding experts began to murmur in agreement. Yes, the 6th-generation fighter has only just begun to take shape. We are still unaware of the direction of the 7th-generation aircraft. If it pertains to adapting the new anti-gravity plasma engine, how should the design proceed? However, this was proposed by Chief Engineer Lin, so it shouldn't pose much of an issue, right? Although there were reservations among the attendees, the fact that it was suggested by Lin Chen instilled a modicum of anticipation. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open. Li Jiangguo, clad in a crisp Zhongshan suit, entered with a lively demeanor, followed closely by Lin Chen, who wore a simple white t-shirt and a pair of faded jeans. Li Jiangguo approached the podium and addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your efforts in attending today. The content of this meeting is classified as top secret, so I kindly ask everyone to sign the agreement. The staff distributed the agreements to each individual. The young experts, attending such a high-level meeting for the first time, trembled upon seeing the words top secret. Is this truly the highest level of confidentiality? I have heard that such agreements were only signed during nuclear weapon discussions in the past. Some could not suppress their astonishment, whispering in disbelief. Meanwhile, those who had previously attended Lin Chen's technical discussions were instantly invigorated, signing with a speed that suggested they feared missing out on an extraordinary opportunity. Once everyone had signed the agreement, Lin Chen stepped to the front. He activated the projector, and the screen instantly displayed the bold characters, White Emperor Aerospace Fighter. Today, I will introduce the technical specifications of the White Emperor Aerospace Fighter, Lin Chen announced, picking up a laser pointer to highlight the screen. As the first line of parameters appeared, a profound silence enveloped the room. Maximum payload, 20 tons. Maximum speed, 20 Mach. Cruising speed, 15 Mach. Equipped with an anti-gravity plasma engine and a super solid-state magnetic field battery, it boasts a range of 40,000 kilometers. Wang Hao abruptly stood up, visibly shaken. 20 Mach? A range of 40,000 kilometers? How is this possible? Academician Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Little Wang is correct, at 20 Mach. How do you address the issue of overload? What materials are you using to ensure the safety of the pilot? Lin Chen smiled and continued to explain. In terms of materials, we employed the same substances used in the anti-gravity plasma engine. All parameters can withstand the extreme friction and heat at 20 Mach. After a brief pause, he added, "You need not worry about the overload issue. The cockpit has been specially designed to prevent any harm to the pilot during sudden acceleration." Professor Liu, thoroughly astounded, marveled at the design that could genuinely achieve anti-gravity. If realized, it would place us at least 50 years ahead of the world. The other experts and academicians were left speechless, overwhelmed by the astonishing parameters. Achieving even one of these specifications would be remarkable, yet accomplishing all of them seems beyond the current capabilities of technology. However, the data Lin Chen presented felt remarkably authentic, as if derived from rigorous experimental testing. Ignoring their astonishment, Lin Chen continued, "The avionics system features a fully intelligent design, capable of automatically evading all enemy attacks and facilitating autonomous flight. The airborne 3D visual radar boasts a detection range of 5,000 kilometers, capable of simultaneously locking onto 2,000 targets. In terms of weaponry, it is equipped with 2 super-energy laser cannons, each with a range of 1,500 kilometers. The stealth coating employs the latest ultra-stealth materials, achieving radar evasion, infrared invisibility, visual concealment, and thermal imaging stealth." As the last words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the entire conference room. The experts and academicians gaped, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Taking a moment to regain their composure, the meeting room erupted in astonishment. An all-intelligent avionics system? A 5,000 kilometer detection range? The capability to lock onto 2,000 targets? Super energy laser cannons with a range of 1,500 kilometers. A super stealth coating? What you describe is not merely a fighter jet. It is an airborne fortress. Academician Zhang, staring at the parameters displayed on the screen, felt his fingers tremble slightly. Having lived for over 70 years, he had never encountered such a ludicrous aircraft. A speed of 20 Mach. Are you truly calling this a fighter? This is evidently a weapon capable of traversing both sky and earth. The surrounding experts echoed his sentiments. It was utterly absurd. This technology was simply beyond what should exist at present. If these capabilities could indeed be realized, our skies would no longer be violated. The Air Force of the Great Xian Nation is poised for a complete resurgence. Doubts transformed into astonishment on everyone's faces, their eyes alight with excitement. Lin Chen observed the reactions of the crowd, a smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, all these parameters are achievable. Wang Hao inhaled sharply, utterly convinced. Gazing at the schematic of the mighty fighter jet on the screen, his inner turmoil dissipated entirely. "Chief Engineer Lin, I am convinced. I will cease the 6th-generation project immediately and devote all efforts to the development of the 7th-generation aircraft." The conference room erupted into thunderous applause, resounding and relentless. Once the applause subsided, Lin Chen continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, the mighty fighter jet is not only capable of operating within the atmosphere, but also of breaching the atmospheric barrier to engage in combat in outer space." As these words left his lips, the room fell into profound silence once more. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Breaching the atmosphere? Engaging in space warfare? Is this preparation for dominance in near-Earth space? Chapter 67. Objective: Dominance in near-Earth space. The conference room was silent. All eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, their pupils filled with shock. Incredible! It can conduct operations in outer space, coupled with super-energy laser weaponry. It could launch comprehensive strikes from space on any corner of the blue planet. This is the epitome of integrated aerospace capabilities. Wang Hao's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke, his voice quivering. "Chief Engineer Lin, are you suggesting that the Great Xian Nation is to dominate near-Earth space?" Lin Chen nodded, his gaze piercing. "Indeed. The future battlefield extends beyond the atmosphere. We must also ensure our operational capabilities in near-Earth space are unparalleled." Academician Zhang stood trembling, his voice quaking. "Excellent. A near-Earth space combat capability. After more than 70 years, I can finally witness the Great Xian Nation at the forefront of the world." Academician Liu adjusted his reading glasses, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Previously, we could only envy the Eagle Nation's space endeavors. Currently, Although our space station is not lagging, we still face certain disparities in satellite technology. If the Bi-D aerospace fighter can be successfully developed in the near future, we shall no longer have to worry about the safety of near-Earth space. In the conference room, all experts and academicians fervently expressed their enthusiastic remarks. After a brief moment, Li Jianguo stepped to the front, calming the crowd with a gesture, and slowly announced, "I trust there are no objections regarding this technology. I hereby declare the official establishment of the Bi-D aerospace fighter project. All resources from the Academy of Sciences will be prioritized for the Bi-D project. Equipment, personnel, funding, whatever is needed, shall be provided." The experts erupted in excitement. "Wonderful. I wish to join the coding research team. Count me in for the radar project. I am well versed in AI autopilot. I want to participate." Lin Chen observed the scene before him, his heart swelling with emotion. These esteemed experts and academicians still brimmed with vigor. Yet, Lin Chen had already formulated a plan to nurture a new generation of talent. Only in this way can we meet the talent demands of the Great Xia Nation as it ventures beyond the Blue Planet. In the future, the Great Xia Nation will undoubtedly go beyond the solar system, exploring the vast and boundless universe. The Bi-D aerospace fighter is but the first step toward dominating space. A week later, at the Materials Laboratory of the Academy of Sciences, academician Lu held a palm-sized metal plate, his hands trembling. The plate was completely black, reflecting no light under the illumination. "Chief Engineer Lin, the super stealth coding sample is ready." Lin Chen approached and took the metal plate. "What are the testing parameters?" A tester rushed over, holding a report, his voice brimming with excitement. "Chief Engineer Lin, look, radar cross-section, 0.0000001 square meters, 1,000 times lower than existing stealth materials. Infrared invisibility, completely shielded, thermal imagers cannot detect it at all. Visual invisibility, at a distance of 500 meters, it automatically adjusts its hue according to the environment. Invisible to the naked eye?" Li Jianguo leaned closer, his eyes wide with disbelief. 0.0000001. How is that possible? The most advanced stealth fighters currently have a cross-section of 0.01. Academician Lu slammed the table, laughing heartily. "We were always constrained by the stealth technology of the Eagle Nation. Now, our technology can render their radars blind." Academician Zhang pointed a thermal imager at the metal plate, and the screen displayed a pitch-black image, devoid of any red dots. "Excellent. With this coding, the Bi-D fighter can remain undetectable even in space." Lin Chen observed the parameters of the stealth material, highly satisfied. "Very well. Ensure that the related mass production processes are refined and transition to mass production immediately." "Understood." Chief Engineer Lin. Half a month later, in the radar laboratory, Dr. Zhou stood before a colossal piece of equipment, his face flushed. "Chief Engineer Lin, the 3D visual radar has been successfully developed." As the device powered on, a three-dimensional map instantly materialized on the screen. Every detail, from the ground to 5,000 kilometers into space, was rendered with crystal clarity. From tiny birds in the sky to the solar panels of satellites, everything was laid bare before the observer. "Doctor." Zhou pointed at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. "Detection range, 5,000 kilometers, encompassing the entire East Asian airspace, simultaneously locking onto 2,000 targets. Tenfold the capacity of existing radars. Identification speed, 1 second, enabling instantaneous distinction between fighter jets, missiles, and satellites." Li Jianguo gazed at the screen, taking a sharp breath. 5,000 kilometers? This means we can directly observe the Eagle's aircraft carrier fleet. 2,000 targets? Even if the enemy launches a wave of saturation attacks, we can manage it. Academician Zhang narrowed his eyes, studying the satellites displayed on the screen. Previously, we relied on public data from the Eagles to observe satellites. Now, our radar can clearly discern their satellites. Lin Chen watched the exhilarated crowd, knowing that the Bi-D aerospace fighter would soon begin assembly. During this time, the other components had already begun processing. The anti-gravity plasma engine was readily available. The super-energy laser cannon had completed its airborne modifications. Only the avionics system remained. Once the final AI autopilot was perfected, the 7th-generation aerospace fighter could enter the final assembly phase. The pace of this research and development was impressive. Even Lin Chen felt admiration. He had just begun entering the assembly stage in the inheritance space. It was astonishing to see such rapid progress in reality. This illustrates the terrifying potential of concentrated resources. 3 days later in the AI laboratory, programmer Xiao Li sat at the computer, brimming with excitement. "Chief Engineer Lin, the onboard humanoid AI is ready for testing." The computer screen illuminated, revealing a blue virtual projection. Hello, Chief Engineer Lin. I am the AI of the BD fighter. Codenamed BD. Lin Chen nodded. Very good. Test the autopilot function. The virtual figure nodded, and a simulated flight display appeared on the screen. The fighter jet executed takeoff, cruising, and missile evasion maneuvers entirely autonomously. Each movement was executed with precision, even more smoothly than an ace pilot. Xiaoli pointed at the screen, exclaiming, Chief Engineer Lin. Look, the AI can handle tens of thousands of emergency situations and autonomously planned the optimal flight path, avoiding enemy air defense systems. Li Jiangguo observed the display, unable to contain his admiration. This virtual AI surpassed even the finest pilots. With it, even if a pilot encountered an emergency, the fighter could return home autonomously. Lin Chen, observing the virtual figure, continued to give orders. BD, proceed to test the weapon control system. The AI immediately complied, and the screen displayed a laser cannon targeting interface. A simulated target 500 kilometers away was instantly locked on and subsequently destroyed. Lin Chen was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. Next, the BD aerospace fighter was set to enter the final assembly phase, followed by testing. Simultaneously, Lin Chen had devised plans for the dissemination of these technologies. Previously, he had instructed Li Jiangguo to halt the adaptation of solid-state magnetic field batteries for automobiles, waiting for this moment. With the anti-gravity plasma engine, super solid-state magnetic field batteries, and the current AI autopilot, along with 3D visual radar, it was entirely feasible to design a new low-altitude flying vehicle. This would directly address the ongoing traffic congestion issues. Lin Chen organized the upcoming project schedule and then sought out Li Jiangguo. Chapter 68, Civilian Anti-Gravity Flying Car. In the office of the president of the Xia Academy of Sciences, Li Jiangguo was signing the material application form for the White Emperor project. Upon hearing a knock at the door, he did not look up, but called out, Come in. Lin Chen entered. Mr. Li, I would like to discuss something with you. Oh, it's you, Shaolin. Li Jiangguo looked up, setting down his pen. Is it that the White Emperor assembly lacks manpower? No, Lin Chen replied, spreading out the blueprints on the table. It concerns the delegation of technology. Delegation of technology? Li Jiangguo was taken aback, quickly recalling Lin Chen had mentioned this before. Do you intend to apply anti-gravity technology for civilian use? Yes, Lin Chen affirmed, pointing to the blueprints. The reason I halted the solid-state magnetic field battery adaptation for vehicles was to wait for this. Pausing for a moment, he continued to explain. The anti-gravity plasma engine will have some functions reduced and miniaturized, retaining low-altitude suspension and propulsion, with the range scaled down to 5,000 kilometers, sufficient for daily commuting. This proposal is excellent. Li Jiangguo's eyes lit up. What about autonomous driving? The basic functions will remain, Lin Chen clarified. We will eliminate battlefield evasion and weapon linkage, retaining only automatic obstacle avoidance. The cruising speed will be reduced to Mach 5, which is entirely adequate for civilian use. The 3D visual radar detection range will be scaled down to 50 kilometers, primarily to identify road conditions and other flying cars, thus preventing collisions. The more Li Jiangguo listened, the more feasible it seemed, and he became increasingly excited. Shaolin, this proposal is fantastic. If we can realize this, it could completely alleviate traffic congestion. Not just congestion. Lin Chen added. Low-altitude flying cars won't require road maintenance, making travel in remote areas more convenient, and the cost will be significantly lower than building highways. Li Jiangguo slapped his thigh in excitement. Great. I support this. Should we design it ourselves, or collaborate with automotive companies? Let's collaborate with domestic automotive companies. Lin Chen smiled, suggesting they jointly establish a new automotive enterprise, with us providing the technology and them handling production. Li Jiangguo gazed at Lin Chen with admiration, fully aware that Lin Chen's motivations were to ensure the survival of domestic automotive companies. Otherwise, with the advent of flying cars, they would likely face extinction. Shaolin, it seems you have planned this all along. Li Jiangguo remarked, impressed. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. The White Emperor project is for national defense. While the flying car is intended to improve the lives of ordinary citizens, both must be addressed. Li Jiangguo stood up and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Well said. I will promptly send a letter to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, urging them to prepare relevant standards in advance, aiming for prototype vehicles to be produced within 6 months. Simultaneously, in the White House, Otop sat behind his desk, reviewing the latest intelligence regarding the Great Xia Nation. The reports indicated that since the conclusion of the South China Sea incident, Great Xia had been remarkably low-key, refraining from any indiscreet actions. Otop had a nagging feeling that Great Xia might be concealing an impressive strategy. At that moment, Secretary of State Lei Mengduo entered, his face brimming with excitement. Mr. President, Good news. Lockheed has announced that the sixth-generation fighter will make its maiden flight on New Year's Day. Otop abruptly lifted his head. Really? Is it absolutely certain? Indeed. Without a doubt. Lei Mengduo handed over the documents, and they claimed that the maximum speed of this sixth-generation fighter could reach Mach 5, with a radar cross-section of 0.0001 square meters, surpassing the latest stealth aircraft of the Great Xia Nation. Upon hearing this, Otop's expression gradually softened, ultimately breaking into a smile. Excellent. Simply splendid. He rose and began pacing in his office. The maiden flight on New Year's Day, just in time for the new year, allowing the world to witness our prowess. He turned to Peter. Immediately convene a press conference to disseminate this information. I want the entire world to know that we shall forever reign as the technological sovereign of Blue Star. Yes, Peter promptly responded. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, Otop picked up the phone, directly calling the CEO of Lockheed Martin. Listen, the maiden flight on New Year's Day must succeed. If there is any error, your company can forget about securing military contracts in the future. The voice on the other end repeatedly assured him. After hanging up, Otop gazed out the window, his eyes brimming with pride. The Great Xia Nation thinks it can compete with us? It's far too early for that. As the press conference commenced, the world erupted in response. The comments from Eagle Sauce's netizens flooded the screen. Fantastic. We are about to witness the maiden flight of the sixth-generation fighter. Mach 5, a radar cross-section of 0.0001 square meters. This is true technological prowess. The maiden flight on New Year's Day. We must watch the live broadcast, so the people of Great Xia know who the true technological sovereign is. Previously concerned about the rise of the Great Xia Nation, it now appeared that they were still far behind. Netizens from the Cherry Blossom Nation quickly followed suit. Yoshi. Eagle Sauce's sixth-generation fighter is incredible. With this aircraft, we no longer need to fear the Great Xia Nation. The maiden flight on New Year's Day must send a strong message, making them realize that following Eagle Sauce is the path to success. The previous losses of warships are insignificant. With the support of Eagle Sauce, we will eventually recover. Conversely, netizens from the Great Xia Nation remained remarkably calm. The maiden flight of a sixth-generation fighter? It's probably just a smokescreen. No matter how formidable your aircraft is, can it compare to our laser cannons? If you dare to pull any stunts on the day of the maiden flight, let us see if you can withstand the consequences. Other countries' netizens exhibited a nuanced attitude, quietly observing. Eagle Sauce had merely announced the maiden flight. Until it was successful, they remained skeptical. Furthermore, with the technological explosion from the Great Xia Nation, who knew what other cutting-edge technologies they might be hiding? In the Indian subcontinent, at the Prime Minister's office, Himalaya was instantly stirred upon seeing Eagle Sauce's press conference. Eagle Sauce has developed a sixth-generation fighter? Splendid. Once they begin mass production, we shall procure a batch. Then we can seek retribution against the Great Xia Nation. Himalaya had never forgotten the humiliations endured at the border and had long awaited the opportunity for vengeance. The sixth-generation fighter undoubtedly represented the best chance for their nation to retaliate against the Great Xia. They would be willing to pay any price to acquire it. Meanwhile, in the Cherry Blossom Nation, at the Prime Minister's residence, Kishida Jiro was equally thrilled upon seeing the announcement. Yoshi, I knew Eagle Sauce would not disappoint me. In the Great Xia Kingdom, prepare yourselves for retribution against the South China Sea. Ever since the last incident in the South China Sea, the Sakura Nation has embarked on an extensive military expansion. Despite facing opposition from numerous countries, they remain resolute in their intentions, biding their time to exact vengeance upon the Great Xia Kingdom. Presently, the Eagle Nation is poised for the maiden flight of its sixth-generation aircraft, which will subsequently be deployed to the Sakura Nation, providing them with an opportunity for revenge against the Great Xia Kingdom. The world watches with bated breath as the Eagle Nation prepares for this significant event, including the Air Force of the Great Xia Kingdom. Chapter 69. Maiden Flight of the Sixth-Generation Aircraft? A great display. In the Air Force Command Headquarters of the Great Xia Kingdom, the meeting room is enveloped in a haze of smoke. The large screen displays footage from a press conference held by the Eagle Nation, where the military spokesperson's voice is both arrogant and jarring. The maiden flight of our sixth-generation aircraft will occur on New Year's Day. The technological supremacy of Blue Star technology will forever belong to us. Commander Zhang furrows his brow, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes as he slams his hand on the table. This is a deliberate provocation aimed at us. His voice is heavy with suppressed fury. The operations officer beside him wears a grim expression. Commander, our sixth-generation project is still stalled. If the Eagle Nation successfully conducts their maiden flight, the international pressure will be immense. A few young officers lower their heads, their fists clenching tightly. Indeed, after finally catching up with the fifth-generation aircraft, Are we to fall behind once again? Alas, our sixth-generation aircraft was on the verge of yielding results. How did we come to a halt? If we hadn't stopped, perhaps we would be conducting test flights by now. The atmosphere in the meeting room is profoundly oppressive. Each individual harbors a sense of determination, yet feels utterly powerless. They are aware that the sixth-generation project has been suspended, but none possess knowledge of the seventh-generation aircraft. To them, it seems that the Great Xia Kingdom is once again being outpaced by the Eagle Nation in the realm of military aviation. Commander Lu inhales deeply, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. This cannot stand. I must consult the Academy of Science and Technology. Even if the sixth-generation project cannot be revived, I need an explanation. He rises and departs. Without seeking clarification from the Academy, he knows he will not find rest that evening. Under no circumstances can the Air Force of the Great Xia Kingdom fall behind the Eagle Nation again. Having just achieved parity with the fifth-generation aircraft, they cannot afford to lag in the sixth generation. Furthermore, the development of bombers must be accelerated. At the Academy of Science and Technology, in the office of the director, Li Jianguo is watching the press conference of the Eagle Nation while sipping tea, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. The Eagle Nation is also set for the maiden flight of their sixth-generation aircraft. However, compared to our seventh-generation aircraft, it pales in comparison. Haha. Had it not been for Lin Chen's White Emperor aerospace fighter, upon hearing this news, Li Jianguo would have lamented the technological prowess of the Eagle Nation. But the situation is different now. He holds the Eagle Nation's sixth-generation aircraft in contempt. Lin Chen sits nearby, perusing the design schematics of a civilian flying car. Not lifting his gaze. Their sixth-generation aircraft is merely a toy in the face of the White Emperor, he remarks in a tone devoid of urgency. As if discussing an inconsequential matter, Li Jianguo sets down his teacup, chuckling. You, my friend, remain as audacious as ever. Yet this audacity is well-founded. He gestures towards the news. Do you think they might engage in some underhanded tactics during their New Year's Day maiden flight? Finally, Lin Chen raises his head. A glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Underhanded tactics? Let them witness what true cutting-edge technology entails. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a rapid series of knocks echoed from the office door. Li Jianguo frowned slightly and called, "Come in." As the door swung open, Commander Lu burst in with great urgency, a look of distress etched upon his face. Upon seeing Li Jianguo, he hastily inquired, "Director Li, the Eagle Nation is set to conduct the first flight of their sixth-generation fighter jet. When will our sixth-generation project be reinstated?" Li Jianguo chuckled softly, responding, "Commander Lu, do not fret. Please, take a seat. Let us discuss this calmly." However, Commander Lu remained standing, visibly agitated, pressing on, "Director Li, you still find this amusing? The Eagle Nation is clearly targeting us this time. How can I not be anxious?" At that moment, any semblance of the Air Force commander's authority had vanished, leaving him akin to a restless ant on a hot stove, pacing back and forth in the office. Just then, Lin Chen laid down the design blueprint. Rising with a smile to explain, "Commander Lu, please do not be hasty. The sixth-generation project has not been halted due to technological inadequacies. Rather, it is because we possess something far superior." Lu was taken aback, his eyes brimming with confusion. Something better? What could possibly surpass a sixth-generation fighter? With a smile, Lin Chen replied, "Have you heard of the White Emperor aerospace fighter? It is a seventh-generation craft capable of reaching outer space." Seventh generation? Commander Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice vibrating with excitement. Able to enter space? Chief Engineer Lin, you cannot be jesting. Having lived for decades, he had never encountered a fighter jet capable of such feats. If such a craft truly existed, the Air Force of the Great Xia would undoubtedly ascend to dominance in the skies of Blue Planet. Li Jianguo joined in with a grin. "Old Lu, Lin is not joking. The White Emperor project has already been approved and is nearing assembly. In comparison, the Eagle Nation's sixth-generation fighter is but refuse in the presence of the White Emperor aerospace fighter." Commander Lu stood momentarily dumbfounded, only to be overtaken by exhilaration. He rushed to Lin Chen, grasping his arms with fervor. "Chief Engineer Lin, is this truly the case? When can the White Emperor take its maiden flight?" Lin Chen gently patted his hands, reassuring him, "Do not worry, Commander Lu. The components for the White Emperor are currently being processed. Assembly will commence shortly. The Eagle Nation intends to conduct the first flight of their sixth-generation fighter on New Year's Day, correct? We will prepare a grand surprise for the Air Force and the entire nation." "A grand surprise?" Commander Lu paused, then quickly grasped the implication, his eyes igniting with brilliance. "Chief Lin, are you suggesting?" Lin Chen nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "When the Eagle Nation's sixth-generation fighter conducts its maiden flight, it will become a spectacle of ridicule. The world will see who the true sovereign of the skies of Blue Planet is. Li Jiangguo chimed in, indeed. Lu, anticipate the good news. When our White Emperor makes its debut, it will surely leave the Eagle Nation astounded. Observing the confident demeanor of the two, Commander Lu felt a weight lift from his chest. He exhaled deeply, a look of excitement illuminating his face. Excellent. With Chief Engineer Lin's assurance, I feel at ease. I shall return immediately to share this splendid news with my comrades. With that, he turned on his heel, his steps noticeably lighter, murmuring to himself. In the office, Li Jiangguo watched Commander Lu's retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile. Lao Lu resembles a child in his demeanor. Lin Chen resolutely picked up the design blueprint, his gaze unwavering. The New Year's Day is approaching swiftly. Does Otapu aspire to be the technological overlord? I shall demonstrate to him what true strength entails. Li Jiangguo nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Indeed, I can hardly contain my eagerness. I am eager to witness the expression on Eagle Sauce's face when he encounters the White Emperor. Lin Chen lifted his gaze towards the window. Sunlight cascaded upon the buildings of the research and development area, glimmering brilliantly. They will come to realize that the skies of the Great Xia Nation are not a playground for just anyone. Even in the absence of new fighter jets, we are capable of safeguarding this expanse of sky. Everyone is in for a spectacular show. Meanwhile, at the White House, Otapu was reveling in his delight over the maiden flight of the 6th-generation aircraft. He gazed out the window, his eyes filled with pride. Great Xia, prepare to be surpassed. The sovereign of Blue Star shall forever remain us. Unbeknownst to him, an unforgettable surprise was quietly in the making. The skies on New Year's Day are destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 70. The establishment of the Starry Sky Flying Car Company. One day before New Year's Day, in the conference room of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology of Great Xia, the heating was ample. Yet it could not quell the restlessness filling the room. General Wang of BA-D held a thermos, eyes closed in contemplation. Meanwhile, General Li of Changsheng repeatedly glanced at his watch, appearing somewhat impatient. The executives of domestic automobile enterprises such as Geely, SAIC, GAC, and BIC sat in the conference room, exchanging puzzled glances, completely unaware of the theme of this meeting. Has everyone arrived? Minister Chun of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology entered, holding a red-headed document. I have summoned you all here today to announce a significant matter. He placed the document on the table, his voice resonating. The Xia Academy of Sciences is spearheading the establishment of the Starry Sky Flying Car Company to develop civil anti-gravity flying cars. Anti-gravity flying cars? General Wang was taken aback, quickly questioning. Minister Chun, you cannot be serious, can you? ISNT, that's something out of science fiction? The issues of range and safety for new energy flying cars have yet to be resolved, and now you want to embark on anti-gravity flying cars? ISNT, this a bit ambitious? Has the Xia Academy developed some new technology? The other automobile executives were filled with skepticism. They had heard of flying cars, and some companies were already working on them. But what on earth is an anti-gravity flying car? Just the name sounds like science fiction. Minister Chen did not respond directly, but pressed the projector. The screen illuminated with designs for civil flying cars. A streamlined body equipped with a miniature anti-gravity engine, with the words inscribed beside it. Range of 5,000 kilometers, fully automated driving, maximum speed of 5 Mach. This is the proposal put forth by the Xia Academy of Sciences. As soon as Minister Chun's voice fell, the conference room erupted in astonishment. A range of 5,000 kilometers? General Zhang swallowed hard, unable to believe his eyes. A speed of 5 Mach? This is utterly absurd. General Wang was filled with shock. The other automobile executives were left dumbfounded by the revelation. What on earth is this? This is not merely a flying car. It is an epoch-making black technology that belongs in a science fiction film. And yet, new energy has yet to be popularized, directly bypassing the development of new energy vehicles to pursue a sci-fi version of flying cars. This is utterly preposterous. The executives of these automotive companies believe the data is far too dubious. Minister Chun, observing their reactions, patiently elucidates. Ladies and gentlemen, the technology is sound. The Summer Science Institute will provide the necessary support. Your sole responsibility is production. After hearing Minister Chen's explanation, the executives finally concede to belief. Without further ado, Minister Chun presents the Equity Distribution Plan. Xingchen Technology, a subsidiary of the Summer Science Institute, will hold 30 through technological shares, with the remaining 70 equally divided among the automotive companies. Equally divided? Mr. Wang's eyes gleam as he exclaims, I demand a 15 stake. As we possess a battery production line capable of swiftly adapting to solid-state magnetic field batteries, why should you have 15? Mr. Li interjects. Agitated, Our Haotian has extensive experience in whole vehicle manufacturing. We can modify the production line. Enough of this bickering. Mr. Zhang interjects, producing a tablet. Our Geely has already laid the groundwork for low-altitude transportation. In terms of market research, none can surpass us. The meeting room erupts into chaos. The previously composed executives now resemble children vying for candy. Minister Chun observes the scene and raises his hand. All right, we will adjust the equity based on revenue proportions. And the contracts will be signed tomorrow. Remember, this is for the greater good of the summer automotive industry. Let us not engage in infighting. With Minister Chen's directive, they reluctantly abandoned their disputes, as none wished to be excluded from the venture. That afternoon, automotive companies across the summer nation announced the cessation of all fuel vehicle and new energy vehicle research projects, simultaneously placing production lines on hold for technological upgrades. Overnight, several automotive enterprises in the summer nation collectively took action, astonishing the world. Citizens of the summer nation were left dumbfounded. What on earth is happening with these companies? Why have they suddenly halted all fuel vehicle projects? Could it be a government mandate? Have they developed some new technology? It must be. Could there be a new cutting-edge vehicle on the horizon? How exhilarating. While the populace was surprised by the company's decisions, they were even more eager to see what new vehicles would emerge. At the headquarters of Volkswagen in Germany, the CEO, upon reading the termination of collaboration email from SAIC, was infuriated, flinging his coffee cup. Have they lost their minds? Abandoning a $100 billion joint venture project? The assistant presented another document. Not just you. Other automotive companies in the summer nation have also ceased fuel vehicle projects. Investigate. We must ascertain the truth. The CEO bellowed. At Toyota, in the Sakura nation, President Kishida watched the news with a grim expression. Is the summer nation attempting to monopolize the automotive industry? Inform them that if they dare to cut off parts supply, we will set their automotive industry back a decade. However, once the message was dispatched, it vanished without a trace. The summer automotive companies could not be bothered to respond. At the White House, Otop looked at the intelligence, brow furrowed. Is the summer nation out of their minds? After a moment's contemplation, he deemed it a prime opportunity. Instantly release an announcement to impose sanctions on their automotive exports. Secretary of State Lei Mingdo frowned. Mr. President, our automotive companies also have partnerships with the summer nation. If we impose sanctions, do not concern yourself with that. Otop's eyes gleamed with greed. This is the perfect opportunity to cripple the summer nation's automotive industry. Soon, the Eagle Nation took the lead, uniting with European and Sakura automotive companies to announce a technological blockade and export ban against the summer automotive industry. Upon receiving the news in the Great Xia, netizens erupted in amusement. Haha, sanctions? Who cares about their prohibitions? Our automobile exports were already scant. Let them impose their sanctions. The domestic automotive enterprises are clearly orchestrating significant maneuvers, surely indicating the advent of new projects. We eagerly await the unveiling of new vehicles. However, the actions of the Great Xia's automotive industry were soon overshadowed by the news of the first flight of the sixth-generation fighter jet by the Eagle Nation. On New Year's Day, aboard a certain aircraft carrier in the Pacific, the sixth-generation jet sat poised on the flight deck, its fuselage adorned with a striking silver-gray coating. Exuding an air of majesty, Otop, present at the event, stood before the microphone, addressing the live audience with audacious fervor. Today, we shall make the entire world aware that the dominion of Blue Star technology is eternally ours. The crowd erupted in fervent applause, and the viewers in the live stream were completely exhilarated. Oh my God, the government has not deceived us. Haha. It is splendid that our sixth-generation jet is finally set for its inaugural flight. Great Xia, do you see? We shall always reign as the sovereigns of Blue Star technology. Our sixth-generation jet is taking off from the aircraft carrier. Do you possess such a feat? Netizens from other nations joined in the derision. A user from the Southern Bamboo Nation remarked, Great Xia, let us see if you dare to be so arrogant in the future. Beware of my Eagle Father's wrath. A user from the Cherry Blossom Nation chimed in. Hey, Great Xia, can you still defend your airspace? A user from the Philippine Monkey Nation added, Eagle Father, avenge us. In the face of such taunts from foreign netizens, the Great Xia's online community remained unusually composed, refraining from their typical hasty rebuttals. Do not celebrate too prematurely. You may find yourselves putting on a display of grand fireworks instead. Indeed, it is reckless to revel before takeoff. Be cautious that your joy does not turn to sorrow. Even if you succeed in your launch, what significance does it hold? Would you dare to come to our Great Xia? Chapter 71. The successful inaugural flight of the sixth-generation jet? An invasion of Great Xia. Regardless of the fervor in the live stream, on the aircraft carrier's deck, Otop gazed at the silver-gray sixth-generation fighter with eyes alight with excitement. Glancing at the time, He exuberantly announced to the livestream audience, "I hereby declare the commencement of the inaugural flight of the most formidable aircraft of Blue Star." By the conclusion of his declaration, Autop nearly shouted. He was acutely aware that if this maiden flight succeeded, all the frustrations of having been surpassed by Great Xia would dissipate in that instant. The Eagle Nation would reclaim its position as the unrivaled leader in Blue Star technology, a status unassailable. Inside the cockpit, Pilot Thompson surveyed the array of operational controls with exhilaration. Upon hearing Autop's command, he exuberantly declared, "Tower, tower. Falcon 1 requests permission for takeoff. Falcon 1, you are cleared for takeoff." Thompson's voice was filled with excitement. "Roger. Falcon 1, preparing for ascent." He was the ace of the Eagle Air Force, having piloted everything from the F-16 to the F-35 and B-2 bomber with an unblemished record. Now, as he took the controls of the world's first sixth-generation fighter for its inaugural flight, it would undoubtedly mark a glorious milestone in his career. Thompson pressed the ignition button. The engines emitted a deep rumble, akin to a slumbering beast awakening. The deck trembled as the silver-gray fuselage gently lifted. The vertical takeoff procedure was activated. The engines beneath the aircraft expelled a pale blue stream of air, and the fuselage gradually ascended from the deck. The live stream erupted with fervor, the barrage of comments scrolling by at such a rapid pace that the words became a blur. "Oh my goodness! Our sixth-generation aircraft is capable of vertical takeoff and landing? Haha, how advanced! We now possess yet another vertical takeoff and landing fighter jet. The Eagle Nation is incredible. The world's foremost." On board the aircraft, at an altitude of 200 meters, Thompson suddenly pushed the throttle. The jet soared skyward like an arrow released from a bow. The speedometer fluctuated wildly. Mach 1, Mach 2, Mach 3. The thunderous crack of breaking the sound barrier erupted over the sea. After experiencing a powerful surge of acceleration, Thompson gazed out at the swiftly retreating clouds and couldn't help but roar with exhilaration. This is what a true fighter jet feels like. In the aircraft carrier's command room, Otipu fixated on the red dot on the radar screen, his face alight with excitement. "We did it. We succeeded." Military officials crowded around him, their faces flushed with exhilaration. "Mr. President, this is a historic moment. The outdated weapons of the Great Xia Nation are mere scrap metal compared to our sixth-generation aircraft." Otipu silenced them with a piercing gaze. "It's not over yet." He picked up the satellite phone and directly dialed Thompson's communication channel. In the live stream, the Eagle Nation's populace was utterly ecstatic. "Oh my goodness. Mach 5 speed. That's twice that of the fifth-generation aircraft. Incredible. I knew it. We will always be the best on Blue Planet. Great Xia people, do you see this? This is the insurmountable gap you will forever face." Netizens from the Cherry Blossom Nation joined in the jubilation. "Yoshi, Eagle Dad is amazing. Great Xia is doomed." Netizens from the Southern Bamboo Nation flooded the comments. Eagle technology is a century ahead of the world. Only the Great Xia Nation's live stream remained eerily quiet. No cheers, no insults, only a suffocating silence. The viewers from Great Xia fixated intently on the silver-gray fighter jet weaving through the clouds, wishing fervently for it to explode mid-air. Alas, their hopes were but fantasies. The Eagle Nation's sixth-generation aircraft encountered no mishap, executing various complex maneuvers flawlessly. Inside Falcon 1, Thompson suddenly heard Otipu's voice through his headset. "Falcon 1, alter your flight path." Thompson was taken aback and quickly replied, "Mr. President, the target airspace is designated over the Pacific. Altering the course will deviate from the plan." Otipu's voice came through with an unmistakable command. "I want you to fly to the edge of Great Xia's airspace and circle around." Thompson's pupils constricted, his voice trembling. "Mr. President, this is provocation. It will incite conflict." "Conflict?" Otipu scoffed. "That is precisely what I desire. Let Great Xia witness our sixth-generation aircraft soaring freely just beyond their airspace. They dare not act, nor do they possess the capability." Thompson gritted his teeth and abruptly yanked on the control stick. The jet traced an arc in the sky, heading towards the borders of Great Xia's airspace. On the radar screen, the red dot drew closer to the edge of Great Xia's territory. In the aircraft carrier's command room, Otipu stared intently at the screen, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He intended to show the world that the Eagle Nation's fighter jets could flaunt their might right at Great Xia's doorstep. He aimed to instill fear within the hearts of the Great Xia populace. The audience soon realized that the fighter jets had begun to veer off course, heading directly towards the Great Xia Nation. Instantly, the already fervent live stream erupted, akin to oil splashed into boiling water. The American netizens were bewildered. Did the pilots make a mistake? Why are they flying towards the Great Xia Nation? Is the military up to something again? After all, The Great Xia nation possesses laser weaponry. What if they get shot down? But what is there to fear? Our 6th-generation aircraft are equipped with a new type of stealth coating. The radars of the Great Xia nation will surely be unable to lock onto them. Some American netizens began to express concern. However, the majority remained confident in their 6th-generation jets, believing that these latest stealth-coated machines are invincible. They felt that the radars of the Great Xia nation simply could not detect their 6th-generation aircraft. Other netizens from the American alliance also became excited. Wonderful. The Americans are finally going to take action. How thrilling. Yes, Daddy America is here to avenge us. Great. Let us see how the Great Xia nation embarrasses itself this time. They seem to envision the American fighter jets entering the airspace of the Great Xia nation, leaving the latter frustrated and unable to lock onto them. This would allow them to seek retribution for the previous South China Sea incident. Meanwhile, netizens from the Great Xia nation were equally thrilled. Wow, are the American jets really flying into our airspace? Fantastic. Haha. Let us see how the 6th-generation jets meet their demise. They initially thought the Americans would refrain from causing trouble and felt helpless. Yet here they were, delivering themselves right to their doorstep. All netizens from the Great Xia nation, upon witnessing this scene, were filled not with dread or frustration, but excitement. They understood that their nation's laser weaponry had become sufficiently formidable. If the American 6th-generation jets dared to enter their airspace, they would undoubtedly be obliterated. In the aircraft carrier command room, Aotop observed the red dot on the satellite monitoring screen drawing ever closer to the Great Xia nation. Soon, it would breach their airspace. No matter how powerful your laser weapons are, if you cannot lock onto our aircraft, they are as good as scrap metal. This time, it is imperative that the Great Xia nation comprehensively recognizes who the true sovereign of Blue Star is. Haha. Aotop's mind raced with wild fantasies. Were it not for the need to maintain an image before the livestream camera, he would have burst into laughter. In his eyes, the Great Xia nation was destined to face international humiliation. Chapter 72. Air Force Frustration. Lin Chen, shoot it down. Above the Pacific Ocean, the roar of the Falcon 1's engines pierced through the clouds. Thompson fixed his gaze on the instrument panel, his eyes brimming with excitement. The radar screen displayed a blank expanse, indicating that they had not been locked onto. Excellent. The new stealth coating is truly remarkable. With only 100 kilometers remaining before entering the airspace of the Great Xia nation, they had yet to be detected. In the past, with 5th-generation jets, they would have been spotted from 500 kilometers away. Now, even at 100 kilometers, the Great Xia nation's radar had shown no response. This confirmed that their 6th-generation aircraft stealth capabilities had ascended to new heights, sufficient to sweep across Blue Star. As Thompson approached the sovereign airspace of the Great Xia Kingdom, he could not contain his inquiry. Tower, are we to proceed as we near the Great Xia Kingdom's airspace? The tower fell silent for 2 seconds before the frenzied voice of Aotop echoed back, enter. This time, we must bring disgrace to the Great Xia Kingdom on the international stage. Acknowledging the command, Thompson continued to maneuver the aircraft toward the Great Xia Kingdom's airspace. Though a twinge of anxiety began to settle within him, he remained vigilant and focused. Should the Great Xia Kingdom lock onto him, he would be ready to respond immediately. In the aircraft carrier's command room, Aotop hung up the call, his eyes brimming with madness. At that moment, he bore little resemblance to a president, embodying instead the visage of a vengeful madman, reckless in pursuit of retribution, almost as if he had succumbed to a form of senile insanity. The surrounding officers could only shake their heads in helplessness. They had contemplated advising Aotop, but it was futile. The deranged leader was impervious to reason. As senior military officials, they merely hoped for a successful inaugural flight rather than further provocation of the Great Xia Kingdom. Who could say if the Great Xia had developed any new advanced technology? What if they had made breakthroughs in radar capabilities? The thought of the Falcon 1 being compromised was too dire to entertain. They could only silently pray to Lady Liberty for a smooth operation this time. In the Great Xia Kingdom's Eastern Theater Air Force Base, the atmosphere in the command room was stifling. The radar screens revealed nothing. Zhang Tao, the base's operational advisor with 30 years of military experience, found himself in an unprecedented state of frustration. What about the satellites? Have the optical satellites captured anything? A technician shook his head, offering a wry smile. Report. Advisor, no discoveries have been made. Was the stealth performance of the Eagle Sauce's 6th-generation aircraft truly that formidable? They were nearly at their doorstep. Yet neither radar nor satellites could detect them. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth, eyes filled with resentment. Despite the Navy's significant breakthroughs, which had sent the Eagle Sauce coalition fleet into disarray, the Air Force had only just caught up and now found itself lagging once more. This feeling was utterly suffocating. He gazed at the red line on the map that delineated the Great Xia Kingdom's airspace, overwhelmed by frustration. Notify the J-20 formation to scramble immediately. Even if we cannot see them, we must patrol the periphery of our airspace. We cannot allow them to act with such impunity. Zhang Tao ordered with resignation. This was a last resort. If only they could lock onto the enemy, they would not have to resort to such a blind approach. Yet, in the current circumstances, there were no better options. The radar and satellites were as ineffective as the blind. They could only send their aircraft forth boldly. Soon enough, the J-20 formation of the Air Force took to the skies with a thunderous roar, though it could not dispel the oppressive atmosphere within the command room. Subsequently, Zhang Tao relayed the news upwards. At the super-energy laser cannon testing site of the Xia Academy, a colossal super-energy laser cannon stood like a silent beast in the open expanse. Lin Chen stood before the control panel, issuing commands without pause. White Emperor, continue to expedite target acquisition, aim to breach the 1-second mark. Upon receiving the command, the ethereal blue silhouette of the White Emperor responded like a normal human. Target locked. Time taken, 0.5 seconds. Lin Chen nodded, about to speak when his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from Li Jiangguo, and he answered it promptly. Shaolin, there's trouble. Li Jiangguo's voice was filled with urgency. The 6th-generation aircraft from Eagle Sauce has successfully completed its maiden flight and is heading towards our airspace, very close. The military's radar and satellites cannot lock onto it, and they are seeking our assistance. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. Li Lao, I understand. I will handle this matter. After hanging up, Lin Chen issued a command to the White Emperor. White Emperor, switch to combat mode. Lock onto the direction above the Pacific Ocean. Received. The display on the screen transformed instantly. The previously blank interface was suddenly populated with a 3D model of the aircraft. Indeed, it was Eagle Sauce's 6th-generation fighter. Lin Chen continued to give orders while observing the screen. White Emperor, charge the laser cannon. Once that aircraft enters our airspace, destroy it immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the engineers erupted with excitement. Chief Engineer Lin, are we really going to shoot it down? Haha, I've long been displeased with Eagle Sauce. They dare to invade our airspace. It's time to strike. Once we bring down their 6th-generation fighter, let's see how they continue to act so arrogantly. All the engineers were filled with anticipation, and no one opposed Lin Chen's directive. In the midst of their enthusiasm, the White Emperor commenced executing the command. The barrel of the laser cannon slowly turned, aiming at the direction of the Eagle Sauce 6th-generation fighter. Blue energy converged at the cannon's tip, emitting a faint hum. At the Eastern Theater Air Force Base, Zhang Tao's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Commander Liu of the Air Force. Zhang Camo, the aircraft from Eagle Sauce will be dealt with by the Shako Institute. You should recall the J-20. Zhang Tao was momentarily stunned, then elated. Really? The Shako Institute has a plan. That's wonderful. After hanging up, he immediately issued the command. J-20 formation. Return to base at once. Received. The tension in the command room dissipated instantly. The frustration that had plagued Zhang Tao moments ago vanished, replaced by an uncontrollable excitement. The Shako Institute is truly formidable. This is going to be quite a show. Above the Pacific Ocean, Thompson glanced at the instrument panel, a smug smile on his face. Just 10 kilometers until I enter the territory of Great Xia. It seems their radar truly cannot detect me. I must take a commemorative photo when I do. Thompson remained blissfully unaware that death was already on its way. At the testing grounds of the Shako Institute, Lin Chen fixed his gaze on the screen, his demeanor icy. White Emperor, confirm whether the target has entered our airspace. Report to Chief Engineer Lin. Falcon 1 has crossed the red line of Great Xia's airspace and is currently at a depth of 3 kilometers. Lin Chen raised his hand and commanded loudly, fire. Boom. The laser cannon emitted a dazzling blue light. The beam sliced through the sky, hurtling towards the direction of Eagle Sauce's 6th-generation fighter. Chapter 73, Destroying the 6th-generation aircraft of Eagle Sauce. Above the Pacific Ocean, on Falcon 1, Thompson gazed at the dashboard, his eyes brimming with disdain. 5 kilometers. 10 kilometers. Huh. He had already breached the airspace of the Great Xia. He raised his hand to touch the metal on his chest, pride gleaming in his eyes. Once he captured the photograph, he would return a hero. The media would undoubtedly exalt him to the heavens. The radar systems of the Great Xia were nothing but scrap in the face of our 6th-generation Eagle aircraft. He even began to envision his triumphant return to the Eagle Nation. The president himself would present him with an award, and the populace would line the streets in celebration. Countless bonuses and honors awaited him. Huh. Thompson could not suppress a laugh. Suddenly, boom, a laser beam struck with precision, impacting the fuselage. Intense heat instantaneously engulfed the cockpit. Thompson did not even have time to scream. He was vaporized in an instant. The Falcon 1 began to fracture. The left wing fell first. followed by an explosion of the right. The engine belched forth thick black smoke. Crack! The fuselage split in two, trailing sparks as it plummeted toward the sea. Before it could even touch down, bang! Another deafening explosion erupted as the fuel tank ignited. The entire aircraft erupted into a fireball, debris cascading like rain. Just a moment ago, the so-called ruler of the Blue Planet, the sixth-generation Eagle aircraft, had entered the airspace of the Great Xia, only to be reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Meanwhile, in the aircraft carrier command room, Autop was still eagerly awaiting the latest news, excitement painted across his face. Soon, the sixth-generation aircraft must have entered the airspace of the Great Xia. The Great Xia people must be in a frenzy now. He imagined the chaos among the Great Xia authorities, envisioning the scorn of international media, unable to contain his laughter. Let them revel in their arrogance. Now they would understand who the true sovereign was. The expressions of the officers nearby were complex. Some wished to offer a word of caution, yet seeing Autop's frenzied demeanor, they swallowed their words. Suddenly, the radar operator leaped to his feet, his voice trembling. "Sir, the President. The signal from Falcon 1 has vanished." Autop's laughter abruptly ceased. He whirled around, his eyes wide with shock. "What did you say? Repeat that." The operator, trembling, pointed at the radar screen. "The signal has disappeared. It vanished just a few kilometers into the airspace of the Great Xia. There is no feedback whatsoever." Autop rushed forward, seizing the operator by the collar. "Impossible. Falcon 1 is equipped with the most advanced stealth coding. The radar systems of the Great Xia cannot detect it. How could the signal possibly vanish?" His face turned a deep shade of purple, spittle flying as he spoke. The chief of staff, looking grave, cautiously ventured, "Mr. President, could it have been shot down?" "Shot down." Autop spun around, his gaze fierce enough to pierce. "Are you mad? How dare the Great Xia? They can't even lock on. How could they shoot it down?" The chief of staff dared not speak further, yet concern deepened in his eyes. Autop released the operator, staggering back 2 paces. He stared at the blank area on the radar screen, suddenly gripped by panic. "Investigate. Utilize the satellites immediately. I wish to ascertain the fate of Falcon 1. His voice trembled, a stark contrast to the previous bravado and madness that had vanished without a trace, leaving only a sense of panic and dread. The communications officer hurriedly nodded, flustered as he attempted to contact the reconnaissance aircraft. The command room was enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated solely by Otep's labored breathing. He gazed out at the tumultuous sea, the waves roiling like a colossal maw eager to engulf the entire aircraft carrier. "This cannot be. It must be a signal malfunction." "Yes, certainly a malfunction," Otep muttered incessantly, as if to reassure himself, though his hands trembled uncontrollably. A sudden recollection of the previous incident in the South China Sea struck him. The coalition fleet of the Eagle Nation had fled in disarray, terrified by the laser cannons of the Great Xia. All 15 warships of the Cherry Blossom Nation had sunk. Laser cannons. A chill coursed through Otep's body. Could it be that the people of Great Xia truly possessed the capability to strike aircraft with laser weaponry? As this thought took root, he could no longer maintain his composure. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor, his face as pale as parchment. The officers nearby rushed to support him. "Mr. President, are you all right?" Otep forcefully pushed them away, his voice hoarse. "Has the satellite located anything? Why are there no updates?" Just then, the communications officer stumbled in, his complexion even paler than Otep's. "Mr. President, the satellite has transmitted images. Falcon 1 is gone. The sea is strewn with wreckage." Otep shot up, his eyes widening. "Wreckage? Quickly, display the footage." On the large screen, the image of the sea soon materialized, black debris floating atop the water, emitting faint wisps of smoke. The familiar silvery gray coating unmistakably belonged to Falcon 1. As Otep fixated on the screen, his body began to tremble. "No, my sixth-generation fighter. My supremacy." He suddenly began to pound the table frantically. "Damn it, the people of Great Xia. How dare they do this?" His voice brimmed with fury. The officers around him bowed their heads, not daring to speak. They understood that the inaugural flight of the Eagle Nation's sixth-generation fighter not only spared Great Xia from humiliation, but rather brought disgrace upon their own nation on a global scale. Even more terrifying was the revelation that Great Xia possessed weaponry capable of downing a sixth-generation fighter. This signified the complete demise of the Eagle Nation's aerial hegemony. Abruptly, Otep ceased his frantic gestures. He rose sharply to his feet, his gaze fierce. "Convey my orders. All carrier battle groups. Assemble in the Central Pacific. Additionally, contact all allies. Convene an emergency meeting at once." The chief of staff was taken aback. "Mr. President, what is the purpose of gathering the fleet? What is the purpose?" Otep sneered coldly, madness gleaming in his eyes. "Revenge. I demand that the people of Great Xia pay dearly. They have destroyed my sixth-generation fighter. I shall annihilate their navy in return. Meanwhile, at the testing grounds of the Xia Academy, Lin Chen surveyed the wreckage footage on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. By D, how was the precision of the previous shot? The blue virtual figure on the screen promptly responded, Report, Chief Lin. The precision was 100. A precise strike to the core. Lin Chen nodded, turning to face the engineers behind him. Ensure that the recently collected data is thoroughly preserved. It will serve as a genuine case study for future reference. Should anyone dare to act recklessly against the Great Xia in the future, we will obliterate them without hesitation. The engineers erupted in jubilant cheers. Chief Engineer Lin is remarkable. Great Xia is formidable. Let us see if they dare to return. The resounding applause filled the air. Lin Chen raised his hand to quell the noise and continued. There is an even more pressing matter at hand. The assembly of the White Emperor aerospace fighter must be expedited. The engineers immediately sobered, their expressions resolute. Rest assured, Chief Engineer Lin, we will ensure the mission is accomplished. Lin Chen surveyed the crowd, making a silent vow. Never again shall the Great Xia suffer even the slightest indignity. Not even the eagle sauce. Whoever dares to challenge us shall meet their demise. Chapter 74. Though distant, they shall be punished. The Eagle Sauce global livestream was in complete turmoil. The most fervent reactions came from the Great Xia netizens, who inundated the chat with fervent comments. What? Did it really get blown up? The Eagle Sauce sixth-generation aircraft was just destroyed? Who claimed their stealth coating was invincible? Step forward. Huh, I was right. It indeed got obliterated. Previously, the Eagle Sauce netizens had been boastful, but now, silence reigned. Some directly shared screenshots showing the disdainful comments towards Great Xia had vanished from the Eagle Sauce livestream. Does it hurt? It should. Those who offend Great Xia shall be punished, no matter how powerful. Even the seasoned veterans, who usually remain silent, emerged from the shadows. After so many years since my discharge, I finally witnessed this day. What a thrill. Let us see if they dare to return. The Eagle Sauce netizens, who had been celebrating moments ago, were now in disbelief. They could scarcely comprehend the destruction of their sixth-generation aircraft. Moments later, they regained their senses. What the heck? This must be fake. It's AI-generated. How could our sixth-generation fighter be shot down? Impossible. Falcon 1 possesses the most advanced stealth technology. No one on Blue Star can possibly lock onto it. This has to be a fabrication. Where are the satellite images? Show us the real footage. Damn it. But where could such footage come from? There was no way the Eagle Sauce authorities would release it. All Eagle Sauce netizens longed for a definitive response from their government. Meanwhile, the netizens from the Cherry Blossom Nation were utterly bewildered. Baka, how could something happen to the Eagle Sauce sixth-generation aircraft? It must be a lie. Indeed, it has to be false. How could they be so formidable? Eagle Sauce will surely avenge us. They must pay for this. Even at this moment, the little devils remained undeterred, still plotting for revenge. Many suggested that their nation should retaliate immediately, but they received no response. Simultaneously, the netizens from the Southern Stick Nation felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, we didn't get involved with Eagle Sauce. We had considered seizing the South China Sea interests. Thinking back now, it's terrifying. Meanwhile, neutral nations' netizens were filled with astonishment. This is truly a rise to power. In the future, Blue Star will no longer be dictated solely by Eagle Sauce. In the Xia Academy, Li Jiangguo had just received the 3D visual radar images sent by Lin Chen. Stunned into silence, the teacup slipped from his hand and shattered upon the floor. Had the strike truly been executed? He fixated on the debris scattered across the ocean displayed on the screen, his voice trembling, not from excitement, but from sheer astonishment. Just yesterday, he had been apprehensive about the provocations from the Eagle Nation's sixth-generation fighter. Today, it had been shot down. Splendid. Truly splendid. Kobayashi had not disappointed him. He had indeed resolved the issue. Yet, this surprise was rather overwhelming. After a moment of exhilaration, Li Jiangguo was filled with reflection. As for the consequences, there was no need for concern. Nowadays, who would dare to challenge? They would meet the same fate as the fleet of Sakura Nation. With Lin Chen around, there was no need for timidity. It was time to act decisively. Moreover, they must inflict pain upon them. Subsequently, Li Jiangguo retrieved his phone and dialed Commander Lu's number. He was eager to share the good news with him. At the Air Force Command, Commander Lu was intently observing the radar screen, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The Xia Institute had promised a solution. He too was curious to see what method the Xia Institute had employed. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon seeing it was Li Jiangguo, he hastily answered. Director Li, do you have good news? Indeed, Commander Lu. Falcon 1 has been shot down. What? Commander Lu was taken aback. What did you say? It has been shot down? How did this happen? We were fortuitously testing the new radar, which, in conjunction with the laser cannon, brought it down. Li Jiangwo's voice radiated pride. With clear footage confirming its authenticity, Commander Lu sprang to his feet, his eyes glistening with excitement. Excellent. Splendid. Let the Eagle Nation revel in their arrogance. Let us see how they weep this time. Haha. After ending the call, Commander Lu promptly relayed the news to the other officers. The moment the officers heard the news, exhilaration erupted. Haha. Incredible. This is phenomenal. Let us see if the Eagle Nation dares to send aircraft into our airspace again. The command center was filled with jubilant cheers. After his excitement subsided, Commander Lu swiftly reported to the military headquarters. Upon receiving the news, the headquarters was equally taken aback. They immediately issued a public announcement. In the command room of the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier, Haotian was utterly enraged. This vendetta must be avenged. Have we established contact with our allies? Can we convene a meeting? The chief of staff, standing nearby, bore a grim expression. Mr. President, our allies are hesitating. They have witnessed Falcon 1 being shot down and are reluctant to express their stance. Hesitating? Haotian's expression darkened further. Do they not remember who provided them protection? How dare they hesitate now? At that moment, a communications officer burst in, clutching a tablet, his face ashen. Mr. President, the Great Xia Nation has issued a public announcement. What announcement? Haotian scowled, snatching the tablet. On the screen, a particularly striking announcement read, any military force from any nation that enters our airspace or territorial waters without permission shall be regarded as an act of invasion. Invasive weaponry, regardless of its advancement, shall be destroyed. Personnel involved in the invasion shall bear the consequences. We do not instigate conflict, but we do not fear it. Any adversary that dares to approach, no matter how distant, shall be eradicated. In just a few terse lines, Haotian's countenance turned as dark as ink. He had never imagined that the Eastern Assembly would take such a resolute stance. The intrusion of fighter jets into sovereign airspace is a recurring incident. Yet previously it has merely resulted in verbal warnings and attempts to drive them away. He presumed this occasion would unfold similarly. But he was unprepared for the humiliating outcome that ensued. The inaugural flight of the sixth-generation aircraft was intended to showcase their prowess to the world, only to culminate in its destruction. Instead of demonstrating strength, it became a source of ridicule on a global scale. This thought cast a darker shadow over Haotian, filling him with indignation. How infuriating. They truly deserve their fate. No nation has ever dared to threaten the United States in such a manner. Neither in the past, nor should it now. Just as Haotian was about to issue orders, he was interrupted by Defense Minister Peter, who cautioned, Mr. President, I urge you to proceed with caution. Have you forgotten how the fleet of the Cherry Blossom Nation was annihilated? Are you certain our carrier battle group can intercept their laser cannons? At this, Haotian was abruptly brought back to reality. The South China Sea incident, where 15 vessels of the Cherry Blossom Nation were obliterated, replayed incessantly in his mind. He recalled how Falcon 1 was destroyed the moment it entered their airspace. Everything indicated that they were not merely boasting. They were indeed capable of delivering on their threats. The more he pondered, the colder his spine felt. This matter required utmost prudence. At that moment, an aide quietly inquired, Mr. President, is the fleet still assembling? Chapter 75, The Decline of American Supremacy. Haotian's temper flared upon hearing this. Are you a fool? Are we gathering the fleet merely to offer ourselves as targets? Immediately rescind the orders. Inform our allies that the meeting is postponed and return home with all haste. Additionally, issue a statement claiming our aircraft suffered mechanical failure and crashed. He had no desire to linger in these waters any longer. Who could predict whether the Daxia Nation would retaliate unexpectedly? A swift return was imperative. Simultaneously, announcements from both the Daxia Nation and the United States were released in succession, igniting a frenzy among global netizens. In the live stream, the earlier chatter from American netizens vanished completely, replaced by an eerie silence. After a half-minute, sporadic comments began to emerge. Mechanical failure? What a farce. Malfunctioning just upon entering Daxia's airspace? Such a coincidence is hard to believe. Wasn't it previously claimed that their stealth coating was invincible? How could they vanish without a trace? American netizens were left utterly disillusioned. The Daxia Nation had already issued a statement, and yet their government chose to deny the truth, leaving them feeling utterly ashamed. Numerous American netizens exited the live stream, unable to face the forthcoming comments from other countries' netizens. Netizens from the Cherry Blossom Nation expressed their disappointment. It's over. The Americans have capitulated. I had hoped they would avenge us, yet this is the outcome? I can no longer refer to them as our father. It's too embarrassing. Japanese netizens felt that the Americans' actions were disgraceful. Even in defeat against Daxia, they should have simply acknowledged it. Instead, they chose to evade responsibility, which was indeed humiliating. As for the South Korean netizens, they lamented, "Oh no. Is it true that the Americans are truly on the decline? They have always been our beacon of faith. But now, alas, our beliefs have crumbled, rendering us speechless." The nation of South Korea has always regarded the United States as its unwavering faith. The presence of American troops within their borders has been akin to that of deities. Even when transgressions occur, they have often been pardoned. However, the invincible myth surrounding the United States is being incessantly dismantled by the Great Xia Nation, a reality that South Korean netizens find utterly unacceptable. In their eyes, the Great Xia Nation is a backward and impoverished country. Yet now, it is the citizens of neutral countries who perceive the truth. The announcement from the United States is a clear manifestation of their underlying anxiety. The phrase, though distant, "we shall punish," is not mere bravado. The Eagle One serves as a testament to this. The geopolitical landscape of Blue Planet is poised for transformation. The hegemony of the United States is indeed nearing its end. It is evident to discerning minds the disparity in credibility between the two announcements. The actions of the United States resemble a futile attempt to silence one's own ears. These measures have proven ineffective, only serving to diminish their international credibility. On the other hand, the netizens of the Great Xia Nation are in a state of unrestrained jubilation. The ability of the United States to speak such blatant falsehoods is truly unparalleled. Were they not once so brazen? How is it that they now lack even the courage to admit their shortcomings? Those who offend the Great Xia shall face punishment, no matter how distant. This proclamation seems tailor-made for them. The triumph of the Great Xia Nation is once again trending, flooding social media with fervor. Many citizens are eagerly sharing the news, reveling in this unprecedented exhilaration. Recently, the United States has suffered significant losses and embarrassment, allowing the people of the Great Xia Nation to deeply appreciate the benefits of technological advancements. Social media is inundated with posts celebrating and expressing pride. The entire Great Xia Nation is celebrating as though it were a festival. Meanwhile, within the United States, chaos reigns. Numerous citizens have taken to the streets, unfurling banners. Damn! Are the government officials complete fools? Have they brought shame upon us on the international stage once more? We demand an explanation, President Otop. Many are feeling the urgency, calling for the government to disclose the truth. Some opportunists have even seized the chance for zero-cost purchases. Hours later, at the White House, President Otop has just disembarked from his flight, his countenance dark and foreboding as he strides into the conference room. On the way back, he instructed his secretary to make the necessary arrangements. As he takes his seat, his gaze sweeps across the room. Our Eagle One is lost. You have all seen the announcement from the Great Xia Nation. The outcry within the country is deafening. What do you propose we do? Defense Minister Peter furrows his brow and speaks up. Mr. President, we need to increase our investment in research and development. We must achieve further technological breakthroughs. Before he can finish, Otop slams his hand on the table, cutting him off. Increase our investment? Where will the funds come from? We have already exceeded our previous research budget. Furthermore, if the Great Xia Nation can develop sixth-generation aircraft, they may possess even more formidable weaponry. We don't even know what technological breakthroughs they have achieved. How can we invest? It is not that he is unwilling to increase funding, but there is simply no clear direction. We had assumed that our sixth-generation aircraft would easily overpower the Great Xia Nation. Yet, it now appears that they have made significant advancements not only in weaponry, but also in radar technology. Otherwise, how could their sixth-generation aircraft possibly have been detected? But soon that unrealistic notion was dismissed. After all, prior to the Maiden flight, domestic test flights had already been conducted. Even their own radar could not lock onto it. They would certainly not commit such a rudimentary mistake. While Otop was in a state of agitation, Secretary of State Laimondo spoke. Mr. President, how about we redirect the conflict? The desert region has always been quite tumultuous, hasn't it? We could dispatch a fleet there, secure a few victories, and the domestic attention would shift. Otop's eyes instantly brightened. The desert region? Indeed. The secretary nodded, noting that the nations there had recently sought to distance themselves from us. It was high time they learned a lesson. As long as we achieve a resounding victory in the desert, domestic strife would naturally dissipate. Otop rose and paced back and forth in the conference room. After a brief moment, he halted. Excellent. Let it be so. Order the 6th Fleet to set sail for the desert region immediately. Find a pretext and decisively deal with those defiant nations. They may be unable to contend with Xia, but dealing with those minor Karami in the desert would be a matter of minutes. This opportunity could serve to recover all the losses incurred during this period. At that moment, NASA Director Drulot suddenly interjected. Mr. President, we have another option. We could announce the reactivation of the lunar landing program. This achievement in space could divert public attention. Simultaneously, we We could engage Xia in a space race, just as we did with the former Soviet Union. Otop turned, his brow furrowing. The lunar landing program? A space race? Yes, exclaimed NASA Director Drulot with enthusiasm. Our Starship has entered its final stage. We will soon conduct its inaugural test flight. With increased investment, we can achieve a lunar landing once more in no time. At that point, we can entice Xia to compete with us in space, alleviating our current predicament. After hearing the explanation, a smile spread across Otop's face. Wonderful. Immediately instruct NASA to issue an announcement. Declare that we will return to the moon within 6 months. Moreover, we shall establish a base on the lunar surface. Concurrently, military operations in the desert region will proceed. He aimed to redirect the world's gaze back to the United States. Chapter 76. The Space Race. Nations Entangled. The White House meeting concluded. The U.S. NASA Space Administration released a statement. In 1 month, the Starship rocket will conduct its inaugural test flight. We will return to the moon within 6 months, establishing a lunar base. Within 5 years, we shall embark on a Martian expedition. The American populace erupted in excitement. Those who had been protesting now cheered. Oh my God, we are going to conquer the moon once again. Haha. No matter how formidable Xia is, can they land a crewed mission on the moon? Once we establish a lunar base, the moon will belong to us. Building a lunar base and colonizing Mars. The attention of all Americans was swiftly redirected. They firmly believed in this announcement. After all, in the 1960s, the United States had already landed on the moon, even though many scientists had debunked various claims over the years. The citizens of the Eagle country remained steadfast in their belief that their nation possesses formidable strength. Not only are the Eagle citizens celebrating, but even the individuals from the Cherry Blossom Nation have swiftly altered their demeanor. Indeed, our esteemed Eagle father is truly remarkable, preparing to establish a lunar base. The Great Xia Nation has allowed you to become arrogant. Let us see how you respond this time. The technological supremacy in the cloud belongs to our Eagle father. The Cherry Blossom individuals exhibit a deeply ingrained servitude, idolizing the Eagle Nation as an omnipotent superpower, even while being bullied by them. The citizens of the South have once again found their confidence. The Eagle Nation never fails to surprise us. How splendid. This time, let us observe how the Great Xia Nation keeps pace. Space technology will forever be the Eagle's forte. A multitude of South citizens have begun to mock the Great Xia Nation, convinced that they cannot keep up with the Eagle's strides. The voices from neutral nations remain largely silent, with a few unable to suppress their musings. Is the Eagle Nation truly shifting its focus to space? Will the Great Xia Nation respond? The previous laser cannon was indeed formidable. Could this be yet another scheme by the Eagle? Speculation abounds. Reminiscent of how the Eagle Nation once undermined the predecessor of the Great Bear Country. Are they attempting to replicate this strategy? The citizens of the Great Xia Nation retorted directly to the mockery from the South, questioning who currently lacks a space station. Indeed, how dare the Eagle boast with such limited capabilities? The moon landing of yesteryear was a fabrication. Are they attempting a repeat? It is laughable. Even their space station is shared, yet they aspire to establish a lunar base within 6 months? The current advancements in space technology by the Great Xia Nation are already at a world-class level, capable of independently constructing a space station, a feat only accomplished by them in the entire blue planet. Hence, the citizens of the Great Xia Nation harbor no concerns regarding the space technology competition, feeling as though the Eagle Nation is merely inviting them to deliver a resounding slap to their face. Nonetheless, a considerable number of fervent supporters regard the recent announcement from NASA with utmost reverence, fervently rallying for the Eagle Nation online. Our esteemed Master Ma is finally gearing up for action. Master Ma is the beacon of human civilization, destined to lead us beyond the blue planet. Long live Master Ma, our eternal guiding light. These ardent followers possess a profound understanding of NASA, recognizing that all of the Eagle Nation's space activities heavily rely on their Musk Space Company. The claim of manned lunar landings is, in truth, contingent upon Musk's capabilities. Moreover, Musk has frequently proclaimed his intention to facilitate Mars colonization within 5 years, which has elevated him to the status of a luminary in the eyes of many. In response to such remarks, the citizens of the Great Xia Nation are unyielding, reporting furiously. Meanwhile, governments globally are implementing countermeasures. The office of the Prime Minister in the nation of A3, led by the wise Dimaleo, promptly declares, contact the Eagle Nation at once. We can assist them in processing components at a preferential price. Simultaneously, we must significantly increase our investment in space technology. We are determined to become the second nation to land on the moon. A cabinet member quietly interjects, Prime Minister, the research and development of space technology requires substantial funding. However, the visionary DMO Laotian interrupts. No investment is too great to participate in this space race. This is the swiftest route to becoming a global powerhouse. As long as we succeed in landing on the moon before Desiagwa, we shall surpass them. As he speaks, a fervor ignites in DMO Laotian's eyes. Only a few nations on Blue Star possess the capability to launch their own rockets, a mere 10 worldwide, and among them is our nation, the Sangwa. Of those with manned spaceflight capabilities, only the Eagle Nation, Desiagwa, and Amaugwa stand out. DMO Laotian's ambition is to become the fourth nation to achieve manned spaceflight, and simultaneously the second to land on the moon, aiming to leap over 2 stages at once to establish our dominance in space technology. Faced with such unwavering determination from DMO Laotian, the other high-ranking officials of Sangwa can only acquiesce. Soon, Sangwa begins to amplify its investment in space technology. At the Cherry Blossom Nation's Prime Minister's office, Kishida Jiro learns of the Eagle Nation's intent to reignite the space race and falls into deep contemplation, quickly discerning their motives. Is the Eagle Nation attempting to employ their old tactics again? It seems we, too, must stoke the flames. The Minister of Internal Affairs frowns and advises, Prime Minister, we are somewhat lagging in space endeavors. Should we truly engage? Kishida Jiro remains resolute, his gaze unwavering. We must participate. This is the only way to compel Desiagwa to join the fray. We can seize this opportunity to catch up. He instructs to contact the Eagle Nation, indicating our willingness to cooperate, contingent upon their provision of certain technologies. With a sigh of resignation, the Minister of Internal Affairs acknowledges, I shall reach out to the Eagle Nation. Kishida Jiro then calls out to the departing minister, remember to issue a statement. We too shall aim for a manned moon landing within 8 years. Understood. The minister responds before hastily departing. Kishida Jiro rises and stands by the window, gazing through the glass into the distance. Desiagwa, this time, we shall ensure your descent into the abyss. He then returns to his seat, picks up a special phone, and dials. Upon connection, Kishida Jiro succinctly commands, accelerate the project. Before hanging up. Meanwhile, the European Union convenes an emergency meeting. Within the EU conference room, the atmosphere is heavy and tense. Representatives from various nations gather around a long table, their faces etched with concern and anticipation. The representative from Gaul speaks first. Ladies and gentlemen, the Eagle Nation's resurgence in the space race is unmistakable. We cannot remain passive. Space technology is crucial for our national future and our standing on the global stage. Indeed, we must not allow the Eagle Nation to monopolize this domain. Europe must unite to confront this challenge. We can consolidate the space technology resources of European nations to establish a joint research institution, pooling our strengths to tackle key technologies. The meeting continues for several hours, with representatives from various countries contributing valuable insights and suggestions. Ultimately, the European Union has resolved to establish a new space alliance, striving to catch up with the Great Xia Nation and the Eagle Nation. Simultaneously, all countries are eager to observe how the Great Xia Nation will respond. In Chapter 77, the various military districts vie for supremacy. In the conference room of the Ministry of Defense of the Great Xia Nation, high-ranking officials from several military districts, including the Rocket Force and the Air Force, are gathered. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the large screen, which displays footage of a powerful laser cannon obliterating the Eagle Nation's 6th-generation aircraft, their faces alight with excitement. After a moment, General Zhang, brimming with enthusiasm, is the first to speak. When did the Academy of Sciences develop such advanced laser radar? Does no one have any information? At this juncture, Air Force Commander Luan interjects. I have some inkling. It might be a new radar system on the 7th-generation aircraft. What? What is this 7th-generation aircraft? Aren't we still in the process of developing the 6th generation? Why are we already discussing the 7th? The advanced nature of this radar leaves the leaders of all military districts astounded. The matter regarding the 7th-generation aircraft is classified at the Academy of Sciences. Had it not been for Commander Lu seeking information from Li Jianguo, they likely would have remained oblivious. It was Lin Chen who initially informed Commander Lu, and the others are presumably still in the dark. Lin Chen's willingness to disclose this indicates that it is no longer a secret. Commander Lu nods. I suspect it is indeed the case, and its maiden flight is imminent. Imminent? General Zhang's eyes widen in disbelief. That is astonishingly quick. Other military district leaders share similar sentiments, their expressions reflecting incredulity. The pace of development is nothing short of extraordinary, akin to riding a rocket. Indeed, the 7th-generation aircraft is about to take its first flight. What a monumental technological leap this entails. The anticipation among the military district leaders is palpable. Observing their reactions, Commander Lu feels a sense of satisfaction, finally allowing them to experience the shock he had felt earlier. Moments later, all military district leaders turn to Minister Chun of the Logistics Department. Old Chun, could you provide us with some clarification? Minister Chun, equally perplexed, replies with a wry smile. I am at a loss as well. You all know that the Academy of Sciences only reports to the Supreme Leader. General Zhang asserts. I don't care. Our military district demands the deployment of the new radar. His tone leaves no room for refusal. Zhao Tianyi from the Southern Guangdong Theater quickly adds. Our military district must also deploy the new radar, and we wish to be the first. No way. Commander Zhao of the Rocket Force counters assertively. This time, priority must be given to us. The commanders from the Southwest and Northwest military districts eagerly join in, clamoring for deployment. The room erupts into a cacophony of voices. Our Southern Guangdong military district has long been subjected to harassment and poses the greatest threat. Our rocket force holds strategic significance. This radar is a necessity. Our lengthy southwestern border requires immediate installation. Only Commander Lu watches with a sense of pride as they bicker, knowing that the 7th-generation aircraft will ultimately be delivered to the Air Force, leaving no need for competition. As for the older fighter jets, they may no longer warrant upgrades in light of the 7th-generation aircraft and could potentially be exported to affluent desert nations, generating military funding in the process. Minister Chun felt overwhelmed. It was said that their military district was to proceed, yet even he was uncertain about the feasibility of mass production and its allocation. Witnessing the heated arguments among them, Minister Chen steeled himself and declared, Everyone, please calm down. We are still unsure if mass production is possible. What purpose does your quarrel serve? As soon as he uttered these words, the conference room fell silent. Several commanders exchanged glances before turning their attention to Minister Chun. General Zhang waved his hand and said, Old Chun, what do you propose we do? Minister Chun rubbed his temples and replied, Let's wait for me to inquire at the Xiakou Institute about the timeline for mass production. General Zhang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was wise to await Old Chen's findings. The other military district commanders had no objections. Their urgency stemmed from the fact that the South Guangdong and Southwest military districts had deployed new equipment, achieving remarkable results in combat. This prompted the other districts to vie for the first deployment of the new gear. However, their efforts were in vain. Only the Southwest and South Guangdong districts had the opportunity for such friction. After the meeting concluded, Minister Chun hurried to the Xiakou Institute. Along the way, he noticed an announcement from the Eagle Nation, a glimmer of excitement sparking in his eyes. The Eagle Nation is seeking to engage in a space race again? They might have chosen the wrong opponent this time. He resolved to inquire with Chief Lin shortly about potential countermeasures. At the Xiakou Institute, Lin Chen was discussing the assembly of the 7th-generation aircraft in Director Li Jiangwo's office. Shaolin, the assembly of the 7th-generation aircraft is nearing completion. How do you plan to arrange the inaugural flight? Li Jiangwo asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Chen smiled. Everything is in order. The inaugural flight will undoubtedly be successful. Should we consider a live broadcast for it? Li Jiangwo suggested tentatively. I noticed the Eagle Nation is planning a live stream for their inaugural flight. Perhaps we should do the same? Absolutely. Lin Chen nodded. It would be a great opportunity for our fellow citizens to witness the epic-making aircraft of our great Xi'an nation. You've agreed? That's fantastic. Li Jiangwo exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. How about we schedule it for New Year's Eve, with only a month remaining until the occasion? Given the assembly speed of the White Emperor aerospace fighter, it would surely be completed by then. Lin Chen concurred, perfect. It can serve as a gift for our citizens for the Spring Festival. Just as Li Jiangwo was about to say more, a knock echoed from the office door. Come in, he called. The door opened, and Minister Chun entered urgently. Director Li, I need to speak with you urgently. Spotting Lin Chen seated nearby, he exclaimed with delight. Chief Lin is here too. Splendid. Hello, Minister Chun. Lin Chen greeted politely. Li Jiangwo gestured for him to sit. What is the emergency? Minister Chen took a seat, poured himself a cup of tea, and after a sip, explained, the situation is as follows. After listening to the explanation, Lin Chen understood the matter and smiled. Minister Chun, the 3D visual radar is now ready for mass production. You can modify the production line according to your needs and commence manufacturing. Really? Minister Chen exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he slapped his thigh. That's wonderful. You need not worry about the production line. I will take care of it. He had initially anticipated a prolonged wait. To his astonishment, mass production had already commenced. Subsequently, Minister Chen recalled the announcement from the United States and continued. The United States has just declared that the Starship will make its maiden flight in 1 month. Additionally, they plan to send humans to the moon within 6 months and establish a lunar base. Lin Chen paused momentarily, suddenly realizing the implications. Was the United States attempting to instigate a space race? He chuckled softly, feeling no trepidation whatsoever. In 6 months, it was entirely possible that the Great Xia had genuinely commenced construction of a lunar base, rather than merely indulging in idle rhetoric. As for the United States Starship test flight, it was nothing short of a farce. To refer to it as a starship was to insult the very concept. It was merely a large hunk of metal. A true starship should be an interstellar warship capable of traversing the cosmos. Noticing Lin Chen's reaction, Minister Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chief Engineer Lin, do you have a countermeasure? Chapter 78, a machination? Merely a jester. Li Jiangguo, observing from the sidelines, was equally curious about Lin Chen's strategy regarding the United States space race. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Chen exuded an air of nonchalance. The United States wishes to engage in a space race? We can certainly indulge them. However, it must be according to our own rules. Li Jiangguo's eyes brightened. What do you mean? Lin Chen raised his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. Once the Maiden successfully undertakes its maiden flight, the realm of space will be dictated by us. Even if their starship successfully launches, what does it matter? The ability to reach the moon will be determined by us. After a brief pause, Lin Chen continued, moreover, we too will establish a base on the moon. After all, there are countless unclaimed resources on the moon that must not go to waste. This is all part of my plan. Once the Maiden space fighter enters mass production, we will proceed to develop a space transport vehicle specifically designed for ferrying between Blue Star and the moon. At present, the technological legacy of the Maiden space fighter is nearing completion. Next, Lin Chen intends to select technology for an unmanned planetary base, enabling the extraction of lunar resources. This will prepare for the subsequent creation of a near-Earth space city. The resources of Blue Star are simply insufficient for the advancement of space exploration. Thus, preparations must be made well in advance. Most importantly, the resources on the moon are unclaimed, allowing for unrestricted extraction without concern for ecological preservation. Minister Chen, upon hearing this, was left utterly bewildered. Chief Engineer Lin, are you certain we can truly establish a lunar base? His incredulity stemmed not from disbelief, but rather from the sheer sci-fi nature of it all. The Great Xia had previously planned to achieve manned lunar landings by 2035, but that was merely landing on the moon, not establishing a base or extracting lunar resources. Now, Lin Chen was asserting that a lunar base could be built in 6 months. How could he not be astounded? Li Jiangguo, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Shaolin, do you have a plan? Indeed. Lin Chen nodded emphatically. Minister Chen, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted with joy, slapping his thighs with a resounding clap. Excellent. Wonderful. Chief Engineer Lin, you truly have surprised us. The United States wishes for a space race. Does it? At that moment, we shall surpass them directly, haha. Minister Chen's excitement grew palpable, his voice rising several notches. He understood that Lin Chen's statement implied the existence of a corresponding solution. The specifics were unnecessary for him to delve into, as it was beyond his purview. As long as the issue with the Eagle country was resolved, it was a positive development. Li Jiangguo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Shaolin, when does your plan commence? Lin Chen, observing the excitement of the two, explained, it is still early. We shall discuss it after the successful maiden flight of the 7th-generation aircraft. Excellent. Li Jiangguo refrained from further inquiries. Subsequently, Minister Chen chatted for a bit longer before hastily departing. That afternoon, the Ministry of Defense of the Great Xia Kingdom issued an announcement. Our 7th-generation aircraft, the White Emperor Aerospace Fighter, will make its maiden flight on New Year's Eve in 1 month. The lunar base project will commence within 6 months. Upon the release of this announcement, the world erupted in fervor. Comments from netizens in the Great Xia Kingdom surged with exhilaration. Wow, am I seeing this correctly? The 7th-generation aircraft is here? Where does that leave me? Are we still on Blue Star? Incredible. We have leaped past the 6th generation, the White Emperor Aerospace Fighter. Does this name imply it can operate in space? While the Eagle country merely aims for manned lunar landings, we, the Great Xia Kingdom, are establishing a base. Haha. The entire populace of the Great Xia Kingdom rejoiced. Social media platforms brimmed with celebratory posts. Even veterans, typically reticent, emerged to comment. No regrets joining the Great Xia in this life. In the next, I shall still be a citizen of the Great Xia. Everyone eagerly anticipated the maiden flight of the 7th-generation aircraft in a month, believing it to be the finest New Year gift from the nation. Internationally, the reaction was equally explosive. Netizens from the Eagle country were the first to express skepticism. Fake. It must be fake. Where would the Great Xia Kingdom acquire the technology for aerospace fighters? A lunar base? They are deliberately sowing confusion. They fear our starship's maiden flight will overshadow theirs. Netizens from Sakura country chimed in. Baka. The Great Xia Kingdom is just boasting. The Eagle country's starship is the true black technology. Likewise, netizens from South Bamboo country expressed disbelief. Aishiba. The Great Xia Kingdom is once again exaggerating. It seems they are even more arrogant than us. Indeed, almost all netizens from the Eagle Alliance countries were skeptical. The 5th-generation aircraft had only just become widespread, and the 6th-generation aircraft had only recently made its maiden flight in the Eagle country. The claim of the Great Xia Kingdom developing a 7th-generation aircraft was deemed impossible. If aerospace technology were so advanced, the numerous scientists in the Eagle Alliance would have already dominated space. However, netizens from neutral countries maintained a wait-and-see stance. The previous incident of the Great Xia Kingdom shooting down a 6th-generation aircraft was quite extraordinary. Perhaps they truly possess aerospace fighters? In a month, the truth would be revealed. At the White House, in the president's office, Altup was reviewing the combat plans for the desert region when suddenly, NASA Director Drutt entered, anxious and exclaiming, "Mr. President, the Great Xia Kingdom has issued an announcement." Upon hearing this, Altup was filled with disdain. It appears that the Great Xia nation is truly in dire straits. Utilizing such tedious methods in an attempt to disrupt our plans? What of their so-called aerospace fighters and lunar bases? All mere fabrications. They merely seek to steal the thunder of our starship's maiden flight. NASA Administrator Druth, wearing a hint of concern, spoke. "Mr. President, what if they are indeed genuine? Should we consider postponing the starship's launch?" Postpone. A contemptuous laugh escaped Otep. "Why should we delay? Our starship is the most advanced in Blue Star. The so-called aerospace fighters of the Great Xia Nation are nothing but a jest." Druth hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue before he ultimately retreated with a courteous farewell. Yet, he harbored a persistent unease within. Perhaps the Great Xia's 7th-generation aircraft were, in fact, real. Even their intention to establish a lunar base might hold truth. Only their manned lunar mission was a facade. They had yet to achieve such technology. Regrettably, he dared not voice his concerns, for to do so would jeopardize his position as director. In the president's office, Otep summoned Secretary of War Peter. "Relay my orders. The 6th Fleet is to proceed at full speed to the desert region. No need to await our allies. We shall act directly. I intend to demonstrate to the Great Xia Nation who truly reigns supreme over Blue Star." Peter momentarily faltered, brow furrowed. "Mr. President, is it not too hasty to act now?" "Hasty?" Otep's gaze hardened. "Does the Great Xia Nation wish to play games with us? Let them witness the formidable military prowess of our nation. Once we have dealt with those nations in the desert, we shall proceed with the starship's launch. At that point, the entire world will revere us. The lies of the Great Xia Nation will inevitably unravel. Remember to ensure cooperation with the Squid Nation." Chapter 79. The Eruption of Conflict in the Desert Region. Squid Nation. Prime Minister Nataya had just ended a call with Peter, his eyes alight with excitement. The Eagle Nation intends to take action in the desert region? This presents a splendid opportunity for the Squid Nation to expand. With this thought, he hastily convened a meeting with the nation's high-ranking officials. Half an hour later, in the conference room, Nataya presented the Eagle Nation's demands. "What are your thoughts?" Defense Minister Khalid was instantly animated. "Prime Minister, this is a golden opportunity. We must seize it. Indeed, we must capitalize on this chance. We can orchestrate a conflict and incite war. As long as the Eagle Nation keeps the desert nations occupied, we can swiftly capture the Ba region." All the senior officials concurred on the necessity of war. They had long desired to expand externally, but had found no suitable moment. Now, the Eagle Nation had presented itself on a silver platter. "Excellent." Nataya nodded. "Once the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier fleet arrives, we shall fabricate a catalyst for battle." He rose and approached the map, pointing towards the bordering Stan region. "Starting tomorrow, our troops will begin their movement towards the Stan border." Khalid was taken aback. "Will this not raise alarms? What of the compromise organizations in the desert region? Do not concern yourself with them." Nataya's gaze was fierce, and he declared that should anyone dare to act against them, they would be swiftly annihilated. No one could thwart their ambition to seize the Stan region. A shared glance among the crowd revealed no dissent. They understood that the Squid Nation had long harbored aspirations to annex Stan. This was merely a pretext to realize their ambitions through the machinations of Eagle Sauce. Observing the silence of the assembly, Nataya issued a direct command. "Notify the troops to commence mobilization immediately. Tomorrow, we shall begin the transfer towards the border." 2 days later, at the border outpost of the Stan region, Sentry Ahmad set down his binoculars, sweat beading on his brow. He had witnessed the Squid Nation's forces amassing at the border. "Captain, the Squid Nation's troops are multiplying." Ahmad's voice trembled. "Do you think they will advance?" Captain Kareem brushed the dust from his uniform, his expression grave. It seems likely. I have already relayed this intelligence upstream. The headquarters should formulate a response. If the Squid Nation dares to invade, we shall fight back. Even if it costs us our lives, we must defend our homeland. Ahmad nodded, his eyes filled with determination. As time passed, the atmosphere along the Stan border grew increasingly tense, and the surrounding desert nations began to share in the anxiety, fearing that the Squid Nation was plotting something ominous. In the royal palace of the South Kingdom, King Salman sat upon his resplendent throne, furrowing his brow as he clutched a critical intelligence report. The document detailed the large-scale troop mobilization by the Squid Nation along the Stan border. What could the Squid Nation be planning? Did they truly intend to instigate war? A note of concern tinged Salman's voice. Beside him, Prince Abdullah appeared solemn. Father, the Squid Nation has always harbored ambitions of expansion. However, this time we need not worry. We possess the laser cannons from the Great Xia. Indeed, King Salman nodded, confidence filling his gaze. With the Great Xia's laser cannons, there was no need to fear Eagle Sauce or the Squid Nation. By the way, arrange for the discreet delivery of 2 laser cannons to the Stan Kingdom. I refuse to see the Squid Nation's scheme succeed. Understood, Father. Several other nations shared the same sentiment as Saf. Almost every country in the desert region wished to see the Squid Nation thwarted and had procured the new laser cannons from the Great Xia. They no longer feared aerial assaults from Eagle Sauce or the Squid Nation. As for ground forces, should Eagle Sauce dare to land troops, they had means to ensure that their army would perish in the desert. Without air superiority, the might of Eagle Sauce was rather limited. 2 days later, the 6th Aircraft Carrier Strike Group of Eagle Sauce arrived off the coast of the Persian Gulf. On the carrier deck, fighter jets were meticulously arranged, and the deckhands hurried about in a flurry of activity. In the command room, Fleet Commander MacArthur was engaged in secure communications with the Pentagon, reporting that the 6th Aircraft Carrier Strike Group has reached the designated location and is ready to execute combat operations. From the other end of the line, orders were transmitted. Proceed according to the original plan. Wait until the Squid Nation creates conflict, then we'll launch an airstrike. Okay, I understand. MacArthur hung up the phone. Desert region. You want to align with Great Xia? Then be prepared to pay a heavy price. He then ordered the fleet to rest and prepare for battle at any moment. Meanwhile, after learning of the arrival of the U.S. Carrier Battle Group, Nita was overjoyed and immediately dialed a number to start creating conflict. An excited voice came from the other end of the line. Received, move out immediately. On the other side, at the seaside on the border between the Squid Nation and Stan Nation, dozens of Squid Nation citizens were having a bonfire party. They sang and danced, a scene of joy and peace. But no one knew, behind this seemingly ordinary gathering, a huge conspiracy was brewing. Suddenly, bang, a sharp gunshot pierced the night sky. A Squid civilian lay dead in a pool of blood. The previously cheerful atmosphere froze instantly. Everyone turned in terror towards the direction from which the gunfire had come. It was the Stan Nation. They're shooting. Run. But before they could finish speaking, a group of armed men rushed out from the Stan Nation's border. They opened fire on the Squid. Soon, dozens of Squid lay dead in pools of blood. The masked armed men exchanged glances. Then they frantically retreated towards the sea. Not long after, the Squid Nation's border guards arrived. They found a Squid that wasn't quite dead. The Squid Nation's border guards anxiously asked, "What happened? Who did it?" There was someone nearby recording a video. The Squid civilian coughed up blood and answered haltingly, "It was the Stan Nation." Before he could finish, his head lolled to the side, and he died with his eyes wide open. Damn it, the Stan Nation has made its move. Report to headquarters immediately. The border guard sent the recorded video back immediately. Soon, Netanyahu received the message. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. Then, he feigned grief. Everyone saw it. It was Stan Country that launched the attack on our Squid Country. Stan Country must pay the price. Contact Stan Country immediately and demand they hand over the culprit within half an hour. Otherwise, we will personally find the culprit and take revenge. Chapter 80 Stan Country. Great Xia is our last hope. Stan Country. National Defense Command. These bastards. They orchestrated this whole thing, and they dare to turn the tables. They want us to hand over the culprit? Dream on. The Minister of National Defense was furious after seeing the Squid Country's announcement. He had considered that the Squid Country would launch an attack directly, but he hadn't expected the Squid Country to be so shameless, using the lives of their own people to create conflict. This is utterly inhuman. They're even more depraved than terrorists. Chief, what do we do now? If we don't compromise, we have no way to intercept the Squid Nation's airstrikes. Even with ground troops, we can't stop them. Moreover, the naval battle group of the Eagle Nation has already arrived in the Persian Gulf, undoubtedly preparing to collaborate with the Squid Nation. Are we truly facing annihilation? Fear spreads like a tidal wave. Their weaponry is exceedingly outdated, rendering them incomparable to the Squid Nation. The Minister of Defense, upon hearing this, was engulfed in trepidation. He was at a loss for a solution. If they refused to compromise, the Squid Nation would use it as a pretext to invade their nation. Yet, if they yielded, it would imply acknowledging their nation as a terrorist entity, which was absolutely unacceptable. Suddenly, he recalled the 2 sets of laser air defense systems sent by the Sart Nation. No, we still possess hope. Quickly, activate the 2 sets of laser air defense systems from the Sart Nation. Perhaps it will lead us to victory. The other officers were momentarily taken aback, then filled with excitement. Minister, are you referring to the laser cannon that shot down the Eagle Nation's aircraft? Indeed. The Minister of Defense nodded emphatically. However, its range is only 150 kilometers. Is it truly 150 kilometers? Perhaps it can indeed assist us. If it can intercept the Eagle Nation's 6th generation aircraft, it should be capable of thwarting the Squid Nation's aerial assault. All officers felt a renewed sense of hope. They had heard of the accomplishments of the laser cannon from the Great Xian Nation. Its record was verifiable. It had even downed the Eagle Nation's 6th generation aircraft. How much more so could it handle their 4th and 5th generation planes? Even if it couldn't destroy the aircraft, it could still defend against their missiles and rockets. Soon, the 2 laser air defense systems provided by the Sart Kingdom were activated. The atmosphere in the command center grew slightly more relaxed. Yet each individual still harbored a weight in their hearts. Meanwhile, in other nations within the desert region, at the Air Defense Command Center of the Sart Nation, King Salman stood before a large screen, his gaze sharp. All air defense systems, activate. Closely monitor the movements of the Eagle Nation's naval battle group. Should they make any unusual maneuvers, open fire immediately. Yes. The technicians swiftly tapped at their keyboards. On the screen, a multitude of radar signals illuminated. Salman, observing the screen, wore a confident smirk. Eagle Nation, Squid Nation, prepare to experience the might of the Great Xian Nation's laser cannon. Beside him, Prince Abdullah added, Father, we have informed the other nations. Their air defense systems are also fully operational. Excellent. Salman nodded. Let them know that we, the Desert Nation, are not to be trifled with. He held unwavering confidence in the Great Xian Nation's laser air defense systems. In the Rake Nation's presidential office, the president scrutinized urgent intelligence. His expression grave. Damn it. Does the Eagle Nation intend to bomb us again? This time, they shall not succeed. He commanded. Order all air defense missile positions to enter a state of heightened readiness. Also, activate the laser air defense systems sold to us by the Great Xian Nation. The president's voice resonated with authority. He would not permit the tragedy of yesteryear to unfold once more. The Eagle Nation's airstrike had devastated the Rake Nation in just 7 days, annihilating over 1 million troops and destroying thousands of tanks and hundreds of aircraft before they could even take flight. Now, Lake has finally recovered. Is the U.S. trying to pull the same trick again? Dream on. This time, they have the Great Xia's laser anti-aircraft guns. If the U.S. really comes, they're doomed. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Squid Nation, military headquarters. Netanyahu glanced at his watch, his eyes fierce. Time's up. Has there been a reply from Stan Nation? Defense Minister Khalid beside him shook his head. No, they didn't take our warnings seriously at all. Very good. Netanyahu sneered. Inwardly smug. This is the result he wanted. He calculated that Stan Nation wouldn't compromise. That's why he orchestrated this heinous massacre. Give the order. Airstrike begin. Target, Stan Nation border outpost. After destroying Stan Nation's border troops, the army will immediately launch a full-scale offensive. Yes, sir. Khalid immediately relayed the order. Soon, Air Force Base of the Squid Nation. 10 F-16 fighter jets took off directly. Carrying missiles, they flew towards the border of the Stan Nation. Persian Gulf. Eagle's 6th Carrier Strike Group. In the command center, MacArthur looked at his communicator, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The Squid Nation had begun its airstrike. Is our justification ready? The staff officer beside him immediately replied. Ready. We'll say that the Rajiv Nation possesses weapons of mass destruction, and a military strike is necessary. Very good. MacArthur nodded and immediately reported to the Pentagon, requesting approval to strike the Rajiv Nation. Also, notify the aircraft on deck to prepare for takeoff. Yes, sir. Soon. The Pentagon's order came through. Airstrike approved. MacArthur picked up the communicator and loudly ordered. All aircraft, take off. Target, Rajiv Nation military base. Roger. The roar of the aircraft on deck was deafening. One after another, Hornet carrier-based fighter jets took off, heading towards the Kingdom of Lake. Stan. Border air defense positions. Soldiers stared nervously at the radar interfaces of the laser cannons. Captain, are these 2 laser air defense systems really effective? One soldier asked, his voice trembling with worry. Because their weaponry was far too outdated. They had long been oppressed by the Kingdom of Squid. They hated the kingdom of Squid to the core, yet were filled with fear. This time, the kingdom of Squid had once again amassed a massive army on the border. Clearly, they were preparing for a large-scale invasion. Captain Kareem took a deep breath. Whether it works or not, we'll only know by trying. The Great Xia Kingdom's laser air defense system can even shoot down the US's 6th-generation fighters. We have no reason not to believe it. But, Captain, we've never used it in actual combat before. The soldier was still somewhat uneasy, his voice trembling slightly. Just then, another soldier shouted excitedly, "Captain, the radar has locked onto the Kingdom of Squid's fighter jets. 5 minutes until they enter our airspace." "Good." Captain Kareem excitedly gave the order. "Everyone, heed my command. Once the Squid Nation's fighter jets enter our airspace, open fire immediately." "Roger." On the other side, in the air, 10 Squid Nation fighter jets flew at high speed in formation. Beneath the wings, missiles glimmered with a chilling sheen under the sunlight. Inside the cockpit, the pilots wore relaxed expressions, entirely devoid of any semblance of wartime tension. They were on the verge of entering Stanland. Lower altitude shortly and bombard them. Let them truly appreciate the greatness of our Squid Nation. Haha. The captain, Kareem, laughed freely over the internal channel, as if Stanland were merely ants beneath their feet to be trampled upon at will. Time ticked away, second by second. At the Stanland border, Captain Kareem felt a bead of sweat form in his palm, his gaze fixed intently on the radar screen. The moment the Squid Nation's aircraft breached their airspace, Kareem shouted, "Fire!" Chapter 81. Laser cannons strike down the Squid fighter. Fire! No sooner had Kareem's voice faded than, from the Stanland air defense positions, 2 ethereal blue beams of laser erupted forth, slicing through the air like twin blades, accompanied by a piercing hum, soaring skyward. In the air, the Squid Nation's F-16 formation continued, their captain glancing at the instrument panel, a cold smirk gracing his lips. 30 seconds remaining. Prepare to drop the bombs. Let the trash of Stanland taste the flavor of aerial bombardment. The other pilots in the cockpit chimed in, exuding confidence. Rest assured, we will turn their outposts to rubble. Haha. This time upon our return, we shall be decorated with military honors. Unbeknownst to them, 2 beams of blue light were rapidly approaching the ground below, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Suddenly, the captain felt an instinctual sense of danger and instinctively looked up, only to see 2 azure beams bearing down upon him. Oh no, he barely had time to pull the control stick before, boom. The first laser struck his aircraft's engine with lethal precision. Intense heat engulfed the fuselage, shattering the cockpit glass. Flames surged through the cracks, and before he could even scream, he was vaporized by the searing temperatures. The aircraft became a lifeless kite, its body snapping apart and plummeting toward the earth, cloaked in billowing black smoke. Bang! Another deafening roar erupted as the fuel tank ignited, transforming the entire aircraft into a blazing fireball, debris scattering like rain. The adjacent pilot was left in a state of sheer terror. What was that? Was it a missile? His voice trembled with fear. The second laser was already upon him. Boom. His aircraft was struck. The 8 fighter jets spiraled into chaos, some even forgetting their formation, desperately altering their flight paths as they frantically fled towards the land of the Squid Nation. The roar of their engines reached a crescendo, as if providing a soundtrack to their palpable fear. Within the cockpits, the pilots' faces were ashen, their hands gripping the control sticks with white-knuckled intensity, sweat soaking through their flight suits. No one dared to glance back, terrified that the menacing blue light would once again close in on them. In the military headquarters of the Squid Nation, Netanyahu reclined on a sofa, cradling a cup of coffee, eagerly awaiting news of triumph from the front lines. "Khalid, do you think this time the Stan Nation will beg for mercy?" he inquired with a smile directed at the Minister of Defense, just as Khalid was about to respond. A panting aide stumbled in, his complexion as pale as a ghost. "Prime Minister, it's bad. Our F-16 formation has encountered trouble." The coffee cup in Netanyahu's hand clattered to the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. "What did you say?" he exclaimed, rising abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Say it again." The aide swallowed hard, his voice trembling. 2 of our F-16s have been shot down by Stan Nation's weaponry. The remaining 8 are hastily returning. Shot down. Netanyahu seized the aide by the collar. How could Stan Nation possibly have the capability to down our aircraft? Aren't they equipped only with outdated makeshift rockets? Khalid, too, was taken aback. Could there be a mistake in the intelligence? Where would Stan Nation acquire advanced weaponry? The aide shook his head vigorously. "It's absolutely certain. The pilots on the channel reported it was a laser cannon from the Great Xia Nation." Great Xia? A laser cannon? A shiver coursed through Netanyahu's body as he released the aide, who fell to the ground. Memories of the earlier incident involving the sixth-generation aircraft of the Eagle Nation being shot down surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Stan Nation had acquired the laser cannon from Great Xia? A wave of dread enveloped him. It was impossible. Why would Stan Nation possess a laser cannon from Great Xia? How could they afford it? Why would Great Xia export such advanced weaponry? He mumbled to himself, staggering back a couple of steps before collapsing onto the sofa, the arrogance and confidence he once held evaporating entirely, leaving only panic and disbelief. He could never have imagined such a monumental turn of events, with the emergence of Great Xia's latest laser cannon in the desert region. This news was nothing short of a calamity for the Squid Nation. Khalid stood dumbfounded as well. If Stan Nation truly possessed a laser cannon from Great Xia, then their forthcoming offensive would indeed become a farce. At the Stan Nation's border air defense positions, soldiers gazed in astonishment at the fireballs erupting in the sky. Moments later, jubilant cheers erupted. We won. We won. The laser cannon from Great Xia is astonishing. It obliterated their aircraft. Laughter filled the air as the soldiers embraced one another, some even shedding tears. The long-standing oppression from the Squid Nation had culminated in this moment of eruption. Kareem observed the scene before him, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing, palms slick with sweat. He inhaled deeply. A radiant smile illuminated his face. The laser cannon of the Great Xia Nation indeed met our expectations. He retrieved a satellite phone, his voice trembling with excitement. Report, Commander. We have successfully shot down 2 F-16 fighter jets from the Squid Nation. The remaining enemy aircraft are in retreat. In the Defense Command Center of Stan Nation, the commander had been intently watching the screen, his palms sweating. Suddenly, Kareem's exuberant voice crackled through the satellite phone. He sprang to his feet. What did you say? Repeat that. Upon confirming the downing of the 2 Squid Nation aircraft, the commander, filled with exhilaration, slammed his fist on the table. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. The laser cannon of the Great Xia Nation is indeed formidable. The officers nearby erupted in jubilation. Did we truly shoot them down? We need no longer fear airstrikes from the Squid Nation. From now on, let us see if they dare to provoke us again. The oppressive atmosphere in the command center dissipated in an instant, replaced by excitement and fervor. Everyone gathered around the screen, gazing at the still flickering fireball, their eyes brimming with hope. Within Stan Nation, the news spread swiftly. Crowds surged into the streets, waving national flags and cheering. We have triumphed. We have shot down the aircraft of the Squid Nation. Thanks to the Great Xia Nation. Thanks to the Kingdom of Sat for providing the laser cannon. Long live Stan Nation. The streets were alive with jubilant throngs. Children waved small national flags, shouting alongside their elders. The long-standing shadow of fear cast by war evaporated in that moment. Chapter 82. Desert Tycoon places an additional order worth hundreds of billions. In the desert region, at the Defense Command Center of the Kingdom of Sat, King Salman observed the battle report on the screen, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Well done, Stan Nation. The laser cannon of the Great Xia Nation has indeed not let us down. This achievement marked the first of its kind in the history of the desert region. Previously, no advanced aircraft from the Eagle Nation had ever been shot down. This was a first. Clearly, the investment in the Great Xia Nation's air defense laser cannon was well worth it. Even though they spent more, they secured peace of mind. Prince Abdullah added excitedly, Father, surely the Squid Nation will behave now. Salman shook his head, his gaze sharp. Not necessarily. The Squid Nation is ambitious and will not relinquish their aspirations easily. However, they certainly will think twice before acting recklessly now. He picked up the intercom. Relay this message. All air defense systems are to remain on high alert, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. Subsequently, Salman instructed the prince. Immediately place an order with the Great Xia Nation for an additional 100 sets. I want to fortify our air defense into an impenetrable fortress. Prince Abdullah eagerly replied, All right. I will contact the Great Xia Nation right away. Each set costs 1 billion, so 100 sets amount to a staggering 100 billion. Salman deemed the investment a bargain for the safety of Sat Nation. Nothing is more valuable than security. In the presidential office of Rake Nation, President Sam glanced at the urgent battle report, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Wonderful. With the laser cannon from the Great Xia Nation, we need not fear the aerial assaults from the Eagle Nation and the Squid Country any longer. Previously, he perceived the laser cannon air defense system from the Great Xia as somewhat extravagant. However, upon noticing that other nations in the desert region were acquiring them, they too followed suit and procured 5 sets. To his astonishment, the results were remarkably effective. It was indeed a worthwhile investment. He commanded his secretary beside him, immediately release this news. Let the populace know that we possess the capability to safeguard ourselves. The secretary nodded in affirmation. Yes, Mr. President. The citizens of the Rake Nation, upon learning that the Stan country had downed Squid country aircraft using the Great Xia's laser cannon, erupted into jubilation. They no longer had to worry about the tragedy of being severely damaged by the Eagle Nation in just 7 days. In the Persian Gulf, within the command room of the Eagle Nation's 6th Aircraft Carrier Strike Group, MacArthur was intently gazing at the screen, awaiting news of the airstrike on Rake. It would not be long. Once the Squid country's attack succeeded, his carrier-based aircraft would be airborne. MacArthur brimmed with confidence regarding this counter-terrorism operation. If they could dismantle Rake's military might in 7 days before, now he aimed for an even swifter victory, completely neutralizing Rake's military forces within 3 days, thereby once again showcasing the Eagle Nation's might to the world. Suddenly, a staff officer rushed in, flustered. "General, it's bad news. 2 F-16s from the Squid country have been shot down by the Stan country." The coffee cup in MacArthur's hand froze in midair. "What did you say? The Stan country? How could they possibly have the capability to down an F-16? This is an international jest. With their abysmal air defense, how could the Stan country shoot down an F-16 fighter jet? Even if the aircraft were to descend to a mere few hundred meters, the Stan country lacked the means to achieve that." He could scarcely believe the news. The officer urgently explained, according to intelligence, the Stan country employed the Great Xia's laser cannon. The Great Xia's laser cannon. MacArthur sprang to his feet, his expression darkening. He recalled the incident when the Eagle Nation's 6th-generation fighter was brought down by the Great Xia's laser cannon. If the Stan country had acquired such weaponry, then downing an F-16 could indeed be plausible. However, how could the impoverished Stan country afford such an extravagant defense system? Furthermore, when did the Great Xia's laser air defense system become available for sale? Why were they not informed at all? Damn it. If even the Stan country possesses the Great Xia's laser air defense system, could Rake potentially have it as well? As this thought crossed his mind, MacArthur broke out in a cold sweat. Quickly, immediately halt the takeoff of the aircraft. Yes, the officer hurried off to convey the command. MacArthur's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his eyes narrowing ominously. The Great Xia, once again, what are their intentions? Why export such advanced weaponry to the desert region? Are they attempting to extend their influence over the area? This matter must be reported to headquarters. He retrieved his satellite phone and dialed the Pentagon's number. "Hello? This is MacArthur. The situation has changed. We need to reassess the circumstances in the desert region." After a brief pause, a hurried voice emerged from the other end of the line. "Suspend operations for now and await further instructions." MacArthur hung up the phone, his expression growing increasingly grave. He understood that this operation would likely prove more challenging than anticipated. Now, it remained to be seen what strategy the headquarters would devise. Meanwhile, at the Pentagon, an urgent meeting was convened. The Secretary of Defense, Peter, wore a solemn expression as he began. "You are all aware of the developments in the desert region. Please share your perspectives." A general stood up first, his demeanor serious. "Minister, the actions of the Great Xia nation clearly aim to alter the military balance in the desert. We must take measures to counter this trend. Otherwise, our influence in the region will significantly diminish." A civilian official furrowed his brow in contemplation before speaking. "However, we cannot act impulsively. Until we ascertain how many laser cannons the Great Xia is exporting to the nations in the desert, we should refrain from taking action. Otherwise, we may suffer the same fate as the Squid Nation." Secretary Peter leaned on the conference table, his gaze sharp, regardless of the Great Xia's intentions. "The desert region is a vital area of our interests, and we cannot allow other powers to easily encroach upon it. Inform the Intelligence Department to gather detailed information on the weapons transactions between the Great Xia and the desert nations. Simultaneously, instruct the Diplomatic Corps to formally address our grievances with the Great Xia regarding their actions." "Understood." The attendees responded in unison, before becoming engrossed in their tasks. Soon, the U.S. State Department lodged a formal protest with the Great Xia Embassy in the U.S., demanding an explanation. At the Great Xia Embassy, Ambassador Xie furrowed his brow upon receiving the formal protest from the U.S. State Department. It seemed that the U.S. had failed in its attempts to stir trouble in the desert region. Although he was unaware of the specific circumstances, it was evident that U.S. interests had been affected. He promptly reported the matter to the Great Xia headquarters. The news quickly reached the military department of the Great Xia. A meeting was called. Our laser air defense weapons have shone brightly in the desert. U.S. aircraft have been swiftly shot down. We have received numerous orders from the desert region, exceeding 200 billion. The generals were filled with excitement. This was yet another demonstration of the Great Xia's weaponry in real combat. If even a downgraded version of the laser cannon could achieve such results, how formidable would the Great Xia's military become once the White Emperor aerospace fighter was mass-produced? All the generals were brimming with anticipation for the White Emperor fighter. Chapter 83, Great Xia. Wherever the enemy goes, I shall follow. At the Xia Academy. In Li Jiangwo's office, he perused the messages sent from the military department. The wrinkles on his face tightened, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. 200 billion. The orders from the desert region had indeed surged by another 200 billion. Who would have thought that even the downgraded laser cannons could effortlessly down U.S. aircraft? Haha. The more Li Jiangwo contemplated, the happier he became, laughing aloud. At that moment, the door swung open. Lin Chen entered, holding the progress report for the White Emperor fighter jet. Upon seeing Li Jiangwo's expression, he inquired, "Old Li, what brings you such joy?" Li Jiangwo excitedly handed over the news, exclaiming, "Look, orders from the desert have surged by 200 billion. And as for the Eagle Nation, they intended to make moves in the desert, but our laser cannons frightened them into halting their actions." Lin Chen glanced at the document, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was merely the beginning. He placed the test report on the table. The laser cannons had secured the ground. Next, the focus would shift to space. Currently, the assembly of our White Emperor aerospace fighter is proceeding exceptionally well. According to the original plan, its maiden flight is assured. When that time comes, we shall present the Eagle Nation with a grand gift. At present, all technical issues concerning the White Emperor aerospace fighter have been resolved. Only the final challenge remains, the new quantum annihilation bomb technology inherent to the fighter, which is still undergoing its final stages of development. It is expected to be completed within a week. Once this new type of bomb is finalized, the combat capabilities of the White Emperor aerospace fighter will elevate to unprecedented levels. With you here, I feel at ease. Li Jiangwo observed the confidence in Lin Chen's eyes and was instantly reassured. Lin Chen has never let him down. Subsequently, the two continued to discuss the derivative products following the completion of the White Emperor. Lin Chen boldly proposed his concept, the Kunping Space Transport Aircraft. At the Daxia Kingdom's embassy in the Eagle Nation, Ambassador Xie sat at his desk, facing the diplomatic correspondence from the Eagle Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He picked up a pen and inscribed a resolute line in the response section. Normal arms trade between the Daxia Kingdom and other nations falls within the scope of sovereign affairs. The Eagle Nation has no authority to interfere. After completing the note, he pushed the document towards his assistant. "Send it back. No need for pleasantries." The assistant nodded and quickly departed. Ambassador Xie gazed out the window, his expression sharp. The Eagle Nation wishes to monopolize while also dictating to others? Not a chance. This was precisely the directive from the Daxia Kingdom's headquarters for him to respond to the Eagle Nation in such a manner. At the Pentagon of the Eagle Nation, Peter, holding the Daxia Kingdom's response, angrily threw the document to the floor. "No authority to interfere? They dare to claim we have no authority to interfere." He pointed towards the door, shouting at his aides, "Immediately issue a public announcement. Condemn the Daxia Kingdom to the world. Accuse them of undermining regional stability. Let all allied nations stand up. When has the Eagle Nation ever endured such indignity? The entire world must denounce the Daxia Kingdom." The aides, not daring to delay, hurriedly departed. In the conference room, the faces of the other generals were grim. The Daxia Kingdom is intentionally slapping us in the face. They previously shot down our 6th-generation aircraft, and now they are selling laser cannons. They are clearly challenging our hegemony. We must exert pressure. Otherwise, who will listen to us in the future? Peter panted heavily, his gaze malevolent. "Notify all allies, instructing them to immediately issue statements condemning the Daxia Kingdom. I refuse to believe that with so many nations applying pressure, they can remain unyielding." Soon, the Eagle Nation's announcement reverberated across the globe. The Daxia Kingdom's export of advanced laser weaponry severely disrupts military balance in the desert region, threatening global security. We demand an immediate cessation of trade. The announcement had just been released. In the land of cherry blossoms, the southern peninsula, the nation of A, and the land of monkeys, the European Union is poised to follow suit. The nation of cherry blossoms issued a statement. "The actions of the Great Xia are a provocation to the global order. We vehemently condemn this." The southern peninsula echoed. "The Eagle Nation speaks the truth. The Great Xia must cease such perilous conduct." The nation of A joined in. "We support the Eagle Nation. The Great Xia should adhere to the international arms trade regulations." In an instant, the chorus of condemnation from the Eagle Nation's alliance rained down upon the Great Xia. At this pivotal moment, an announcement from the Great Xia's military suddenly surfaced across all platforms. The bold red headline was particularly striking. "The Eagle Nation may sell weapons globally. Why may the Great Xia not? If the adversary can advance, so can we." The Great Xia does not seek trouble, but it certainly does not fear it. Any smear or pressure against the Great Xia will prove futile. The announcement, though brief, resounded with clarity, striking like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all. The citizens of the Great Xia erupted with fervor. Wow! The military's response is extraordinarily assertive. If the adversary can advance, so can we. What a powerful statement. If the Eagle Nation can sell arms, on what grounds can we not? Double standards be gone. Previously, the nations of Cherry Blossoms and the Southern Peninsula had danced to the tune of the Eagle Nation. Now, they were silent. The Great Xia is formidable. The tide has turned. Veterans shared their excitement in the comments. In the past, we were bullied, but now we can finally stand tall. I have no regrets in serving the Great Xia. In my next life, I shall be a citizen of the Great Xia. The streets echoed with jubilant cheers. Some waved national flags, shouting in the squares, "Long live the Great Xia." Even children raised small flags, joining their elders in the chant. The entire nation of the Great Xia resembled a festive celebration. Meanwhile, the netizens of the Eagle Nation were left in utter disbelief. They stared at their screens, their fingers trembling. How dare the Great Xia act with such defiance? They have become so audacious. Just months ago, they were fearful of us. What has changed? The reality was a bitter pill for the Eagle Nation's netizens to swallow. In a mere few months, their international standing had plummeted. The netizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation felt dejected. The Great Xia is evidently unperturbed by our condemnation. They had previously sought assistance from their Eagle Nation father, but it appeared that even he was at a loss. The netizens of the Southern Peninsula panicked further. Oh no! With the Great Xia's powerful laser cannons, can we still provoke them? Observers from neutral nations were stirred with excitement. The Great Xia has truly risen. From now on, Blue Planet shall no longer be dictated solely by the Eagle Nation. If the adversary can advance, so can we. This statement was truly magnificent. In the White House, President Otop was trembling with rage as he read the announcement from the Great Xia. How dare they treat us with such audacity? He pointed at the phone, hollering at the Secretary of State. Immediately contact the nations in the desert region. Instruct them to suspend all transactions with the Great Xia. The Secretary of State's expression was grim. Mr. President, they may not heed our request. They must. Otop's eyes blazed with fury. Inform them that if they continue to purchase, we shall impose sanctions upon them. The Secretary of State, unable to refute, turned away to make the call. Otop slumped into his chair, his gaze wild. If the desert nations could not be swayed, then they would turn their focus to space. He abruptly rose to his feet, seizing the satellite phone. Connect me to NASA. Expedite the development of the Starship. And the lunar landing program must be advanced. I want the Great Xia to know that we remain the sovereign power in the realm of space. The voice on the other end belonged to the director of NASA. Laced with hesitation. Mr. President, the Starship is not ready for an earlier launch. The risks are substantial. Risks? Otep scoffed. Is there a more formidable risk than that posed by the Great Xia? Inform Musk that a reward of $1 billion will be granted for a day's advancement. Make it happen. If you fail, you shall be dismissed. Ending the call, Otep gazed out of the window, his eyes filled with resentment and madness. He understood that the situation in the desert was spiraling out of control, and now, he could only wager everything on the space race. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that all of this was merely a figment of his own desire. Chapter 84. The Starship in Distress. A helping hand from the A3 Nation. In the conference room at NASA headquarters, the core scientists of the Starship project sat alongside Musk. Director Luan occupied the main seat. His expression grave. The president has just given me an order. The inaugural flight of the Starship must be advanced as much as possible. A reward of $1 billion for a day's advancement. And if we fail, everyone is out. Musk, clad in a gray hoodie with disheveled hair, nervously rubbed his fingers against his coffee cup. Upon hearing the word advance, he shot his head up, his eyes brimming with helplessness. Director Luan, that is impossible. The closure valves have yet to be fully tested, and we only have enough critical components for a single trial flight. Advancing would double the risk. An elderly scientist, adjusting his glasses, spoke in a low tone. Director, we have not even completed the most fundamental pressure tests. During previous simulations, the valves leaked 3 times. To advance now is to gamble with lives. Another blonde scientist chimed in, indeed. Moreover, the precision required for the titanium alloy components is exceedingly high. Our own factory cannot meet the demand. Previously, we relied on the Great Xia for processing, but now, before he could finish, a heavy silence fell over the conference room. Everyone was acutely aware that the current relationship between the Eagle Nation and the Great Xia rendered the import of components from the latter impossible. Luan's gaze hardened, his expression growing increasingly somber. If the Great Xia cannot provide, we shall seek assistance elsewhere. The Blue Planet is not limited to their capabilities. Yet, there was a discernible lack of conviction in his tone. If other nations had the capacity to process, They would not have sought imports from the Great Xia in the first place. The most critical point was that the components processed by the Great Xia were cost-effective and of genuine quality. They had never skimped on materials. At that moment, a man in an orange shirt stood up. He was a scientist who had immigrated from A3 nation named Kira. With a smile, Kira suggested, "Director, why not consider seeking assistance from A3 nation for processing? From what I understand, their processing technology is also quite advanced. My relatives back home specialize in producing precision components, and their prices are half that of the Great Xia." As soon as he uttered this, the conference room erupted in chaos. An elderly scientist sprang to his feet, glaring furiously. "Kira, are you out of your mind? The processing technology of A3 nation? They cannot even produce standard steel components. The last time we commissioned them for brackets, they deformed before installation." The blonde scientist mockingly remarked, "Components processed in the country of A? We might as well declare our starship a failure." Other scientists stepped forward to refute this. This clearly illustrates the poor reputation of the country of A. Observing this, Kira's face turned crimson as he stammered. "This time is different. My cousin's factory has acquired new equipment, specifically for titanium alloy. I assure you, the precision will be impeccable." Duluth watched the quarreling individuals with a grim expression. He turned to Marsko and asked in a low voice, "Marsko, please, share your thoughts." Marsko sighed, leaning back in his chair, his eyes weary. "At present, there is no better alternative. The path with the Great Xia nation is unfeasible. Other countries either lack technology or production capacity. Even though the risks with the country of A are substantial, we have no choice but to give it a try." His voice was soft, yet it resonated like a stone dropped into water. The elderly scientist attempted to counter, but Duluth silenced him with a mere glance. "It is settled. Kira, contact your cousin's factory immediately and place an order for a batch of shut-off valves. The only requirement is delivery within 5 days." Kira, filled with excitement, nearly leaped from his seat, eagerly nodding, "Absolutely. I'll call right now." He pulled out his phone and briskly exited the conference room, muttering, "This time, I will show you the strength of our nation." Duluth observed his retreating figure, then glanced at Marsko, his brow furrowed. "Marsko, do you truly believe they are capable?" Marsko shook his head, took a sip from his coffee cup, and smiled wryly. "I don't know. But for now, we have no choice but to gamble. Gamble that the country of A can be reliable this time." The scientists in the conference room lowered their heads, silence enveloping them. They all understood that the odds of winning this gamble were minuscule. In the outskirts of Mengmai in the country of A, within a dilapidated workshop, the noise of machinery was deafening, and the floor was littered with scrap metal and oil stains. The workshop owner, a bearded man named Sanj, held an order in his hand, exclaiming incredulously, "Titanium alloy shut-off valves? They must meet NASA standards? This Kira is truly audacious." A worker beside Sanj scratched his head, quietly asking, "Boss, we don't have titanium alloy materials. What should we do?" Sanj scoffed, patting the worker's shoulder. "No titanium alloy? Can't we make do with aluminum alloy? A coat of titanium-colored paint, and who will know the difference? The folks at NASA 1T take them apart. As long as the surface shines, that's all that matters." The worker hesitated, "But what if there's a problem?" Sanj glared at him, his tone fierce. "A problem? By the time they notice, our money will already be in hand. Who will still care if their starship explodes?" He picked up a brush, dipped it in silver paint, and began to coat the aluminum alloy valves. As he painted, he hummed a tune. "Money from the Eagle Nation is easy to earn. A little deception can net us tens of thousands of dollars. Once this batch is delivered, I'll buy a new car and marry a wife." The workers nearby gazed at him, their eyes brimming with envy. Little did they know that these aluminum alloy valves, adorned with a coat of silver paint, were destined to embark on the starship of the United States, poised to carry the dream of returning to the moon into the vast expanse of space. Moreover, the price for this batch of components was a staggering several tens of millions of dollars, while they themselves would only receive a mere few tens of thousands. 5 days later, at NASA headquarters, Durrett and Musk stood in the warehouse, observing the newly arrived valves. Musk picked one up, weighing it in his hands, his brow furrowing in concern. The weight was inconsistent. It was significantly lighter than those from the previous batch supplied by the Great Xia nation. Durrett chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Lighter is better. It will reduce the ship's burden. The craftsmanship of the Indian nation has improved, so there is no need for concern." Musk remained silent, yet a flicker of unease blossomed within him. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something amiss with these valves. However, time was of the essence. The maiden flight of the starship had to be expedited. He could only suppress his apprehension deep within as he turned to exit the warehouse. In just 10 days, the starship would soar into the skies. Little did he realize, this seemingly grand journey into space was fated for tragedy from the very beginning. Chapter 85. The New National Treasure, Quantum Annihilation Bomb. In the Great Xia Nation, at the Kyoto Weapons Testing Ground, General Zhang stood at a distance on the observation platform, filled with curiosity as he watched Chief Engineer Lin Chen. How powerful is this quantum annihilation bomb? Lin, clad in a white lab coat, smiled mysteriously, assuring General Zhang, I guarantee you will not be disappointed. The curiosity within General Zhang compelled him to press on. Chief Engineer Lin, please share some details. Li Jianguo, standing beside him, stifled a laugh. Old Zhang, let me introduce you. Though the bomb size is akin to that of a basketball, its power is comparable to that of a 100-ton nuclear warhead. What? So small? And yet it possesses the power of a 100-ton nuclear bomb? That is terrifying. General Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Chen nodded slightly, smiling as he elucidated, indeed. This quantum annihilation bomb can even be miniaturized to the size of a fist. Upon detonation, it will only produce a localized energy shockwave, devoid of any radiation. Instantly, General Zhang was exhilarated. That is splendid. We shall have another new strategic weapon. Li Jianguo chimed in, yes. But first, let's observe the test power. Lin Chen checked the time and said, let us proceed to the observation room. The three entered the observation room. A massive display screen vividly showcased the scene of the open ground where the quantum annihilation bomb had been placed in the designated location. All personnel had retreated to a distance of 1 kilometer. All units, attention. Testing countdown begins in 10 seconds. The announcement echoed through the room. General Zhang leaned forward, intently fixated on the screen, while Li Jianguo clenched his fists. Lin Chen's expression was calm and filled with confidence. He had previously tested this bomb in the inheritance space, and its power was indeed formidable. 10, 9, 8. The countdown resonated within the observation room. General Zhang held his breath. 3, 2, 1. Detonate. In an instant, the explosion erupted with a thunderous roar. A blinding white light flashed across the screen, brighter than the sun itself. Following this, a terrifying wave of quantum annihilation spread outward. Once the dazzling light faded, a colossal pit, measuring 100 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep, emerged in the once vacant space. The walls of the pit were smooth, devoid of any soil or dust, as if everything within the explosion's radius had been utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The observation room fell into a profound silence. General Zhang's mouth hung agape, his expression one of sheer astonishment. 3 seconds later, he suddenly stood up, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. Is this the quantum annihilation bomb? He pointed at the screen. The power of that shockwave felt more terrifying than a mushroom bomb. Li Jianguo gazed at the data panel, his eyes filled with shock. This is utterly horrifying. It annihilates everything. If we were to amplify its power, could it not destroy an entire city? He had never witnessed a bomb of such fearsome potency, even surpassing that of a mushroom bomb, and remarkably, it had no side effects, inflicting effective damage solely on the intended target. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, it is entirely feasible. By increasing its size and simultaneously enhancing its strength, obliterating a small city would be quite effortless. He left unsaid the implication that, if sufficiently amplified, annihilating a planet would not be beyond reach. However, such capabilities were not within the technological grasp of Blue Star at present. The quantum annihilation bomb was merely in its rudimentary stage, with more advanced versions on the horizon. General Zhang swiftly approached Lin Chen, brimming with anticipation. Chief Lin, when can we achieve mass production of the quantum annihilation bomb? Our nation needs such a national defense artifact. Lin Chen offered General Zhang a reassuring glance. The technology and production processes are already in place. You merely need your military to collaborate with the arms factories to modify the production lines for mass production. Really? General Zhang exclaimed, instantly invigorated. Excellent. I will return shortly and instruct the logistics department to arrange for the mass production process. Lin Chen nodded slightly. As soon as possible. I hope to have it ready for the maiden flight of our White Emperor aerospace fighter. General Zhang patted his chest in assurance. Rest easy. We will definitely make it happen. Lin Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. His plan was straightforward. On the day of the White Emperor's inaugural flight, he intended to carry the quantum annihilation bomb along. If any nation dared to provoke, they would be promptly rewarded with an extraordinary gift that day. Subsequently, engineers conducted repeated tests on the air quality at the explosion's epicenter, all data indicating normality, with no harmful substances remaining. The air quality matched precisely that of before the explosion. Thus, the quantum annihilation bomb was deemed a success. Lin Chen, along with Li Jianguo and others, returned directly to the Summer Academy of Sciences, while General Zhang sought out Minister Chen. 10 days later, at NASA's launch center, a massive starship stood tall on the launch pad. Its pure steel exterior glinted coldly in the sunlight. In the globally broadcast scene, the host's voice brimmed with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing our Eagle Nation's greatest invention, the Starship. This marks the inaugural step of humanity's return to the moon. Simultaneously, it heralds the first stride towards manned exploration of Mars. Today, our Starship spacecraft shall carry 3 astronauts into the cosmos for a series of tests before safely returning to Earth, laying a solid foundation for our future lunar endeavors. In the live broadcast, audiences around the globe are utterly exhilarated. Oh my goodness, the Starship appears incredibly formidable. Should it indeed facilitate a manned journey to Mars, it would signify a monumental advancement for human civilization. Musk is our beacon of hope. I firmly believe he will lead humanity beyond this blue planet. The great Musk is destined to rewrite history. He shall undoubtedly become one of the most illustrious figures in our world. In the chat room, messages scroll at lightning speed. They are aware that the Starship is developed by Musk's company and are fervently in awe of him, even venerating him as a saint and a guiding light for humanity. At NASA's Launch Center, Optin is present at the scene. He gazes at the towering Starship, filled with excitement. Duluth, do you have confidence in this maiden flight? Duluth, with a hand over his heart, assures, Mr. President, rest assured, we shall succeed. He then glances at Musk beside him. Wouldn't you agree, Musk? Musk nods affirmatively, yes. We will succeed. Yet, a sense of foreboding lingers within him. The thought of components sourced from India fills him with unease. He silently prays to the Statue of Liberty for safety. Optin, upon hearing the response, nods in satisfaction. Excellent, let us commence. Very well, Mr. President. Duluth promptly replies, and then commands the Starship to initiate the ignition countdown. Soon, on the live broadcast, the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Chapter 86. The Starship has launched. No sooner had the words been spoken than the 38 Raptor engines at the base of the Starship unleashed a fiery orange plume. The terrifying heat wave stirred up dust from the ground. The massive, barrel-like Starship gradually ascended from the launch pad, its speed steadily increasing as it climbed into the sky. Sunlight glinted off its pure steel exterior, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Inside the Starship's astronaut cabin, the 3 astronauts fixed their eyes on the instrument panel. Tom Ray, 58 years old, with a mane of white hair, had previously undertaken numerous missions to the space station. Lucy, a 48-year-old woman, had visited the International Space Station twice. Jack Lee, 35, a young astronaut on his maiden deep space mission. As the Starship slowly ascended, a smile crept onto Tom Ray's lips. We did it. We are truly in the air. This maiden flight of our Starship is destined for success, he declared. Jack Lee's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is the most glorious moment of my life. Lucy added, let us cheer for the glory of our Eagle Empire. The 3 exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with exhilaration as they envisioned themselves soaring through the cosmos. As the Starship continued its ascent, Optin suddenly sprang to his feet at the ground observation station, vigorously waving his arms. It has taken flight. Our Starship is in the air. Duluth, flushed with excitement, exclaimed, Mr. President, we have done it. This is a milestone for humanity. Musk's tense body began to relax, and he exhaled deeply. Yet, a flicker of unease lingered in his eyes, soon overshadowed by exhilaration. Finally, everything was functioning smoothly. The surrounding staff erupted in cheers, some embracing one another in celebration. The entire launch center was ablaze with excitement. In the global live broadcast, comments surged like a torrent. The eagle-eyed netizens went into a frenzy. Oh my goodness. This is the prowess of our Eagle Nation. The Starship is magnificent. Musk is incredible. Just wait. The moon will soon be ours. Not just the moon, Mars will too. Even the vast expanse of space shall become our backyard. At that moment, all citizens of the Eagle Nation began to revel. Even those typically forbidden from enjoying beer on the streets were permitted to indulge. Some jubilant individuals, celebrating the successful launch of the Starship, even engaged in extravagant zero-cost shopping sprees. Meanwhile, netizens from the Cherry Blossom Nation joined the jubilation. Yay, the Eagle Nation is truly remarkable. How can the great Summer Nation catch up to our esteemed Eagle Nation? When the Eagle triumphs, we all triumph. In the eyes of the Little Eight, as long as the Eagle Nation succeeded, they too would reap the benefits. On the other side, netizens from the Southern Stick Nation were equally unyielding. This is true technology. Great Summer Nation, can you steal this black technology? The great technology will forever remain in the hands of developed nations. Enthusiastic netizens from the third country exclaimed, our components are indeed reliable. Without us, the Eagle Nation would falter. From now on, Our nation will be the world's leading manufacturing power. Netizens from the Great Summer Nation, initially indifferent to the live broadcast, could not help but laugh upon seeing the comments from the third country's netizens. What? The Eagle Nation dares to use components processed by the third country? It's a sure thing. The Eagle Nation starship is bound to encounter problems this time. Haha. They initially seemed destined for success. But now they are using components from the third country? That's disastrous. It wasn't that they looked down upon the third country. It was simply that the third country had a history of mishaps. Their own rockets had experienced numerous accidents due to processing delays. And even missile tests had sent nearby nations scrambling to activate their air defense systems. This illustrated their deficiencies in precision processing. In response to the comments from the Great Summer Nation, netizens from the Eagle Alliance fervently defended their position, claiming that the Great Summer Nation was merely envious. The Great Summer Nation netizens remained silent, awaiting the unfolding drama. As the starship continued to ascend, the altimeter indicated that it had surpassed 3,000 meters. Inside the cabin, Tom Ray was preparing to report to the ground when suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded. Red warning lights flashed frantically. Warning! Warning! Helium leak! Helium leak! Warning! Energy system anomaly! Energy leak! The electronic alert echoed coldly within the cabin. The smiles faded from the faces of the three men in an instant. Tom Ray's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly checked the data. What the heck? What is happening? Why is there a helium leak? Lucy deftly manipulated the controls. Energy output is unstable. We are losing power. Jack, in a state of panic, trembled as he cried out, Ground! Ground! This is the starship. We are experiencing helium and energy leaks. Requesting urgent assistance. The atmosphere at the ground launch center, once filled with cheers, abruptly turned somber. The monitoring screens displayed erratic fluctuations in the starship's data. This is bad. Helium pressure on the starship is abnormal. The energy system is malfunctioning. The leak rate is accelerating. The technician's urgent shouts sent a wave of anxiety through everyone present. Optin's smile froze, his pupils dilating in shock. How could this happen? Wasn't everything reported as normal? Drut, flustered, hastily grabbed the communicator. Starship. Starship. Remain calm. Attempt to seal the leak. A sense of dread washed over Masco as a realization struck him. His voice trembling. It's the components from ASEAN country. Those valves. I was concerned about their quality, and now it's indeed a crisis. Inside the starship's cockpit, Tom was exerting every effort. No, I can't seal it. The leak rate is increasing. After numerous journeys through space, this was the first time such a crisis had occurred. Previously, the worst he had encountered was engine failure. Never had there been a valve malfunction. Lucy's eyes glistened with tears. Energy output is down to 30. We are losing control. Panic engulfed her. She had anticipated a smooth mission. Jack, in despair, shouted into the communicator, Ground. We cannot control the starship. Requesting instructions. Requesting instructions. The starship began to sway slightly, its ascent noticeably slowing. At the ground observation station, Optin fixated on the screen, veins bulging with tension. He had envisioned the starship's launch as the crowning achievement of his tenure, yet it was now spiraling into a nightmare. Drut, drenched in sweat, bellowed at the technicians. Hurry. Find a solution. We cannot allow the starship to crash. The technicians scrambled in chaos, utterly at a loss. Data indicated that the helium and energy leaks were beyond control. In the live broadcast room, the jubilant cheers of the Eagle enthusiasts vanished abruptly. The tone of the comments shifted dramatically. What is happening? What does the alarm mean? Helium leak? Energy leak? Is there going to be an incident? Don't scare me. The starship cannot fail. Viewers from Sakura Nation and South Stick Nation were equally alarmed. How could this happen? Is there a problem with the starship? It can't crash, can it? That would be too embarrassing. Chapter 87. The starship exploded. A billion-dollar firework. In the global live broadcast room, the comments from Great Xian Nation flooded the screen. Here it comes. What did I say? ASEAN country's components are bound to fail. This is hilarious. Did the Eagle enthusiasts buy defective parts from ASEAN for the starship? Waiting for the explosion. This definitely warrants a Best Saboteur award for ASEAN. Some even captured comments from ASEAN Nation's viewers boasting before, captioning it as a grand face-slapping moment, with the comment section erupting in laughter. In the office of Li Jiangguo at the Xiaoku Institute, a large screen displayed the live broadcast of the starship. Li Jiangguo paused, holding his teacup. Momentarily taken aback, was the Eagle Sauce truly attempting to make a technological breakthrough, or merely concocting a farce? Lin Chen leaned back against the chair, exuding an air of nonchalance. I was under the impression that Eagle Sauce had indeed made significant strides in the realm of space exploration. But this? He had originally thought that once it reached near-Earth space, it would serve to test the enhanced laser cannon's performance. Instead, it floundered right from the start. At this rate, he wouldn't even need to intervene. The colossal iron vessel was bound to explode. Shaolin, our White Emperor aerospace fighter wouldn't encounter such issues, would it? Li Jiangguo expressed his concern upon witnessing the Eagle Sauce starship's predicament. Rest assured, the White Emperor is equipped with a self-diagnostic system. Should any component malfunction, it will detect the issue, Lin Chen replied confidently. Not to mention, every component of the White Emperor has been meticulously crafted by engineers from the Shaka Institute. Each part's dimensions and materials undergo rigorous testing, with no allowance for imperfections. As Lin Chen and his companions conversed, the live broadcast revealed that the starship was on the brink of failure. Inside the starship's cabin, Tom Rue's forehead was lined with veins as he exerted every effort to stem the leaks. Yet, despite his best efforts, the substitution of aluminum alloy for titanium alloy by the A3 nation rendered his efforts futile. Ultimately, the valve shattered completely. It was only at this moment that Tom Rue discerned the source of the problem. He screamed in fury, "F! The valve is made of aluminum alloy. Musk, you've doomed us." Just as he finished his outburst, the starship began to tremble violently, and the numbers on the dashboard surged into the red. The sky outside commenced a swirling dance, the orange-red engine flames flickering ominously. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosion reverberated throughout the expanse. The starship disintegrated mid-air, a fiery orange ball blooming in the sky like a grotesque firework. Debris scattered like sparks, with some incinerating into ashes before even touching the ground. The once mighty starship was instantaneously transformed into a mass of burning scrap metal. At the ground launch center, Optin stood frozen, his eyes wide as saucers, repeatedly muttering, "My starship exploded." He could never have imagined that the inaugural test flight of the starship would conclude in such a manner. Even if it had flown beyond Blue Star and disintegrated in space, they could have concocted an excuse to smooth things over. But now, having barely taken off, it had exploded, right in the midst of a live broadcast. How could they possibly justify this to the world? He abruptly raised his hand, pointing at Musk. His voice trembling, "F. Musk, didn't you say there was no problem?" At that moment, Musk felt more wretched than if he had consumed a dead fly. Grasping his hair with both hands, he shouted in despair, "It's the A3 nation. Their valve. I warned you there was an issue, but you insisted on proceeding." Upon hearing this, Derlit collapsed to the ground. Gazing at the fireball on the screen, his face turned as pale as parchment. "It's over. All is lost." Kira, the engineer from the land of A, trembled in fear at the sight. A stream of yellow liquid escaped between his legs as he muttered incessantly, "This cannot be. This is not due to the valve. There must be another issue." Optin turned to Kira, bellowing, "Someone, seize this fraudster." Kira, terrified and desperate, pleaded, "Don't arrest me. It's not my fault. It's those swindlers from A. I have nothing to do with this." He cried out, his face smeared with tears and snot. Yet the guards paid him no mind, dragging him away for interrogation. In the global live stream, the viewers from Eagle Nation had completely lost their composure. They felt as though they had plummeted from paradise to hell. What had begun as jubilation had transformed into wails of despair. "No, my starship, my lunar dream. Why has this happened? Why did it explode? Woe is me. Damn it. Aluminum alloy for the valves? Has Musk lost his mind? After spending so much, we've become the laughingstock of the world. How infuriating." The viewers from Eagle Nation vociferously condemned Musk, who had gone from being humanity's beacon to a charlatan. The viewers from Cherry Blossom Nation were despondent. "It's over. How can we bask in the glory when our father's starship has exploded?" The viewers from South Bamboo Nation fell silent for a moment before uttering, "Had we known, we should not have mocked the Great Xian Nation." The viewers from a nation vanished completely, too afraid to show their faces. Conversely, the viewers from Great Xian Nation rejoiced. "Well done. What a splendid explosion. This fireworks display is even more dazzling than the Spring Festival Gala." This maneuver by a nation is akin to becoming an invisible ally of Great Xian Nation. Eagle Nation lamented, "Had we known, we should have sought assistance from Great Xian Nation instead of a nation." Someone even shared a celebratory meme of firecrackers, captioned to commemorate the successful explosion of Eagle Nation's starship. The reactions from around the world erupted. King Sartar, observing the news, chuckled and remarked to his prince, "Fortunately, we did not meddle with Eagle Nation. It is wise to cling to the sturdy leg of Great Xian Nation for safety." The president of Lake Nation promptly tweeted, "Choosing reliable partners is more crucial than anything else." Media from neutral countries reported extensively, "The explosion of Eagle Nation's starship exposes supply chain vulnerabilities. Components from a nation are the culprits." At the launch center, Optin regained his composure, his expression dark as he commanded, "Dullet, make an immediate announcement. State that the explosion was caused by the use of components from Great Xia Nation." They had become the laughingstock of the world. But he was determined to drag Great Xia Nation down with them. Dullet furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Mr. President, won't this anger Great Xia Nation?" Optin shot him a glare, nonchalantly retorting, "What is there to fear? Our relationship with Great Xia Nation has already reached a freezing point. If we are to suffer, they shall not fare any better." After a pause, he continued, "Simultaneously, investigate the specific cause. If it is found that components from a nation malfunctioned, we shall demand a compensation of $100 billion. Dullet hesitated, questioning if that might be excessive. Optin's eyes blazed with fury. "They have brought us disgrace on a global scale and cost us over $10 billion. A nation must pay the price." Musk stood by, rendered mute and apprehensive. Fearing that Optin might hold him accountable, Masco was acutely aware that someone would inevitably take the fall for the incident. He could only pray that he was not that individual. Chapter 88. The Eagle Nation must bow its proud head. As the starship erupted in flames, the entire saga of the Eagle Nation was similarly shattered. The Dow and Nasdaq plummeted in a frenzy, particularly affecting the stock market of Tesla under Masco's purview, which triggered multiple circuit breakers. Its market value plummeted dramatically. Wall Street was engulfed in despair, with many individuals leaping from rooftops in distress. Simultaneously, the official website of the Eagle Nation's White House released a striking red announcement. The primary cause of the Starship explosion was the use of defective components exported from the Great Xia Nation. We reserve the right to pursue accountability. Upon the release of this news, global live streams erupted in chaos. Eagle Nation netizens were left bewildered. Just a moment ago, they were mourning the Starship's demise. Now, they were rendered speechless by the government's audacious maneuver. Damn, how can this be blamed on the Great Xia Nation? What about our dignity? Our Starship utilized valves from the Third Nation. Has the government gone mad? I am embarrassed for them. Clearly, they chose substandard components themselves. And now they are shifting the blame. The citizens of the Eagle Nation felt utterly humiliated upon reading this announcement. They had encountered shamelessness before, but never had they witnessed such blatant falsehoods in a desperate attempt to evade responsibility. They took to the streets, brandishing banners to denounce the Eagle Nation government's disgraceful behavior, directly demanding Optin's resignation, particularly after learning of the stock market crash. The populace insisted that the government should compensate for the financial losses incurred. Meanwhile, the Cherry Blossom Nation's netizens continued to fan the flames, exclaiming, "The Great Xia Nation is so vile for employing such despicable tactics. They are utterly shameless, going to any lengths to hinder the Eagle Nation's advancements in space technology." The citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation cared little for the truth, as long as they could pin the blame on the Great Xia Nation. They zealously stoked the fires of animosity. Similarly, netizens from the Southern Nation joined in the slander, exclaiming, I knew the Great Xia Nation was treacherous. They previously stole our laser weapon technology, and now they engage in such dark conspiracies." The comments section was rife with disparaging remarks about the Great Xia Nation. The netizens from the Great Xia Nation were thoroughly incensed. What audacity! The Eagle Nation has truly lost all sense of shame. They exploded their own starship using the Third Nation's inferior components and dare to blame us. Where's their dignity? It seems the Eagle Nation is genuinely in a state of panic. At the Xiaoko Institute, Li Jiangguo seethed as he read the announcement from the Eagle Nation, his hands trembling in indignation. This is outrageous. This is an utter inversion of truth. Lin Chen, however, remained remarkably calm and composed, as if nothing had transpired. "Oldly, let them say what they will. When our aerospace fighter jets take to the skies, we will give them a proper reckoning that will silence them. Furthermore, I am confident that our nation will respond appropriately." Li Jiangguo nodded in agreement, finding some sense in Lin Chen's words. "Indeed, our nation is sure to retaliate." Curious, he inquired, "You mentioned taking them down on the test flight day? How do you intend to do that?" Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. You will find out in due time." Just as Li Jiangguo was about to press for more details, the official website of the Great Xia Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs released an announcement. The components utilized by the Eagle Nation starship are entirely self-sourced, bearing no relation to our party. The so-called defects in the components from the Great Xia Nation are utterly baseless. We demand that the Eagle Nation issue a public apology within 24 hours. Otherwise, we shall take all necessary measures to safeguard our rights. To those who offend the Great Xia, retribution shall be swift, regardless of distance. Upon the announcement, the world erupted in astonishment. Media from neutral nations fervently shared the news, commenting on the resolute stance of the Great Xia Nation. This is the attitude befitting a great power. Those who slander must pay the price. Even the Eagle Nation cannot escape unscathed. Countries that had previously remained silent now rose to voice their demands for evidence from the Eagle Nation. The international reputation of the Eagle Nation plummeted in an instant. Meanwhile, within the warehouse of the Eagle Nation's launch center, Luan, accompanied by technicians, was diligently inspecting the remaining valves from the third nation. Conduct a thorough examination, commanded Luan. The technician, with tools in hand, cautiously pried open the valve casing. Upon revealing the material within, everyone was left in a state of shock. Director, this is not titanium alloy. It is aluminum alloy. The surface has merely been coated with silver paint, giving the false impression of titanium alloy. The technician's voice trembled as the valve slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Luan picked up the valve, weighing it in his hands, his complexion turning ashen. Indeed, the fault lay with the third nation. They had masqueraded aluminum alloy as titanium alloy. He abruptly lifted his head. His eyes ablaze with fury. Immediately contact the third nation. Demand a compensation of 100 billion US dollars. Not a cent less. When the news reached the third nation, Haotian was convening a cabinet meeting. Upon hearing the Eagle Nation's demand, he burst into laughter. 100 billion US dollars? Has the Eagle Nation lost its mind? They chose these components themselves and now wish to shift the blame? He then instructed his secretary, issue a public statement in response to the Eagle Nation, asserting that our craftsmanship is recognized worldwide. It is their incompetence that leads to such accusations against us. They think they can extort us? Absolutely not. If they dare, let them come and confront us. Once the announcement was released, the entire blue planet grew even more animated. Netizens from the third nation erupted in celebration. Exactly. The Eagle Nation is foolish and yet dares to blame us. They dream of taking our money? Never. They express their resolve. Should there be a next time, we shall not hesitate. The third nation remained steadfast in their belief of innocence. Even if they had substituted aluminum alloy, it was still the Eagle Nation's issue. Why had they not detected the discrepancy beforehand? Now that it was in use, it indicated there was no problem. They reveled in their current triumph, oblivious to the impending consequences that awaited them when they faced similar circumstances in their own homeland. In the White House of the Eagle Nation, Haotian, upon reading the announcement from the third nation, was so enraged that he smashed a cup. How dare they openly mock us? He seethed. Luan, standing nearby, quietly remarked, Mr. President, the evidence is irrefutable. The fault lies with the third nation. We can no longer attribute blame to the Great Xia. Haotian shot him a glare, but refrained from arguing. He understood that persisting in denial would only lead to further humiliation. Transmit my orders for a public apology, he commanded. Concluding his statement, Haotian appeared to have aged several years. This apology signifies a capitulation from the United States towards the Great Xia nation, marking the first instance since World War II. Just a few minutes later, the official website of the White House issued a brief announcement. Previous statements regarding defects in components from the Great Xia nation contained inaccuracies, and we hereby extend our apologies. The announcement ignited a global uproar, with netizens from the Great Xia nation rejoicing. We have triumphed. The United States has finally lowered its proud head. Haha. Our motherland has become strong. No one will dare to bully us anymore. Let us see who dares to slander us henceforth. At the Xia Science Institute, Li Jiangguo beamed as he patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, saying, Little Lin, you guessed right again. Lin Chen smiled. This is merely the beginning. Next, it will be the maiden flight of our White Emperor aerospace fighter. At that time, we shall let the world know that the space era of the Great Xia nation has arrived. Meanwhile, Haotian sat in his office, his expression dark and foreboding. The bill from the Great Xia nation would eventually be settled. He picked up the phone and dialed NASA. We have identified the reasons for the Starship failure. We must continue to increase our investment and develop the next generation of starships. We must surpass the Great Xia nation in the realm of space. Chapter 89, Maiden Flight of the White Emperor Aerospace Fighter. On New Year's Eve, snow fell joyously over Kyoto. Red couplets adorned every street and alley, while lanterns swayed, casting a warm glow amidst the flurry. At 10 in the morning, merely 2 hours remained until the maiden flight of the White Emperor. The streets of the Great Xia nation were sparsely populated, as most people returned home or gathered in front of their televisions or smartphones, eagerly awaiting the live broadcast of the White Emperor's inaugural flight at 10 o'clock. At the Xia Science Institute, within the testing grounds for the White Emperor aerospace fighter, a sleek aircraft was standing quietly, draped in white canvas, with its streamlined contours faintly visible beneath the fabric. At the testing monitoring center, besides Lin Chen and Li Jiangguo, there were also 2 high-ranking military representatives present. Old Zhang, you're not going home on New Year's Eve? What brings you here? Commander Liu of the Air Force, brimming with excitement, replied with a smug grin. Old Lu, look at your boastful demeanor. Just because you're here, does that mean I can't be? General Zhang shot back. Of course you can. I'll show you our Air Force's prized possession soon. Commander Lu chuckled. General Zhang, feeling a bit envious, retorted, don't get too cocky. I'll apply to deploy our Kyoto combat zone first. Old Zhang, you mustn't be so shameless. Commander Li interjected, alarmed. This is our Air Force's aircraft. If you dare to steal it, I'll be furious. Li Jiangguo observed their banter and shook his head, turning to Lin Chen with a wry smile. Little Lin, it seems your White Emperor aerospace fighter is indeed in high demand. I've heard that several military districts have been vying for the first batch of deployment, even organizing a grand competition. Lin Chen rubbed his nose and chuckled. That's unnecessary. The production speed of the aerospace fighter will be swift. There's no need to compete. The production process of the aerospace fighter has been meticulously perfected. It employs a modular manufacturing approach, followed by assembly. In fact, it can even be transformed into an automated production line. The speed of assembly line operations is certainly not sluggish, provided the military fully cooperates. Producing dozens of aircraft in a single day is entirely feasible. Li Jiangguo chuckled, remarking, they remain oblivious, all eager to seize the premiere. Lin Chen glanced at the time, noting that there were only 20 minutes until 10 o'clock. Let us commence. Prepare the pilots for boarding, he instructed, and open the live stream. All right, Li Jiangguo responded, turning to General Zhang and his colleagues. Old Zhang, enough of the debate, it's time to begin. Time to begin. General Zhang and Commander Lu immediately ceased their argument, their excitement surging. Li Jiangguo then directed the staff to contact the pilots for boarding. In the pilot lounge, ace pilot Luo Xiaoyang was anxiously awaiting his turn. At 35 years of age, he stood as a paragon among the Air Force's elite. A month prior, he had been discreetly assigned to special simulation training, initially unaware of the reasons. Upon learning that he was to participate in the maiden flight of the White Emperor aerospace fighter, he had been exhilarated, losing sleep over the anticipation. This was the pinnacle of honor that every pilot dreams of, to pilot such an advanced aerospace fighter on its inaugural flight, signifying his entry into the annals of aviation history. Luo Xiaoyang meticulously checked his flight gear, ensuring that every detail, from his helmet to his flight suit, was flawless. He understood the gravity of this mission, which not only pertained to personal honor, but also to the advancement of the nation's aviation industry. Go for it. You can do this. He clenched his fists, motivating himself to calm his nerves and excitement. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Pilot Luo, it's time to board. All right, I'm on my way. Luo Xiaoyang replied eagerly, making his way to the tarmac. Simultaneously, the livestream had commenced. With viewership soaring at an astonishing rate, the barrage of comments flooded the screen, nearly overwhelming the visuals. They're here. After a month of waiting, it's finally happening. So thrilling, the maiden flight of our White Emperor aerospace fighter. Our community management even set up a projector. The courtyard is packed with people. Haha, this is so lively to watch. I can't wait to switch the camera to the White Emperor aerospace fighter. Almost the entire populace of the Great Xia Nation was glued to this historically significant livestream. Even those steadfastly working in their posts were permitted to take a moment to view the broadcast, underscoring the profound importance of the White Emperor aerospace fighter's inaugural flight for the country. This event would mark a monumental chapter in the annals of Great Xia's aviation history, symbolizing a dual leap in national technological prowess and military strength. As the camera gradually advanced, the white canvas draping the White Emperor aerospace fighter was delicately unveiled by the staff. At long last, the aircraft revealed its full form. The audience fell into an instant hush. The next moment, the comment section erupted. Wow, what stunning aesthetics. This is breathtaking. The streamlined fuselage is even more fantastical than that depicted in films. The silvery gray exterior glimmers with a cold light in the snowy radiance, exuding an undeniable coolness. Haha. The massive iron behemoth from the United States pales in comparison to our White Emperor fighter jet, which is truly remarkable. The excitement of the audience in front of the live-streaming screen nearly spills over. They long to transcend the confines of the screen and witness the event in person. On the tarmac, the White Emperor aerospace fighter measures approximately 20 meters in length. Its body boasts a sleek, shuttle-like shape devoid of traditional wings, featuring only subtly raised guiding panels on either side. The nose is sharply pointed, resembling a knife cleaving through the air. The tail lacks jet nozzles, showcasing merely a pulsating energy panel that radiates blue light. The most striking aspect is the side of the fuselage. One side displays the bold characters of the Great Xia in crimson, adorned with a golden dragon motif, standing out vibrantly against the silvery gray backdrop. The opposite side proclaims White Emperor number 1 in commanding black letters that seem to emanate an unparalleled aura of dominance, highlighting the unique identity of this aircraft. Luo Xiaoyang has arrived beside the fighter jet. He gazes upward at this dreamt-of aerospace marvel. Although it is not his first encounter, his heart still swells with fervor. Without hesitation, Luo Xiaoyang boards the aircraft and closes the hatch. At the testing center, the other engineers begin to bustle about, while only General Zhang and Commander Lu stand agape, awestruck by the White Emperor aerospace fighter. Moments later, they regain their composure, swallowing hard, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. Unbelievable. This aircraft is even more sci-fi than those seen in movies. Commander Lu is the first to speak, his voice brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. Indeed, if I witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have thought it merely a model. General Zhang reflects with deep emotion. The aircraft before him is the most astonishing and advanced he has ever seen, without exception. Chief Engineer Lin, could you enlighten us regarding the aircraft's capabilities? General Zhang turns, looking at Lin Chen with eager anticipation. Lin Chen smiles and responds without directly addressing the question. General Zhang, we are about to conduct the first flight. I will provide you with the details afterward. Very well. General Zhang refrains from pressing further, continuing to admire the White Emperor fighter jet on the tarmac. Inside the White Emperor fighter jet, pilot Luo Xiaoyang has initiated the self-check procedure according to the operation manual. Soon, the White Emperor completes its self-diagnostics. In the command center, the announcement comes through. The White Emperor's self-check is complete. Requesting takeoff. Takeoff permitted. Received. Upon receiving the command, Luo Xiaoyang promptly presses the takeoff button. Takeoff countdown initiated. Countdown. 10 seconds. 10, 9,